Chapter 2383. City Lord's Mansion, Conference Hall. The Elf Patriarch and the other fourth-step heavenly venerate patriarchs were all gathered here. The captains of the Free Army were also present. This was the highest decision-making team of Free City. The City Lord is indeed wise and mighty, both intelligent and brave. The matter that has been giving us a headache for a long time was easily resolved as soon as the City Lord returned. Not only did you drive all those people with evil intentions out of Free City, but you also strengthened the prestige of Free City. At the same time, some people who really yearned for Free City stayed. Moreover, the citizens of Free City were given a baptism. It's a chance for baptism. Under the baptism, we've all been elevated. Not only did this incident not cause any losses to Free City, but it also increased the cohesion of Free City and tested our freedom. What was originally a bad thing became a good thing in the end. And all of this is because of you, City Lord. As long as the City Lord is here, Free City will be glorious. We will not be afraid of anything. We will be a true Free City. Our Free City can't do without you, City Lord. The Elf Patriarch's sentimental words made Qin Shao feel very embarrassed. The other patriarchs immediately echoed and praised Qin Shao, saying that Free City couldn't do without him. Hearing these mushy words, Qin Shao was extremely embarrassed. She hurriedly stopped and said, "This world operates the same way no matter who it is. Didn't Free City exist for tens of thousands of years without me? Qin Shao? Qin Shao, am actually not that important. What's important is everyone, the citizens of Free City." The Elf Patriarch waved his hand and said, "City Lord, you are too modest. You can't say that. If it wasn't for the City Lord, then our Free City would definitely be in danger. Free City also needs to have a strong presence. You have to be strong enough to guard and protect the operation of Free City. Therefore, there's no doubt about your role, City Lord. But I can't stay in Free City. I have to leave soon. The days when I can return to Free City are few and far between." Qin Shao shook his head. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. In fact, how could everyone not know about this situation? Qin Shao was now a student of St. College. Naturally, she couldn't stay in Free City all the time. Qin Shao looked at the Elf Patriarch and the others. She pursed her lips and hardened her heart. "This time, I returned to Free City because I wanted to see you and the situation in Free City. Secondly, I wanted to discuss with you about the City Lord. It's about the seed of heaven. I'm afraid I won't be able to return to Free City in the future. I don't have an avatar, so I won't be able to guard Free City. I won't be able to take care of Free City. As the saying goes, a country cannot go a day without a ruler, and a city cannot go a day without a City Lord. I can't be the City Lord anymore. You can nominate someone else to be the City Lord. However, although I won't be the City Lord of Free City in the future, my heart will always be with Free City. Being the enemy of Free City was the same as being the enemy of Qin Shao. If the Free City is in trouble, Qin Shao, will definitely be the first one, even if I am at the ends of the earth. I will rush back. I just won't be the City Lord anymore, but I won't abandon Free City. No, absolutely not." However, Qin Zhao's words clearly didn't get everyone's approval. They all expressed their disagreement. Qin Shao looked at the Elf Patriarch and said, "Elf Patriarch, other than me, you are the strongest here. Your prestige has always been the highest, and you are also the most experienced. Now that Free City is on the right track, all aspects are very good. Therefore, I think you should take over the City Lord's position. I believe everyone will support you." The Elf Patriarch immediately shook his head and waved his hand. He hurriedly refused. No, you can't do this, City Lord. I won't be the City Lord, even if I'm beaten to death. It's not like I haven't tried before. It really doesn't work. Only you are qualified to be the City Lord of Liberty City. No one else is qualified to be the City Lord. Even if I agree, the others won't agree. The people of the myriad races won't agree either. Yes, City Lord, you can continue to be the City Lord. Only you can convince the people the most. No one else can, not even Elder Brother Elf. City Lord, you have the hearts of the people. Everyone will listen to you. If you don't become the city lord, then our free city will very likely return to the way it was before. Then, all our previous efforts will be wasted. City lord, you could just be the city lord. You can't stay in free city for a long time. Everyone understands that. You are now a student of Sacred Academy. Of course, you won't have time to return to free city. We know that this won't affect you being the city lord. Yes, city lord. Even if you aren't here, as long as you're the city lord of free city, it's fine. That's what everyone wants. The elf patriarch also said again, City lord, you must think twice. We old fellows can still manage free city for the time being. But if we agree to change the city lord, the people of the myriad races won't obey. The city lord's position belongs to you. Don't decline anymore. Elf patriarch, before Qin Shao could finish his words, the elf patriarch interrupted him and begged again. City lord, it's all because of you that our free city is in this situation today. Everyone's faith lies in you. Because you are the city lord, your light shines on the entire free city. That's why free city has such cohesion and is slowly developing in a good direction. It's your light that illuminates everyone. It's your faith that supports everyone. If you don't become the city lord, then won't the light dim? Won't the faith be gone? Then Liberty City will certainly be restored to its former state. And you want the city to return to its former state? Therefore, this old man is willing to ask the city lord, for the sake of the people of Free City, to take back your order and continue to be the city lord of Free City. I'm willing to ask the city lord, for the sake of the people of Free City, to take back your order and continue to be the city lord of Free City. The other patriarchs and captains of the Free City army also followed suit. Although Qin Zhao's time in Free City was short, he had already been deeply rooted in the people's hearts, and his prestige was unparalleled. This was already a form of faith. Qin Shao was also a little helpless. He didn't know what to say. If he said anything else, he would feel very embarrassed. It was really difficult to refuse such kindness. What should he do? Sigh. It seemed that there was really no other way. He could only continue to be the city lord of Free City. However, he was going to be a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. Speaking of which, he was really a little ashamed. Sigh, all right. I really don't know what to do with you. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. Haha, that's great. That's great. I knew that the city lord wouldn't leave us alone. The elf patriarch and the others were relieved when they saw that Qin Shao had given up on the idea. But let me say this first. I'm definitely going to leave Free City soon and will definitely not come back in the future. I will only come back if Freedom City has met with a calamity. So, I can be the city lord if you want. But I'm definitely a shopkeeper who doesn't do anything. I still have to rely on you to manage Free City. Qin Shao said again. The elf patriarch readily agreed. No problem, city lord. As long as you agree to be the city lord of Free City, it's fine. As for the management, just leave it to us. You can rest assured about this. As long as the city lord is willing to take charge of Free City, it will be a great thing for Free City. This matter was settled just like that. Qin Shao didn't say anything else. As for Qin Shao, he was more like a stabilizing force. As long as he was around, Freedom City would be more cohesive and prestigious. Qin Shao also didn't have much to leave for Free City. The business of Free City was much easier now. They no longer needed to send people to Shangyong City. Many people took the initiative to come to Free City and ask to cooperate with them. Moreover, the price was very high. Of course, all of this was because of Qin Shao, a student of Sacred Academy. They just wanted to curry favor with him. Qin Shao didn't care about the business anymore. It was fine as long as there was a stable business that could support the basic expenses of Free City. The elf patriarch and the others were also working hard to improve the cultivation of the future generations. However, this situation obviously couldn't be seen in a short time. It had to be a long-term development goal, so it couldn't be rushed. Qin Shao didn't stay in Free City for long. He was ready to leave. Before leaving, Qin Shao called Third Elder Yuan over. Third Elder Yuan, I know you are an ancient sage. I also know that you generally won't take action unless the survival of Free City is in danger. But there is something I really want to ask of you. I am indeed ashamed to be the city lord, but it's really difficult to refuse your kindness. I have no choice but to continue being the City Lord. You can contact me. If there is something you can't solve in Free City, you can tell me directly. If it endangers the safety of Free City, I hope you can take care of it before I rush over. I'll leave it all to you. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Third Elder Yuan looked at Qin Zhao and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Okay, City Lord, this old servant promises you." Qin Zhao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Third Elder agree. He smiled and said, "Thank you." After settling this matter, Qin Zhao didn't stay any longer. After bidding farewell to the Elf Patriarch and the others, he left Free City with Adong. After leaving Free City, Qin Zhao went straight to Fengyun City. He came to Fengyun City to meet Baichuan Fusu and Mr. Yu. Secondly, he naturally wanted to settle accounts with the Ho brothers. No one could touch Qin Zhao's bottom line. Once they did, they would have to pay the price. Previously, when Ho Rong provoked him several times, Qin Zhao could just laugh it off and muddle through. He didn't care so much about it. But this time, Qin Zhao couldn't tolerate it anymore. Since Ho Rong had touched his bottom line, he had to take it seriously. As the top school of the Hu clan, Fengyun Academy was supported by many clans, especially the Hu clan, who fully endorsed Fengyun Academy. Therefore, Fengyun Academy status was naturally very high in the Hu clan. Basically, its status was second only to the Hu clan. The strength of Fengyun Academy was undeniable. Moreover, it was close to the Hu clan's territory, so no one dared to cause trouble at Fengyun Academy. Although Qin Zhao was now an extreme revered and was a key student of Fengyun Academy, his glory as the #1 on the Saint ranking was known throughout the immortal realm. Chapter 2384. Within the Wind Cloud Academy, it was naturally not easy to make a move. Furthermore, Qin Zhao could not enter the Wind Cloud Academy. It would not be good to rashly barge into the Wind Cloud Academy. Qin Zhao was not arrogant to such an extent. He could not allow himself to be inflated. Hua Li and Ho Rong were both students of the Wind Cloud Academy. Hence, Qin Zhao had to first find out their whereabouts before making other arrangements to deal with them. As for information, it was naturally best to go to a restaurant. With some chaos source stones, one could obtain almost any information. Hua Li and Ho Rong had been in seclusion within the Wind Cloud Academy recently. They rarely showed themselves. This made Qin Zhao a little worried. Things were a little difficult. Since the two of them were in seclusion within the Wind Cloud Academy, how was he going to find them to calculate their origins? He couldn't possibly just barge into the Wind Cloud Academy, right? Not to mention whether he could barge in or not. Even if he could, it would not be good to make a big fuss within the Wind Cloud Academy. He might not even succeed. Hua Li and Ho Rong's original bodies were within the Hua clan's territory. The Hua clan was definitely one of the top 10 forces within the Hu territory. They were naturally very powerful. At least, Qin Zhao could not afford to offend them now. Yao, an unreachable force. Kill his way into the Hua clan's territory? That was just wishful thinking. It was unrealistic. Hence, Qin Zhao had already calculated thoroughly. If he wanted to settle the score with the Hua brothers, the Wind Cloud Academy would be the best choice. However, it would definitely not work within the Wind Cloud Academy. It would be best to wait for them to leave the Wind Cloud Academy before making a move. That way, there would not be any problems. However, the problem now was that the two brothers would not leave the Wind Cloud Academy in the near future. If they did not show themselves, it would not be easy to catch them. Don't worry, there will always be a way. If they don't come out, then I can't really attack the Wind Cloud Academy. If they don't come out, then I will think of a way to lure them out. It's not a big deal. I believe this small matter will not be a problem for me. Qin Zhao. There will definitely be no problems. However, Qin Zhao was quickly attracted by another piece of news, which made him temporarily put aside the matter of the Ho brothers. Baichuan, Su Fu, and young master, you were carrying out a mission when they met with an accident and went missing. Because the two of them did not have their original bodies, there was no way to find them through their original bodies. The Wind Cloud Academy had already sent out quite a number of students and teachers to search for him, but for the time being, there was still no news. It had been nearly 10,000 years since the two disappeared. The situation was very unfavorable. Crack! Hearing this news, Qin Xiao couldn't help but clench her fists. She suddenly became a little emotional. What? Something happened to Big Brother Bai Chuan and young Master Yu? How could this be? It's been almost 10,000 years. The Wind Cloud Academy has already dispatched ancient sages, but they still haven't found anything? What's going on? Could it be that something really happened to Big Brother Bai Chuan and young Master Yu? No. I believe that they are blessed by the heavens. Nothing will happen to them easily. Maybe he's just trapped. Nothing bad will happen to him. There isn't much information about this outside. I need to find someone who knows more about this as soon as possible. All right, Fu Linglong. He's Big Brother Bai Chuan's best friend here. He should know something. Thinking of Fu Linglong, Qin Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately went to find Fu Linglong. Previously, Qin Xiao and Fu Linglong had exchanged soul imprints. Now that Qin Xiao was in Wind Cloud City, she could naturally communicate with Fu Linglong through soul imprints. She quickly contacted Fu Linglong. The two of them agreed on a place to meet. Qin Xiao rushed over and saw Fu Linglong. As soon as he arrived, Qin Xiao did not hesitate and directly explained the situation. Fu Linglong gritted his teeth with a vexed expression and said, "I won't hide it from you, Brother Qin Xiao. I've been troubled by this matter for the past few days. It's given me a headache. I've gone to beg my father, but he's been in seclusion. He's not willing to talk to me at all. I don't dare to forcefully interrupt my father's seclusion. My Fu clan has other ancient sages, but I don't have the qualifications to look for them. I've also tried many methods, but I can't find Brother Bai Chuan and the rest. Therefore, I've been at my wits' end all this time. I can only ask around for information. I'm also hoping that my father will come out of seclusion soon. Perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope. Sigh, Brother Qin Xiao, seeing that you're here, I feel that there's a new hope. You'll definitely try your best to find Brother Bai Chuan and the rest, right?" Qin Xiao nodded solemnly and said, "Fu Linglong, that's only natural. I've also just arrived in Wind Cloud City. The moment I heard about Brother Bai Chuan and the rest, I immediately came to find you. I've just arrived, so I'm not too clear about the specific situation. I'm sure you're more knowledgeable about it. Therefore, I came to find you first to understand more about the situation. After that, I'll be able to formulate some plans. Fu Linglong, first tell me everything you know in detail. I keep feeling that there's something strange about this matter. This matter might not be as simple as it seems." Fu Linglong nodded and explained the ins and outs of the matter to Qin Xiao in detail. After listening to him, Qin Xiao roughly understood the situation. It turned out that 10,000 years ago, Bai Chuan, Fu Su, and young Master Yu took on a mission. However, the two's real purpose was not to carry out the mission, but to explore the heavenly Jade Lake. Therefore, they took on the mission while they were at it. On the surface, the two were going to carry out the mission. In reality, the two were going to the heavenly Jade Lake. According to Fu Linglong's introduction, the heavenly Jade Lake was one of the 10 great secret realms of the Huling. Although it wasn't considered dangerous among the 10 great secret realms, it was the most peculiar one. It was also the secret realm that produced the most treasures. Before leaving, Bai Chuan, Fu Su, and young Master Yu came to look for Fu Linglong and briefly explain the matter to him. Fu Linglong naturally didn't think much of it that time. Bai Chuan Fu Su had always been very cautious in his actions. Since he had already planned it, there shouldn't be any problems. According to Bai Chuan Fu Su, they had received more accurate information. There was an immortal mansion left behind by an ancient saint in the heavenly Jade Lake, and there was the legacy left behind by the ancient saint. Therefore, this was the reason why they had gone there. Bai Chuan Fu Su was even willing to bring Fu Linglong along. However, Fu Linglong was afraid that he would be a burden to Bai Chuan, Fu Su, and the others, so he didn't agree to go with them. Fu Linglong's father was an ancient saint, so he wasn't interested in the legacy of an ancient saint. However, the significance of this was very different to Bai Chuan, Fu Su, and the others. They cared a lot. In the end, Bai Chuan, Fu Su, and young Master Yu went together. Not long after, news of the two's disappearance spread. Wind Cloud Academy heard the news and sent out many students and teachers to search for them. However, there was no result. The two of them seemed to have completely disappeared without a trace, but also seemed to have it was as if something had happened, and there was no news of them. As for the rest, Qin Xiao knew. That was the general situation. After hearing Fu Linglong's words, Qin Xiao frowned and fell into deep thought. Fu Linglong, don't you feel that something isn't right here? Qin Xiao asked with a frown. Fu Linglong looked at Qin Xiao and said, Brother Qin Xiao, I know what you're feeling and thinking at this moment. You feel that there might be someone behind this on purpose to harm Baichuan, Fu Su, and the others. Actually, that was what I thought at the beginning. Therefore, I haven't been idle all these years. I've been investigating in this direction. However, after investigating for so long, I really haven't found anything. Moreover, Baichuan Fu Su and I drank wine before he left. We talked about this situation. From their conversation, I didn't hear anything about anyone else going to the Heavenly Jade Lake with them. Therefore, this matter might really be an accident. Was it really just an accident? Qin Xiao was still unwilling to believe that it was really just an accident. He felt that there was something strange about this matter. How smart was Baichuan Fu Su? He was a cautious and steady person. How could he be so easily deceived? How could something happen so easily? If it was really dangerous, he shouldn't have brought Yu Gongzi with him. Even if he wanted to give it a try, he shouldn't have brought the two of them together. Fu Linglong, then why don't you think the Wind Cloud Academy has sent out so many students and teachers, but they haven't found any news? The teachers of the Wind Cloud Academy don't lack ancient saints. I believe that the Wind Cloud Academy must have sent out an ancient saint. They can't even find an ancient saint? With the means of an ancient saint, as long as they put their heart into it, it's impossible that they can't find any news. Even if they use time reversal, they should be able to find some information. Why can't the Wind Cloud Academy find any news? This, Fu Linglong thought for a moment before saying, Brother Qin Xiao, calm down first. Don't get agitated. I've thought about this problem before. Perhaps the Wind Cloud Academy has found some news, but they don't want to announce it to the public. That's why they said that there's no news for now. I also feel that if an ancient saint has taken action, it's impossible that they can't find anything. After all, with the means of an ancient saint, even if they use time reversal, they should be able to find some information. Perhaps the Wind Cloud Academy has their own considerations regarding this matter. These aren't important. What's important is, what should we do now? How are we going to find Brother Baichuan and the others? Qin Xiao nodded. Everything else wasn't important at the moment. Those were all for later. The most important thing now was to think about how to find Brother Baichuan and the others. If they were late, there would be less hope. What should they do now? Ah Dong, do you have any good ideas? Qin Xiao asked Saint Sage Ah Dong, who had been silent all this time. After all, he was an ancient saint. Perhaps he had a good idea. Ah Dong shook his head and said, I don't have any good ideas. We can't count on others. It's better to count on ourselves than to count on others. So if we want to find them, we'll just have to find them ourselves. Sometimes, using the stupidest method is the most effective. Hearing Adong's words, Qin Xiao nodded. That's true. What better way could there be? They could only use the stupidest method to find them. That was also the most effective method. Since that was the case, they would do that. Fu Linglong, do you know the approximate location of the place Brother Baichuan and the others went? Qin Xiao asked. Fu Linglong thought for a moment and nodded. Brother Baichuan mentioned it to me once. Although I don't know the exact location, I know the approximate location. Chapter 2385. The Heavenly Jade Lake was one of the 10 great secret realms in Huling. In terms of mysteriousness, the Heavenly Jade Lake was probably the most secretive. Ordinary fourth-step Heavenly Venerables wouldn't dare to enter such a dangerous place. Even if they wanted to enter, they would only walk around the periphery. Baichuan Fusu and Young Master Yu were only third-step Heavenly Venerables, but their strength was comparable to fourth-step Heavenly Venerables. However, entering the Heavenly Jade Lake with such strength was still full of danger. After searching for a few hundred years, Fu Linglong said, It's probably this area. I don't know the specifics. This area isn't small. It's quite dangerous. Furthermore, it's quite dangerous, so it won't be easy to find it. Qin Xiao carefully looked around. Just by looking like this, he couldn't tell what was going on. After thinking for a while, Qin Xiao said, I tried to send a soul message to Brother Baichuan and the others, but I didn't get a response. This means that they're either not in this area, or they're trapped in a place that is isolated from the outside world, or Qin Xiao didn't say the last possibility. In fact, he didn't want to think about it. Something had happened. Qin Xiao didn't want anything to happen to Brother Baichuan and the others, so he had to prepare for the worst. However, even if something really happened, it wasn't a big deal. There was still a possibility of resurrection. Resurrecting a heavenly venerables, at least according to what Qin Xiao knew, wasn't a problem. He just needed to pay a price. This time, Qin Xiao had also brought the Dong saint with him. Dong, if he used time reversal to find them, do you think it will work? Qin Xiao asked. Time reversal? Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Fu Linglong couldn't help but look at Dong saint in surprise. Wasn't time reversal a technique that only ancient saints could use? Could it be that this person was an ancient saint? Fu Linglong thought that Dong was Qin Xiao's follower. Qin Xiao was now a genius student of the Saint Academy. Moreover, he shone in the student tournament and won first place. His name was famous in the immortal realm. Naturally, he was a student that was heavily nurtured. Of course, it was normal for one to have an attendant following them when they went out. But Fu Linglong had not expected that the attendant of an ancient saint would be following Qin Xiao around. TSK, an ancient saint. This was too heaven-defying. The Saint Academy, indeed. Dong shook his head and said, if you can confirm the exact location where they appeared, then I can use time reversal to search for them. If we search blindly like this, it obviously won't work. With my strength, the time reversal, at most, the time reverse of the immortal realm. Besides, using time reversal consumes a lot of saint energy, so I don't dare to use it for a long time. With such a huge area, unless I'm given time to slowly search, it's not very practical to use time reversal to search in a short period of time. Only 1,000,000 miles at a time? Qin Xiao frowned. This was indeed not a large area. This area was too big. If they were to search like this, it would take at least a few million years for them to search the entire area. Qin Xiao was embarrassed to ask Dong to consume his saint power all the time. Although Dong was his follower, he couldn't do this. He had to narrow down the search area a little. How could he narrow down the search area a little? Qin Xiao was also thinking about this problem at this time. It was a headache. By the way, if Brother Baichuan and the others are trapped, they must be trapped in a place that is isolated from the outside world. That is, a place that even our divine sense can't penetrate. That kind of place shouldn't be a small place. So we only need to search for such a place and then use time reversal to search. Then the search area will be much smaller. And there shouldn't be many places that can completely isolate our divine sense. We might as well start from there. Qin Xiao suddenly had an idea and said. Dong nodded and said, well, this method is feasible for the time being. Theoretically speaking, if someone is in this area, young master, if you send a message to your friend, they should be able to respond. If they don't respond, then they should be trapped in a place that even our divine sense and soul power can't penetrate. Or it's possible that they are not in this area. For the time being, let's assume that they are in this area and then search according to this idea. If we still can't find them, then it means that they are not in this area. Qin Xiao thought for a while and said, Dong, in order to buy time, let's split up and search. Fu Linglong and I will go together, and you will go together. If we find them, we will contact each other and search together. In this way, it will be faster. Dong nodded. This was also feasible. It was better to be faster. After the plan was decided, they split up and began to act. Qin Xiao and Fu Linglong went together and searched in this area. Although Fu Linglong pointed to an area, this area was still relatively large. This search went on for 100 years, but there was still nothing on Qin Xiao's side. Qin Xiao's eyes suddenly fell on a mountain. He pointed to a secluded place and said to Fu Linglong, look over there. Is there a passage? Fu Linglong also looked carefully and said, it seems to be. It leads to the depths of the mountain. Maybe it's a cave or something. Is there anything special about it? Qin Xiao shook his head and said, no, it's not as simple as a cave. I just use my divine sense to explore carefully and found that this cave leads all the way to the depths of the mountain, and it's bottomless. Not only that, this passage is also winding and rugged. I don't know where it leads to. The entrance of this passage should be formed naturally. I don't feel that it has been excavated by anyone. It's so hidden in the mountains. It's difficult to find it unless you are close to it. At the entrance, there are many hidden things, many strange statues, and green light and water, which are faintly discernible. Those who are weaker won't be able to find it even if they are close to it. The space-time here is disordered. The water is blue and the sky is blue. Over there, it looks like a heavenly lake. The heavenly lake sucks, forming a small whirlpool, but it's actually a passage. Don't you think this situation looks very strange? I keep having the feeling that the place that tunnel leads to is not an ordinary place. After listening to Qin Zhao's words, Fu Linglong looked carefully again and nodded. Well, you're right. I feel that it's possible. Then, why don't we go down and check it out first? But this is the heavenly lake after all. It's full of danger. Although we're not in the most dangerous area of the heavenly lake now, we can't be careless. There are many places in the heavenly lake that can kill people invisibly. That's why I think we should call Holy Sage Adong back. With him around, we'll feel more at ease. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, Not for the time being. It's just our guess for now. It may not be true. Let's go down and check it out first. If we really encounter danger, it's not too late to retreat. Besides, as long as we don't force our way in, I believe we have the strength to protect ourselves. If there's a situation, I'll ask Adong to come over immediately. Since Qin Xiao said so, Fu Linglong naturally didn't say anything more. Therefore, the two of them entered the passage together. The passage was indeed a little strange. Entering the passage, it felt as if they had entered a time tunnel. The passage was really long, and they didn't know where it led. They only felt that it went all the way down into the depths of the earth. In the tunnel, the two of them actually walked for a few years before finally passing through a distorted space-time and entering a new world. This was an independent underground world. The water was blue and the sky was blue. In the void, there were many places where water flowed out, forming a strange waterfall. Many ponds, overlapping one another, appeared in front of the two in a trapezoidal shape. It expanded infinitely, and the scenery was amazing. Blue sky, blue water, waterfalls, heavenly ponds, colorful and enshrouded in divine brilliance. The space was also very strange. They only felt that there were countless spaces overlapping in front of their eyes. As soon as they came in, Qin Xiao found an important problem. The divine consciousness here is very suppressed. It's difficult to penetrate outside, Qin Xiao said. Fu Linglong nodded and also found this problem. He said, However, it seems that it's not completely isolated. Although it's difficult to penetrate outside, it's still possible to penetrate a little. But for those who are weaker, I'm afraid that they can completely suppress it. They shouldn't be here. If they are here, then you should have no problem communicating with them through soul transmission. Qin Xiao looked around. After a while, he nodded and said, Well, they shouldn't be here. I tried to communicate with them through soul transmission just now, but there was still no response. Moreover, I can't feel their aura. However, this place is very strange. We still have to check it out. Since they were here, they couldn't let it go. Besides, Qin Xiao might have something to do with this place. Therefore, the two of them started to investigate. Although this place was a little strange and the space was a little strange, there was not much danger. Therefore, the two of them didn't encounter much resistance when they walked in it. Soon, the two of them found something. Qin Xiao, look over there. There's an immortal palace. Fu Linglong was suddenly surprised. He pointed to the front and said to Qin Xiao, Amidst the multicolored light, in the heavenly lake, under the clear water and the blue sky, an immortal palace appeared in front of Qin Xiao and Qin Xiao. However, this immortal palace was damaged and looked very old. It had lost a lot of its immortal qi. The two of them soon arrived at the immortal palace. The gate of the immortal palace was broken. There were traces of destruction everywhere. It was a little unrecognizable. It's estimated that more than one group of people have come here. The Immortal Palace has been damaged to this extent. There are traces of fighting everywhere. It's a piece of broken fences and broken walls. This Immortal Palace should be very old. In the endless years, many people have come here. The dangers along the way have been destroyed, so we can easily walk into the Immortal Palace. The Immortal Palace has been damaged to this extent. There shouldn't be any danger. Seeing this, Qin Shao shook his head in disappointment. Fu Linglong also said, "Yes, there's no danger at all. All the dangers have been destroyed by the people who came here before. In that case, the possibility of the Baichuan brothers coming here is not high. If they really came here, there shouldn't be any danger." Chapter 2386. Qin Shao and Fu Linglong checked for a while, but they did not find anything. This place was a wasteland, and no one knew how long it had been since someone came in. Perhaps it was an immortal palace before, but it had long been patronized, and the inheritance had long been obtained. This place had been destroyed beyond recognition, and no one knew how many groups of people had entered this place. Moreover, there was a big battle here, and this place was in ruins. "Brother Qin Shao, I don't think there is anything here. Let's go somewhere else to look. We have checked several times with our divine senses, but we didn't find anything. This place is only so big," Fu Linglong said. Qin Shao said, "No hurry, let's look again. No matter what, let's look all of this place first. This place is not big, and it won't take much time to look. Some situations may not be detected by divine senses, and we can't let go of any small details." Qin Shao insisted on looking, and Fu Linglong naturally did not say anything, so he could only accompany him. The two continued to search, and after a while, they found a stone wall. There were many strange ancient characters and runes on the stone wall, which they could not understand. However, this stone wall was also damaged, and there were a few obvious cracks on it. Tom had also written the vicissitudes of life on it. Qin Shao stopped in front of the stone wall, and felt that this stone wall was not simple. The ancient runes on it might record some important information. However, he could not read it, feel it, or understand it. After looking for a long time, he did not understand its meaning. At this time, Qin Shao was not in the mood to slowly comprehend it here, and after looking for a while, he came out and gave up. "It looks so profound. Maybe it records some information about the owner of this immortal palace, but we can't understand it. There are many traces of fighting here, but it has been left for a long time, and we can't see anything." Fu Linglong looked and shook his head. Both of them could not see anything, so they could only continue to look. After looking through the entire immortal palace, they did not find anything, and they did not see any obvious traces of fighting. So, looking at this, they could not be sure whether Baichuan and young master Yu had been here or not. Here, however, even if they had been here, they should have left soon, and if something happened, they should not be here. If they really encountered danger here, there should be traces of a fight. However, Qin Shao carefully checked the place and didn't see any traces of a fight. Less than 10,000 years had passed, and if there was really a fierce fight, there would be some traces of fighting, and it would be easy to judge. "Isn't that right, Qin Shao? I didn't find anything." Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. Since he didn't find anything, he probably hadn't been here before. Since that's the case, I'll look elsewhere. There was no news from Dong's side for the time being, and they had almost searched the entire area, but there was still no progress. Could it be that they were not in this area? If he left this area and went deeper, he would be in a more dangerous place in the Heavenly Jade Lake. That place was filled with endless, unknown dangers. Even a fourth-step Empyrean would find it difficult to survive in that place. If they really entered a dangerous area, it would be dangerous, and this was the situation that Qin Shao did not want to see. But it was not something that he wanted to see, and it had already happened. Let's go to other places to look," Qin Shao said, and the two of them prepared to leave. But after walking for a while, Qin Shao was suddenly startled and stopped. Seeing Qin Shao suddenly stop, Fu Linglong asked with a puzzled face, "What's wrong, Qin Shao?" Qin Shao did not answer, but walked to a place where there was a very beautiful seven-colored stone, and on that seven-colored stone, there was a word carved. That word was "You, young master Yuzu." Just now, Qin Shao inadvertently found a small U carved on that stone. Seeing this U word, Qin Shao immediately thought of young Master Yu. So Qin Shao could not help but be startled, and immediately walked to the front of the stone, wanting to see it more clearly. It was indeed a U word, and what surprised Qin Shao even more was, Fu Linglong, look, this U word was carved here about 10,000 years ago, and the time is exactly the same. It's a U word, young Master Yu's U word. I have seen young Master Yu's words and carefully compared them, and it is indeed young Master Yu's words. And I'm afraid that only young Master Yu would do such a boring thing. Wherever he goes, when he is bored, he will carve a U word as a souvenir to show that he has been there. I have seen young Master Yu carve this U word in some places before, and this word is carved on this small stone, and it is very inconspicuous. Just now, we carefully checked this place, but we did not find that word. Just now, my eyes inadvertently glanced at this word, and then I noticed it. Otherwise, I would have missed it. Brother Bai Chuan and the others must have been here before. It is really young Master Yu's words. He has this habit, and I have also seen him carve the U word. Fu Linglong's face was also full of joy, and finally found something. It was really not easy. After searching for so long, they finally found something. Although this clue was relatively small, at least it confirmed one thing, that young Master Yu and the others had been here before. As long as there was a clue, a breakthrough, then it would be much easier to handle. In the worst case, even if they used a stupid method, they could still find the two's route, and even if they followed their route, they could still find them. Of course, this was the stupidest method, but if there was no better way, then they could only use this stupidest method. Fu Linglong immediately said, but Brother Qin Shao, this can only prove that Brother Bai Chuan and the others have indeed been here, but we did not find any other situation here, and there are no traces of fighting. In this ancient, abandoned immortal palace, there shouldn't be any immortal fate, inheritance, or the like, and it is only so big. Perhaps they did not obtain any fortuitous encounter and left this place. Qin Shao nodded. This was also a possibility. But no matter what the possibility was, they had to check it out. They did not have a good way to find it, but Dong did. Therefore, Qin Shao immediately informed Dong to come over, and now they could not blindly look for it. If there was no better way, then they could only use the stupidest method first. Dong soon found this place, and Qin Shao said, Dong, please use time backtrack to check this place. We have confirmed that they have been here about 10,000 years ago. Dong nodded, motioning Qin Shao and Fu Linglong to step back, and then he took action. The moment he made his move, Qin Shao and Fu Linglong immediately felt as if everything around them had changed. The entire space around them had changed. Countless overlapping spaces appeared in front of their eyes, and time backtrack. The past time and space appeared in front of their eyes, flashing rapidly before their eyes. This was time backtrack, returning to a time in the past. Such a method made Fu Linglong gasp in amazement. Although it was not the first time he saw it, he still felt that it was very magical and shocking every time he saw it. Qin Shao was very calm, not to mention that he had seen time backtrack many times. He could also easily do it in the Hongmeng universe. It was just that he could not do it in the immortal realm, but he was not unfamiliar with time backtrack, so naturally he was not surprised. Time flashed rapidly, and soon they returned to 10,000 years ago. Qin Zhao's expression changed, and he finally saw Bai Chuan, Fusu, and young Master Yu's figures. That stone wall. Someone has been hiding in the dark, and when Big Brother Bai Chuan and young Master Yu were concentrating on studying the stone wall, he suddenly attacked them. What's going on? A ball of light spurted out from the stone wall and directly sucked the three of them in. Dong found Bai Chuan, Fusu, and young Master Yu in the time backtrack and reconstructed the situation that happened. So Qin Shao finally knew what was going on. After doing all this, Dong put away the time backtrack. Everything returned to its original state, and peace was restored. Qin Zhao's brows furrowed deeply. After Fu Linglong saw it, he was unusually angry and said with gritted teeth, Despicable, despicable, That black-clothed attacker has obviously been lying in ambush, waiting for the Baichuan brothers to come to him, and then ambush them to ensure that they are able to kill them. They were able to kill the Baichuan brothers. This is premeditated. There must be someone behind this. Qin Shao also believed that there must be a conspiracy behind this, and it was definitely not a simple matter. This was murder. How much hatred did they have for them to be so insistent on killing them? However, Qin Shao did not delve into these questions for the time being. The most important thing now was to quickly find Baichuan and the others. Qin Shao and the other two quickly came in front of the stone wall. Qin Shao had stopped here for a while to study the stone wall, but he did not find anything. He only felt that this stone wall was not simple, and it should be some information left behind by the owner of this immortal palace. However, he could not understand the runes on it, and did not know what was written. In the time backtrack, he could see that the stone wall suddenly spurted out light, and directly sucked the three of them into the stone wall. The black-clothed man who ambushed Baichuan and Fu Su must be extremely powerful, and was probably in existence close to the half-saint realm. The three of them were very strong, but in the face of the power of the stone wall, they could not resist at all, and were all sucked in. This meant that this stone wall was not simple, and was very dangerous. What other secrets were hidden on this stone wall? Qin Shao studied it for a while, but still did not find anything. Fu Linglong also touched the stone wall here and there, but he also did not understand the situation. How could this stone wall be stimulated and open the door to the passage? It would definitely not be an easy task to enter this stone wall. Still unable to think of a reason, Qin Shao frowned deeply, and for the first time felt helpless, and this feeling was really not good. Almost 10,000 years had passed, and he did not know how Baichuan and young master Yu were doing. Chapter 2387. Qin Shao looked at the stone wall carefully again, but he still could not figure it out. He didn't know how to activate the stone wall and enter it. Thinking about it, it was definitely not an easy task to activate this stone wall and enter it. Dong, can you understand the meaning of the runes on the stone wall? Qin Shao asked. Dong said, I can roughly understand some of the meaning, but I can't understand it completely. These ancient runes have existed for a long time, and even in the same period, different people have different expressions, so the meaning may be a little different. From what I understand, the meaning of the runes should be that whoever can understand the meaning of the stone wall can enter it and get the real legacy he left behind. The owner of the immortal palace should be at least a second-step ancient sage. Therefore, the inheritance that was left behind can be considered a great opportunity. But the fated person he was looking for should be in the celestial master realm. Moreover, the stone wall has been damaged to such a degree, so I don't know if anyone has entered the stone wall over the years. I can't understand the specific meaning of the stone wall, so I can't find a way to enter it directly. If I try to force it, I may destroy the stone wall. If the situation is bad, the space behind the stone wall may collapse directly. Once that happens, the consequences will be unimaginable. After hearing Dong's words, Qin Shao could not help but frown deeply. The situation did not sound good. Even Dong could not understand it, and it was impossible to force it because it was too dangerous. What should he do? Qin Shao, maybe Brother Baichuan and Brother Baichuan have their own opportunities? Fu Linglong comforted. Qin Shao naturally hoped that this was the case. She hoped that big brother Baichuan and young master Yu would have a great fortune that belonged to them. Since they could open the stone wall and be sucked in, it meant that they should have understood the meaning of the stone wall and been recognized by it. In other words, they triggered the stone wall and were sucked in by it. From this point of view, it seemed that the probability of obtaining an opportunity was relatively high. But at the end of the day, that black-robed man had followed them in as well. Even if there were opportunities within, that black-robed man still wanted to kill big brother Baichuan and the others. In terms of strength, Baichuan Fusu and young master, you were not a match for the black-clothed man. If they fought, what chance did they have of winning? Therefore, Qin Shao was somewhat worried. However, it was useless to worry. Almost 10,000 years had passed. If something had happened, there would have been an outcome long ago. It wouldn't have been delayed until now. The only thing he could think of now was to pray that Big Brother Baichuan and the others were blessed by the heavens and were fine. For now, the most important thing was to find a way to enter the stone wall and find Big Brother Baichuan and the others. But how was he supposed to trigger the stone wall? Even Ah Dong couldn't figure out. Fu Linglong couldn't figure it out either. In fact, Qin Shao couldn't figure it out either. He was totally confused, but there was no other way. In order to save them, he could only bite the bullet and do it directly. Qin Shao continued to try to understand the stone wall. Even though it was like reading a book, he could only look at it first. The runes shouldn't be the key point. Words can express meaning, but words are just a form of expression. So even if you don't know the words, as long as you try to understand it, you can still understand the meaning it is trying to express. There are tens of thousands of words, and the forms of expression are all different. But the meaning is the same. As long as you understand the meaning, you can understand what it is trying to express. Thoughts are all the same. Regardless of whether it is the human race or the foreign races, regardless of whether it is the ancient era or the current era, they're all connected. It's just that the message expressed by the stone wall is indeed a little complicated. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Qin Shao calmed his heart down and immersed himself in trying to understand the stone wall. Fu Linglong was also greatly influenced and also immersed himself in it. Even if he didn't gain anything, at least he had tried hard. Adong also frowned slightly and thought about it. He also wanted to help Qin Shao find a breakthrough. Time passed quickly and silently like water at one's fingertips. 100 years, 1,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Fu Linglong's brows were deeply furrowed, and his face was bitter. Looking at him, it was clear that he did not gain anything. This was the legacy left behind by the predecessors. This hurdle was naturally extremely difficult. Basically, from ancient times till now, there were very, very few people who were able to comprehend it completely. Therefore, it was normal that Fu Linglong didn't gain anything. Not to mention Fu Linglong, even Ah Dong didn't make any progress. He was also troubled. The only thing he could do now was to try to break open the stone wall and open up a passage. Of course, Ah Dong was only a one-step ancient saint after all, so his strength wasn't very strong. Therefore, he didn't have the slightest confidence that he could completely open the passage. If he didn't do it well, it would be troublesome. Then, the space behind the stone wall might collapse and be destroyed. Therefore, Ah Dong didn't dare to try rashly. Sword, Qin Shao suddenly had a thought. A ray of light flashed through his mind. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Qin Shao immediately grasped something important. Yes, sword. Qin Shao spent 3,000 years trying to comprehend the words on the stone wall and finally comprehended something, which was the word sword. There was sword essence in those words, so Qin Shao felt that the sword should be the key to breaking the stone wall. Swords had sword Dao and sword intent. The sword was the king of all weapons. The sword was also the weapon of a gentleman. The sword was also the weapon that was used the most by people since ancient times. There was no other weapon that could compare to it. The owner of this immortal palace is a master of sword principle. Is he also fond of swords? Based on my current understanding, the sword is the breakthrough point. Though Qin Shao had comprehended something, he was still some distance away from completely unlocking the stone wall. Qin Shao thought of Baichuan Fusu's situation. Big Brother Baichuan is a master of sword principle to begin with. He's very talented in the path of the sword. His greatest strength was his sword. He became a god with it, and then a celestial sovereign with it. His attainments in the way of the sword can be said to be profound. And he's always been on the path of the sword. Therefore, what I've comprehended should be in the right direction. It's much easier now that I have a direction. Next, I'll have to follow this direction and continue to comprehend. I'll have to open the path and open it up. With a direction, he had a goal, a guide, and a way forward. In this way, it would become much easier for Qin Shao to comprehend it again. Big Brother Baichuan, in front of the stone wall. Qin Shao recalled Baichuan Fuse's actions in front of the stone wall. He wanted to see how he'd triggered the stone wall. Big Brother Baichuan was mumbling to himself. He must have comprehended something. His eyes wandered over the words on the stone wall. Was it because the black-robed man suddenly attacked at the last moment? Combined with his strength and Big Brother Baichuan's comprehension, the stone wall was instantly triggered. Chapter 2388. Could it be that this stone wall needs energy to be activated? If it needs energy to be activated, then I have to give it a try. Thinking of this, Qin Shao suddenly made his move. As he displayed his comprehension, he slapped the stone wall with his palm, using his strength to activate the stone wall. Seeing Qin Zhao's sudden action, Fu Linglong was shocked. He did not know what Qin Shao was going to do. Qin Zhao's palm landed firmly on the stone wall. However, the result was not as Qin Shao expected. After the stone wall emitted some light, it quickly returned to normal. Not only did it return to normal, but there was also a shallow mark on the stone wall. What's going on? Qin Shao frowned. The situation was obviously not as good as he expected. Moreover, the situation was a little bad. His action not only did not have any effect, but it also damaged the stone wall. This gave Qin Shao a slight fright. If the stone wall was damaged, it was very likely that the space within the stone wall would collapse. Once the space within the stone wall collapsed, everything inside would be destroyed. Baichuan Fusu and young master, you would most likely die inside. Therefore, how could Qin Shao not be worried about such a thing? As such, he did not dare to try again. However, if this path was wrong, how could he activate the stone wall? What a headache. This was a very troublesome problem. His original train of thought was completely disrupted. Was this train of thought wrong? Was it wrong? Qin Shao shook his head. He did not know. However, he felt that it should not be wrong. How could it be? It should not be wrong. However, how could such a situation occur? If this line of thought didn't work, then how could he trigger the stone wall? Had his 3,000 years of hard work been in vain? No. It should not be like this. It should not be. He must have overlooked something. It must be. He must think about it carefully and see what went wrong. Fu Linglong wanted to say something, but stopped. He could only shake his head. What went wrong? This failure made Qin Shao suddenly feel a sense of powerlessness. The direction he thought was right seemed to be wrong. Or rather, his understanding of this direction was not deep enough, so he did not gain the slightest bit of benefit. After a careful analysis, Qin Shao still could not find a breakthrough. It was as if he was trapped in a maze and could not find his way out. Qin Shao rarely encountered such a feeling of failure. Usually, when he encountered difficulties and setbacks, he would quickly make a breakthrough and turn the situation around. However, it was different this time. Facing this difficulty, Qin Shao could not find a way out. After all, I can't solve every problem. Perhaps I was too worried about Big Brother Baichuan and the others, so my heart couldn't completely calm down from the beginning. I couldn't wholeheartedly immerse myself in it, so I was careless. In the face of such a difficult situation, I'm afraid that even the slightest bit of carelessness could lead to the wrong path. It took me 3,000 years of meditation to find this direction. Now it has been proven wrong, or it is not complete. It is far from enough. Now it's too difficult to overturn all these and find a new direction. I have thought about it repeatedly for so long. I have analyzed it for so long, but I still feel that there are layers of fog, which makes me unable to see clearly. It was difficult. This time, Qin Shao, had really encountered a difficult problem. Even he had a headache and was unable to solve it. Although Qin Shao had never compromised in any difficulties, he did feel a little helpless this time. What should he do? Qin Shao looked at Dong for help. This time, before Qin Shao could speak, Dong said first, "Don't look at me. I haven't figured it out either. My idea was similar to yours, but it was not smooth on your side. Therefore, there may be some problems with our way of thinking." Even Dong said so. It seemed that this matter was really troublesome. It was not a good idea to drag on like this. If there was not a clear way, they could not be so blind. But what else could they do? It was a headache. Brother Qin Shao, I think we should make a Hail Mary effort. If there is no other way, we could try to break the stone wall by force. Although it is very likely that the space in the stone wall will collapse and be destroyed if we break the stone wall, it is not absolute. But I think it is not absolute. It is still possible to open the space in the stone wall. Even if it is not very likely, We should think so. The owner of the immortal palace left behind the inheritance. I think you should have made thorough preparations, right? Maybe if you break the stone wall by force before it is opened, the space in the stone wall will collapse. But if someone triggers the stone wall, enters the stone wall, and then tries to break it by force, it may be a force. It will protect Brother Baichuan and the others and let them escape directly. I was thinking about this problem just now and analyzing how likely it is. According to some of the situations I know in the historical records, there are indeed many sages who did this. So, I think it is not impossible to break the stone wall by force. Fu Linglong expressed his thoughts. He had been thinking about this matter just now. After hearing Fu Linglong's analysis, Qin Shao also thought carefully and analyzed what he said. In fact, he had also thought about this. There was indeed such a possibility, but there was also the possibility that the space would collapse. Therefore, it was very risky to do so. It was more than half the risk. It was precisely because of this great risk that Qin Shao did not want to take this path from the beginning. He still wanted to trigger the stone wall, open the door of the passage, enter the stone wall, and save people inside. However, he still did not succeed after 3,000 years of hard work. The most important thing was that his path had been overturned, and now he did not have a good way of thinking. If he continued to meditate like this, he felt like he was crossing the river by feeling the stones. No one knew what would happen in the future. Therefore, Qin Shao had to start thinking about whether to take another path. He had thought about the method proposed by Fu Linglong, and it was also the method he had thought about the most. This path was indeed somewhat feasible. Moreover, if one really wanted to talk about it, the possibility was indeed not small. However, this matter was too important after all, and Qin Shao was a little hesitant for a while. This was related to the life and death of Brother Baichuan and the others. How to be careless? As long as there was a better way, no matter how difficult it was, no matter how high the price he had to pay, Qin Shao would definitely give it a try. The crux of the problem was that he had no better way at all, so he was very conflicted. What should he do? After thinking for a while, Qin Shao gritted his teeth and looked at Dong, saying, "What do you think?" Dong thought for a while, and then said seriously, "If you really want me to say something, I actually agree with him. Since there is no better way now, we can only make a Hail Mary effort. It is not a good idea to drag on like this, and it may not be beneficial. There will be some inheritances left by the ancestors. What he said will happen. Even if the stone wall is destroyed, there will be a force that will send the people inside out. Of course, the possibility of direct collapse and destruction is indeed higher. In my estimation, this possibility is at least 70%. That is to say, if we break the stone wall by force, there is about a 30% chance that we can save them. A 30% chance is actually not a small one. In fact, it's quite a high probability. If there's a better and more appropriate way, that would naturally be for the best. If there isn't, then I think it's better to take action as soon as possible, lest something unexpected happens. More than 10,000 years have passed. If we drag on, we may miss the opportunity. At the very least, even if the worst-case scenario happens, at least there is still a chance of resurrection. There is still a chance of resurrection in the celestial venerable realm, unlike in the sage realm, which is very difficult to resurrect. After hearing Dong's words, Qin Shao felt somewhat relieved. In this case, it was indeed true. A 30% chance was indeed not small. In fact, Qin Shao had already prepared for the worst in his heart. Even if something really happened, at least there was still a possibility of resurrection. If that's the case, then so be it. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He said to Dong, "Well, Dong, I'll have to trouble you to do it." Dong nodded and motioned for the two to step back and put some distance between them. Qin Shao and Fu Linglong stepped aside. Fu Linglong comforted Qin Shao. "Brother Qin Shao, don't worry too much. I believe that Brother Baichuan and the others will be fine. They will be fine, definitely. We have to believe in ourselves, but we also have to believe in them. There are also people with good luck." Qin Shao nodded and smiled at Fu Linglong. "Yes, I have always believed in them. They will be fine, definitely." Dong was also ready to take action. Qin Shao and Fu Linglong stared at Ah Dong, and their hearts couldn't help but tighten. Although they both believed that Bai Chuan and Fu Su would be fine, it was impossible to say that they were not nervous at all. Although they prayed in their hearts, sometimes the truth was cruel. Qin Shao stared at Ah Dong and the stone wall. In a trance, Qin Shao suddenly felt his heart skip an inexplicable beat. This beat seemed to be a sign, which made Qin Xiao's heart skip a beat. Seeing that Ah Dong was about to take action, Qin Shao suddenly shouted, "Ah Dong, wait!" Hearing Qin Xiao shout, Ah Dong suddenly stopped and looked at Qin Shao confusedly. Qin Xiao's eyes widened slightly as he stared fixedly at the stone wall. It was as if he had seen something, or as if he had suddenly comprehended something. Qin Xiao didn't know why he suddenly wanted to stop Ah Dong, but he had an inexplicable feeling that he had to stop Ah Dong. He had to do this. Therefore, he called for Ah Dong to stop. But at this moment, the stone wall suddenly changed a little. A ray of light suddenly emitted from the stone wall, making the words on the stone wall seem to come to life, blooming with light. Suddenly, there seemed to be a vortex on the stone wall, and the void opened, opening up a passage. "It's open." Seeing this, Qin Shao and the other two were delighted, knowing that the space of the stone wall was finally opened. It seemed that there was a good situation. Chapter 2389. What made Qin Shao even more surprised was that these two figures were none other than Baichuan Fusu and young Master Yu. Great! The two of them walked out of the stone wall safely. This was really a pleasant surprise. Qin Shao, Fu Linglong, why are you guys here? Baichuan Fusu and young Master Yu, who had just walked out, were naturally surprised to see Qin Shao and Fu Linglong. They looked at the two of them in surprise. Fu Linglong smiled and said, "Is there even need to ask? Of course, we're here to save you guys. But it seems like you guys don't need our help. The situation is much better than we thought." Young Master Yu curled his lips and said to Fu Linglong, "Aren't my big brother and I doing very well? Why do we need your help? Besides, Fu Linglong, with that bit of strength of yours, it's not enough to save us." Cough. Fu Linglong's face was full of awkwardness. "Life is hard. Don't expose me. No matter what, I'm a fourth-step heavenly venerable, right? Although I'm not strong, I'm not that weak, right?" He said it as if I'm useless. But Fu Linglong obviously knew young Master Yu's personality. He was carefree and liked to joke. This sentence was obviously a joke. Baichuan Fusu thought for a moment and roughly understood what was going on. His heart instantly felt warm. He nodded at Qin Shao and Fu Linglong and said, "Thank you, brothers. It's good to have you guys worry." "Haha." Fu Linglong waved his hand and said, "Haha, I'm not worried about anything. I believe that you guys won't get into trouble easily. But Brother Qin Shao is worried to death. I've never seen him so anxious before." "Not really. Fu Linglong has been putting an effort to find your whereabouts. His contribution is not small," Qin Shao said. Baichuan Fusu nodded heavily and said, "Good brother, I won't say any more polite words. Baichuan Fusu, will remember it. I won't be so polite to you guys. By the way, Qin Shao, didn't you go to Sin Academy? I've heard that you've passed the selection and become a student of Sacred Academy. I'm really happy for you and proud of you. I also feel that this is an honor that you deserve. How did you know about us when you were in Sacred Academy? Did Fu Linglong inform you? That's not right. He shouldn't be able to contact you." Qin Shao shook his head and briefly explained the situation. Baichuan Fusu naturally knew that Qin Shao was the city lord of Liberty City. It turned out that he had coincidentally returned and encountered this matter. Then, when they found out that Qin Shao actually obtained first place in the Academy of Holy Lights student competition, shocking the ages, shining with boundless radiance, his name shaking the immortal realm, they were all very happy and proud for Qin Shao. "Good job, Qin Shao. You're really good. I knew that you would definitely be able to shine in Sacred Academy. This is the path that you should take. I'm very happy for you." Baichuan Fusu laughed heartily. This was indeed great news. It made him even happier than his own gains. Young Master Yu patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said, "Not bad, Qin Shao. You're getting better and better. Ha! If you continue like this, big brother and I won't be able to catch up to you." Thinking back to those years, I still played with you. The first time I saw you, you were very weak. In my eyes, you were just a little ant. Sigh, time is a butcher's knife. It doesn't spare people at all. I watched with my own eyes as you grew, stronger step by step. Now, you've already reached a height that Big Brother and I have to look up to. This distance, I think it will continue to widen. No. Looks like Big Brother and I have to work harder. Even if we can't catch up to you, we can't let you leave us too far behind, right? Therefore, Qin Xiao, don't wait for us. You have to run as fast as you can. Otherwise, we'll definitely catch up to you. Qin Xiao shook his head and said with a serious face, no one is chasing after anyone. At most, my luck is just a little better than yours. We brothers have to work hard for each other and improve together. We have to walk towards the peak together. We have to face difficulties together and step onto the ancient path. We have to achieve our own glory and build a home that belongs to our primordial universe. You can't let go of this responsibility. I've always treated you as a part of the primordial universe. We're a family, a part of the primordial universe. Yes, they didn't have a home for a long time. The primordial universe was their home. They were a part of the primordial universe. They were the first batch of people to walk out of the primordial universe. No, more accurately, they were the second batch. The first batch should be the Lord of Death. However, 7 epochs had passed, and there was still no news from the Lord of Death. He didn't even reply to the primordial universe. Therefore, everyone had almost forgotten about the Lord of Death. This respected and worshipped pioneer, the first person to leave the primordial universe. However, he didn't bring any light to the primordial universe. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, young master Yu instantly became serious and didn't joke around anymore. Baichuan Fu Su nodded heavily. Yes, we're all from the primordial universe. The primordial universe is our home. Therefore, this is our responsibility. We have to work hard and become stronger together. Only when we're strong will we have enough strength to protect our home and our people. We won't be bullied by outsiders. We are leaders, pioneers, and protectors. The desire to become stronger, the belief, the power. Many of these came from responsibility in the heart of an expert. I feel that we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. If you want to catch up, let's do it on the way. Fu Linglong suddenly said. Qin Xiao and Baichuan Fu Su nodded at the same time. Yes, they should leave this place first. Indeed, they shouldn't stay here for long. The group of 5 quickly left the Immortal Palace and returned to the Heavenly Jade Lake. All right, Qin Xiao, how did you guys find that place? That place should be very secluded. We also obtained a map and spent a lot of time and effort before we finally found that place. You guys actually managed to find that place in such a short time. You found it in such a short time? Baichuan Fu Su suddenly asked curiously. That was the Immortal Palace left behind by a sage. How could it be so easy to find the place of inheritance? It was indeed hidden well. If they didn't have a map, it would be extremely difficult to find it. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. Consider it a coincidence. Didn't you discuss this with Fu Linglong before? That's why Fu Linglong knows the general area. Even though the area is huge, we used a method of elimination to find you guys. In the end, I accidentally found the entrance over there and went in to check it out. That's how I found you guys by chance. This time they were really lucky. Baichuan Fu Su was also convinced. Indeed, Qin Zhao's luck had always been heaven-defying. To be able to find it by chance like this, one had to admit that his luck was great. As for how they found the stone wall and confirmed that they were inside, Baichuan Fu Su already knew. Qin Xiao had told him before. Baichuan Fu Su knew that the existence following Qin Xiao was an ancient saint. Chapter 2390. Qin Xiao also asked Baichuan and Fu Su about what happened after they entered the stone wall. In the river of time, he could only see the moment when the black-clothed man launched his sneak attack. Then, the 3 of them were sucked in by the power of the stone wall. What happened after that was naturally unknown. However, when she saw Baichuan supporting Su Yu and young Master Yu walking out unscathed, but the black-robed man did not come out with them, Qin Xiao could roughly guess what had happened. The situation was indeed as he thought. After the 3 of them were sucked into the stone wall, It was indeed the place of inheritance left behind by the sage. The black-clothed man did not let go even after he entered, and still wanted to kill Baichuan, Fu Su, and Fu Su. The moment he attacked, he was directly killed by the power left behind in the stone wall. A surge of power directly destroyed the black-clothed man's body and soul, and he died tragically on the spot. But the power of the stone wall was not hostile towards Baichuan, Fu Su, and Fu Su, and did not harm them. Just like that, they were saved. Then, the two of them were fortunate enough to obtain the inheritance left behind by the sage. Baichuan Fu Su did not elaborate on the other matters. Of course, Qin Shao and Fu Linglong would not be so tactful as to ask about such private matters. Generally speaking, one would not tell others about the inheritance. This was something that Qin Shao understood very well. He could empathize with them. Big brother Baichuan and young master, you obtained the inheritance of a sage, and Qin Shao was naturally very happy for them. If they were given time, Qin Shao believed that they would definitely grow up and stand at a certain height. For the Hongming universe to produce such outstanding geniuses, Qin Shao was naturally very happy. He also hoped that everyone could be outstanding, have their own destinies, and become strong. No matter how outstanding or how talented he was still only one person. No matter how capable he was, it would be very difficult for him to support a universe and a power. So, Qin Shao also hoped that Big Brother Baichuan, Big Brother Heavenly Court, Big Brother Desolate Land, and the others would all grow. The more people there were, the more strength there was. With more people, they could establish a power that belonged to the primordial universe in the future, giving the people of the primordial universe a place to stay in the immortal realms. They would have a protective umbrella. This was their responsibility and their mission. By the way, Big Brother Baichuan, what's up with that black-clothed man? This time, I don't think it's that simple. There should be a big conspiracy. You should be more aware of who you have offended in the Wind Cloud Academy. It's obvious that someone wants me to kill all of you. With such a deep hatred, I'm sure you're aware of the people who are plotting to kill you. Tell me about it. I want to get to the bottom of it, Qin Shao suddenly said with a serious face. Speaking of this matter, young master, you was clearly angered. This is definitely not normal. I think, however, just as young master you was about to speak, he was stopped by Baichuan Fu Su. Second brother, it's just some conjecture. Don't say it. As he said that, Baichuan Fu Su said to Qin Shao, although I feel that it's not normal, as if there's a big conspiracy. Actually, it might not be the case. I've seriously thought about this matter. After thinking about it, I don't think there's anything wrong. No matter what, we are key students of the Wind Cloud Academy. In Hu Ling's eyes, we are people with some status. Furthermore, we've always been active in the Wind Cloud Academy and Wind Cloud City. We've rarely left. Naturally, we haven't offended anyone. So, there shouldn't be anyone who has such a deep hatred for us that they want to kill us. That black-clothed assassin, I think it's just a coincidence. Perhaps it's because we opened the stone wall that they wanted to kill us and steal our opportunity. This matter has already passed. We've also come out safe and sound. Let's not think about it anymore. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. Since we're brothers, let's talk about happy things. By the way, Qin Shao, tell us something new about you. We've always been fascinated by the Sacred Academy. We also want to know what the Sacred Academy is like. Also, we want to know the details of the great student competition. I think it must be very, very exciting, right? Yugong curled his lips, although he looked a little unhappy. Although he was a little unhappy, since his big brother had spoken, he would naturally listen. Yugong also laughed and said, of course it's exciting. After all, it's the Sacred Academy, an academy jointly established by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It can be said to be the #1 academy in the immortal domain. In such a big Hu Ling, there are only a few top geniuses who manage to enter the Sacred Academy. But those geniuses in the Hu Ling, none of them can compare to our brother Qin Shao. We'll definitely sweep them all. Ha, big brother, we have to work hard to become the #1 or 2 geniuses in the Wind Cloud Academy. Although the Wind Cloud Academy can't be compared to the Sacred Academy, if we take the #1 spot, it's still the #1 spot. This way, will also have the qualifications to boast a Qin Shao. You're the number one in the Sacred Academy. We're the number one in the Wind Cloud Academy. If everyone's number one, then wouldn't they feel much better? Qin Shao wasn't a fool. How could he not know that behind this matter, it was definitely not simple? There must be a big conspiracy. There must be someone behind this. Qin Shao was 100% sure of this. Moreover, Qin Shao was also sure that Bai Chuan and Yu Gong both had suspects. This kind of suspect was actually very easy to find. The person who wanted to kill them must have a very deep hatred. This kind of person, with just a thought, he knew who it could be. But Big Brother Bai Chuan simply refused to say. Qin Shao knew what Big Brother Bai Chuan was thinking. He just didn't want to implicate Qin Shao. Qin Shao also guessed that the person behind this must be a disciple of a big family. Otherwise, Bai Chuan wouldn't be so afraid. So what if it was a disciple of a big family? Qin Shao didn't care about this. As long as it was someone who dared to provoke him, not to mention a disciple of a big family. Even if it was a disciple of the 100 schools of thought, Qin Shao wouldn't be afraid. As long as they dared to cross his bottom line, he would definitely attack with all his might, regardless of anything. No one should even think of crossing his bottom line. This was where his reverse scale was. The reverse scale of a dragon. Those who touched it would die. Qin Shao wanted to fight, but Bai Chuan refused to say anything. He refused to tell Qin Shao. Without knowing the situation, no matter how angry Qin Shao was, there was no way he could vent it. Qin Shao knew Bai Chuan's character. Since he decided not to say anything, no matter how he asked, he definitely wouldn't say anything. Yu Gong was very obedient to Bai Chuan's words. Therefore, Yu Gong definitely wouldn't say anything. He wouldn't reveal a single word to Qin Shao. Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head. He wanted to ask about the situation, but it seemed that it wasn't possible. As such, he could only give up for now. Qin Shao tossed this question aside for the time being. He would think about it in the future. Then, they started to talk about other topics. They didn't rush back, so the journey was very leisurely. They drank wine, chatted, and slowly returned to the Wind Cloud Academy. Soon, the group returned to the Wind Cloud City. They were very low-key, so when they returned to the Wind Cloud City, no one noticed anything. Fu Linglong arranged a place for Qin Shao and the rest to rest. Bai Chuan and Yu Gong weren't in a hurry to return to the Wind Cloud Academy, so they followed Qin Shao, wanting to spend more time together. If they parted again, who knew when the next time they would meet again would be? Therefore, such a gathering was a rare opportunity. There were 1,000 words in their hearts, and 10,000 words in their hearts. They couldn't bear to part with them. They drank wine, chatted, reminisced about the past, talked about friends, and also talked about the Red Dust Guest and the Heavenly Court. Qin Shao also said that he had preliminary information about Jing Yang, and that he was waiting for confirmation. This was good news, and Bai Chuan was very happy to hear it. As they chatted, they talked about the free cities. Qin Shao was the city master of the free cities after all, so he went to the free cities first. Therefore, Bai Chuan also talked about the free cities. When he found out that the free cities had just been destroyed and that the mastermind behind it was the Ho brothers, and that Qin Shao came to the Wind Cloud City to see them and to settle the score with the Ho brothers, Bai Chuan couldn't help but frown slightly. He stood up. Qin Shao, according to what I know, the Ho brothers haven't left the Holy Academy ever since they lost in the Holy Academy selection. They have been staying in the training area, meditating on their mistakes. Therefore, Qin Shao, if you want to settle the score with the Ho brothers, it might not be easy. After all, you definitely can't enter the Wind Cloud Academy, and you can't force your way in. You can't enter the Wind Cloud Academy, and the Ho brothers don't come out. It's difficult. Qin Shao nodded. He naturally knew about this situation, and he had a headache over this last time. If he hadn't gone to find Bai Chuan and young Master Yu, Qin Shao would have thought of a way to settle the score with the Ho brothers. Now that Bai Chuan and Fu Su were fine, the unfinished business naturally had to be put on the agenda, and he had to continue to complete it. Bai Chuan knew Qin Zhao's personality. Once he decided on something, he would see it through to the end and wouldn't give up easily. In this matter, the Ho brothers were indeed very despicable, and they were completely aiming to take revenge on Qin Shao. Therefore, Qin Shao was naturally angry. Once Qin Shao was angry, he would naturally find the whole brothers to settle the score, or else Qin Shao wouldn't give up so easily. Bai Chuan naturally knew Qin Zhao's personality, and knew that he wouldn't give up no matter what. Therefore, Bai Chuan didn't know how to persuade Qin Shao. It won't be easy to find the whole brothers to settle the score. The two brothers are very careful now. The most important thing is that the two of them have been hiding in the Wind Cloud Academy and refuse to show themselves. I think we should consider this matter at length. We and the whole brothers are like fire and water, so I don't have any way to help you lure the whole brothers out. Qin Shao, don't be anxious about this. Take it slow. Since persuasion wouldn't work, Bai Chuan told Qin Shao not to be anxious. For now, Qin Shao didn't have any good ideas. Attacking forcefully was definitely not going to work. This matter, let's discuss it later and not think about it for now. There would always be a way. Methods were all thought of by people. There wasn't one, but he couldn't think of it for now. When he thought of it, he would realize that there were many ways. Chapter 2391. Bai Chuan, Fu Su, and Mr. Yu did indeed need to return to the Wind Cloud Academy. However, the two of them told Qin Shao not to leave in a hurry. They would look for Qin Shao after they were done with their matters. Qin Shao did not intend to leave in a hurry. Since he had come out this time, he naturally wanted to settle things properly before leaving. Keeping Yichou around had never been Qin Zhao's style of doing things. After Bai Chuan and Fu Su left, Qin Shao looked at Fu Linglong with a serious face and said, "Brother Linglong, there is something that I would like to ask you for help with." Fu Linglong was also an extremely intelligent person. He immediately guessed what Qin Shao wanted to say. He shook his head and said, "Brother Qin Shao, I'm afraid that I really can't do anything about this matter. There are many things that I don't know about, so if you want me to say it, I really don't dare to say it. Moreover, since Brother Bai Chuan is unwilling to say, he naturally has his own considerations and reasons. Therefore, I can't speak carelessly. I believe that Brother Bai Chuan also understands your intentions. Since he is unwilling to say anything to you, I think that we should just forget about this matter and let Brother Bai Chuan handle it himself. Brother Bai Chuan is a smart person and also a calm and capable person. I believe that he can handle it well." Qin Shao shook his head resolutely and said, "Brother Linglong, listen to me first. I know that Brother Bai Chuan has his own considerations and plans. He has the ability to solve this problem. However, he has his own concerns and has his own path to walk. There are some things that he really can't do right now. I am very sure that there is a conspiracy behind this matter. There must be someone behind it who wants to kill them. If it was a normal matter, I could muddle through it and not ask any more questions. I could respect Brother Bai Chuan and ignore it for the time being. However, if someone wants to kill my brother and you want me to stand by and do nothing, then I'm sorry. Qin Shao, can't do that. Brother Bai Chuan will have the ability to solve it in the future, but it will take time. He has a calm personality and does things steadily. There is no need to rush. But since I, Qin Shao, know about this matter, Qin Shao, will not let this hatred pass the night. If there is a grudge, I will definitely take revenge on the spot. No one is allowed to touch my bottom line. Once my bottom line is crossed, then even if I die, I must take revenge and vent my anger. So, I must get to the bottom of this matter. Big Brother Bai Chuan has his misgivings, but I don't. I'm not afraid of anyone or any power. I, Qin Shao, am not afraid of anything even if the Hu family's descendants are involved in this matter. What I want to deal with is not the power behind them, but the people who want to kill my big brother Bai Chuan. I'd like to see which force dares to do anything to me, Qin Shao. As long as I, Qin Shao, am on the side of reason, I won't be afraid no matter what. Even if I poke a hole in the sky, I'm not afraid of anything." With Qin Zhao's current status, he indeed had the confidence to say these words. He was a student of the Sacred Institute and a top genius ranked first on the saint list. He was the best in the entire Immortal region and was known as the #1 genius of the younger generation in the Immortal region. What's more, Qin Shao was now Sage Li's disciple. If any force dared to suppress him, the worst-case scenario would be to use Sage Li's name. Which force would dare to touch Li Sheng's personal disciple? So with these guarantees here, what was Qin Shao afraid of? Even if he poked a hole in the sky, so what? Of course, he could only do this if he was in the right. If he was in the wrong, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't make trouble without reason. He still had to have a moral bottom line. Such heroism, such loyalty, and such confidence caused Fu Linglong's blood to boil. Well said. Fu Linglong couldn't help clapping his hands and praising Qin Shao. He really admired him from the bottom of his heart. Such a loyal and righteous person was indeed rare. He felt happy and proud to be able to know such a hero like Qin Shao. Yes, what did Qin Shao have to fear? Yes, someone wanted to kill Brother Baichuan. So what was there for him to worry about? If he swallowed the humiliation this time, it would definitely boost the arrogance of the person behind this, and there would definitely be a follow-up move. Evil people never gave up their evil intentions. If there was a grudge, of course, it was best to take revenge on the spot. But in many cases, due to the influence of many factors, there was no way to take revenge on the spot. There was no other way. This matter really made Fu Linglong a little embarrassed. Qin Shao had already said so much. What should he do? Gritting his teeth, Fu Linglong said with some embarrassment, "Brother Qin Shao, it's not that I don't want to say it, but I really don't know much about this situation, so I dare not say anything. After all, this matter is not a child's play. It involves a lot, so I really have nothing to say. But no matter what, Brother Baichuan and the others are lucky to have a life-and-death brother like you, Qin Shao." Qin Shao patted Fu Linglong's shoulder heavily with one hand, looked at Fu Linglong with a serious face, and said, "Brother Linglong, I don't have many friends. There are only a few who could be called life-and-death brothers, and there are very, very few of them. Brother Baichuan and the others are people from my hometown, and they are my family. They are my respected big brother. I, Qin Shao, can be today because of Brother Baichuan's contribution. Kindness, brotherly love, and the hometown love that blood is thicker than water, all of them are in it. Therefore, this feeling is naturally not something that can be compared to anything else. I also treat you, Fu Linglong, as a brother. If you, Fu Linglong, are in trouble in the future, I, Qin Shao, will definitely do my best to help. This has always been the way I, Qin Shao, treat people. Sincerity can only be exchanged for sincerity, and sincerity can only be received by treating people with sincerity. So, I really need Brother Linglong's help in this matter. You're not only helping me, you're also helping Big Brother Baichuan and your brother. Do you want to see the conspiracy fail this time, but there will be a next time? Brother Baichuan and the others are lucky this time, but will they be so lucky next time?" Fu Linglong was slightly stunned and looked at Qin Shao in a daze. He had to admit that he really agreed with Qin Zhao's words. Qin Zhao's words touched his heart. Yes, it was indeed so. If he could be so lucky this time, would he be able to be so lucky next time? It was difficult, extremely difficult. Luck was something that could only be encountered and not sought. It was a blessing bestowed by the heavens. Who would expect it to happen every time? After thinking for a while, Fu Linglong said, "All right, Brother Qin Shao, then tell me. What do you want to know? I will tell you everything I know. However, I am not lying to you. I really don't know much about the situation. I am not a student of the Wind Cloud Academy. Normally, I don't have much time and opportunities to be with Brother Baichuan and the others. So, the situation I know is very limited. Most of it is just what I've heard," Lin Feng said. Qin Shao said, "That's fine. No matter what, you definitely know more than me. That is enough. Moreover, even if you don't know, you have ways to ask. There are some situations that you can easily find out. So, I need your help." Fu Linglong nodded. This was true. "Brother Linglong, in your opinion, who do you think is the most likely mastermind behind this? My brother Baichuan and young master, you have some enemies in the Wind Cloud Academy. You should know some of them. According to your speculation, who do you think is the most likely?" Qin Shao asked. Fu Linglong thought carefully and said, "If I say enemies, I don't think there are any. You know Brother Baichuan's character. He is very steady, magnanimous, humble, and won't easily provoke others. He rarely makes enemies. However, young Master Yu's character is a bit flamboyant. Sometimes he is a bit impulsive. So, from time to time, he will cause some trouble. However, Young master, you won't do things too overboard. So, he won't provoke someone with such a deep hatred. I think the most likely reason is because of the ranking competition. So, if you really wanted to say, I think Huarong is the most likely. Yes. Hearing Fu Linglong mention Huarong, Qin Xiao nodded in agreement. Although he didn't know much about the situation, Qin Xiao was the first to guess Huarong. Because the last time he came to Wine Cloud City, he felt that Huarong was very unhappy with Brother Baichuan. Originally, Huarong was the first on the Earth board. However, Brother Baichuan stole his limelight and took the first place. Now, Huarong was second on the Earth board. So, Huarong should have hated Baichuan for a long time. Moreover, Qin Xiao had interacted with Huarong before. He was a person who would take revenge for the smallest grievance. In addition, Huarong had been scheming against Brother Baichuan when he was carrying out the mission in Free City. It was very normal for there to be such a conspiracy this time. The first person that Qin Xiao thought of was Huarong. Fu Linglong also felt that Huarong was the most likely. It seemed that this matter was most likely done by Huarong. Even if it wasn't Huarong, Qin Xiao still wanted to settle the score with Huarong. He still hadn't settled the score in Free City. Qin Xiao had already confirmed that it was done by the Ho brothers. It was definitely related to Huarong. Now it was time to settle the two scores together. Huarong, you're really courting death. The last time in Free City, I let you go out of kindness. At that time, I felt that you didn't deserve to die. Moreover, Brother Baichuan and the others were still in Wind Cloud Academy. So, I didn't make things too difficult for you. But I didn't expect you to not repent. Instead, you became even more despicable and came up with such a conspiracy. This time, I definitely won't let you go so easily. Otherwise, I'll be letting myself down. Huarong, this time, I want you to die. I want to use your blood to vent the hatred in my heart. Qin Xiao clenched his fists and swore in his heart. This time, he was going to play big and do something ruthless. As a person, he really couldn't be too kind. For some people, being kind to others was being cruel to themselves. Huarong obviously belonged to this kind of person. So, he had to be even more ruthless to Huarong than he was. If he didn't completely fear him, he wouldn't repent. Brother Linglong, do you have a way to lure the Ho brothers out of Wind Cloud Academy? Qin Xiao asked in a deep voice. Hearing Qin Xiao's tone, Fu Linglong was shocked. He looked at Qin Xiao in shock. After hesitating for a while, he asked, Brother Qin Xiao, you're not really going to make a move on the Ho brothers, are you? You have to think carefully about this. After all, they're disciples of the Ho clan. Moreover, I'm just guessing. It might not be true. Maybe my guess is wrong. Chapter 2392. If everything had to be investigated thoroughly before taking action, then the daylily would have been long gone. It's so difficult to find evidence for such a thing. How are we going to find it? Unless we can find the original body of the black-clothed person who launched the sneak attack. Not to mention that we don't even know where to start. Even if we do find it, it's easier said than done to force an extremely powerful fourth step, heavenly venerable, to speak. Moreover, even if we really go through all the trouble to do all this, what's the point? We don't want to judge, we just want to be clear. I just need to know that Huarong and the others are behind scenes. That's enough. Everything else is not important to me. Because regardless of whether we find evidence or not, the truth of the matter is there, and it won't change. What I need is the truth of the matter. We just need to get it right. I don't care about anything else. I, Qin Xiao, have never flaunted myself as a gentleman. When it comes to revenge, I will use all means possible. I won't be bound by morality. Therefore, we don't need to investigate thoroughly before we speak. We just need to be sure that Huarong is involved. Qin Xiao shook his head. But Fu Linglong frowned slightly and said, The problem is that I'm not sure. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, It's okay if you're not sure. If my guess is so and yours is so, then the matter is very close to the truth. Furthermore, I've already confirmed that the Ho brothers were the ones who instigated the incident in Free City. Therefore, even if Brother Baichuan's matter didn't happen, I would still settle accounts with the Ho brothers. Now, it's just one more thing to settle. When I see them, I'll ask them clearly and let them explain themselves. Let them explain themselves? Is that possible? Fu Linglong looked at Qin Xiao suspiciously. Shouldn't they refuse to admit such a thing, even if they were beaten to death? Take the initiative to explain. Does Qin Xiao have such great immortal power? Fu Linglong felt that this matter was somewhat inconceivable. At least, he felt that he definitely couldn't do it. Qin Xiao said it so confidently. Could it be that he had a good idea? If he really did, then it was worth looking forward to. However, it was also a big problem to lure the whole brothers out of Wind Cloud Academy. Fu Linglong frowned and said, Brother Qin Xiao, the whole brothers have been staying in Wind Cloud Academy recently and have been very cautious. Moreover, the matter in Free City has just ended. Brother Qin Xiao, you have already taught their people a lesson. I'm sure they have already received the news. Then they must know that Brother Qin Xiao has returned. Maybe they have already thought that Brother Qin Xiao is already in Wind Cloud City. Under such circumstances, they're not even half a step out of Wind Cloud to leave the academy. It's too difficult to lure them out of the Wind Cloud Academy at this time. At this moment, I really can't think of any feasible solution. People always come up with ideas. It's just that we can't think of it for a while, so it's fine. Perhaps, if you think for a while, you'll be able to think of a way out. Qin Xiao said. Fu Linglong nodded thoughtfully. What he said was true, and the logic was also true. But logic aside, whether it could be done or not was another matter. It was definitely not an easy thing to do. No matter how difficult it was, it had to be done. Qin Xiao was just like that. Since he had decided to do it, no matter how difficult it was, he had to do it. He had to fight till the end. If there was no way out, then he had to find a way out. If he really couldn't find a way out, then he had to forcefully open up a path. Perhaps we can do this. Fu Linglong's heart stirred, and a plan suddenly appeared in his mind. Hearing that Fu Linglong had a plan, Qin Xiao immediately looked at Fu Linglong and listened to his plan. Fu Linglong said, All right, I just remembered that 1,000 years later, our Wind Cloud City will have a flower festival that occurs once every 10 million years. From what I know, the whole brothers are very interested in the flower festival. In the past, they would always participate and actively participate in it. So, I feel that we can make use of this flower festival to lure the whole brothers out. Flower festival? It sounded like a festival related to flowers. With regards to Wind Cloud City's flower festival, Qin Xiao naturally didn't know what kind of festival it was. But what made Qin Xiao curious was that a flower festival had such a great charm. To be able to make the whole brothers so fond of it, as if he could see the doubts in Qin Xiao's heart, Fu Linglong chuckled and explained, Brother Qin Xiao, you don't know about this. It's like this. In our Wind Cloud City, there's a very famous river. That river is called the Flower River. The Flower River is 900 miles long, and both sides of the river are filled with brothels. It is said that there are a total of 9,999 brothels. These brothels are all close to the river, so the river is also filled with the scent of women's rouge and perfume. If you take a boat ride in the Flower River, you'll be able to smell all kinds of women's rouge and perfume. You can also see many beautiful ladies standing in their rooms, waving at you charmingly. The fragrance of the flowers permeates the air, and the fragrance of the people is captivating. So, this river is called the Flower River. And the flower festival that is held once every 10 million years is jointly organized by these brothels. It is a very, very grand festival. Every time, meticulous preparations are made for the flower festival, and it is treated very grandly. After countless years of accumulation, it has developed into one of the most important festivals in Wind Cloud City. Every time the flower festival, every brothel will think of all kinds of tricks to show the strength of their brothels. Through this, they can build up the reputation of their brothels and earn more profits for the next 10 million years. So, every brothel will promote their own courtesan. In the end, there will be a courtesan competition and a courtesan ranking list will be released. The courtesan ranking list is actually a ranking of the strength of the brothels. The higher the ranking on the courtesan ranking list, the more famous the brothels will be and the better their business will be in the future. Therefore, the Great Wind and Moon establishments are very concerned about the top courtesan list. They will try their best to get a good ranking on the top courtesan list. Naturally, they will search for peerless beauties from all over the world to help them. So, the Flower Festival is the most beautiful festival in Wind Cloud City, and even in the hearts of all the men. The whole brothers also like this. The Flower Festival is definitely very attractive to them. After listening to Fu Linglong's explanation, Qin Xiao finally understood what the Flower Festival was all about. Such a festival was normal. In fact, there were many similar festivals in many places. It was just that Wind Cloud City's festival was more grand. The attraction of such a festival to men was naturally fatal. Of course, Qin Xiao was just curious at most. He wasn't keen on such things. The Flower Festival didn't have much attraction to him. If he bumped into it, he could join the fun and take a look. As for the rest, he didn't have much interest. But Fu Linglong hesitantly spat out 2 words. Qin Xiao naturally knew what Fu Linglong wanted to say. Brother Linglong wants to say, but the whole brothers might think that I'm still in Wind Cloud City, so they might not dare to leave Wind Cloud Academy to participate in the Flower Festival, right? Fu Linglong nodded and said, yes, Brother Qin Xiao. With the whole brother style of doing things, they might not dare to leave Wind Cloud Academy. They're not stupid, and they have many informants. They will definitely let the Hua family's intelligence department keep track of your whereabouts. As long as they find out that you're not in Freedom City, they will naturally guess that you're most likely in Wind Cloud City. Moreover, the whole brothers know a little about Brother Qin Zhao's character. They know that you're someone who dares to do anything. Therefore, in order to avoid provoking you unnecessarily, they might choose to avoid you, avoid the risk, and continue to hide in the Wind Cloud Academy. This is the safest way. So, if you want to use the Flower Festival to lure the whole brothers out, I'm afraid it won't be easy. There's a possibility, but after thinking about it carefully and analyzing it, I feel that this possibility is still relatively small. Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly again, thinking about this problem. It was indeed a very thorny and crucial problem. Qin Xiao also knew that Fu Linglong's words made sense. The possibility of this was indeed very high. But Qin Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of a countermeasure. Brother Linglong, the whole brothers might not come out because they're afraid of me. So, if you want them to leave Wind Cloud Academy without any worries, then the most likely scenario is to let them know that I, Qin Xiao, am not in Wind Cloud City. So I've thought of a plan. First, I'll directly expose myself and swagger into Wind Cloud City. Then publicly meet Big Brother Baichuan and the others. I'll pretend that I've just arrived in Wind Cloud City, and after meeting Big Brother Baichuan, I'll bid farewell and leave Wind Cloud City. For this matter, I'll have to make it seem somewhat covert, but I'll also not hide myself and inadvertently let some people know. As long as someone knows, then my situation will definitely be spread. Once it's spread, the whole brothers should be able to easily find out about this situation. So, I can't be too deliberate and must appear very natural to reduce the whole brothers' suspicions. After I leave Wind Cloud City, I'll also reveal myself in other places to show that I've really left and am on the way back to Sacred Academy. With Adon by my side, I can definitely rush back to Wind Cloud City in an extremely short period of time. In this way, perhaps the whole brothers will really think that I've left Wind Cloud City, and then they'll come out to participate in the Flower Festival without any worries. Fu Linglong nodded and said in agreement, yes, I feel that this method is feasible. After thinking about it, this should be the most feasible method, and I feel that the success rate will be very high. If the whole brothers don't even come out to the Flower Festival, then they're definitely afraid of Brother Qin Xiao. If Brother Qin Xiao isn't in Wind Cloud City, then their fear will disappear, and then they'll be able to leave Wind Cloud Academy. But the whole brothers are also very smart, and they're not so easily fooled, so they definitely won't fall for it so easily. Let's not talk about the Baichuan brothers. You've already settled the matter in Freedom City, and you already know that the people behind it are the whole brothers. So, the whole brothers might be suspicious, and with Qin Zhao's character, you probably won't let them off so easily. Chapter 2393. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, I can only take a gamble now. I'm betting on their arrogance. Firstly, if they know that I left Wind Cloud City, even if they suspect that I'm trying to trick them, there will always be a voice in their hearts. We Hua Clan disciples are in Wind Cloud City, within the Hua Clan sphere of influence. Why should we be afraid of Qin Shao? It's true that Qin Shao is a student of the Sacred Academy and has a high status. But as long as we don't do anything to him, what can he do? The Flower Festival is only held once every 10 million years, and the interval is quite long. They will definitely be itching for it. Although Hua Li is steady, Hua Rong is an extremely flamboyant person. He won't be so careful when doing things. I'm betting that he will incite his elder brother to come out. Now that there is no better way, I can only take a gamble like this. If it really doesn't work, then I'll think of another way. At worst, I'll think of a way to sneak into the Wind Cloud Academy. Of course, sneaking into the Wind Cloud Academy was a last resort. No matter what, it was still the Wind Cloud Academy and was considered a sacred place. If he just trespassed into the Wind Cloud Academy, then so be it. But if he wanted to kill a student of the Wind Cloud Academy, then wouldn't that be slapping the Wind Cloud Academy's face? But if there was really no other way, Qin Shao would take a risk out of desperation. So what if he offended the Wind Cloud Academy? Qin Shao, was not afraid of anything. If he wanted to do something, then he would do it even if he had to pay a price. He didn't want to be enemies with the Wind Cloud Academy. He only wanted to settle the score with the Hua clan brothers. If the Wind Cloud Academy wanted to give him some punishment, then he would accept it. If the Wind Cloud Academy went too far, then he would just turn this place upside down. What was there to be afraid of? Qin Shao had always abided by one principle, which was that he would not cause trouble. But if someone provoked him, then he would definitely get back at them. If he didn't have the ability to get back at them, then he would definitely remember it and get back at them in the future. Just like the Heavens Chosen, Qin Shao had endured for 10 million years and finally got back at them. As for the Hua brothers, if Qin Shao could completely control them, he wouldn't need to spend the night with them. Fu Linglong thought for a moment and then nodded. All right, for now, this is the most feasible method. Let's do as Brother Qin Shao said. But I think it's best to keep this from the Baichuan brothers. The Baichuan brothers will definitely not be willing to see you do this for them. The Hua brothers themselves are not scary, but they still have the powerful Hua family behind them. Well, of course, we can't let Big Brother Baichuan and the others know. Qin Shao nodded. He already had this plan. Not only could they not let Big Brother Baichuan and the others know about it, but when they looked for the Hua brothers to settle the score, they would not use the name of settling the score for Big Brother Baichuan and the others. They would directly look for Freedom City. This way, the Hua Corporation should not implicate Big Brother Baichuan and the others. In this way, Qin Shao would feel more at ease. Of course, after what happened, the Hua Corporation wouldn't dare to do anything rashly. Brother Linglong, you also have to do something on your side. Even though we all guessed that the Hua brothers were behind Big Brother Baichuan's incident, we still have to think of a way to get information from Big Brother Baichuan and the others to see if they also think so. As long as they think so, we can be completely sure that it was the Hua brothers who did it. If it's not easy to get information from Big Brother Baichuan, you can try from Young Master Yu. It should be easier to get information from him. Fu Linglong nodded and said, Yes, I understand. I also have this plan. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. I guarantee that I will complete the task. I still have a way to get information from Young Master Yu. All right then, let's split up and start moving. The two of them started moving separately. Qin Zhao's whereabouts were inadvertently discovered. Instantly, the news of Qin Zhao's arrival in Wind Cloud City spread like wildfire. Qin Zhao was now a peerless genius whose name shook the entire Immortal Realm. He even had the reputation of being the Immortal Realm's #1 youth genius. Hence, his appearance naturally caused a huge commotion in Wind Cloud City. Countless people worshipped and admired Qin Zhao. They all wanted to catch a glimpse of the Immortal Realm's #1 youth genius and bask in his holy light. Qin Zhao had previously stayed in Wind Cloud City for a period of time. Previously, his name shook the entire Wind Cloud City and stirred up a storm in Wind Cloud City. This time, when he returned to Wind Cloud City, everyone was talking about him enthusiastically. Those who had previously seen Qin Shao were also talking about him proudly. In Wind Cloud City, a huge group of people was formed to search for Qin Shao. Once the news spread in Wind Cloud City, all kinds of news were naturally spread. Lord Qin Shao must have returned for Bai Chuan, Su Fu, and young Master Yu, right? They had been missing for more than 10,000 years. I heard that they had just returned to Wind Cloud Academy. Yes, he must have received news of Bai Chuan, Fu Su, and young Master Yu's disappearance. Luckily, they returned safely. Sigh, I really envy Bai Chuan, Fu Su, and young Master Yu for having such a loyal brother like Lord Qin Shao. With such a brother like Qin Shao, who would dare to provoke them in the future, that might not be the case. The mountain is high and the emperor is far away. No matter how powerful Qin Shao is, he is far away in the Holy Institute. Even if something happened to Bai Chuan, Qin Shao wouldn't be able to rush back in time. That's true. I heard a rumor that Bai Chuan, Fu Su, and young Master Yu had been missing for more than 10,000 years because someone was plotting against them and wanted to kill them. That can't be right. Bai Chuan, Fu Su, and young Master Yu were key students of Wind Cloud Academy. Who would dare to plot against them? Why wouldn't they dare? As long as it's done cleanly and no one can trace it back to them, wouldn't they be free of worries? That's true. There's still such a possibility. But let's not talk nonsense. Don't invite trouble. In the midst of such discussions, Bai Chuan, Fu Su, and young Master Yu finally stood up and spoke. They explained to the crowd that they were trapped in danger and were not plotting against them. This explanation suppressed the waves of discussion. Qin Shao was not surprised by this situation. He had already expected Big Brother Bai Chuan to do this. Brother Bai Chuan didn't want Qin Shao to investigate this matter and wanted to cover it up. Qin Shao didn't say anything else. After meeting with Bai Chuan, Fu Su, and young Master Yu again, he bid farewell and left. Fu Linglong's side did not fail their mission. He had beaten young Master Yu to a pulp. They also believed that the whole brothers were behind this matter. If there was someone in Wind Cloud Academy who wanted to kill them, the biggest possibility would be the whole brothers. No one else would do it. They didn't offend anyone, not too much. The whole brothers were the biggest suspects. This coincided with Qin Shao and Fu Linglong's thoughts. From this, they could basically confirm that the masterminds were the whole brothers. Two matters, two grudges. Now that they were added together, how could Qin Shao let the whole brothers off so easily? Qin Shao bid farewell and left Wind Cloud City. Many people witnessed Qin Shao's departure. After leaving Wind Cloud City, Qin Shao followed his original plan and pretended to return to Saint Academy. On the other side, in a training ground in Wind Cloud Academy. Big Brother, Qin Shao has already left Wind Cloud City. We were shocked for nothing and thought that this kid was really after us. Huorong also heaved a sigh of relief. Wooly sat there with a calm face. He didn't seem to be worried about this matter at all and was as steady as Mount Tai. Wooly glanced at Huorong and scolded softly. What's the fuss about such a small matter? Why are you so flustered? Didn't I tell you to calm down? Big Brother, that Qin Shao has already come to Wind Cloud City. How can I still be calm? Qin Shao is no longer the same as before. With his current status and strength, we can't afford to offend him. How can I not be worried? Huorong said with an aggrieved face. Humph. Huoli sneered and a strange look flashed across his eyes. Qin Shao is no longer the same as before. His status and strength are far above us. But so what? This is the Wind Cloud Academy. This is the place where my whole family's power covers. He, Qin Shao, is just a single person. What kind of waves can he cause here? Free City's incident was caused by us. But Free City didn't suffer any losses. Regarding Bai Chuan, Fu Su, and the rest, we did it so discreetly. Qin Shao can only make some guesses at most. And with Bai Chuan, Fu Su's character, he definitely wouldn't dare to tell Qin Shao about this. Didn't he clarify to the public that this incident was just an accident and no one was plotting against them? Bai Chuan, Fu Su's brother, is nothing to be afraid of. There's no evidence for this incident. Even Bai Chuan, Fu Su himself refused to admit it. What can Qin Shao do? Just because his status is high and he's powerful, he can push this crime onto our heads. If this was his territory, we would have to admit it even if we didn't want to. But this is Wind Cloud Academy. What could he do to us? Does he really dare to forcefully suppress us? So, we can rest assured and ignore Qin Xiao. He's been in Wind Cloud City for so long, and he hasn't caused any trouble. Huarong nodded thoughtfully. Hearing Big Brother's words, he felt much more at ease. Big Brother is right. Big Brother has always been able to predict things like a god. Everything is under Big Brother's control. Then I have nothing to worry about. Hee, we're in Wind Cloud Academy. Even if Qin Xiao wants to find trouble with us for the incident in Freedom City, he won't be able to enter Wind Cloud Academy. Moreover, Freedom City is just a small matter. He probably won't continue to waste time with us here. See, he left on his own. He probably came to Wind Cloud City to see Baichuan, Fu Su, and the rest. And according to my sources, Qin Xiao has indeed returned to Saint Academy. He's been showing off in many cities. Well, he waved his hand and said, his matters, we won't bother. As long as he doesn't provoke us, it's fine. Wind Cloud City is just a small piece of land. It's not Qin Xiao's place to behave atrociously. All right, this plan has failed. Let's think of another way. But there's no rush. We have plenty of time to deal with Baichuan, Fu Su, and the rest. There's still Freedom City. How can I let it go so easily? Huarong also nodded with a vicious expression and said, that's right, Big Brother. We definitely can't let it go so easily. If the first time doesn't work, we'll do it twice. Then we'll do it 10 times. I don't believe we can't kill them. That's right, Big Brother. It's almost the Flower Festival. Since Qin Xiao has returned to Saint Academy, let's go participate in the Flower Festival. Chapter 2394. There were many rivers and lakes in Wind Cloud City, as well as good mountains and water. However, if one were to talk about the most famous one, it would definitely be Huahe. The Flower River was originally an ordinary river. However, ever since the two sides of the Flower River were filled with brothels, the Flower River became a real river among flowers. The fragrance of the rouge was enough to dye the river pink. The two sides of the Flower River were filled with colorful flowers. They bloomed all year round, competing with each other in terms of beauty. Just like the prostitutes in the various pavilions, they played with the wind and attracted the long lines of people who were sightseeing in the Flower River. If one was interested, one could directly get off the boat and go to the pavilions to find a suitable couple. It was said that the fleet of boats in the Flower River had never stopped. They had been moving forward continuously, one boat after another, as if there was no end to it. Every night, music and sensual pleasures. This was the life that countless men liked. The Flower Festival that was held once every 10 million years was one of the most lively times in Wind Cloud City. The Flower Festival would last for 10,000 years. Every time, it would attract people from all over the Hu territory. Even people from other territories would come because of its reputation. They wanted to see how many flowers there were in the Flower Festival. Once the Flower Festival arrived, all the brothels would be like competing flowers. They would bloom in an especially beautiful and fragrant manner. The pavilions of every brothels were filled with beautiful women of different shapes and sizes. Every one of them was trying their best to attract the tourists with their coquettish gestures. Every action, every look, every frown and smile was especially seductive and captivating. The Flower Festival had once again arrived in Wind Cloud City as promised. It caused a huge commotion in Wind Cloud City. A large number of people from the outside entered Wind Cloud City, causing Wind Cloud City security to be much tighter. At the entrance of the Flower River was a huge lake. The lake was filled with small boats, waiting to ferry guests to sightsee in the Flower River. In a restaurant, Qin Xiao and Fu Linglong were sitting in a private room in an extremely good location. Sitting in this position, as long as it was someone who entered the Flower River, they would not be able to escape their eyes. Looking at the crazy crowd that was rushing into the Flower River, Qin Xiao also saw some familiar figures. There were also some young geniuses that he had seen the last time he came to Wind Cloud City. Looks like this Flower Festival can really make quite a number of people go crazy. Even boarding the boats is a mad scramble. One boat after another. We've been watching for so long, but there hasn't been a break in the flow of boats, Qin Xiao said, shaking his head. Fu Linglong smiled and said, Of course they will go crazy. It is only held once every 10 million years, and it is a rare festival. That's why, during the flower festival, countless men will definitely play crazily. The matters between men and women are the happiest things for men. Who knows how many people are addicted to it? Fortunately, young Master Fu is not very interested in this matter, Qin Xiao joked. Huh. Fu Linglong laughed heartily and said, "Who said I'm not interested?" If you want to say that I like it, I think I like it. But at least I won't be addicted to it, and I won't lust after women. Once in a while is fine. Brother Qin Xiao, one look, and I can tell that you are a cold person. You can't be like this. You are rejecting the ladies. It is not bad to enjoy such a wonderful thing once in a while. Cough. Speaking of this, Qin Xiao instantly blushed in embarrassment. Qin Xiao, indeed, did not have much interest in the affairs between men and women. The flower festival has already started for a while. It looks like the whole brothers are really patient. Qin Xiao changed the topic and talked about business. Speaking of business, Fu Linglong could not help but frown. Yes, the whole brothers have not appeared yet. The people I asked to watch them in secret also did not report back. It looks like they still don't dare to be careless. Brother Qin Xiao, you might not have really left Wind Cloud City. Huo Rong does not have a brain, but Huo Li is a smart person. A glint flashed across Qin Zhao's eyes as he looked in the direction of the Wind Cloud Academy and said in a resolute tone, "However, I still believe that they will definitely come out. They just haven't come out yet. The flower festival lasts for 10,000 years. They don't need to be in a hurry. Now that the flower festival has just started, it is very chaotic here. There are too many people. It is reasonable for them not to appear at this time. After a while, I believe that they will definitely appear." Fu Linglong nodded heavily and said, "Yes, Brother Qin Xiao. I also believe that they will definitely appear." "I don't believe it. We will wait for them here and block them. We will definitely be able to block them. For the next 10,000 years, we will wait for the whole brothers." Qin Xiao believed in his own judgment and his own thoughts. "Now let's wait and see." "That's right, Fu Linglong. Has anything happened with Brother Bai Chuan and the others recently?" Qin Xiao asked again. Ever since he left Wind Cloud City, he had not shown his face. Even Bai Chuan and Fu Su did not know that Qin Xiao had secretly returned to Wind Cloud City. Qin Xiao had specially instructed Fu Linglong to hide this matter from Bai Chuan and Fu Su. If they knew, they would definitely not let Qin Xiao do this. Even if they could not stop Qin Xiao, they might leak some information. Therefore, for safety reasons, the best way was to keep them in the dark. This way, they would be able to deceive the whole brothers. Fu Linglong said, "Nothing has happened recently. They're all focused on cultivating in their own cultivation areas. They should be digesting the inheritance that they obtained. Brother Bai Chuan and the others have obtained a great inheritance this time. They have a great opportunity. Naturally, they should make good use of this opportunity and cultivate properly. If they can make good use of this opportunity, it will be immeasurably beneficial to their future. It should also allow them to reach the next level quickly and break through to the fourth step heavenly venerable realm sooner." In the Fairy Palace's stone wall world, Bai Chuan, Fu Su, and Mr. Yu had obtained the ancient inheritance of a third step ancient saint. This was a great opportunity for them. He believed that they would be able to make good use of this opportunity to leap forward and reap boundless benefits. Time was passing quickly. The flower festival was extremely lively, causing the entire Wind Cloud City's popularity to soar by several times. Countless people entered Wind Cloud City every day. There were even some disciples with different surnames who came in groups and openly entered the Flower River to have fun and be carefree. Normally, these people would keep a low profile or care about their status and reputation. However, during the flower festival, there were no such concerns. They were completely free to play and do as they pleased. There was no need to consider any other factors. The flower festival had always been the way it was. Moreover, men were always like that. They just wanted to pretend to be pure and clean. Therefore, they felt that they should not be too ostentatious. However, during the flower festival, Everyone revealed their beastly nature to their heart's content. They did not care at all. The entire flower river was filled with extravagance. This kind of atmosphere could indeed stimulate men and make them even more passionate. They would go crazy and indulge in sensual pleasures every night. They would forget themselves and enjoy the beauty of this world to their heart's content. Being in this kind of atmosphere was indeed a little uncomfortable. Even Qin Xiao, who was inexperienced in the ways of the world, felt a little uncomfortable. Chapter 2395. Fu Linglong, if you can't help it, you can go and have some fun. You don't have to stay here with me. I alone am enough. Besides, it's not good for you to expose yourself, and I don't want to drag you into this. You go and have fun, Qin Xiao said to Linglong. He saw Fu Linglong's envious expression and felt his heart itch, so he said this. Of course, this was not a joke, but the truth. Cough. No need, I'm not interested. Fu Linglong took a deep breath. Not interested? It didn't look like it. At most, he was just embarrassed, right? Fu Linglong was embarrassed to go, and Qin Xiao did not say anything more. In front of him, it was normal for Fu Linglong to not be able to let go. The flower festival had been held for 5,000 years, and Qin Xiao had also been waiting there for 5,000 years. There was no news from Fu Linglong, and he would ask from time to time, but there was still no good news. The Ho brothers did not seem to have any intention of participating in the flower festival and continued to stay in the Wind Cloud Academy, not coming out. The longer it dragged on, the worse the situation was. If it dragged on like this, then it was really possible that they would not come out. But Qin Xiao still believed that they would come out. They would definitely come out. Qin Xiao was betting that they would come out, and Qin Xiao also believed in his own luck. It would not be so bad, and he felt that he would definitely win. Another 1,000 years passed, and then 2,000 years, 3,000 years. The flower festival had been held for 8,000 years, and there were only 2,000 years left before it ended. After dragging on for so long, Fu Linglong was getting a little anxious. There were a few times when he wanted to say something, but after looking at Qin Xiao, he hesitated and did not say anything. Qin Xiao, of course, knew what Fu Linglong wanted to say. He felt that the Ho brothers might really not come out. But Qin Xiao still firmly believed that they would come out. He bet that they still had some pride, and he bet that they could not resist the temptation of the flower festival. Moreover, the courtesan wars of the wind and moon establishments were about to reach its climax. The top courtesan ranking was about to be released. This was the busiest time of the flower festival, the time that made men go crazy. It was also the most tempting time. Therefore, Qin Xiao was willing to bet and believe that he could win. As for whether the bet was right or not, that was up to the heavens. At the edge of the cruise ship, there weren't many people lining up. Many people had already entered various places to drink and chat merrily. Two men dressed in ordinary clothes walked over. The younger man looked a little depressed as he said to the man beside him, "Big brother, do we need to do this? I kept asking you to come out, but you just had to drag it out until now. The flower festival is already nearing its end, so it won't be as lively if we come out now. Moreover, those good girls have either been taken away or played with by others. What kind of good goods can be left? Besides, if they want to come now, so be it. If we reveal our identities, who would dare to snatch it from us? With our disguises, no one will be able to recognize us. What are we going to use to compete? Big brother, why do we need to be so careful? Let's not talk about the fact that Qin Xiao has already left Wind Cloud City. Even if he hasn't left, why should we be afraid of him? In Wind Cloud City, in the territory of our Hoa clan's influence, what can Qin Xiao do to us? What can he do to us? Big brother, you're too careful when you do things. If I hadn't been urging you, you wouldn't have come out to participate in this flower festival. I really don't understand. Big brother, you, who is so proud, actually became so careful and fearful because of that Qin Xiao. Is there a need for that? In any case, I'm not afraid of anything. Even if Qin Xiao is still in Wind Cloud City, I'm not afraid of him. I don't believe that he has the guts to stir up any waves in Wind Cloud City. This isn't a place for Qin Xiao to behave atrociously. It's really too uncomfortable to wear such an outfit. Didn't you see the way those servants looked at us? They weren't polite at all. If this was in the past, Who wouldn't be respectful to us when we appeared? Who would dare to be rude in front of us? Why didn't I slap him to death long ago? The man beside him said, "That's enough, second brother. You should stop talking." Big brother isn't afraid of Qin Shao. It's just that this time, we're really not in the mood. Our good mood has been completely ruined by that Qin Shao. How can we, the disciples of the whole clan, be afraid of Qin Shao? It's fine if we come later. If we come early, there will be too many people and it won't be fun. If we come later, it'll be fine as long as we can make it to the top courtesan chart. Isn't that what we're here for? What's the point of those mediocre fans to us? If we want to play, we'll have to be at least in the top 10 of the top courtesan chart. Of course, it would be best if we can compete for the top courtesan position. As for the rest, I'm not in the mood at all. For the time being, let's keep a low profile. It won't be too late to come back when we compete for the top courtesan position. You don't have to be so impatient. Why are you so impatient? Hearing Hua Li's words, Hua Rong nodded with relief. It seemed that what Hua Li said made sense. Hey. Are you two going to get on the boat or not? What are you waiting for, dawdling there for so long? If you're not going to get on the boat, then move aside. Don't block the people behind you. If you're not going to get on the boat, others will. At this moment, an impatient voice was heard. It was from a manservant who was guiding the boat. How dare you do this too? Hearing the manservant's words, Horong was naturally furious. He glared at him and was about to scold him, but was stopped by Huoli. Huoli glared at Horong and said, "Enough. Don't argue with him. We should keep a low profile for the time being and try not to expose ourselves. Forget it. Let's get on the boat first. Big brother, how can you tolerate this? He's really courting death. How dare he talk to us like this? If we don't kill him, we won't be able to vent our anger." Horong said very unhappily. Huoli pushed Horong and said, "Let's go. Don't talk nonsense." With his big brother stopping him, Horong could only endure for the time being. The two of them boarded the boat. In the private room of the restaurant, Qin Shao was drinking when his gaze suddenly moved. He looked towards one of the boats, and his eyes immediately became sharp and cold. Seeing the change in Qin Zhao's eyes, Fu Linglong also looked over. He had a puzzled look on his face as he said, "Those two aren't Hua Li and Horong. They look very ordinary. Brother Qin Shao, why are you looking at them?" "I haven't received any news yet that the Hua brothers have left Wind Cloud Academy." Qin Shao tilted her chin towards Ling Long and said, "Then take a closer look before we speak." Take a closer look? Although Fu Linglong didn't understand, he still did as Qin Shao said. After taking a closer look, Fu Linglong immediately jumped up and said, "Damn, they've really hidden themselves well. They've actually disguised themselves like this. They've also concealed their aura very well. If I didn't look carefully, I would definitely be fooled. I didn't think about it too much. I didn't pay much attention to it after a glance. Normal people really wouldn't be able to detect it. Without great strength, even if you looked carefully, you still wouldn't be able to see any clues. This method is not bad, not bad. Brother Qin Shao, in order to guard against you, the Hua brothers have really put in a lot of effort. They've even used such a method. No wonder my people haven't sent me any news. So they've been fooled. Ha! But no matter how well they've hidden themselves, they can't escape Brother Qin Zhao's sharp eyes. Brother Qin Shao, you're really smart. You can actually see through their disguise with a single glance. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have your eyesight and would probably have missed it. Fortunately, no fishes have slipped through the net." Qin Shao stood up, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. "I've been guarding this place for 8,000 years. If they can still slip through my eyes like this, wouldn't that be a joke? I've been guarding this place for 8,000 miles, waiting for them to come out. Now, they've finally shown themselves. I've always believed that they'll definitely come out. They definitely will. They have their conceit, their arrogance, and even their irresistible temptation. This is their fatal weakness. I've always believed in one sentence. Those who have weaknesses are not truly strong. Everyone has weaknesses. I have them too. They have them even more. As long as I grasp this point, I can guard them. All right, Fu Linglong, there's nothing else for you to do now. You can leave first. I'll take action later. Don't get involved." I'll deal with this matter alone. Fu Linglong nodded. He wouldn't get involved in this. He wasn't afraid of anything, but he didn't want to implicate the Fu family. Chapter 2396. Big Brother, the quality of this year's competition is pretty good. It seems like they've all prepared meticulously and brought out the best of their stock. If the quality of these ladies is already so good, then the courtesans must be even better. The competition for the courtesans is very much worth looking forward to. Big Brother, I've already said that we should have come out earlier. I'm afraid that those on the platform have all been toyed with. Huorong's face was full of smiles as he looked at the gorgeously dressed and coquettish women on both sides of the pavilion. However, he still felt disdain towards these women. How could he play with something that others had already toyed with? Huoli rolled his eyes at Huorong and scolded. Why are you so impatient? Those courtesans haven't come out yet, right? The courtesans are the main event. The others are all small fries. What's the point of that? Look, they haven't improved at all. Set your sights higher. Don't embarrass our whole family. Huorong smiled awkwardly and said, if we came earlier, we could have more fun. Once the courtesans come out, they'll be in high demand. We can't get much. Whether we can snatch as much as we want, doesn't that depend on our mood? If we brothers are willing to fight, who would dare to not give us face? We're not the same as we were thousands of years ago. We have to be more confident. Huoli said again. Huorong nodded in agreement. Yes, Big Brother is right. I'm still too narrow-minded. No. It's not that you're narrow-minded. It's that you don't have any vision at all. Your vision is trash. Right at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Huorong didn't react for a moment when he heard this voice. He looked at his big brother, but immediately realized that it wasn't his big brother who spoke. Who? Who dared to speak to him like this? Huoli and Huorong both looked over at the same time. When they saw an extremely familiar figure, the two of them couldn't help but turn pale with fright as they looked at each other in astonishment. Their eyes instantly widened, and they looked a little nervous. It's you, Qin Xiao, the two of them exclaimed in unison. Immediately, Huorong said, I understand now. You've been tricking us all this time. Everything was part of your plan. You purposely made a high-profile appearance and left Wind Cloud City. Then, you pretended to appear at other places to make us believe that you have indeed returned to Saint Academy. I knew it. When did Qin Xiao become so easy to talk to? You actually left without saying anything. So you were doing this on purpose. Your purpose was to trick us out. Huoli looked coldly at Qin Xiao. He seemed to have expected such a situation. He had indeed been guarding against Qin Xiao, but he failed in the end. Since you guys refused to come out, I have no choice but to resort to this. Why? You've always liked to scheme against others. Now that you're being schemed against, aren't you very unhappy? Qin Xiao looked at Huorong coldly. Naturally, Huorong was very unhappy. She couldn't believe that she was tricked by Qin Xiao. Huorong wasn't just unhappy. If he could, he would have killed someone. It wasn't easy for him to hide for so long, but he still failed. But so what? What did he have to fear? He wasn't afraid of anything in the first place. If he didn't manage to hide, so be it. At most, it would just spoil his mood. Quick, look, isn't that Qin Xiao? That's impossible. Why would Qin Xiao still be in Wind Cloud City? Didn't he leave long ago? That's right. Qin Xiao is a student of Saint Academy. How could he stay outside for so long? He must have returned to Saint Academy long ago. That's not right. Look for yourselves. It really looks like Qin Xiao. Let me see. It really looks like him. Yes, it's Qin Xiao. I've seen him a few times. I'm very familiar with his aura. It can't be wrong. It's really Qin Xiao. Why did he suddenly appear? No one knew that he came to Wine Cloud City. And why did he stop those two people? The moment Qin Xiao appeared, countless gazes quickly gathered on Qin Xiao. After confirming that it was Qin Xiao, the surroundings were quickly filled with people. The attractiveness of those ladies was far from Qin Xiao's. The liveliness of Flower River seemed to have been forcibly cut off by Qin Xiao. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention. Qin Xiao, what do you mean by this? What are you trying to do by stopping us here? Huorong asked in a confident manner. Huoli continued to stare coldly at Qin Xiao. He was like a venomous snake, waiting for the best opportunity to launch his most ferocious attack on Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked at Huoli, then looked at Huorong and said, "Don't you know what you brothers have done? Then you, Huorong, tell me, what am I trying to do today? Why did I wait for you in Wind Cloud City for 8,000 years? Why did I stop you here? What am I trying to do? What?" Hearing Qin Shao say that it was the Huo brothers, many people's gazes turned towards Hua, Li, and Huorong, because the two of them had disguised themselves, and their method of concealing their auras was quite good. Unless one was an experienced martial artist, one would not be able to tell that it was them if one did not look carefully. Now that Qin Shao had exposed their identities, the crowd knew that they were the two brothers, Hua Li and Huorong. Many people knew about the conflict between them and Qin Shao, and it was no secret. Moreover, when Baichuan Fusu and Mr. Yu met with mishap, there were many rumors that it was the Huo brothers who did it. Therefore, when they saw Qin Shao coming to denounce the Huo brothers, and the Huo brothers hiding in Wind Cloud Academy, Qin Shao had a scheme against them, and even hid in Wind Cloud City for 8,000 years before the Huo brothers finally came out. It seemed that the enmity between them was not small. For Qin Shao to do this, there must be a deep hatred between them. Otherwise, with Qin Shao's current status, he would not do this. There were probably many secrets that no one knew about. It seemed like there was going to be a good show. Huorong's face turned cold, but he immediately snorted and retorted, "What do I know? What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. What do you mean by what good things we brothers have done? My brother and I have indeed done a lot of good things, but shouldn't you, Qin Shao, be thanking us for the good things that we have done? We just wanted to participate in the flower festival in a low-key manner, but we did not expect to be stopped by you. Why don't you tell us what you, Qin Shao, want to do?" "That's right, you, Qin Shao, are now a student of the Holy Institute, and your status is extremely high. You are a dragon among men, admired and admired by everyone, and your name is known throughout the immortal realm. Your reputation is indeed not small. So you, Qin Shao, think that you can do whatever you want now? You think you can control others as you wish? Then let me remind you, Lord Qin Shao, that this is not the Holy Institute, but Wind Cloud City." Qin Shao sneered and said, "I know that this is Wind Cloud City. If not, do you think you can still stand here? I have waited for us for 8,000 years, and I have vaguely waited for you for 8,000 years. Be content. Since you brothers do not know why I, Qin Shao, am stopping you today, then I will give you a good lecture and let the world clearly understand why I, Qin Shao, am looking for you to settle accounts. I, Qin Shao, have always been clear about right and wrong. I have always had a clear conscience, and I have always been able to withstand the test of the world. Your Huo brothers secretly instigated more than 1 million people to enter my free city and destroy it. Fortunately, I rushed back in time and prevented all of this from happening. Only then did I prevent my free city from being destroyed. I believe that many people know that I, Qin Shao, am the city lord of Free City. I was, am, and will always be. Even if I am not physically in Free City will always be my home, Qin Zhao's city, and my territory. Anyone who dares to do anything to Free City will be my enemy. Qin Shao, I, Qin Shao, will naturally not let them off. You Huo brothers schemed against my Free City, so why can't I settle accounts with you and punish you?" Qin Shao directly said this in front of everyone. Firstly, he wanted them to understand why he did this, and secondly, he wanted them to know of the Huo brothers' crimes. Qin Shao had always believed that he had to stand on the side of reason, and that he had to live up to his conscience. As long as he had these two things, so what if he turned the world upside down? And this time, it was clear that he had these two things. Therefore, Qin Shao had a clear conscience and was not afraid of the Huo family, nor was he afraid of this world. Since he had decided to do something, he had to do it to the end. He had to punish the Huo brothers on the spot and return justice to Free City. Touching Free City was equivalent to touching Qin Shao. How could he forgive them so easily? What? Lord Qin Shao is the city lord of Free City? Free City? Why haven't I heard of it? Let me think. Free City I think I've heard of it before. I think it's an unremarkable small city in the borderlands. Lord Qin Shao is actually the city lord of that small city. TSK, TSK, TSK. I think Free City is going to become famous soon. Lord Qin Shao is actually the city lord of Free City. It will be strange if it isn't famous. So it's because of Free City. I thought it was because of Baichuan Fusu in Mr. You. The whole brothers are really awesome. They actually dared to play this trick. They really dared to offend Qin Shao. I feel that all of this was caused by Horong, right? Holy is more mature and intelligent when doing things. He wouldn't be so stupid, right? Who knows? Anyway, I feel that neither of these two brothers are good people. Once Qin Zhao's words came out, there were indeed many voices of condemnation that attacked the whole brothers. Their reputation was going to be tarnished. They naturally wanted to refute this kind of thing, but they were powerless. After all, this matter was indeed caused by them. This matter was really unlucky. Coincidentally, Qin Shao returned. If Qin Shao had returned a little later, it would have been over. They already knew that Qin Shao had investigated this matter. So what was the point of denying it now? If they didn't deny it, it would naturally be equivalent to admitting it. If they admitted to this matter, they would inevitably be criticized. Everyone's saliva made the whole brothers' faces extremely ugly. In Wind Cloud City, the whole brothers could be considered as the two most famous people. Their reputation and prestige had always been pretty good. But at this moment, in the midst of a group of people's saliva, their faces were burning and painful. The two of them looked at Qin Shao with anger and hatred. Qin Shao actually took advantage of the flower festival to directly mention this matter in front of countless people. This was equivalent to exposing their crimes to the public, exposing their dark side in front of everyone. Wasn't this equivalent to slapping their faces? Chapter 2397. Too much. What do you want? This is called too much? That's even more excessive. I've always been a person who gets revenge. If there's a grudge, there's a grudge. If there's a grudge, there's a grudge. You destroyed my city and killed my people. It's the same as killing my own flesh and blood. How can I let this go so easily and let you off? You shouldn't have provoked me. If you want to resolve today's matter, that's fine too. You just have to apologize and commit suicide in front of me. Then, this matter will be considered over and I won't pursue it any further. What? Apologize and commit suicide? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the whole brothers almost bit their tongues. Not only them, but the surrounding crowd was also quite shocked. They looked at Qin Shao in astonishment, and their hearts were filled with admiration. As expected of Qin Shao, the way he did things was incomparably domineering. In Wind Cloud City, he actually dared to be so heroic. He actually dared to ask the whole brothers to apologize and commit suicide in front of him. How domineering was this? The Hua family was one of the top 10 families in the Huling region. The glory of their power shrouded Wind Cloud City, and there was a powerful force stationed in Wind Cloud City. Qin Shao was indeed a student of Sacred Institute and had a high status. But this was Wind Cloud City after all. Even if the whole brothers had caused some trouble, even if they had offended Qin Shao, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Qin Shao had just entered Sacred Institute, and his holy aura wasn't strong enough. But Qin Shao, dared to do this. Was this a kind of domineering self, or was it a kind of blind arrogance? But the crowd believed that it was the former. Horong wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed as if he had heard a funny joke. His laughter was so sinister, and there was a hint of ruthlessness and playfulness in it. Horong was like a ferocious and hungry wolf. The way he looked at Qin Shao became eerie and filled with a strange light. What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. Say it again. His voice was filled with anger, coldness, and a hint of threat. It was as if Qin Shao dared to say it again, he would kill Qin Shao. However, in Qin Zhao's eyes, Horong's threat was like a joke. Why would Qin Shao care about Horong's threat? Horong dared to threaten Qin Shao? He was far from qualified. Therefore, Qin Shao glanced at Horong with disdain and said with a sneer, "It seems that you don't have the awareness to admit your mistakes." Well, it's unrealistic to expect people who do bad things to take the initiative to admit their mistakes. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to waste my breath. I'll just kill all of you. Ah, you want to kill the whole brothers? Qin Xiao wouldn't really dare to do this, right? Qin Xiao's condemnation of the whole brothers was already shocking enough, and they admired Qin Xiao to the extreme. Now, Qin Xiao was really going to kill the whole brothers in front of everyone. No one doubted Qin Xiao's ability. After all, Qin Xiao was the person who took first place on the Holy College's holy rankings. How could the whole brothers compare to this kind of ability? Qin Xiao wanted to kill the whole brothers. There was no doubt that he could do it. However, the problem was that this was Wind Cloud City. This was the area covered by the Hua family's power. Killing two outstanding young geniuses of the Hua family here, wasn't that equivalent to slapping the Hua family's face? Although the Hua family wasn't one of the 100 schools of thought, it was still one of the top 10 families in Huling. There was no need to talk about their ability. How could the Hua family stand by and watch someone kill a disciple of the Hua family in Wind Cloud City? How could they let Qin Xiao succeed so easily? Therefore, when they heard Qin Xiao say that he wanted to kill the Hua brothers, many people were shocked. They all looked at Qin Xiao with incomparable astonishment. These words also gave the Hua brothers a huge fright. They thought that Qin Xiao couldn't have gone crazy, right? Even if he had the ability to kill them, he wouldn't be able to do it in Wind Cloud City. The Hua family's power in Wind Cloud City wasn't just for show. Furthermore, the Hua family's territory wasn't far from Wind Cloud City. If an ancient sage were to come, it wouldn't take too much time. They could definitely rush over and stop everything from happening. Hua Li sneered in anger. He, who had been silent all this while, finally opened his mouth. He stared deadly at Qin Xiao and shook his finger arrogantly at Qin Xiao, gesturing that he couldn't do it. Then he said, Qin Xiao, it's not that I, Hua Li, look down on you. If you can kill us brothers in Wind Cloud City today, then you're awesome. If we really die in your hands, then we'll admit defeat. If you have the guts and ability, why don't you give it a try? I, Hua Li, don't believe that you, Qin Xiao, can do anything you want in Wind Cloud City. The huge waves in Wind Cloud City aren't something that you, Qin Xiao, can do. That's right, Qin Xiao replied with certainty. No matter where the waves are, as long as I, Qin Xiao, want to do it, then I can do it. So what if it's Wind Cloud City? I don't want to deal with Wind Cloud City. I don't want to deal with any of the clans in Wind Cloud City. I only want to deal with the Hua brothers. I admit that the Hua family is powerful, but so what? The Hua family is powerful, but that doesn't mean that you're powerful. If the Hua family wants to save you, then you'll have to ask if I, Qin Xiao, agree to it. Will Qin Xiao agree to it or not? You'll have to have Qin Xiao to have the ability to refuse. You're just a slightly stronger ant. In front of a huge elephant, do you have the right to refuse? The Hua brothers naturally didn't think that Qin Xiao had the ability to do so. However, Qin Xiao attacked without hesitation. He didn't give the Hua brothers any chance to speak and directly attacked. They had to end this battle as soon as possible. They couldn't afford to drag it out. Otherwise, it would be very likely that a long night would lead to many dreams. Qin Xiao had already planned everything out long ago. Everything had been planned out. Seeing that Qin Xiao really dared to attack, Hua Li and Huarong couldn't help but grit their teeth and curse. Bastard Qin Xiao, you actually dare to attack. You really have guts. You really have guts. They thought that Qin Xiao only wanted to intimidate them with words and then negotiate some conditions. Who would have thought that Qin Xiao would actually dare to attack? Once he attacked, it would definitely be a situation where he would fight to the death. This was crazy. When the crowd saw that Qin Xiao really attacked, they also went crazy. Today's show was a bit too big. Was he really going to poke a hole in the sky? If the Hua brothers were really killed, it would definitely be big news. It would probably spread throughout the 9 continents of Huaxia. Lord Qin Xiao, please stop immediately. At this moment, a thunderous shout came from afar. The voice was extremely deep and powerful. There was a trace of holy aura descending. A white-haired old man rushed over here. His speed was extremely fast, and his momentum was strong. At first glance, one could tell that he was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Fortunately, he was not an ancient sage. He was just a fourth-step celestial venerable. Judging from his aura, he should be an existence infinitely close to a half-step sage. His strength should be above Qin Zhao's. If he really had a fight with such an existence, Qin Zhao would also have a headache. Qin Zhao knew this person. He was the leader of the Hua clan's forces stationed in Wind Cloud City. Others called him Hua Third Elder. He had a very high position in the Hua clan. This person's strength was indeed unfathomable. Some people even suspected that he had become a half-step sage long ago. However, he had been hiding his strength and did not announce that he was a half-step sage. However, even if he wasn't a half-step sage, Qin Zhao could feel that his strength was definitely not below his own. Hua Third Elder is here. Seeing that Hua Third Elder had arrived, the whole brothers immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Moreover, it was obvious that Hua Third Elder was not the only one who had arrived. Immediately, they saw that there were more than 10 people following behind Hua Third Elder. They were all fourth-step celestial venerables. Moreover, each of them was emitting a powerful aura. Clearly, they were all fourth-step celestial venerables. This time, the Hua clan's top forces stationed in Wind Cloud City were all mobilized. With such a force, the Hua brothers naturally had nothing to fear. They felt that they could sit back and relax. Ha ha ha, Qin Zhao, oh Qin Zhao, you want to kill us in Wind Cloud City? Aren't you being a little too whimsical? Wind Cloud City is not a place where you, Qin Zhao, can behave atrociously. You have status, but you are still far from having that kind of strength. Moreover, with your current status, you are still far from being able to compare with our whole clan. Therefore, you are flaunting your strength here. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want? Naive, you are really too naive. Now that Hua Third Elder is here, I want to see how you, Qin Zhao, are going to kill me. Let's see how you, Qin Zhao, are going to stir up this wave. Come and kill me. Hurry up and kill me. I am waiting for you here. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Hua Rong had a look of relief on his face as he spoke to Qin Zhao. He was very arrogant. The reason why he was so arrogant was because of Hua Third Elder's arrival. He, Hua Rong, was like a vicious dog. As long as his master was by his side, he would dare to bite anyone. You still dare to be stubborn when you are about to die? Then I will kill you first. Qin Zhao laughed coldly. He did not hesitate in the slightest as he charged towards Hua Rong. You still want to kill me? Do you really think that Hua Third Elder is just a decoration? You overestimate yourself. Hua Rong said disdainfully. Hua Third Elder saw that Qin Zhao still dared to attack Hua Rong and was really angry. Stop it, Qin Zhao. If you continue to be so unreasonable, then don't blame the old man for being rude to you. The old man respects that you are a student of the Sacred Institute. If there is anything you want to say, we can sit down and have a good talk. There is no need to be so agitated. However, if you persist in going about things the wrong way and refuse to listen to my advice and insist on killing the disciples of my whole clan, then this old man will definitely not be courteous to you. I hope that you, Qin Zhao, will think twice before you act and don't harm yourself. You are just a new student of the Sacred Institute. You are not strong enough to go against the whole clan. Don't ask for trouble. Is that so? The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth twitched as a cold smile slid across his face. Hua Third Elder charged toward Qin Zhao. He wanted to stop Qin Zhao from killing Hua Rong. With his strength, he was completely confident that he could stop Qin Zhao. But at this moment, the sky suddenly split open. Hua Third Elder heavily smashed into the broken space and could no longer pass through. Soon, an invisible spatial cage trapped Hua Third Elder, making it impossible for him to escape. A mighty saint aura descended, directly suppressing Hua Third Elder and the dozen fourth-step heavenly venerables behind him. They could not resist at all and were all shocked. They knew that an ancient saint existence had made a move. The ancient saint who made a move was none other than Adong. Adong had been hiding in the dark for a long time. Qin Zhao had instructed him that if anyone dared to come forward and stop him, he would stop them as well. Chapter 2398. It's an ancient sage. Hua Third Elder turned pale with fright. There was actually an ancient sage hiding in the dark. This was going to be troublesome. Everyone's gaze landed on Adong. They exclaimed in surprise. There was an ancient sage among them all this time, but they didn't notice him at all. It was clear that this prime saint was under Qin Zhao's command. He was indeed an outstanding student of the Sacred Academy. His treatment was really heaven-defying. He actually had an ancient sage following him everywhere he went. With an ancient saint present, who could stop him, young Master Qin Zhao, from killing? The third elder and the rest were a little anxious. How could they break free from the ancient sage's power? To put it bluntly, as long as Adong wanted to, he could easily wipe them out. How could he allow them to resist? Facing an ancient sage, the third elder and the rest felt like ants facing a giant dragon. They instantly felt that they were so weak and powerless. What? Qin Zhao, Hua Li and Huarong's faces instantly turned pale, especially Huarong, who was so shocked that his body trembled. How could this be? How could there be an ancient sage by Qin Zhao's side? It's over, it's over. Is there no escape today? The Hua clan's forces stationed in Wind Cloud City were no match for an ancient sage. It would be too late for the ancient sages of the Hua clan to rescue them. What should they do? Stall for time. This was the only way they could think of now. Lord Qin Zhao, please show mercy. Let's talk nicely. Don't kill them. The third elder naturally knew that the most important thing now was to stall for time. Otherwise, Hua Li and Huarong would definitely die. They brought this upon themselves. Their sins are unforgivable. I won't spare them. Qin Zhao turned around and replied coldly to the third elder. Since Qin Zhao had decided to kill them, how could he let them go? The third elder was rendered speechless by Qin Zhao's rebuke. She was really arrogant, but what could he do? He had no way to change anything, nor did he have the power to deter Qin Zhao. At this moment, he could only stare blankly and anxiously. Big brother, what should we do? What should we do? This guy is really crazy, a complete lunatic. Huarong anxiously asked Hua Li. Hua Li's brows furrowed deeply, and his eyes flashed with an incomparably sinister light. What else can we do? I've already asked Grandpa for help, and Grandpa has already brought people over. Now, all we can do is stall for time. There's only one battle left. Grandpa is rushing over as fast as he can. He'll be here soon. We only need to stall for 10 breaths of time, and everything will be fine. 10 breaths of time isn't too long. Let's go all out. I don't believe that Qin Zhao is so strong that we can't even last for 10 breaths of time. Huarong gritted his teeth and saw hope. 10 breaths of time was indeed not long. It could even be said to be very short. But for a real powerhouse, 10 breaths of time was enough. Qin Zhao, you have to think carefully about whether you really want to be the enemy of the Hua family. If you dare to attack us today, then you will be the enemy of the Hua family. The Hua family will definitely not let you off easily. Don't think that no one will dare to touch you just because you are a student of the Sacred Academy. The Hua family is not afraid of a student of the Sacred Academy. Cultivation is not easy. Don't act recklessly. Huarong said. How could Qin Zhao not know what Huarong was thinking? Without saying anything, he directly attacked. If it was before the selection of the Sacred Academy, it would be impossible for Qin Zhao to kill the Hua brothers. But it was different now. His strength had increased by more than a few times. If he wanted to kill the Hua brothers now, it was still possible. Of course, Qin Zhao also knew that he could kill the Hua brothers, but it was not necessarily easy to do so in a very short period of time. If he could buy some time, then the ancient sage of the Hua family would definitely arrive. At that time, it would be difficult for him to kill anyone. Therefore, Qin Zhao had to end the battle quickly and get rid of the Hua brothers as soon as possible. Qin Zhao had also made thorough preparations. If he could not kill them, then he would let Adong do it. In short, before the ancient sage of the Hua family came to rescue them, he had to kill the Hua brothers. This was what Qin Zhao had to do today. No one and no force could stop him. If the heavens wanted to stop him, then he would go against the heavens. If the gods wanted to stop him, then he would kill them. If the Buddhas wanted to stop him, then he would cross all the Buddhas in the heavens. The killing intent and determination that Qin Zhao displayed at this time was indeed frightening and awe-inspiring. When Qin Shao attacked at this time, he did not hesitate at all. He attacked with all his strength, not giving the Huo brothers any chance. Using the dual body technique, there were two Qin Shao. The main body attacked Huo Li, while the clone attacked Huo Rong. His heart power burst out at full force, and a powerful invisible force surged into the souls and wills of the Huo brothers, launching a fierce attack. Huo Li and Huo Rong were about to block Qin Shao, but under the attack of this powerful heart power, their minds were shaken, and they turned pale. What a powerful heart power! What a terrifying heart power! They knew that Qin Zhao's strength was not as strong as before, but when he attacked, they felt like they were completely crushed. Faced with this fierce heart power attack, Huo Rong immediately fell. He had lost half of his consciousness and basically had no power to resist. Just the heart power attack alone was enough to suppress him and control Huo Rong. The moment he fell under the heart power attack, Huo Rong knew in his heart that things were bad. He was probably doomed. Although Huo Li's situation was slightly better, the heart power attack affected him greatly, making him feel that the situation was not good. He knew very well that Qin Shao really had the strength to kill him. After not seeing him for a few days, he really did not expect that Qin Zhao's strength had already reached such a level. The only thing he could hope for now was that his grandfather would come quickly. Only then could he be saved. Time, what he needed most now, was to stall for time. Fight, fight. Huo Li gritted his teeth. He could only brace himself and fight. To deal with Huo Li, Qin Shao directly attacked with his strongest hand gesture. The true word of Lin burst out with full force, and the Akalanthus seal struck down on Huo Li. On the other side, on the doppelganger's side, Li Sheng's flying dagger's sharpness shocked the heavens. 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers whizzed out, breaking the 9 heavens and shocking eternity. The main body and the doppelganger, one using the true word of Lin and the other using the Li Sheng's flying dagger. These two were Qin Zhao's 2 strongest techniques now. At the same time, with the addition of the power of the inner world, these 2 techniques became even more powerful. When these 2 techniques were used, the entire Flower River was shocked into silence. The skies seemed to darken in an instant, losing its luster. In that instant, it felt as if time and space had been frozen, and everything had stopped moving. Everything was silent. Those who were closer felt as if their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Their nerves were stretched to the extreme. If they tightened even a little bit more, they would probably break. Everyone cried out in surprise. Qin Zhao's strength was really shocking. No wonder he could become a student of the Sacred Institute. No wonder he could take first place on the Sacred Institute's Saint rankings. This strength was indeed frighteningly strong. Huo Li and Huo Rong had thought that they could still put up a fight and buy some time. But now that they felt Qin Zhao's powerful attack, their hearts sank. It was too difficult to stop Qin Shao, especially Huo Rong, who could already smell the scent of death approaching. How sharp and powerful was the Li Sheng's flying dagger. It had the power to kill everything in the world. 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers came whistling over. Huo Rong had no power to resist at all. He could only watch as the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers pierced through his body. The terrifying power quickly tore and destroyed his immortal body, tearing it apart. It tore at his soul and destroyed his will. It quickly cut off his breath of life and pushed him towards death. In one exchange, Huo Rong's immortal body was broken by 60 to 70%. If this continued, then he, Huo Rong, would definitely die under Qin Zhao's blade in 2 more strikes at most. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying. Huo Rong thought that his strength was relatively strong, but he couldn't withstand a single blow from Qin Shao. It could only be said that Qin Zhao's strength was simply too strong. He felt that this strength was even stronger than Huo Third Elder. Even in the face of Huo Third Elder's all-out attack, he felt that he should be able to withstand a few rounds. He wouldn't be beaten half to death by such a weak blow. Was he going to die? No, no, no. Huo Rong panicked and hurriedly said, Qin Shao, stop, stop. Bastard. How dare you, how dare you? If you dare kill me, I swear I won't let you go. Absolutely not. I am an outstanding disciple of the Hoa clan's younger generation and the representative of the Hoa clan's younger generation. If you dare to kill me, you'll be slapping the Hoa clan's face and damaging our dignity. We won't let you go. Although you're a student of Saint Academy, we can still deal with you. You better think twice before you act. Don't forget, you still have Freedom City and 2 brothers in Wind Cloud Academy. If we want to destroy them, it'll be no different from stepping on 2 ants. Damn it, you're crazy. Huarong's words didn't deter Qin Shao. Instead, it angered Qin Shao even more. He wanted to kill their clones because of Freedom City and Big Brother Baichuan. He wanted to give them a deep lesson and a clear warning. But he didn't expect that Huarong would dare to use Freedom City and Big Brother Baichuan as a threat at this time. Wasn't he courting death? Qin Shao was naturally angered. His killing intent grew stronger, and he continued to attack. Huarong was anxious and angry when he saw that his threats didn't have any effect, but more than that, he felt helpless. He wasn't as strong as Qin Shao and could only be suppressed and trampled under his feet. How uncomfortable was that? But what could he do? Grandpa, hurry up and save me. Qin Shao is completely crazy. Huarong once again sent out a signal for help to his grandpa. But his grandpa couldn't get there in an instant. And just as he finished calling for help, 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers once again arrived in front of him. This time, he still couldn't block them. The 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers pierced through his body with all their might, and a powerful force exploded in his immortal body. The power destroyed everything. Soul, will, immortal body, and even the owner's will. Huarong knew that he was going to die the moment he heard the news. No. Chapter 2399. Huarong was dead. One of the Hoa clan's outstanding youths, one of their representatives, a 4th-step heavenly venerate with great potential, was killed by Qin Zhao's blade in just 2 moves. Although it was only his clone that was killed and his original body was still alive, this was still a great humiliation to Huarong. It was also a huge blow to him. To the Hoa clan, it was a huge blow to their dignity. A dignified Hoa clan's outstanding youth was actually killed by 4th-step heavenly venerate in front of everyone in Wind Cloud City, a place covered by the Hoa clan's power. How disrespectful was this to the Hoa clan? Even the Hu clan's youths wouldn't dare to do such a thing, right? However, Qin Shao did it. Everyone was shocked, speechless. This action was too powerful and domineering. Perhaps only Qin Shao would dare to do such a thing, right? They really couldn't think of anyone else who would dare to offend the Hoa clan like this. As expected of Qin Shao, as a person, he had his own bottom line. Once someone crossed this line, he wouldn't care about your identity and background. If he decided to kill you, he would definitely kill you. As a person, if one thought about it carefully, it was indeed very admirable. Huarong was dead, and Holy was also under the attack of Qin Zhao's true word of Lin. The situation was critical, and he was about to follow in Huarong's footsteps. At this moment, Qin Zhao's clone broke free and charged straight at Holy. It was equivalent to 2 against 1. The true word of Lin and Li Sheng's flying dagger launched a fierce attack at Holy at the same time, wanting to kill him quickly. Damn it! How did he become so strong? Holy was also complaining in his heart. He really didn't expect Qin Zhao's strength to be so unimaginably strong. He originally thought that if he and Huarong joined forces, they would be able to hold on until his grandfather came to beg them. However, he didn't expect Qin Shao to kill Huarong in 2 moves, leaving him to fight alone. However, his strength was obviously far from Qin Zhao's. He was constantly being suppressed by Qin Shao, and he couldn't even breathe. The current situation was even more precarious. Although he had used all his means, he still couldn't block it. His life-saving means were still not enough. What to do? Was he really going to die here today? Stop! Lord Qin Shao, this old man begs you to stop. Third Elder Hua was anxious and angry, but he was suppressed by Ah Dong and couldn't move at all. All he could do was watch. However, Qin Shao did not pay attention to him at all. He turned a deaf ear to him and continued to attack. But at this moment, a furious voice drifted over from the horizon. It was filled with a majestic aura, incomparably furious and powerful. It was as if a huge wave was crashing down on Qin Shao. However, no matter how big the waves were, they could not suppress Qin Shao at all. Brat Qin Shao, you are truly arrogant to the extreme. How dare you? How dare you kill a disciple of the He clan in Wind Cloud City? Do you think we're nothing? I, Huiying, am here. Stop immediately. If you dare to attack again, don't blame me for not going easy on you. The wrath of this saint is not something you can bear. A thunderous voice exploded in Qin Zhao's mind like a clap of thunder. It was so loud that Qin Zhao's mind buzzed, as if it was about to explode. It was extremely uncomfortable. This voice was filled with the majestic aura of a sage. It was extremely mighty. Obviously, he wanted to use this majestic aura to suppress Qin Shao and deter Qin Shao, so that Qin Shao would be wary and stop attacking. However, how could Qin Shao back down? Qin Shao knew that this voice came from afar. The ancient sages of the He clan had not arrived yet, so how could they stop him from killing? Moreover, even if they did, Adong would be able to hold him back for a while. It should be enough time for him to kill Huoli. At this moment, Huoli was completely powerless to resist. He was not far from death. Ha ha ha, Qin Shao, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. Huoli naturally felt more at ease when he saw that his grandfather had arrived. His He clan had at least 2 ancient sages rushing over. With such power, how could he be afraid of Qin Shao and continue to kill him? But soon, Huoli's expression changed. The peerless sharpness of Sage Li's flying dagger whistled through his body. The terrifying power destroyed his immortal body, soul, and will with an unstoppable force. His life force was cut off, and he was rapidly dying. His lifeline was severed, and it could not be reversed. Huoli could clearly feel that he was about to die. He could no longer reverse the situation. Once his lifeline was severed, how could it be reconnected? This time, he was really going to die. He was going to die at the hands of Qin Shao. Amidst a series of astonished cries, Huoli fell to the ground with a loud crash, dead at the hands of Qin Shao. At this moment, the 2 ancient sages of the He clan also descended. Their mighty saint aura crashed down like a monstrous wave, suppressing everything. All the onlookers couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship them. The 2 ancient sages hung in the sky like 2 blazing suns, illuminating the land. The 2 ancient sages were an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, and a burly middle-aged man. The 2 stood in the void, looking down at the people below. Their eyes were incomparably cold as they stared at Qin Shao, full of anger. Adong also let go of 3rd Elder Hua and the others. He stood in front of Qin Shao, blocking the powerful saint aura for Qin Shao. At this time, Qin Shao had already killed Huoli and Huorong. He had achieved his goal and completed his task, so it didn't matter anymore. Standing there, Qin Shao also looked at the 2 ancient sages of the He clan calmly, without any fear. Qin Shao, you are really audacious and arrogant. Damn you. Huiying was furious. His body trembled, and he looked like he couldn't wait to kill Qin Shao. Huoli and Huorong were his 2 grandsons that he was proud of. They were the future hope of the He clan. They were the outstanding talents of the younger generation of the He clan. But today, they were killed by Qin Shao in public. Their dignity was damaged, and it was a great humiliation. Although it was only a doppelganger, it was undoubtedly a great blow to the original body. It even had a great impact on Huoli and Huorong's cultivation in the future. Most importantly, the dignity of the He clan was trampled underfoot. How could this be tolerated? Wouldn't the He clan be ridiculed by the world if they were humiliated like this? The He clan's anger made everyone tremble in fear. There were already many important people watching the battle in the dark all around Fengyan City. How was the He clan going to vent their thunderous anger? How was Qin Shao going to deal with the He clan's monstrous power? This matter really made people curious. They didn't know how the future would develop. Audacious? So what? Only the He clan is allowed to bully others, but others are not allowed to fight back. The disciples of the He clan deserve to die, so they should be punished. If the Hua clan doesn't care, then I, Qin Shao, will take care of it for the Hua clan. Otherwise, you will only be a scourge if you stay in the world. Others don't dare to provoke the Hua clan, but it doesn't mean that I, Qin Shao, don't dare to provoke the Hua clan. I don't dare to. Whoever provokes me, Qin Shao, I will definitely get back at them. If you are not strong enough, I will take revenge. 10 years is not too late. If you are strong enough, then I will not let you live. Senior Huaying, before you get angry, shouldn't you first understand the good things that the disciples of the Hua clan have done? First, understand whether they deserve to die or not. In the face of Hui Ying's angry shout, Qin Shao was naturally not afraid of anything. He retorted back sarcastically, refuting a prime saint. Hui Ying was even more furious. He stared at Qin Shao viciously and said, "What a sharp-tongued brat. Are you talking about that small matter in Free City? That small matter is the reason why you killed the disciples of the Hua clan? Small matter?" Qin Shao snorted coldly. "Perhaps in your eyes, it is a small matter not worth mentioning. But sorry, in my eyes, it is a big matter. It is something that has crossed my bottom line. I, Qin Shao, am the city lord of Free City. Everything in Free City is related to me. The people of Free City are my people. Qin Shao. The disciples of the Hua clan wanted to destroy Free City and kill countless people of Free City. Is this a small matter? If this is considered a small matter, then why is there a need for you, Saint Master Huaying, to be so angry when I only killed 2 of your Hua clan's disciples?" Huaying said coldly, "Don't quibble like this. The meaning is completely different. If you killed the subordinates of the Hua clan, I would definitely not be like this. However, you killed my grandson, an outstanding figure of the younger generation of the Hua clan. He is the face of the Hua clan. Moreover, isn't your Free City in perfect condition? No one has been killed." Qin Shao sneered. "None of the citizens were killed. It's only because I managed to rush back in time. If not for that, I'm afraid that Freedom City would have turned into a river of blood. I think the person who is quibbling is you, Saint Huaying. I see the people of Free City as my flesh and blood. Blood is thicker than water. Touching Free City is the same as touching me. Indeed, no one has died in this incident. However, this doesn't mean that I can calm my anger and muddle through. No matter who you are, as long as you touch my bottom line, I will not let you off so easily. If I, Qin Shao, muddle through this time, will I be lucky enough to rush back in time to save Free City the next time? I, Qin Shao, don't do anything. Once I do, I will definitely hurt him and teach him an unforgettable lesson. If any of the people of Free City die this time, do you really think that I, Qin Shao, will be so easy to talk to and stop after killing Hua Li and Hua Rong's clones? I only killed their clones because I wanted to clearly tell him where my bottom line is and where my determination lies. Qin Shao. If he doesn't repent and dares to scheme again, then what awaits him next time will be my, Qin Zhao's, greater fury. I, Qin Shao, am a man of my word. If I say I will do something, I will do it. If I say I will kill, I will definitely kill. This is my, Qin Zhao's, character. Qin Zhao's, principles of how I conduct myself and do things. No matter who it is, they cannot cross my bottom line. The same goes for the disciples of the Hua clan. Since they have done something, they must pay the price. I won't be lenient just because you, Saint Huaying, are here. Showing mercy to the disciples of the Hua clan would be equivalent to handing the lives of the people of Free City to the disciples of the Hua clan. How could I, Qin Shao, do such a thing? In any case, I have already killed them. I have already gotten my revenge. I have also vented my anger. I have already done what I wanted. The rest will depend on how you, Saint Huaying, want to settle things with me. I, Qin Shao, am weak and have only brought 1 follower with me this time. However, I am not afraid of anything. If you, Saint Huaying, have any orders, I, Qin Shao, will take them all. What do I have to fear? Chapter 2400. You really have a big mouth, big mouth. Saint Venerable Huaying was trembling with rage at Qin Zhao's words. He was an ancient saint. How high and mighty was he? Everyone beneath ancient sage was nothing more than an ant. This was not an empty statement. In terms of strength, Qin Shao was no more than an ant in front of Saint Venerable Huaying. However, this ant dared to talk back to him without giving him any face, making it difficult for him to step down. His Hua clan's disciples were killed, his 2 grandsons were killed, and he was mocked by Qin Shao. How could he not be angry? Everyone could clearly feel Saint Venerable Huaying's anger. Many people couldn't help but tremble and break out in cold sweat for Qin Shao. Among the crowd, Baichuan Fusu and young master Yu heard the news and came to find Fu Linglong. Baichuan Fusu was a smart person. Naturally, he knew that Fu Linglong had a part to play in this matter. Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? Fu Linglong looked aggrieved and said helplessly, Brother Baichuan, you can't blame me for this. I promised Brother Qin Shao. Besides, I was just cooperating with him. I didn't do anything. Brother Qin Shao insisted on doing this. What can I do? You know Brother Qin Zhao's temper. Once he decides on something, no one could stop him. Furthermore, most importantly, I do feel that Brother Qin Shao is right. This time, the whole clan's brothers have gone too far. If we don't teach them a lesson, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future. Baichuan Fusu was a little speechless. You still think he's right? Nonsense, this is nonsense. Don't you know that this will bring him a lot of trouble? Killing the Hua clan's brothers is the same as offending the Hua clan. Killing the Hua clan's brothers in public in Wind Cloud City is the same as slapping the Hua clan's face in front of everyone. The Hua Corporation's dignity has been trampled on. How can the Hua Corporation take this lying down? Qin Shao is putting himself in danger by doing this. Fu Linglong said seriously, Brother Baichuan, don't worry. I've also thought about this problem and talked to Qin Shao about it. Since Qin Shao has decided to do it, I think he must be confident. He must have thought about all the situations before he did it. So, I think we should trust Qin Shao. That's right. She will definitely offend the Hua Corporation. But will the Hua Corporation dare to do anything to Qin Shao? At the very least, the Hua Corporation wouldn't dare to kill Qin Shao, right? Moreover, I feel that Brother Qin Shao should know his limits and be able to control himself. I believe that he will be able to handle this matter well. Young Master Yu, who had been silent all this while, also said, That's right, big brother. Now that things have come to this, it's useless for us to say anything more. Also, we can't help much. We can only trust Qin Shao to handle this. Since he has decided to do it, he must have thought about everything. We just have to wait here patiently and watch. Baichuan Fusu shook his head helplessly and sighed. Now that things had come to this, he really had no other choice. With his little bit of strength, he was far from qualified to participate in this level of competition. So now, he could only wait patiently and watch the situation develop. Hopefully, Qin Shao could handle it well. But in his heart, he did believe that Qin Shao could handle it well. Qin Shao had always been very steady and never fought a battle that he wasn't confident in. This matter seemed impulsive and reckless, with no regard for the consequences. It was a crazy move, but thinking about it carefully, Qin Zhao's biggest guarantee was his identity as a student of the Sacred Institute. With this identity, as long as Qin Shao didn't cross the line, would the Hua family really dare to kill him? He believed that the Hua family wouldn't have the guts to kill a student of the Sacred Institute. If the Sacred Institute were to blame them, how could the Hua family bear the consequences? With this final guarantee, they could still bear the consequences. This worry was actually shared by many of the onlookers. Many people respected Qin Shao and worshipped Qin Shao. Naturally, they didn't want anything to happen to Qin Shao. While they were sweating, they also prayed that Qin Shao would be safe. Qin Shao, do you really think that you can do whatever you want as a student of the Sacred Institute? Do you really think that you can be arrogant and do whatever you want? Do you really think that the Hua family will only dare to be angry and not do anything to you for killing a member of the Hua family? Do you really think that I won't dare to do anything to you for what happened today? Qin Shao, you think too highly of your status, don't you? No matter how high your status is, it's only because the Sacred Institute has bestowed it on you. But no matter what, you're just a fourth step heavenly venerate. In my eyes, you're just a slightly stronger ant. Do you really think that an ant like you can go against me? Don't you think that you're being too naive? Of course, I won't kill you so easily. But even if I don't kill you, I have thousands of ways to punish you. You're so bold and presumptuous. If I don't punish you properly, do you really think that the whole family's prestige is something that a brat like Qin Shao can easily touch? The Sacred Institute is an institute of justice. It's an institute under the imperial splendor of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It's a place where justice is taught and reason is taught. It's not a place where you can casually throw your banner around. If you want to use your status as a student of a Sacred Institute to pressure the whole family, I can only say that you're too naive. Instead of getting angry, Qin Shao laughed. He looked at Hua Ying and said, "Your senior Hua Ying already said that you don't throw your banner around. I killed Hua Li and Hua Rong with my own strength. Now that you've come out to deal with me, aren't you just standing up for Hua Li and Hua Rong? Then can it be understood that Hua Li and Hua Rong are using your Hua families or your banner, Hua Ying's? If everyone isn't using their banner, then it's a fair fight. It's a battle of strength. The 2 of them weren't as skilled as me and died in my hands. Who can they blame? Isn't it their fault that they weren't strong enough? So, Saint Huang, don't you think it's a little easy for you to say these words? I, Qin Shao, come from a humble background. I don't have any background. Do you think that I, Qin Shao, should be bullied and humiliated by the Hua family's disciples? Since you said that the Sacred Institute is where the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors' imperial splendor resides, and that it's a place where you talk about principles and principles, then I, Qin Shao, will talk about principles with you. I know that there's no absolute fairness in this world, but I believe that there's fairness in the great Tao. No matter who it is, if they do something wrong, they should pay the price. Just because the Hua family's disciples did something wrong doesn't mean that they don't have to pay the price. If the Hua family protects their disciples, then I, Qin Shao, can only kill my enemies with my own hands and demand an explanation from them. They provoked me and crossed my bottom line. What's wrong with me killing them? If you, Hua Ying, want to make trouble for me, you're just using your own strength. Yes, that's right. You're a Sacred Institute, a senior Sacred Institute. In front of Senior Hua Ying, I, Qin Shao, am just a slightly stronger ant. But does an ant have no dignity? Can an ant seek justice for himself? Can an ant kill someone? The principles under the heavens aren't just up to you, Hua Ying, to decide, right? Qin Zhao's rebuttal made many people want to clap their hands and cheer. Well said. What he said was very, very true. Yes, does an ant have no dignity? Even ants had their own dignity. It's just that some people don't have status, background, or strength, so they're often bullied by others. They didn't dare to be angry or say anything, but it didn't mean that they wouldn't remember such hatred in their hearts. Hua Ying's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Qin Shao gloomily and said in a deep voice, "Qin Shao, no matter how eloquent you are, you can't escape from today's matter. According to what you've said, no matter who did something wrong, they have to pay the price. Now that you, Qin Shao, have killed 2 outstanding youths of the Hua clan in front of everyone, shouldn't you pay the price too?" Qin Shao had already expected today's matter. It was indeed very difficult to get off the stage unscathed. Although he was a student of the Sacred Institute, it didn't mean that he could control everything. The Hua clan was an ancient and powerful clan, and it wasn't easy to provoke them. If it was just Qin Shao alone, he could be completely fearless and not worry about anything. However, Qin Shao couldn't be so stubborn to the end. There was still the free cities Baichuan, Fusu, and the others, and even the big brother of the desolate land. If the Hua clan really went crazy, Qin Shao wouldn't be able to protect them with his current strength. Therefore, Qin Shao had no choice but to bear with it for the time being. However, if the Hua clan wanted to go overboard, Qin Shao would definitely not agree to it. Qin Shao had already expected all of this and had thought it through long ago. Saint Hui Ying's words were actually hinting to Qin Shao to give him a way out. Otherwise, why would he say so much? He would have already taken action. However, Saint Hua Ying didn't take action. Instead, he said that the Hua clan wouldn't let Qin Shao off. What he meant was that he wanted an explanation to give the Hua clan a way out. If they want a way out, he would just give them a way out. Then Saint Huang, what price do you think Qin Shao, should pay? Qin Shao replied. Saint Huang looked at Qin Shao with a deep gaze. If it wasn't for Qin Zhao's identity, he would have killed Qin Shao on the spot. However, he couldn't kill Qin Shao, so he could only take a step back. I won't delve into the details of this matter. You, Qin Shao, have killed 2 members of the Hua clan. Naturally, I can't let it go just like that. I reckon that you, Qin Shao, are not an enemy of the Hua clan, and it's just a fight between you young people. Therefore, I can let you off the hook. I'll only use 10% of my strength to attack you. You can take it with your full strength. The extent of your injuries will depend on your strength. You can object to such a punishment? Hearing Saint Sovereign Hui Ying's words, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. They were worried for Qin Shao. Saint Hua Ying was a very powerful ancient saint. Even if he used 10% of his strength, it was still terrifyingly powerful. How could Qin Shao possibly take it? 10% of his strength was enough to kill Qin Shao, wasn't it? How was this a punishment? He was simply trying to kill Qin Shao. Fu Linglong was getting a little anxious as well. He almost rushed into the crowd and told Qin Shao not to accept it. Many people were shaking their heads at Qin Shao desperately, indicating that Qin Shao shouldn't accept it. He mustn't accept it. If he were to accept such a condition, his life would be in danger. Even if Supremacy Hua Ying had a good grasp of the situation and didn't really kill Qin Shao, that move of his would most likely have damaged his vitality. Chapter 24:01. Could it be that Saint Hua Ying was really going to kill Qin Shao? 10% of his strength, that was no joke. However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Shao actually nodded and agreed. All right, I agree. Agreed? Qin Shao actually agreed? Many people couldn't help but sweat for Qin Shao when they heard that Qin Shao actually agreed to Saint Hui Ying's request. They were very nervous and worried. However, after thinking about it carefully, they realized that this might be Qin Zhao's expedient plan. Perhaps Qin Shao really had no other choice and could only do this. Facing the powerful Hua clan and Saint Hua Ying who wouldn't give up, what else could Qin Shao do? Even if he was a student of the Sacred Academy. So what? Being a student of the Sacred Academy didn't mean everything. He didn't have supreme authority that the Hua clan didn't dare to provoke. At this time, it was more important to rely on strength. In terms of strength, Qin Shao was obviously far from being a match for Saint Hua Ying. Even if there was Ah Dong, who was an ancient sage, the Hua clan had sent 2 ancient sages who were more than enough to deal with Qin Shao. Therefore, even if they fought, they would still lose. Under such circumstances, the best way was probably to agree to Saint Hui Ying's request. However, Saint Hua Ying would probably know how to split the profits and wouldn't really do anything to Qin Shao. After all, if he really did something to a student of the Sacred Academy, the consequences would be hard to predict. It might not be something that the Hua clan could bear. After all, the Sacred Academy was the #1 academy in Huaxiao in the 9 provinces. It was jointly founded by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. What did it represent? It naturally represented the supreme authority of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Who would dare to touch it? Wouldn't that be courting death? All right, Qin Shao, it seems that you are a straightforward person. Since you agreed so readily, then this matter can be easily resolved. The dignity of the Hua clan will never be violated by anyone. However, the Hua clan has always followed the rules when doing things. We won't involve outsiders, Holy Sage Hua Ying said. Qin Shao could tell that Hua Jinyao was telling him that as long as he agreed to help the Hua Corporation regain some face, he would not implicate anyone else. Qin Shao said, "If that's the case, please do it, Saint Master Hua Ying." Qin Shao was also prepared to resist with all his strength. In the face of an ancient sage, even with Qin Zhao's strength, he felt very small. Speaking of which, this was Qin Zhao's first time exchanging blows with an ancient sage. He definitely wouldn't have the chance to do so under normal circumstances. This was his first time crossing swords with an ancient sage, so he could not help but feel a little awkward. Ancient sages, what kind of strength was that? That was a supreme existence that could make the heavens and the earth submit, make the sun and moon sink, and reverse time and space. That was a supreme existence that controlled the might of the Grand Tao in his hands. That was an existence that had truly transcended the river of time, an existence that wasn't in the category of life and death. When an ancient sage made a move, it was enough to shake the heavens and earth and destroy everything. While many people were worried about Qin Shao, they were also curious about what kind of scene it would be when an ancient sage made a move. However, since Saint Master Huaying said that he would only use 10% of his strength, it would be hard to see his true strength. All of a sudden, Saint Master Huaying made his move. The power of the Grand Tao of laws turned into a scorching light that gushed out. That scorching light actually annihilated everything, completely devouring everything in this space, making everyone unable to see anything clearly. It was as if everything in this world had been destroyed and ceased to exist. What's going on? I can't see anything clearly? I can't see anything clearly either. That light is too dazzling. Why can't I see anything? It's not that the light is too dazzling. It's that the power of the Grand Tao of laws has erased everything. That's why we can't see anything. All we can see is a blank space. It can't be, right? Everything has been erased. Then Qin Shao won't die, right? I don't know. We'll only know when we see it. However, no matter how angry Saint Master Huaying is, he shouldn't dare to kill Lord Qin Shao, right? There's finally something. Everyone's vision slowly recovered. Gradually, they could see things clearly. The real world reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This made everyone feel as if they could see the sun again. Just a moment ago, everything in front of them was blank. Now, they could finally see something. Everything was finally back to normal. Look, Qin Shao is injured. Ha ha. Lord Qin Shao is not dead. That's great. That's great. I told you that Saint Master Huaying wouldn't dare to kill Lord Qin Shao. It's good that he's not dead. It's finally over, right? He's really lucky. However, Lord Qin Shao is a student of the Sacred Academy. With this identity, he's a trump card that can save his life. Who dares to touch the dignity of the whole clan? Fu Linglong and young master Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Shao was fine. That's great. Baichuan Fu Su seemed to have expected this. His expression didn't change much. Everything was within his expectations. At this moment, Qin Zhao's mouth was full of blood. His face was pale, and he looked a little miserable. Qin Shao wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. After glancing at Saint Master Huaying, he walked towards Baichuan Fu Su and the others. Saint Master Huaying's face was cold. He waved his hand and left with the people of the whole clan. The onlookers also opened up a path for them. Baichuan Fu Su and the other two quickly came forward. Fu Linglong wanted to help Qin Shao, but was rejected by Qin Shao. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I'm not that weak. Let's go and find a place to sit." "Okay, let's go to my place." Fu Linglong immediately nodded. The five of them quickly arrived at Fu Linglong's cultivation place. After coming back, Fu Linglong realized that he was fooled by Qin Shao. "Brother Qin Shao, you were pretending to be injured? You're really good at acting. Even we were fooled by you. You're really lucky," Fu Linglong said. "Young master, you also said, that's right. I was worried about you just now. So you were just pretending. But why did you have to pretend like that? To fool Saint Master Huaying?" Baichuan Fu Su shook his head and laughed. He pointed at Fu Linglong and young master Yu and said, "To think that you guys are so smart usually. But when it comes to the crucial moment, you guys become muddle-headed. Can't you guys understand the situation?" What did he mean? Fu Linglong and young master Yu looked at Baichuan Fu Su in confusion. What kind of situation was this that they didn't know? Fu Linglong was a smart person, but sometimes people will be confused by the situation. Once he was in the situation, it was easy for him to become muddle-headed. Hearing Baichuan Fu Su's words, Fu Linglong pondered for a moment and immediately understood the problem. Soon, Fu Linglong understood. "Oh, I understand now. Actually, what the whole clan wants is very simple. They just want to regain some face." But Saint Master Huaying isn't stupid. He knows Qin Zhao's temperament. If he really wants to fight Qin Shao to the end, then the worst-case scenario would be that Qin Shao doesn't care about his life and death and fights with the whole clan. And if it really comes to that, then the whole clan's problem is whether to kill Qin Shao or not. If they don't kill Qin Shao, then how will the whole clan fight with Qin Shao? If they kill Qin Shao, then the whole clan will be destroyed. So, the whole clan definitely won't dare to kill Qin Shao. Since this is the case, then Saint Master Hua Ying won't really fight Qin Shao and force Qin Shao into a dead end. But the whole clan's dignity can't be lost like this. What can they do? They can only take a step back and think of a way to regain some dignity. So, Saint Master Hua Ying used words to hint to Qin Shao that as long as he gave the whole clan a way out, this matter would be over. Qin Shao was very cooperative and agreed to Saint Master Hua Ying's request. So, Saint Master Hua Ying took action. No wonder when Saint Master Hua Ying took action, no one saw it clearly. It was Saint Master Hua Ying's method. In this way, no one saw clearly how Saint Master Hua Ying took action. In the end, everyone saw Qin Shao vomiting blood and getting injured. The whole clan's dignity was recovered. It was a happy ending. Ha, brother Qin Shao, am I right? Qin Shao smiled at Fu Linglong and said, "You're smart. You figured it out right away. But brother Baichuan is experienced and has seen through the trick. So, brother Baichuan has been very calm and not worried about anything. I knew that Saint Master Hua Ying wouldn't dare to do anything to me. He wouldn't dare to force me into a corner. If he really wants to settle accounts with me, the whole clan won't be able to get any benefits if I force him into a corner. At least, I'll make him a mess before I'll stop. Of course, the most important thing is that the whole clan won't dare to kill me. With this premise, they won't dare to do anything to me. Of course, if the whole clan wants to regain some dignity, Qin Shao, will give them some dignity. It's not impossible for everyone to put on a show and give them a way out. After all, Qin Shao, don't have the strength to compete with the whole clan for the time being. So, I can only take a step back. Fortunately, this matter has been resolved satisfactorily. I've vented my anger and taken revenge. It's a perfect solution. Fu Linglong immediately gave Qin Shao 2 thumbs up with a face full of admiration. Brilliant, really brilliant. You're really brilliant. I'm impressed. If I had known that you were so cunning and everything was going according to your plan, I wouldn't have worried about you. You even made me feel like my heart was about to break. With that, Fu Linglong said to Baichuan and Fu Su, I told you not to worry. Since brother Qin Shao dared to do this, he must have confidence. Now you've seen it. Huo Li and Huo Rong are dead. Although it's only their clones that died, you've taken your revenge and vented your anger. Those 2 fellas should be taught a harsh lesson. Only then will they remember. Baichuan and Fu Su were indeed very worried about Qin Shao from the start. They didn't want Qin Shao to cause trouble with the whole clan because of their matter. Although Baichuan and Fu Su believed that Qin Shao could handle it well and that the whole clan wouldn't dare to kill Qin Shao. But how should he put it? It was best not to offend them. After all, it was the whole clan. The ancient and powerful whole clan. Humans would always be in awe of things that were more powerful than them. Big brother Baichuan, I know what you're thinking. But this matter isn't just related to you. It's also related to the Free City. It's just that the 2 matters just happen to run into each other. So, I've resolved it for you. So, don't think too much about it, said Qin Shao. Chapter 2402. The matters of Free City and Baichuan and Fu Su had been resolved perfectly. Qin Shao also took his leave and returned to the Sacred Institute. As soon as he returned, Meng Dali brought him good news. There was definite news about Jing Yang. Meng Dali confirmed that the suspected Jing Yang's whereabouts he had found was indeed the Jing Yang that Qin Shao was looking for. Xia Dongho confirmed that this news was indeed true, which meant that he was 100% sure that Jing Yang's whereabouts had been found. However, this good news was also mixed with bad news. Meng Dali, are you saying that Jing Yang disappeared 3 million years ago in the Kaoyang district after going through several dangerous situations? How come you can't find out what happened after that? You don't even know if he's still alive? Qin Shao asked. Meng Dali nodded and said, Yes, brother Qin Shao. That's all we can find out for now. As for what happened after that, I've already sent people to continue investigating. The Jing Yang that you are looking for disappeared 3 million years ago. He never showed up again or left any traces behind. This is very strange. He suddenly disappeared without a trace, and we can't find out if he is still alive or dead. However, I feel that if we can't find out if he is dead, then the possibility that he is still alive is very high. Therefore, I feel that he should still be alive, but he might be trapped. The Kaoyang district is considered a more complicated area. Anything is possible. Qin Xiao nodded. He was willing to believe that no bad news was the best news. As long as they didn't find out that Jing Yang was dead, then he should still be alive. But where did this person go? 3 million years was not a long time. If he was trapped, then it was very normal. Since he was last seen in the Kaoyang district, then I believe that Jing Yang shouldn't have gone far. He should still be in the Kaoyang district. No matter what, this is good news. With clues and directions, at least I know where to find him. I will go to the Kaoyang district immediately. Meng Dali, if you have any good news, let me know immediately. Qin Xiao thought for a while and immediately decided to go to the Kaoyang district. Qin Xiao couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, Qin Xiao wouldn't be able to sit still. Therefore, he could only go and find him directly. Once he had an exact location, it would be much easier to find him. As long as he was still alive, he would definitely be able to find him. If he got close, he would be able to sense him. The worst-case scenario was that he would turn the entire Kaoyang district to search. Moreover, with Dong, a saint venerable, helping him, it would be much easier. Qin Xiao, let me go with you, Meng Dali said directly. Qin Xiao patted Meng Dali's shoulder and smiled. Dali, I appreciate your good intentions. However, you don't need to get involved in this matter. I can handle it myself. Meng Dali nodded and said, Dali, I appreciate your kindness. With Dong by my side, you don't have to worry about me. Meng Dali shook his head and said, Qin Xiao, I can't help you much in terms of strength. However, I am from the Baimeng district, and I am familiar with the Kaoyang district. I have been there a few times. Therefore, with me following you, you will have someone to show you the way. It will be more convenient. This is too troublesome. Before Qin Xiao could finish, he was interrupted by Meng Dali. What's so troublesome about this? It's just a small matter. If you're my brother, then don't say so much. Let me follow you. As your brother, I can only help you this much. Moreover, we are not going to take any risks. We're just going to find someone. It's not a big deal. Hearing Meng Dali's words, Qin Xiao thought for a moment and said, All right, then let's go together. After making the decision, they immediately took action. Qin Xiao and the other two rushed to the Kaoyang district. Kaoyang region was located at the border between Baimeng territory and Ji territory. It was a relatively ancient region, and even the power of Baimeng clan and Ji clan didn't shine too much light here. It was enough to show how complicated the situation in this region was. With Dong around, it was naturally not a problem to travel quickly. Qin Xiao, up ahead, is the Kaoyang region. Since ancient times, this region has been sparsely populated. It is said that even the Baimeng clan and the Ji clan are not willing to, or rather, do not dare to, manage this place. That's why the Kaoyang region is a lawless region. Very few forces are able to enter the Kaoyang region. According to the intelligence, after Jing Yang entered the Kaoyang district, we cannot find anything else. According to the situation, Jing Yang should have entered the Kaoyang district. If we want to find someone, we can only enter the Kaoyang district. Meng Dali pointed ahead and said to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao also carefully observed the area ahead. He could clearly feel that there was something strange about the area ahead. Qin Xiao had been to many strange places, but it was rare to see a place as strange as the Kaoyang district. Therefore, as long as one sensed the strange aura of the Kaoyang district, one would not be willing to go any further. One would feel that there were many dangers waiting for them ahead. If they went any further, they might die in there. Under such a strange aura, ordinary people would have the idea of retreating. They would not dare to go any further. Most likely, even an ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerate would not dare to go any further. The Kaoyang district was a relatively large area. They had just reached the edge of the Kaoyang district, but it gave off such a feeling. It was obvious that the Kaoyang district was not simple. However, even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, since Qin Xiao was here, he had to give it a try. Qin Xiao said, Dong, continue to hide your aura. Don't expose yourself easily. Do as I say. Meng Dali, let's go. Be careful. Meng Dali nodded heavily and said, Okay, don't worry. We have to be careful. However, there's no need to be nervous. With our strength, there's nothing to be afraid of. The Kaoyang district is strange, but it's not a dangerous place. It's just that there are many ancient tribes living in the Kaoyang district. The people here do not welcome outsiders. Therefore, they are very unfriendly to outsiders. Once they discover us, I'm afraid they will attack us. And once we injure them, I'm afraid we will be in big trouble. Therefore, no matter who we meet in the Kaoyang district, we'd better not injure them easily. Meng Dali had repeatedly explained the basic situation of the Kaoyang district on the way here. Now, he repeated it again. Qin Xiao shook his head and chuckled. Let's go. We know. After entering the Kaoyang district, the three of them slowed down. In the Kaoyang district, there were many ancient tribes and tribes. Since ancient times, these people have been very isolated from the rest of the world, so they did not like outsiders. There's a natural force suppressing us, and the suppressing force is very strong. I'm afraid I only have 30% of my strength left here. As soon as they entered the Kaoyang district, Qin Xiao could not help but frown slightly. Meng Dali had explained the basic situation before, and it was not a rare thing. Qin Xiao had encountered some before. However, what was his strength now? He was an extremely powerful fourth-step heavenly venerable. Naturally, he was surprised that his strength was suppressed to such a great extent. Meng Dali nodded and said, Yes, this is the strange thing about the Kaoyang district. The entire Kaoyang district has a very strong suppressive effect on external life forms. It's said that the stronger one is, the greater the suppression. The life forms in the Kaoyang district will not be affected at all. Not only will they not be affected at all, but their strength will also increase by several times. Under this situation, the life forms in the Kaoyang district will become very powerful. Holy Master Adong, how do you feel? Adong frowned slightly and said, My strength is indeed suppressed, and the suppression on me is also very strong. I estimate that I can only use 10% of my strength at most. Perhaps an ancient expert forcibly changed the operation of the laws in this area and exerted the power of the heavenly way, causing this area to become extremely strange. Or perhaps this area was formed naturally because of the existence of a certain force, which changed the operation of the laws. There are many places with such situations. I can also do it on a small scale. However, this is the first time I've seen a place where even my strength is suppressed to such an extent. I can only use 10% of my strength now. In other words, even a fourth-step heavenly venerable in the Kaoyang district might be able to fight me. We will be at a great disadvantage here. This was indeed a frightening problem. A prime saint could actually be suppressed to such an extent. What a strange place. What kind of terrifying force could change the operation of the laws in the Kaoyang district? However, this was not important. Anyway, they could not figure it out. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, Forget it. Let's not think about this anymore. Since we're here, let's take things as they come. Let's take a look as we go. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. As long as we're careful and don't provoke the indigenous people in the Kaoyang district, there won't be any problems. Our goal is just to find someone. We're not fighting for anything or obtaining anything. There won't be any danger. The most important thing now is to figure out how to find clues. I believe that Jingyang is not dead. If he's still alive and hasn't reappeared, then the most likely possibility is that he has been captured and imprisoned by the ancient tribes in the Kaoyang district. I think that's the most likely possibility. It's also our best plan for now. If we follow this train of thought, then we should be looking for the indigenous life forms in the Kaoyang district. Only by finding the indigenous life forms will we be able to find out whether Jingyang is here or not. However, we have to be careful. For the time being, we can only target the weaker life forms so that we can search their memories for clues. Meng Dali, do you know anything about the indigenous life forms in the Kaoyang district? Meng Dali looked around and said, There are many ancient tribes in the Kaoyang district. We're still in the outer regions, so there shouldn't be any. If we go deeper, it should be easier to find them. Because no one has entered the Kaoyang district before, I don't know the exact location. I only know that there are many indigenous life forms here. As long as we go deeper, it shouldn't be difficult to find them. Chapter 24:03. It was a desolate desert. There was no end to the desert as far as the eye could see. In this desert, it was extremely rare to see any life. Occasionally, one could see a few plants, but they were probably withered and withered. A youth who looked relatively delicate but had a relatively sturdy body was walking in this desert. His expression was somewhat haggard. Eighth Grandpa also said that there are many treasures buried in this desert. He also said that this desert is a forbidden area in this area and that the clansmen are not allowed to enter. This desert is all sand. How can there be any treasures? How can there be any danger? I really don't know why it's called a forbidden area. For what I see, it's just a desolate and uninhabited place. Sigh, curiosity killed the cat. It made me rack my brains to think of a way to sneak out. Yet, I came to this damned place and didn't gain anything at all. That bastard, doesn't talk about meaning at all. We agreed to explore and search for treasures together, but he slipped away as soon as we entered the desert. How unambitious. The sturdy youth frowned. He shook his head and muttered something. He didn't seem to be in a good mood. Walking in this barren desert, he was as listless as a withered flower. Hiss! Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. At first, the sturdy youth didn't react. After walking a few steps, he suddenly trembled. His entire body suddenly stopped, as if he had been frozen. He quickly turned his head and scanned his surroundings. However, it was calm all around. There was nothing there. The sturdy youth scratched his head in confusion. Why did I hear a sound just now? Could it be that I heard wrongly? Is it because you're in a bad mood that you're hallucinating? The sturdy youth shook his head and continued to walk forward. Hiss! However, not long after, he heard that strange sound again. Furthermore, the sound was even clearer than before. There really is a sound. The first time might be because he was hallucinating. However, if he heard a second time, then it was definitely not something as simple as a hallucination. The sturdy youth was very sure that he didn't hear wrongly. However, there was nothing around him. He also didn't find anything with his divine sense. Underground? There's something underground? The sturdy youth thought for a moment and suddenly reacted. There was definitely something underground. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he immediately became a little scared. He immediately thought of the stories that the elders in the clan often told him about the forbidden desert. There were man-eating flowers, man-eating trees, dark pits that devoured everything, sandstorms that blotted out the sun, and so on. There were all sorts of strange natural forces in the forbidden desert zone. These forces had terrifying killing power and had killed many people. He had even heard the most frightening explanation, which was that the red sand in this forbidden desert area was dyed red with the blood of countless lives. In ancient times, the sand in this desert was white, but now it was red. The more he thought about it, the more scared the young man became. His legs started to tremble uncontrollably. What to do? Was he really in danger? Could it be that what the elders in the clan said was true? Thinking of this, the burly youth suddenly regretted it. He shouldn't have been so curious to come out to play. Now, what should he do? Yes, this place is not far from the exit. As long as I run quickly, I should be able to escape. I'm also a second step, celestial realm human immortal. I'm also very strong. I'll definitely be able to escape. With this thought in mind, the burly young man's confidence was boosted. Run. The burly youth's speed suddenly exploded to the extreme, and he desperately escaped. However, just as the burly youth was about to escape, a bang sound rang out. One after another, huge snakes flew out from under the desert. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, countless huge snakes suddenly appeared. Each of them seemed to be infinitely long, and they flew towards the burly youth to kill him. In an instant, it enveloped the area within a radius of 10,000 miles, forming an absolute domain. In an instant, this 10,000 miles radius became a cage. On the countless huge snakes, there were even small snakes growing out. Like a spider's web, they quickly covered the entire area tightly. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that those that broke out of the sand were not huge snakes, but a strange life form. Like tree roots, there were countless thin roots growing out of their bodies. Their bodies were brownish-black, and their bodies were covered with sharp barbs. At a glance, one could tell that they were very lethal. When had the burly youth seen this before? He was so frightened that he almost collapsed to the ground. He was so terrified that he almost cried. What the hell is this thing? How can there be such a huge and terrifying life form? Could it be? This is the 10,000 feet demonic cypress that the elders in the clan told me about. The ghost that specializes in eating people. This is too scary, isn't it? It's much more terrifying than what the elders in the clan said. What should I do? What else can I do? I can only fight now. Although the burly youth was extremely afraid, he still mustered up his courage and attacked the huge snakes with all his strength. However, the huge snakes were too tough. The burly youth's sword could not cut through them at all, and all of his strength was reflected back. The branches hit the burly youth's body heavily. Like burning beans, the branches crackled as they hit, and his immortal body was quickly broken. In a single exchange, the burly youth could not remember how many hits he had taken. He vomited blood and was powerless to resist. He still wanted to resist, but soon, the thin branches wrapped around him tightly, making him unable to move. The barbs on the thin branches pierced into the sturdy youth's body, causing him to fall down in pain as he screamed in agony. Two thin branches suddenly stood up and turned into two long needles, standing in front of the eyes of the burly youth. From the looks of it, he was going to cripple his eyes. The burly youth was shocked and terrified, but he was powerless to resist. I'm going to die, forget it. Losing my clone will be a great lesson for my willful naughtiness. The burly youth closed his eyes in despair. The world fell into darkness, and what awaited him was also darkness. Death was about to descend. Everything was going to fall into darkness. However, in this darkness, a bright light suddenly streaked across. It was like a shooting star in the dark night, so bright. After that bright light streaked across, the burly youth was surprised to find that his body did not seem to be in so much pain. The thing that was going to pierce his eyes did not come down again. What was going on? The world seemed to have quieted down a lot. The twigs that were originally entangled around him also quickly retreated, releasing him, allowing him to regain the feeling of freedom. There was no more restraint. That's not right. Why did it suddenly become like this? Was he already dead? No, it's still connected to the main body. I'm not dead. The burly youth suddenly quivered and suddenly opened his eyes. At first glance, he was shocked. The 10,000-legged demonic cypress that had filled up this area of 10,000 miles was gone. The desert returned to its calm, as if nothing had ever happened. This made the burly youth involuntarily widen his eyes. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. That's not right. The burly youth's gaze landed on a place. There were many broken branches scattered messily. They were the broken branches of the 10,000-legged demonic cypress. Someone saved me? The burly youth quickly looked around. Sure enough, he saw three figures. From the powerful aura emanating from the three of them, the burly youth knew that their strength was far above his. Could they be three great immortals? Or even three great immortals? But they were outsiders. Seeing that the burly youth was a little scared out of his wits, Qin Shao could not help but ask, "Are you okay?" The three people who had saved him were naturally none other than Qin Shao. Qin Shao and the other two just happened to pass by. When they saw this scene, Qin Shao casually saved the burly youth. However, the burly youth suddenly turned and ran, as if he was afraid of Qin Shao and the other two. This situation made Qin Shao slightly stunned. He looked at Meng Dali. Meng Dali scratched his head and said, "Qin Shao, I think he's afraid of us. As far as I know, the Kalong district as a whole is quite xenophobic. They don't like outsiders. Some ancient tribes even see outsiders as devils. When they see them, they'll retreat far away. They're very afraid. This little guy probably knows that we're outsiders, so he's afraid of us and wants to avoid us." Qin Shao shook his head and smiled helplessly. "It feels like we're bad guys. We even saved him just now. This is the first Aboriginal we've encountered in the Kalong district. We can't let him escape. We still need to rely on him to find out more information. With that, Qin Zhao's figure flashed. He caught up with the burly youth and stood in front of him. When the burly youth saw Qin Zhao and the other two chasing after him, he was even more afraid. He still wanted to run, but Meng Dali swung his arm and trapped him. Kid, if you run again, I'll kill you," Meng Dali said deliberately. The burly youth was so scared that his whole body trembled. He looked at Meng Dali and gritted his teeth, as if he wasn't afraid of death. "Outsider, kill me if you want. I know that if I fall into the hands of you outsiders, I won't have a good ending. You saved me just now because you wanted to kill me, right? If that's the case, then don't talk nonsense. Just kill me." Meng Dali pretended to laugh sinisterly. You're really smart. You're right. It wasn't easy to catch an Aboriginal. How can we let you die in the hands of that 10,000 feet demonic cypress? Wouldn't that be too much of a pity? So we saved you and then slowly played you to death. Isn't that much more interesting? Kid, tell me, how do you want to die? I can be generous and let you choose how you want to die. How about it? Not bad, right? Cherish this opportunity. The burly youth snorted, but became braver. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to cut me, then cut me. I'm not afraid of you. I'm the son of the Qishang tribe. I'm not a coward. I'm not afraid of death. I'm not afraid of you killing me. After you kill me, don't even think about leaving this Kalong region. My original body has already notified my tribe. They'll rush over immediately, catch you, and kill you to avenge me. Come on, kill me. Hurry up and do it. If I frown, then I'm not a man of the Qishang tribe. Meng Dali couldn't help but want to laugh. He looked at the burly youth as if he was watching a good show. He said to Qin Zhao, "Brother Qin Zhao, do you want to do it, or should I? This kid is pretty fun. Why don't you let me play with him a little more?" Chapter 2404. I thought he was fun and wanted to tease him a little more. All right, let's not scare him anymore. Qin Zhao, you tell him. Meng Dali stopped playing around. Qin Zhao walked over and smiled at the burly young man. "Little brother, don't be afraid. My friend was just joking with you. Although we are outsiders, we won't kill people for no reason. I know you haven't come into contact with the outside world and don't know what it's like. You don't understand how outsiders are like. Perhaps your impression of outsiders is still based on the stories of the elders in your clan. That's why you feel that outsiders are scary, that outsiders are evil, and that outsiders will kill you, right?" The burly young man was still a little scared and didn't understand what was going on. But from what the person in front of him said, it didn't seem like he was lying to him. What was going on? They wouldn't kill him? These three outsiders weren't bad people? However, the burly young man didn't dare to believe it so easily. He still looked at Qin Zhao warily. His wariness was so strong. It seemed that his thoughts were deeply rooted. You guys are really frogs at the bottom of a well. How big is the outside world? How wonderful is it? It's just a bunch of people who haven't seen the outside world. Meng Dali shook his head. Qin Zhao said patiently, "Little brother, have the elders in your clan been to the outside world? Have they come into contact with people from the outside world? Think about it. The outside world is so big and endless. It's many times more than your Kalong district. Are they all bad people? Although your Kalong region isn't very big, there are quite a lot of life forms. Are all the life forms in your Kalong region good people? You are also a second step celestial venerable realm cultivator. You should be able to understand these principles. There are principles for cultivation and there are principles for being a person, right? But no matter what the truth is, seeing is believing, hearing is false, and hearing is clear. You didn't see it with your own eyes. You didn't hear it with your own ears. You didn't come into contact with anyone from the outside world. You just killed everyone from the outside world and directly defined them as bad people. Don't you think your thinking is a little too narrow-minded? Cultivation. If your heart is so narrow, then your path will also become very narrow. If your heart can be infinitely broad, then your path of cultivation will be infinitely broad. Furthermore, I think the elders in your clan would only talk about how bad the outside world is and how bad the people outside are. They wouldn't say that all the people outside are bad, right? The strong young man thought about it carefully and carefully analyzed Qin Zhao's words. He indeed felt that what he said was very reasonable. That's right, I've only heard about it, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. Moreover, the elders in the clan had never said that all outsiders were bad people. It was just that his thoughts had led him to have such thoughts. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized that he hadn't said anything like that. Most importantly, he did not feel that the person in front of him was a bad person. Kid, what are you thinking about? With your little strength, what's the point of lying to you? Besides, we just saved you. If we didn't save you, you would have been fed to that 10,000-legged demonic cypress. Not only did you not thank us, but you also doubted us. Don't you think you should? Meng Dali said again. The strong young man suddenly blushed and said awkwardly, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. Thank you 3 seniors for saving me just now. Meng Dali nodded with satisfaction. That's right. As a person, you should know how to be grateful for kindness and know how to take revenge if you have a grudge. You should distinguish between kindness and hatred. As a person, you should be reasonable. Yes. You're right. This junior will remember it. The strong young man nodded. Qin Zhao asked, By the way, little brother, what's your name? Which clan are you from in the Kalong area? The strong young man looked at Qin Zhao hesitantly before saying, This junior is called Qi Xiaoli. I'm from the Qisheng tribe. Qi Xiaoli? Hearing this name, Qin Zhao almost laughed out loud. Wasn't this really a coincidence? Qi Xiaoli looked at Qin Zhao in confusion. He didn't know what he said wrong. Meng Dali looked a little depressed. He looked at Qi Xiaoli and said hesitantly, Why don't I change your name? Huh? Change my name? Qi Xiaoli was stunned. He looked at Meng Dali in confusion. Senior, are you joking with me again? No. I'm not joking this time. I really want you to change your name. At least temporarily. If you're not here, I'm really embarrassed. Meng Dali shook his head. What did he mean? Why did he want him to change his name? No. Qi Xiaoli didn't know what was going on, but he still shook his head firmly. My father gave me this name. How can I change it? Absolutely not. Qin Zhao couldn't help but say, Qi Xiaoli, my friend's name is Meng Dali. You're called Xiaoli, and he's called Dali. You two are like brothers. I don't have a brother like that. You can't say that. I'm so handsome and talented. How can I be his brother? Meng Dali immediately said. Qi Xiaoli was a little depressed. He finally understood why this was happening. It was a bit of a coincidence, but the world was big. It was normal to have different names. There were countless people with the same name. All right, Xiaoli. Meng Dali was just joking. Let's not talk about this anymore. I have something to ask you. Qin Zhao waved his hand. Meng Dali was serious. He didn't joke around anymore. Qi Xiaoli respected Qin Zhao. He nodded and said, Senior, please ask. I'll tell you what I know. But I've never left the clan, so I don't know much. Qin Zhao naturally knew that Qi Xiaoli didn't know much about the situation, and the possibility of getting any useful information from him was extremely low. But no matter how low it was, he had to give it a try. Qin Zhao said, Xiaoli, do you know that about 3 million years ago, an outsider entered the Kaoyang area and was caught by a tribe there? Is there such a thing? I don't know. 3 million years ago. I think I was just born not long ago, Qi Xiaoli said with a blank look on his face. This situation, Qin Zhao had long expected it. He asked again, Then can you do me a favor? Go back and ask the elders in your clan or your father. Tell me when you find out. Qi Xiaoli agreed readily. Yes, of course, Senior. Senior, you saved my life. In order to repay you, I'm very willing to do such a small thing. Senior, don't worry. I'll take care of this matter. When I go back, I'll immediately investigate this matter. Senior, you can go back to the clan with me. That should be faster. Meng Dali said jokingly. Go back to the clan with you? Then your people will kill all of us. Haha, you're good. You know how to play tricks. You want to trick us into going back to the clan and then kill us? No. Qi Xiaoli was anxious. He quickly shook his head and explained, No, Senior, that's not what I meant. I don't want to kill you. You are my saviors. I want to thank you. Why would I harm you? You didn't think so just now. Didn't you think that we were bad people? This, Just now seeing Qi Xiaoli's anxious face, Qin Xiao waved his hand and said, "All right, Dali, stop teasing him." Qi Xiaoli realized that Meng Dali was joking with him again. Qin Xiao said to Qi Xiaoli, "We won't go to your clan to avoid unnecessary conflict. If we go, we won't be welcome. If some of the more radical people attack us, we'll be in a difficult position. If we fight back, we'll be enemies with your clan. Wouldn't that be provoking your Qi Shang clan? We'll agree on a place to wait for you outside. When you have any news, you can come and tell us." Qi Xiaoli thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you, senior. I'll do whatever you tell me to do." Qin Xiao smiled. "All right, we'll send you back first. When we get closer, we'll settle down and wait for your good news. But you'd better hurry. We can't wait for long." "All right, senior. Don't worry, I'll be quick." Qi Xiaoli nodded. The Weapon Ascension race's ancestral land was not far from the Forbidden Desert, so Qin Xiao and the others quickly brought Qi Xiaoli back to the ancestral land. Of course, they didn't enter the Qi Shang clan's clan. Instead, they found a secluded place to settle down and let Qi Xiaoli go back alone. "Brother Qin Xiao, are you really going to let Qi Xiaoli go back alone? What if he doesn't listen and doesn't work for us?" Meng Dali said. Qin Xiao smiled at Meng Dali. "Why don't you follow him and keep an eye on him?" "I don't mind." "Bah, you don't mind?" "Of course I mind. I'm not going to do this kind of hard work. If things go wrong, I'll be exposed. I'm not going. If you, Qin Xiao, can sit here and wait with a clear conscience, I, Meng Dali, can't do the same. I'm still drinking and waiting." Meng Dali naturally wouldn't go. Qin Xiao pursed his lips. "That's it. You're not going, so what are you talking about? Just wait here." Qi Xiaoli is a simple-minded person with a kind heart. No matter what, we save his life. He will work for us. But he's not very good at talking, and he doesn't know how to conceal himself. That's why I'm worried that he'll give himself away." Meng Dali shrugged. "That's right. He's not reliable at all. I think it'll be difficult to get some useful information from him. Only you would be willing to try. Call me. I'm too lazy to even try. I know about the Qi Shang clan. They're a small faction in the Kowloon region. They don't have any ancient saints. If the three of us go in, we can easily wipe out the entire clan. There's no need to be so courteous to them." Chapter 2405. Qin Xiao sat there drinking wine, waiting for Qi Xiaoli to bring them good news. Meng Dali suddenly turned his head and snorted. "Brother Qin Xiao, I told you that this kid can't be trusted. Your plan won't work. It would be easier for us to fight our way into the Qi Ascension clan. After so much trouble, we still ended up in this situation." Qin Xiao didn't seem to be worried or anxious at all. He leisurely finished the wine in his cup and shook his head lightly. "Don't jump to conclusions too early. Bad things can also turn into good things. There are always good things and bad things. It just depends on how you look at it. That person might not have been brought here by Xiaoli. Let's wait and see." Meng Dali buried his head in his hands and lay down on a rock. He said to Qin Xiao, "I'm too lazy to do anything. It's up to you, brother." Qin Xiao didn't need Meng Dali to do such a small thing. Soon, a figure hurried over. It was Qi Xiaoli. Qi Xiaoli happily said to Qin Xiao, "Senior, I didn't disappoint you. I found out. 3 million years ago, an outsider trespassed into our clan's forbidden area. That's why we captured him. Fortunately, we didn't kill him. Instead, we imprisoned him in our clan's forbidden area. I know where the forbidden area is, but I can't go in. That's why I can't go in and see what's going on. In terms of information, that's all I've heard. You must be tired from the journey. Sit down and have a drink." Qin Xiao acted as if he didn't hear what Qi Xiaoli said. Instead, he called out to Qi Xiaoli. After Qi Xiaoli heard the news, he found an opportunity to sneak out. He rushed here as fast as he could. He was indeed tired. Just as he was about to sit down and have a drink, something didn't seem right. Qi Xiaoli immediately stood up. He looked at Qin Xiao and said, "Senior, the news I just told you." However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Xiao waved at him and said, "All right, I understand. You should sit down and rest for a while." "You know, that's not right. Does this look like he knows? Didn't Senior attach great importance to this news? She shouldn't have reacted this way after finding out. What's going on?" The more little monkey thought about it. the more he felt that something was amiss. How could he sit down peacefully? Senior, you little monkey wanted to say something, but Ming Dolly couldn't help but sit down and say, "You spent so much effort to bring us false information. How do you expect us to listen to it? Drink your wine and go home. Pretend we never asked you for help." Ming Dolly was a bit surprised. Huh? Ming Dolly's words confused Qi Xiaoli even more. What was going on? Why did the two seniors look so unhappy? What did he do wrong? Just then, powerful auras descended one after another. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Over 100 people appeared. A powerful team of 3 4th-step celestial venerables and more than 100 3rd-step celestial venerables arrived and surrounded the area. Their auras suppressed the area and formed a confinement domain. This force was definitely very powerful. It was probably enough to suppress a 4th-step celestial venerate. Moreover, this was the Kalong district. Even if a 4th-step celestial venerate came in, he might not be able to gain an advantage. For someone like Meng Dali, it would be very difficult for him to gain an advantage unless he used his trump card. Of course, Qin Shao wasn't worried at all. He already knew about the situation of the Qi Shang clan. He alone was enough to destroy the clan. Moreover, Adong was by his side. It was a small matter, so Adong didn't need to do it personally. Qin Shao and Meng Dali had already discovered the whereabouts of these people, so they ignored Little Monkey's words. Qin Shao wasn't surprised by their appearance. Instead, he sat there leisurely sipping his wine. He was extremely satisfied. What kind of arrogance was this? He had completely disregarded those people. How arrogant and disdainful was that? Wasn't this also a form of humiliation for those people who had come? Elder, Lord Priest, Grandfather Chieftain. Why are you here? Little Monkey was surprised to see these people. He didn't expect this at all. However, he wasn't a fool. He immediately understood what was going on. They must have followed him here. He had long been targeted by the elders of the clan. Seniors, I really don't know about this. It really wasn't me. Little Monkey explained anxiously. Meng Dali said, "It's not you. You brought them here. What's there to explain?" No. Little Monkey was even more anxious. No, I really didn't bring them here. I didn't know at all. I was very careful when I came here. But, I. Little Monkey really didn't know how to explain. These people were from the Qi Shang clan, and they had followed him here. It really had something to do with him. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled faintly. He patted Little Monkey and comforted him. All right. I know it wasn't you. Don't worry. Senior, do you really believe me? Little Monkey was surprised and happy. He looked at Qin Shao with a bit of worry and uncertainty. However, his eyes were clear and sincere. Qin Shao knew that he wasn't lying. Besides, Qin Shao trusted Little Monkey from the very beginning. It didn't take long for him to figure out what was going on. Little Lee, hurry up and come over here. Didn't your grandfather tell you not to interact with the people outside? If you encounter them, stay away from them. Who allowed you to interact with the people outside? An old man shouted in a very dignified manner. Little Monkey was clearly afraid of this elder. He wanted to listen to him, but also felt that it wasn't very righteous of him to do so. Grandpa, these 3 seniors saved my life. They might be outsiders, but I don't think they're bad. They won't do anything to us. Grandpa, don't make things difficult for them. Let them go. They're just here to look for someone. Little Monkey bit his lip and mustered up his courage to speak to the elder. Little Monkey's grandpa immediately said, "Nonsense. Little Monkey, what do you know at such a young age? The human heart is unpredictable. The scariest thing in this world is the human heart. You're still young. There are many things you don't understand. You can't just look at people and things on the surface. The surface is the easiest to deceive. It's the easiest thing to fool you. Listen to Grandpa. Come to Grandpa immediately. Grandpa won't kill them. Don't worry and come over." Grandpa, what? You don't even want to listen to me anymore? When have I ever lied to you? Hurry up and come over here. Little Monkey was a bit hesitant. He didn't know what to do. In the past, he would have listened obediently. But now, he didn't know why he was so hesitant. He looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled at him and said, "Your grandpa wants you to go over. Hurry up and go. Your grandpa won't harm you. Go." Little Monkey looked at Mang Dolly hesitantly. Mang Dolly glanced at him and said, "Hurry up and go. Why are you looking at me? I'm not your grandpa. You don't even listen to your elders. Who do you want to listen to?" "Oh, then I'll go over." Hearing this, Chi Xiaoli felt a little relieved. He nodded and walked over. As soon as Little Monkey went over, his grandpa pulled him to a safe place in the back. He ordered people to keep an eye on Little Monkey. Qin Xiao and Meng Dolly were still calmly drinking wine. As Meng Dolly drank, he lamented, "The human heart is indeed the most unpredictable thing in the world. The human heart is unpredictable. It's impossible to see through it." "Brother, what do you think they're going to do next?" Qin Xiao took a sip of wine and smiled faintly. "What else can I do? They're definitely going to capture us. Don't tell me they're going to be kind enough to give us wine and invite us to their territory as guests?" "Haha, inviting us over as guests isn't a bad idea. We'll be able to experience the local customs. Tell me, will they arrest us in the end, or will they invite us over?" "Of course they'll invite us. We're so handsome, so outstanding, and so strong. If they don't invite us, it'll be a loss for their territory. I can't think of any reason why they won't invite us." "Yes, they'll definitely invite us. Let's just wait for them to invite us," Meng Dolly said confidently. Qin Xiao looked at Meng Dolly and said, "Hey, why do I feel like you're becoming more and more like Prince Zhongyang? Have you been influenced by him? Or are you following him now?" "Am I? Is Prince Zhongyang more handsome than me? Do I need to compare myself with him?" Meng Dolly said, I'll remember what you said. I'll ask Zhongyang later if he thinks the same way." Qin Xiao nodded his head. Meng Dolly suddenly softened and quickly smiled. No, brother. Brother Qin Xiao, you're really my brother. We're just bragging. Do you really think we're serious?" They saw that Qin Xiao and Yi Qianqian were still chatting happily, completely treating them as air. This made the people of the Weapon Ascension tribe angry. How dare they ignore them like this? How dare they look down on them? Grandpa said with a dignified face, "3 young ones, you broke into the Kaoyang area and wandered around the border of our Qisheng clan. You even instigated our clansmen to go back to our clan to gather information. You have evil intentions. You don't have any good intentions. You're so sneaky. I could tell at a glance that you're up to no good. Or you want to harm our Weapon Ascension tribe. Are you going to surrender obediently, or do you want us to take you down?" Qin Xiao and Meng Dolly still ignored the grandfather and continued to turn a deaf ear to him. Meng Dolly said, Look, I told you. They want to catch us. It's really old, really old. How could we encounter such a **TTY thing? Maybe they're just saying it in a moment of anger? Maybe they'll change their minds immediately." Qin Xiao said. Meng Dolly nodded in agreement and said, "Well, that's completely possible. After all, we're so handsome, so excellent, and so charming. Maybe they'll soon know that they're wrong and apologize to us. Forget it. Let's drink and ignore these trivial things." Again, they were completely ignored. This was definitely a kind of contempt for the Weapon Ascension tribe. This was a humiliation, a cruel humiliation. The people of the Weapon Ascension tribe were angry. No one had ever humiliated the Weapon Ascension tribe like this. The grandfather was also furious. He pointed at Qin Xiao and Meng Dolly and ordered, "Catch them and bring them back to the tribe. Wait for my orders." Chapter 24:06. These people were about to make a move. Qi Xiaoli grew anxious. However, he was being restrained and couldn't say anything. He couldn't resist either. When Qin Xiao saw that these people were about to make a move, he shook his head. It seemed that he had to make a move today. There was no other way. He had to make a move. Are you really going to make a move without knowing what's right or wrong? You've all lived for so many years. Don't tell me you've lived like a dog. Qin Xiao suddenly shouted. This was a shout made with heart force. The heart force slammed into everyone's souls and wills, and instantly, those who were about to surround and attack were knocked back. The expressions of the 3 fourth-step celestial venerables, the elder, the high priest, and the chieftain, immediately became serious. Their gazes landed on Qin Xiao, and they looked at each other as if they were discussing something. The 3 of them were fourth-step heavenly venerables and had lived for countless years. They immediately knew that the 3 people in front of them weren't simple. They were definitely 3 experts. If they wanted to make a move against them, they had to consider whether they were strong enough. If they really made a move, they wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. Thinking of this, the elder waved his hand, indicating for everyone to retreat. They shouldn't act rashly. The elder said, "Then may I know why the 3 of you are here? Kalong District doesn't welcome outsiders. I'm sure you know that. That's why this old man wants to give the 3 of you a piece of advice. There aren't any treasures in Kalong District, and it's not a dangerous place. If the 3 of you are only here to play, then you should leave as soon as possible. You don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble." Clearly, the elder wanted Qin Xiao and the others to leave Kalong District. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "We will definitely leave the Kerrang District. However, before we leave, I have something to do. Once I'm done, I don't want to stay here any longer. This strange place is too uncomfortable. Elder, you don't have to be so nervous. We have no intention of harming anyone. I know that the people of Kalong District don't like us outsiders and are wary of us. However, I believe that seniors should know that there are some outsiders with good intentions, right? We're just here to find a friend of mine. As long as we find him, we'll leave immediately. Junior has a presumptuous request. I'm very sure that my friend entered the Kaoyang region 3 million years ago. Since then, there's been no news of him. That's why I'm guessing that my friend is trapped in the Kalong region. However, the Kalong region isn't a dangerous place, so the only possibility is that he was captured by some clan or tribe. Senior, if you can help me, Qin Xiao, find my friend's whereabouts, then I will be very grateful. Looking for someone. 3 million years ago. Grandpa thought for a while and rejected him directly. I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do to help you. Our Qishan clan is just a small clan in Kalong District. We don't have the ability to help you. You should find someone else. If you really don't want to leave the Kalong region, then that's your problem. However, I'll give you a serious warning. Don't take half a step into our clan's land. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Meng Dali winked at Qin Xiao. See, brother, I told you. It's impossible to reason with these people. Why don't we just settle this directly and use our fists? This thing is ours. It's easy to use and obedient. Isn't that great? You've already told them your name, but they don't even know you. It's not easy. TSK. Just thinking about it makes me feel embarrassed for you. I'm not a troublemaker, but if it were me, I wouldn't be able to tolerate it. I'd beat them up first. Meng Dali was a fighter. Hearing Meng Dali's words and wanting to use explosive force to solve the problem, the people of the Qishan clan were furious. Grandpa pointed at Meng Xilei's nose and said angrily, "You arrogant brat. You're young, but your tone is really big. You want to use your fists in the land of the Qishan clan? Come and try if you're not afraid of death." "I'm sorry, Grandpa. My friend was just joking. He didn't mean it. I apologize on his behalf." Qin Xiao immediately said apologetically. Then he continued, "But Grandpa, I really do sincerely want to ask for your help. Do me a favor. If you have any conditions, you can tell me. Just treat it as a business deal, a partnership or something like that." Grandpa snorted angrily and looked at Qin Xiao. After a while, he said, "Forget it. Kid, you're quite nice to hear. I can see that you're not a bad guy. You're not a bad guy. I can help you, but we won't help you for free. If you can do one thing, then I'll help you investigate until I find out the truth." Hearing that Grandpa finally agreed, Qin Xiao was delighted. He was one step closer to success. Taking this route should be the fastest. What they had to do now was race against time. It was precisely because of this that Qin Xiao wanted to ask the Qishan clan to help him. Although the Qishan clan was just an inconspicuous clan in the Kaoyang district, if they wanted to investigate something that happened 3 million years ago, no matter where it happened or which clan it happened in, as long as they were willing to investigate it, they would be able to find out. They would definitely be able to find out the truth. The problem was that they had to do their best to help him. This was a difficult task to begin with. Therefore, as a condition, what Grandpa wanted to say was probably not simple. However, as long as it was something clear, Qin Xiao believed that he could definitely complete it, no matter how difficult it was. "Okay, Grandpa, please tell me. Qin Shao didn't think much and agreed directly. Grandpa said, "I'll take you to a place later. You'll naturally know about it. There's no need to tell you for the time being. Tell me when we get to the place." The situation was unclear. Qin Shao really didn't like this feeling. "Don't worry, little guy. Since we've already agreed on something, we naturally won't go back on our word." Grandpa seemed to have seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts. Meng Dali interrupted at an inappropriate time. "You have to have the guts to go back on your word. Or rather, you have the ability to go back on your word. If you dare to go back on your word, don't blame us for being courteous before resorting to force. We have to say the ugly words first." Grandpa glared at Meng Dali. However, Qin Shao didn't object to Meng Dali's words. There were some things that had to be said first. Qin Shao believed in Grandpa, but he would also plan for everything. The worst-case scenario was to be courteous before resorting to force. "Okay, then let's go." Qin Shao didn't say anything else. He just nodded at Grandpa. Grandpa made an inviting gesture to Qin Shao. They led the way in front, and Qin Shao and the others followed. "Senior Qin, Senior Meng, I really didn't lie to you. I didn't betray you. Please believe me." Qi Shaoli started to explain again. Qin Shao smiled at him and said, "We believe you. We believed you from the beginning. We never doubted you. You don't have to keep explaining." Qi Shaoli looked at Qin Shao. After a long while, he said, "Senior Qin, do you really believe me?" "I believe you even if you cooked it," Qin Shao said. "Huh." Qi Shaoli was a little amused. He finally felt relieved. It seemed that he had been overthinking and worrying too much. Grandpa and the others didn't bring Qin Shao and the others back to the clan. However, they allowed most of them to go back first. At the same time, they also brought Qi Shaoli back. Grandpa and the other 4 fourth-step celestial venerables stayed behind. They only kept a dozen third-step celestial venerables with them. The others all went back to the clan. However, Qin Shao didn't care at all. It didn't matter what tricks they were playing. In the end, Grandpa stopped in front of a secluded forest. He didn't go any further. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the forest in front of them. It was gray and gloomy, and the atmosphere was gloomy. At a glance, one could tell that it was very strange. The Kaoyang region was strange enough, but the area ahead was even stranger. At a glance, one could tell that it wasn't an ordinary place. It was definitely a terrifying place. They couldn't approach it easily. What the hell is this place? I feel that it's not simple. It's full of danger. Meng Dali raised his eyebrows. Qin Shao looked at Grandpa and said, "Senior Grandpa, why don't you tell us what you want us to do? We should have arrived at our destination. Can you tell us now?" Grandpa nodded and said, "It's like this. This region wasn't like this in the past. It's only been an epoch since it became like this. Calculating it, it's only been an epoch's time. However, in that one epoch, nearly 100 members of our Qishan clan died in there. After entering, they never came out. Therefore, our Qishan clan later listed this place as a forbidden area. No one is allowed to enter. It really wasn't a simple place." Qin Shao thought for a moment and asked, "Senior Grandpa, since so many members of your Qishan clan died in there, why didn't you go in to investigate? Could it be that it's so dangerous? Even fourth-step heavenly venerables like you can't find out? If one person can't go in, several fourth-step heavenly venerables can go in together, right? Can't you figure out what's going on?" Sigh. Speaking of this, the elder could not help but let out a long sigh. He said, "I'm ashamed to say that we are useless. We tried to go in to investigate, but there was a powerful force inside that stopped us. As soon as we went in, we were kicked out. We were no match for the force inside, so we couldn't find out what was going on inside. Although we listed this place as a forbidden area and didn't allow anyone to come close," Grandpa said. "But curiosity killed the cat. Humans are all curious. The more we seal this place, the more curious some people will be, and the more they will think of ways to get close to this place. Therefore, from time to time, there will still be members of our Qishan clan who enter and die in there. They never come out again. Our Qishan clan has always wanted to solve this problem, but we have no way. Even the people of the Qishan clan couldn't do anything about it. How powerful was the force inside?" Qin Zhao's curiosity was piqued involuntarily. Qin Shao understood what Grandpa meant. He took the initiative to ask, Senior Grandpa. Do you mean that you want me to solve the situation inside for you? Grandpa didn't deny it. He nodded and said, yes, that's what we mean. If you can figure out the situation inside and solve it, then I will do my best to help you investigate your friend's situation. Didn't you just say that it was a deal? Why don't we make this deal? We each get what we need. Chapter 24:07. Okay. Qin Xiao nodded and agreed. Meng Dali was a little anxious. He pulled Qin Xiao and said, we don't even know much about the situation. Won't it be too much of a loss if we agree so rashly? The Weapon Ascension tribe is not weak. Even they don't dare to enter the place. Asking us to help them is like asking us to die. Hey, Grandpa, you're not doing this on purpose, are you? The Grandpa sneered and said, it's up to you whether you want to go or not. Anyway, this is my only condition. If you don't agree, then go ahead and find someone else. Meng Dali was not happy. You're talking as if we have to find you. There are at least tens of thousands of tribes in the Kowloon district. If you don't want to help, we can find someone else. Besides, we don't really need to find someone else. We can also find out for ourselves. If I were to look for you, it would at most be faster. Moreover, it's still unknown. For an unknown, you want us to risk our lives for you. This is wishful thinking. The Grandpa didn't say anything else. Instead, he gestured to Qin Xiao and the other two to go ahead. Hey, I have a bad temper. Meng Dali was a little angry. Qin Xiao pulled him and motioned for him to stop talking. Okay, Grandpa, let's go in and have a look, Qin Xiao said to the Grandpa. The Grandpa glared at Meng Dali and said to Qin Xiao, okay, we'll wait for you here. Qin Xiao nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, he motioned for Odd Dong and Meng Dali to enter the secluded forest abyss. The three of them went straight into the secluded forest abyss. It was extremely strange inside. The outside was already very strange, but the inside was even stranger. The suppressive force inside was also several times stronger. Not only the suppressive force, but there was also a very powerful force attacking and affecting one's soul and will. It made one unable to let down one's guard at all times. Most likely, even a third-step Empyrean wouldn't be able to enter this place. If they did, they would be slowly devoured by this strange power and die quickly. Even if a fourth-step Empyrean entered, they would have to be careful and vigilant. They felt that danger was everywhere. Moreover, they couldn't stay inside for too long, or there would be endless trouble. Qin Xiao, that old fox is as smart as a ghost. This place is not simple. We have to be careful, Meng Dali said unhappily. Qin Xiao patted Meng Dali and said, forget it. Let's each take what we need. It doesn't matter. Although it feels very strange and dangerous, we should be able to deal with it. But it's really strange. If there's some dangerous life form hidden here, then it's understandable. But from what Grandpa said, this place used to be the same as other places. It's just that something strange happened an epoch ago, causing it to suddenly become like this. If Grandpa's words are true, then there's a strange force that changed this place instantly and shrouded this area of the secluded forest abyss. Although this area isn't big, what kind of strange and powerful force can change the power of an area? Meng Dali, do you know about such a strange situation? Meng Dali shook his head and said, I don't know. I've never heard of it before. Logically speaking, no matter how strong a person is, they shouldn't be able to do this, right? Even if it's some kind of domain power that can envelop an area and change it in a short period of time, it's impossible to change it over a long period of time, right? If Grandpa didn't lie to us, then this place has been maintained for an epoch. I even suspect that there's some kind of power that can change the trajectory of the laws here. Only by changing the trajectory of the laws will it be permanent and will continue to be. Just like the cold area, the trajectory of the laws has been changed. But after thinking about it, I feel that it's not very possible. How can the trajectory of the laws be changed so easily? If that's really the case, then this place is very scary. Adong, who had been silent all this time, said, it's not that the trajectory of the laws has been changed. It's that this area is shrouded in a strange and powerful force. This force has always existed and maintained this place. That's why this place has always been so scary. Furthermore, have you all discovered that everything in here has changed, The soil doesn't look like soil, the stones don't look like stones, and the plants grow very strangely. Everything has changed. So I think that there's a force that has always existed and shrouded this area, changing it. If we want to solve this problem, we have to find the source of the force and then get rid of it. Adong's words made Qin Shao and Meng Dali even more surprised. There was actually such a strange and powerful force. It had always existed and changed this place. Meng Dali asked doubtfully, "Then it's a powerful life form?" Adong shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. "It's possible. I'm not too sure for now. I've checked this place with my divine sense. This place isn't big, but the force is everywhere. So there's no way to find the source directly. But according to my speculation, the source should be in the center. This way, the force can be better dispersed. And this force should be fixed. We'll go directly to the center and slowly search for it." Adong didn't find anything, and Qin Shao and Meng Dali didn't find anything either. For the time being, they could only go to the center first. The three of them didn't walk for long. When they passed by a forest of plants, the plants suddenly seemed to come alive. One by one, the branches turned into slender snakes and turned into countless tentacles, attacking Qin Shao and the other two. Such plants reminded Qin Shao of the 10,000 feet demonic cypress he encountered in the desert of the Forbidden Zone. However, these weren't the 10,000 feet demonic cypress, but strange trees or trees that had changed. Meng Dali attacked and quickly cut these trees into countless pieces. However, Qin Shao found that these trees could spit out a strange force, making the place seem to be shrouded in fog. These forces infiltrated Qin Shao and the other two's bodies, attacking Qin Shao and the other's body immortal, soul, and will. To think that such a strange power could actually attack him. In other words, the more these plants were killed, the stronger the strange force, and the stronger the attack. Under such circumstances, if they didn't kill these plants, they would be devoured by them. If they killed them, they would also be attacked by them. Strange, it was really strange. Moreover, the range of this forest of plants wasn't small. They attacked Qin Shao and the others one after another. There were more and more of them, and it felt like they couldn't kill them all. If an ordinary fourth-step celestial venerable came in, they would probably be trapped here for a while and die. "Let's go quickly," Qin Shao said. Although these forces didn't pose any threat to them for the time being, they couldn't stay here for long. Small injuries were still injuries. Once small injuries accumulated, it would be a bad thing. Meng Dali opened up a path in front. Qin Shao and the others didn't stay there for long. They kept moving forward. The further they went, the more plants there were. The stronger they were, the crazier they were. Moreover, Qin Shao and the others' strength was suppressed. Therefore, even Meng Dali soon felt tired. Qin Shao also took action and joined the battle. Only then was the situation completely stabilized. The three of them continued to move forward. It took them a lot of effort before they finally cleared all the obstacles and successfully walked out of the forest of plants. Phew! After they came out, Meng Dali couldn't help but sigh. He looked back and said with some lingering fear, "If we came here alone, there's really a possibility that we would die here. The main thing is that our strength is suppressed too much here. At most, we only have 20% of our strength left. Fortunately, our defensive power is very strong. If our defensive power was weaker, we would have been devoured by that strange power long ago. This damn place is really dangerous." Indeed, Qin Shao and Meng Dali were students of the Sacred Academy. They were the few people who stood out among the countless young geniuses in the entire mortal realm. They were existences who stood at the top of the geniuses. Naturally, they were extremely strong in all aspects. Whether it was soul, will, a mortal body, or state of mind, they were all very strong in these aspects. How could ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerables be so strong? As long as they were weak in any aspect, it was very likely that they would die here. Therefore, for those from the Qi Ascension clan, this was indeed a very scary place. They weren't afraid of stepping into this place easily. Most likely, those fourth-step heavenly venerables who came in would quickly retreat in fear. It doesn't matter if this is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Since we're here, let's give it a try, Qin Shao said. Mangdali suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha, of course. We're people who can withstand big storms. Even if it's the sky, we'll poke a hole. As long as we're here, we'll have to turn the sky and earth upside down first. I don't believe that there's any power that can stop us. The three of them continued to move forward. There were many dangers similar to the plant forest along the way. They were all things that had mutated. In fact, even stones and soil could attack people. Moreover, they were very dangerous and scary. Swamps, underground life forms, rocks, storms. Strange powers appeared one after another, trying to devour Qin Shao and the others. If it was just Meng Dali alone, you might not be able to deal with it. Qin Shao was also forced to fight with all his strength and joined forces with Meng Dali. That was why they were able to survive so far. However, Dong didn't make a move. It wasn't worth it for him to make a move. If he was needed, the situation would be a little troublesome. After 9 tribulations, Qin Shao and the others finally arrived at the central area. When they arrived at the central area, it was much quieter. There was no wind, no waves, and no danger. It seemed like a place to rest and settle down. Who would believe that? There's no dangerous life form in here. Apart from those life forms, there's no normal primate. There's not even a ghost. How are we going to solve this? We can't just move the whole place, right? Meng Dali smacked his lips and said. Qin Shao looked around and was also thinking about this problem. That's right, there were no insects, beasts, or human beings in this place. Not even a single primate could be seen. There were only plants, rocks, and the like. How was he going to deal with them? If there were some dangerous life forms hidden inside, then it would be easy to deal with. They would just have to kill the dangerous life forms. Chapter 24:08. Qin Shao furrowed his brows as he observed the situation. He was indeed very puzzled. He couldn't even find a single primate. How could he find the source of the origin? If the source of the origin was naturally formed, there was no solution at all, unless a powerful existence forcibly suppressed this area. But what kind of powerful existence would be able to do that? At least Qin Shao and Dong were far from being able to do it, so they didn't even think about it. It was absolutely impossible. So what should they do now? The most important thing now is to figure out whether this place is naturally formed or formed by a hidden force. After a careful analysis, Qin Shao found the key to the current problem. He had to figure out first, so that he could move on to the next step. Qin Shao studied the entire way and even checked the entire central area, but she still didn't find anything. Dong, have you found anything? Asked Qin Shao. Dong shook his head and said, I haven't found anything yet, but I don't think it's a natural force. There's a hidden force here. It's this force that changed this place and made it strange and terrifying. If we can find the source of this force, we can solve the problem. For example, if we regard this place as a formation, and the source of the force is the core of the formation, as long as we can find it, we can break the formation. Qin Shao nodded thoughtfully. He also felt that it shouldn't be a natural force. Otherwise, it would be somewhat inexplicable. If it was an acquired force, it could indeed be regarded as a large formation. The force, or several forces, were hidden here, but it was very hidden. If they wanted to find it, they had to be familiar with the force inside. It was much easier to understand if this place was a formation, and Qin Shao immediately found a starting point. What was the core of a formation? Of course, it was the core of the formation. The core of the formation was to keep the whole formation stable and stable. The core of the formation was the core of the large formation, and it was the core that constantly provided energy for the large formation. Of course, the foot of the formation also provided energy, but it was mainly from the center of the formation, which then connected to the foot of the formation to form a very stable structure. If one were to imagine this place as a huge array, then there should be something similar to the core of the array. As long as he could find them, the problem would be solved. The problem now was how to find something similar to the core of the formation. Power has a beginning and a source. However, no matter how far it can spread and how large the area it can cover, there will always be a point where it can be emitted. However, due to certain principles, the power will be evenly distributed throughout the entire area, making it very difficult to sense which part of the power is stronger and which part is weaker. Unravel the silk from the cocoon and follow the vine to the melon. Follow a certain principle and search in reverse, and you will be able to trace back to the source. With this idea in mind, Qin Shao began to act. Qin Shao opened his heart and allowed the power to seep in. He wanted to feel the lines of this power and where it came from. His heart had to be completely immersed in that power to be able to feel it. It was very difficult to do so. After all, this power was powerful and terrifying, and it was very difficult to control. Once he did not pay attention, he would be eroded by this power. Ordinary people did not dare to try this. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. However, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. This kind of danger was nothing to him. Since he had decided to do something, no matter how difficult it was, he would not give up easily. Moreover, Qin Shao felt that this matter was not so difficult. As long as he could find the source of the energy, there should be no problem. This step seemed to be somewhat dangerous, but it was not a big deal. At least, he did not see any danger at present. Going against the flow, unraveling the silk from the cocoon, and following the lines of the power, he slowly found the source. This was like a long line. As long as you pulled the line and kept looking along the line, you would definitely find the end. The principle was actually simple, but it was very difficult to do it. At this time, Qin Shao was also very careful to let the power seep into his soul and will. Then he suppressed the power with his powerful soul and will. Then he went deep into the power and followed the power to find the source. The most dangerous thing was that Qin Shao had to follow the line of the power to find the source. He must concentrate all his energy and will. In that case, there would be a problem. Once Qin Shao was a little careless, then, this powerful power could instantly erode Qin Zhao's soul and will. In this way, Qin Shao would be in great danger. There was even a possibility that he would be devoured. Therefore, this move was also risking his life. But how could he not risk it? Wasn't this the path of cultivation? Being prepared at all times and risking one's life was a path that defied the heavens. This was the path of cultivation, but it defied the heavens. Qin Zhao's heart soon entered a state of selflessness. He was immersed in the power and soon caught the line of the power. Then, he followed the line and searched all the way up and down. After searching for a while, suddenly, a pitch-black thing appeared in Qin Zhao's vision. All the power was coming from that pitch-black thing. Found it. Qin Shao suddenly opened his eyes. There was a little joy on his face. Meng Dali was also trying to find it, but he didn't find a way. He didn't know where to start, so he was still looking around. Hearing Qin Zhao's voice, Meng Dali immediately came over. Found it? Where is it? Qin Shao looked in a direction and walked in that direction. However, when he reached the place, he didn't find anything. Dali, dig here. Dig 10,000 feet down, Qin Shao said to Meng Dali. Dig 10,000 feet? The mud and stones here are very hard. Digging 10,000 feet down is a physical work. Meng Dali curled his lips. Although he said that, his hands began to move. It was indeed not an easy task to dig tens of thousands of feet into the ground. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to dig. With Meng Dali's hard work, he finally dug 10,000 feet down. However, Meng Dali suddenly screamed. Qin Shao was prepared. He quickly reached out and pulled Meng Dali out. Meng Dali, who was back on the ground, looked around with lingering fear. He said, Qin Shao, what the hell is in there? Why did an extremely strong and strange power attack me when I was about to continue digging? Instantly, I felt like it was going to devour me. It felt like my soul and were devoured. You don't know. At that moment, I felt like I was going to die. Fortunately, I'm still alive. What a scary thing. Is the source of the power down there? Is it the thing that created this area? Qin Shao nodded. Yes, it should be. That thing must be very strong and scary. Otherwise, how could it cover such a large area and make this place so strange? Qin Shao, don't be rash. Don't try it. It's too dangerous. If you didn't pull me out just now, I felt like I was going to be devoured. What should we do now? It's not easy to get rid of this power. Meng Dali pulled Qin Shao back. He was afraid that Qin Shao would rush in directly. Qin Shao was naturally cautious. He wouldn't act rashly. As soon as Qin Shao got close to the rock, a wave of energy struck down and dug out the rock. A black rock about the size of an egg appeared at the bottom of the rock. The black stone's shape was irregular. It was full of holes, like the limestone that was spewed out from a volcano. The stone was very black. It was so black that it looked like a singularity. It was so black that it could devour everything. It was like a small black hole. Nothing could escape from the black stone's devouring. What the hell was that? What he saw were all frightening things. If one looked at it for a while, even one sight would be devoured. What a strange power. I've never seen such a strange power. It's so small, but it's so powerful. It's really incredible. Qin Shao frowned. He also felt that it was a little tricky. Qin Shao looked at Adong. This time, before Qin Shao could ask, Adong took the lead and said, "This power is really too strange. I've never seen it before. I have a feeling that it's against the laws and the power of the great path of our world. It wants to devour our laws and the great path. So, I feel that this black stone might not belong to our world." What? Not belong to our world? Does it mean the Great Thousand World? Something that doesn't belong to the Great Thousand World? How is that possible? Is there another world outside the Great Thousand World? Seeing the doubts in their eyes, Dong shook his head and said, "I just have a feeling. It's just a casual remark. Don't take it seriously. After all, I'm not very knowledgeable. It might be a power that we don't know about. Our Great Thousand World is vast and boundless. There are all kinds of strange things. It's normal for some strange powers to exist. But it's possible that it doesn't belong to the celestial realm. It could have come from outside the celestial realm, or it could have come from the depths of the endless universe ocean. Anyway, it's quite strange. We have to be careful. Now, it should be able to explain why this place has only mutated for an era. This black stone is something from outside." Meng Dali pursed his lips and said, "Dong Saint, I feel that it's very dangerous for me and Qin Shao to touch the black stone. Why don't you do us a favor and bring the black stone over? If we solve this problem, we can ask Grandpa to help us find the person." Dong nodded and agreed. He flew directly toward the black stone. Dong's hand quickly grabbed the black stone, but his expression quickly changed. His expression sank as he let go of the black stone and returned to his hand. This scene caused Qin Shao and Meng Dali's hearts to tremble as they felt a chill run down their spine. What's going on? Even the Dong Saint couldn't take the black stone away from him? Dong Saint, what's going on? Even you can't take the black stone away, can you? If that's the case, we can't do it, right? Meng Dali asked. Dong frowned slightly and shook his head. Strange, it's really strange. That black stone is very powerful. If you want to take it away, it will burst out a terrible power that will instantly attack your soul and will. It will directly destroy you. Chapter 24:09. What? Even Dong's soul could be damaged? Even an ancient saint didn't dare to take the black stone away by force. Just how strong was this black stone? What kind of terrible power did it have? It would be troublesome to solve this problem. Meng Dali couldn't help but say, "Brother Qin Shao, I think we should give up. This thing is too evil. It's better that we don't touch it so easily. If there's any mishap, then the gains won't make up for the losses. If the Weapon Ascending clan doesn't want to help us, let's go to other clans. If it doesn't work, we'll just use our fists to solve the problem. That won't work. There's nothing in this world that can't be solved with fists. You're too kind. Just give the Weapon Ascending clan a few punches, and they'll definitely work for us." Qin Shao shook his head. "I never give up halfway. Since we've already come this far and found the source of everything, there's no reason to give up now that we've reached this final step. It's normal that the black stone is powerful and strange. If the problem was so easy to solve, the Weapon Ascending clan would have solved it long ago. It's because they can't solve it that they let us solve it. What others can't do doesn't necessarily mean that we can't do it. There's always a way." "That's right, brother. But even Dong didn't succeed. You shouldn't try it so easily," Meng Dali said. Qin Shao certainly knew about this. "But no matter what, I haven't tried, so I won't give up easily. Whether you can succeed or not doesn't depend on what you say. You have to do it. There are many things that you think you can't do, but as long as you do it bravely, you'll create a miracle. Isn't this the way we cultivate? It's not right to give up easily, right? Meng Dali nodded in agreement. He looked at Qin Xiao with admiration and was influenced by him. Indeed, Meng Dali had felt it himself. It was very powerful and scary. Moreover, Adong had tried and failed. Therefore, Meng Dali firmly believed that there was no way to deal with the black stone. Naturally, he wanted to retreat. As soon as he had this thought, he naturally lost confidence. Without confidence, how could he think about it? Naturally, he wanted to leave here as soon as possible and think of other ways. After all, this was not the only way. There were many other ways. Besides, Meng Dali didn't like this method. However, Qin Xiao didn't give up easily. He flew down resolutely and quickly approached the black stone. As he approached the black stone, Qin Xiao felt as though he was approaching a black hole. If he got any closer, he would be swallowed by the black hole. An inexplicable aura of fear spread out. It was very strong. However, this did not frighten Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao remained extremely calm as he resisted this strange and powerful force. At the same time, he grabbed the black stone with his hand. The black stone wasn't big. He could hold it firmly with one hand. As soon as Qin Xiao grabbed the black stone, an extremely powerful and strange force surged in an instant. It directly poured into Qin Xiao's soul and will. It was extremely turbulent and had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. It wanted to devour everything. It wanted to break down all of Qin Xiao's defenses. Whether it was his soul or will, it wanted to destroy them. As soon as this force surged, Qin Xiao clearly felt that his soul was trembling violently. It was so scary and powerful. Sure enough, it was no wonder that even Adong was defeated. Under the powerful attack of such a strange force, all kinds of forces were surging. It would indeed make people feel like they were about to collapse. The most important thing was the attack on the soul and will. The devouring force came in an instant, like a monstrous wave that wanted to devour everything. At that moment, Qin Xiao couldn't help but think of retreating. But immediately, another thought supported him, so he couldn't retreat. No, I can't retreat. I can't retreat. If I retreat, I'll lose completely. If I can't retreat, I can still fight. Maybe I can fight for a chance. Although this is not the only way, I've already come this far. Victory is in sight. I'm only one step away. How can I give up now? Moreover, I always feel that this black stone is very complicated. If I can get this black stone, it will be a good thing, right? So, I can't retreat. I, Qin Xiao, am not the kind of person who will give up easily. Once I, Qin Xiao, had decided on something, how can I give up so easily? I've encountered more dangers than this along the way. When have I ever given up? When have I not gritted my teeth and held on to the end, risking my life to fight for a way out in the end? It's said that sunshine always comes after rain. If you don't experience the rain first, how can you see the rainbow? Qin Xiao clenched his teeth secretly. He was still very determined, and his fighting spirit was still high. He didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Qin Xiao's soul was trembling. It was very dangerous. Once he couldn't resist it, it was very likely that he would be defeated by the powerful and strange force. Qin Xiao's body was also trembling. It was because of pain and an involuntary fear that came from the depths of his body and soul. It was so dangerous. Qin Xiao could have an accident at any time. Meng Dali stared at Qin Xiao nervously, ready to save him at any time. Adong didn't dare to be careless. He also stared at Qin Xiao. If there was really danger, he would naturally save Qin Xiao at all costs. Qin Xiao was fighting against the black stone. The process of fighting must be very difficult and tiring. Qin Xiao's body trembled violently from time to time. If he was not careful, Qin Xiao might die on the black stone. Waiting always seemed incomparably slow. Time passed by minute. Suddenly, Qin Xiao's body began to tremble violently, and it continued to tremble. It wasn't like before, where it would stop immediately after trembling for a while. This time, he would continue to tremble. Such a situation made Ming Dali even more nervous. He said, "Holy Master Adong, I think you should save Qin Shao. If it goes on like this, I'm really worried about him." Adong was also ready to take action at any time, but he still told Ming Dali not to be anxious. He said, "Don't worry. If it's dangerous, I'll do it." Although Adong was there, Ming Dali was still a little worried. After all, the power of the Black Stone was too strange. It directly attacked the soul and will. It could kill people invisibly. Furthermore, this strange power was extremely hard to defend against. No matter what kind of strange power you have, no matter how strong you are, I'll defeat you. I'll definitely defeat you. You want to control me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Don't even think about controlling me. My heart is firm and unbreakable. You can't break it. You can't break it. No matter how strong and boundless your power is, it'll all go back. Qin Shao shouted in his heart. The power of his mind was so strong that it could suppress everything. Fighting with the Black Stone was like fighting with wolves, tigers, and leopards. It was like fighting with poisonous snakes and demons. If he was not careful, he would be doomed eternally. But Qin Shao persevered. With his strong mind power, he held on until the end and won. Qin Shao clenched his fist, and all the power disappeared. It was all retracted into the Black Stone as if it was hiding. Qin Shao temporarily sealed the power back into the Black Stone. Once the Black Stone was sealed, the power shrank and the strange aura of the area receded. Soon, it became the same as the outside. It was just that those mutated life forms would continue for a while. But without the support of this strange power, those life forms would slowly degenerate. Haha, victory. It's settled. Brother Qin Shao, I was so worried about you. TSK. You really did it. You even sealed that Black Stone. I'm convinced. Ming Dali smiled and came up to him. Adong couldn't help but look at Qin Shao with admiration. He had experienced the power of that Black Stone. He didn't have the confidence to subdue it, but Qin Shao did. He was indeed the Lord Qin Shao. To be able to be called the #1 genius in the immortal realm, he was indeed extraordinary. There were many things that ordinary ancient saints like him couldn't compare to. Qin Shao looked at the Black Stone in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. He said, "Such a small stone can actually contain such a strong and strange power. It's really unbelievable. It was extremely difficult for me to fight with it just now. I almost lost my life before I finally sealed it. The powerful energy contained in this Black Stone is enough to easily kill an ancient saint. It's also a treasure, but it's an uncontrollable treasure." Qin Shao put away the Black Stone first. This thing was still relatively precious. It was just that he didn't use it for the sake of profit. Since the matter was settled, Qin Shao naturally went back to find Grandpa and the others. On the other side, Grandpa and the others have been waiting for Qin Shao's news. "Grandpa, do you really think that those 3 people can solve the situation inside? Our Weapon Ascension clan has been helpless for an era. We can only restrain our people and not let them come here. Can those 3 people do it?" 2C said. Grandpa frowned slightly and said, "Don't care so much. Anyway, we don't need to do anything. Since they insist on asking for our help, we'll give them a chance. If they die inside, it'll be best. It'll save us a lot of trouble. If they don't die and can't complete the task, they'll obediently leave the area of our Weapon Ascension clan. It won't be a loss for us. It doesn't matter whether they succeed or not. It'll only be good for us." Hearing Grandpa's words, 2C nodded in agreement. However, just as he nodded, his eyes suddenly widened. He looked in front of him with some disbelief. After being stunned for a while, he shouted, "Grandpa, High Priest, look. The strange power has disappeared. That side has recovered. It's no different from outside." "Ha! It seems that the 3 outsiders have really resolved the situation inside and restored the situation here. Grandpa, you're really amazing. With just a simple plan, you were able to solve such a big problem for our Weapon Ascension clan. That's great. That's really great." Grandpa and High Priest's eyes suddenly lit up. To be honest, they didn't have any hope at all. It was just a stopgap measure. However, they didn't expect that they would succeed. The problem that had troubled them for an era had actually been solved by 3 outsiders. Chapter 24:10. They really succeeded. They really made a good deal out of nothing. A smile appeared on the elder's face. The problem that had troubled the Weapon Ascension clan for an era had been solved by him. This was something to be happy about, and it made him feel proud. Soon, Qin Shao and the other 2 walked out. The elder greeted them with a smile. Little friend Qin Shao, you guys are really capable. I didn't have much hope for you guys, but I didn't expect you guys to really succeed. Meng Dali curled his lips and said unhappily, What? Are you looking down on us? Didn't I tell you guys long ago? Brother Qin Shao and I are such outstanding, handsome, talented, and beautiful men. Isn't it just a matter of time? It's just a small matter. How can it be difficult for us? What you guys can't do, we can. It's very simple. It's nothing. Hearing Meng Dali's narcissistic boasting, Qin Shao wanted to pull him back. This guy seemed to have been infected by Prince Zhongyang. If this continued, he would soon catch up with Prince Zhongyang. However, Meng Dali had always been narcissistic. When he met Prince Zhongyang, they were birds of a feather. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, Elder, you flatter us. We were just lucky and solved the problem by accident. The elder could see Qin Zhao's modesty, but he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he asked, Little friend Qin Shao, what was the situation inside? How did you guys solve the problem? Qin Shao had already thought of a story and explained the situation. The first part was true, but he changed it slightly. Qin Shao said that they destroyed the source of a strange power, but he didn't mention the Black Stone. Qin Shao didn't know the origin of the Black Stone, but he felt that it should be very powerful. Moreover, that Black Stone contained a power that could easily kill an ancient sage. That Black Stone was now extraordinary. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't tell others about it. Even if he didn't know where the stone came from, he knew that it was precious enough to keep it with him. If he had the chance in the future, he could ask his master, Sage Li, or the god of Yinglong world. That's it. However, Grandpa did not quite believe Qin Zhao's words. Meng Dali pursed his lips and said, If that's not the case, then what? The situation isn't that complicated to begin with. It's just that you're overthinking things. However, we had to expend the strength of 9 bulls before finally destroying the source of that power. Although it was a close call, we almost lost our lives. Although the grandfather was still a little suspicious, he knew that it was useless to ask further, so he didn't ask any more questions. Meng Dali didn't hold back and said directly, Grandpa, we've done this for you. Then, shouldn't you fulfill the promise we made before? Grandpa looked at Meng Dali and said, That's not a problem, but it will take some time. Our Qixing clan won't keep you here. You can find a place outside our clan and wait for our news. Also, although we can see that this place has temporarily recovered, we don't know if that strange situation will happen again. Therefore, if such a strange situation occurs again, our cooperation will also be terminated. The Black Stone had been taken away. Was there any possibility of recovery? Qin Shao smiled and said, Okay, no problem. You just need to observe the situation here. Since your Qixing clan doesn't welcome us, we won't force you. Then, we'll wait for your news at the place we were at before. You need some time, yes, but you have to give us an approximate time, right? You can't just let us wait there blindly, right? This request was indeed reasonable. After thinking for a while, the elder said, How about this 1,000 years? What do you think? 1,000 years? In terms of time, although it wasn't short, it was still acceptable. Of course, it would be better if it was faster. Okay, then we'll do as Grandpa says. 1,000 years, we'll wait for good news. Qin Shao nodded and left with Dong and Meng Dali. After returning to the place where they were waiting, Meng Dali was still a little worried and said, Those old men, I feel like they're all old foxes. They're all as cunning as ghosts. I don't think they'll be so honest. Humph. If they dare to trick us, then my fist won't be so easy to deal with. Brother Qin Shao, let's make it clear in advance. If they trick us, then if you don't take action, don't stop me from taking action. Qin Shao shook his head and laughed, saying, Don't worry, they won't trick us. Since they promised to do something, they'll do it. Moreover, it won't be too difficult for them. If they really dare to trick us, then even if you don't say it, I'll take action. Ha, that's right. This is the Qin Shao I know. It's better to talk with your fists. Why do you have to be so polite with them? If you used your fists, I'm afraid this matter would have been solved long ago, Meng Dali said. How could Qin Shao not understand this logic? It was indeed easier and more convenient to use his fists. However, he couldn't always talk with his fists. Let's wait and see. Hopefully, this matter will go smoothly. 1,000 years wasn't a long time. It passed very quickly. Grandpa also arrived on time, right on top of the 1,000th year. Nobody knew if it was intentional or if it was really such a coincidence. However, this wasn't important. What was important was the result. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? The grandpa kept them in suspense. Meng Dali couldn't wait any longer. He urged, "We don't have the time to play games. Hurry up and tell us." Since there's good news, that person should have been found and is still alive. With this good news, the bad news isn't important anymore. Hurry up and tell us. All right. The grandpa rolled his eyes at Meng Dali. Young people were also so boring. The grandpa nodded and said, "Yes, you're right. The good news is that the person should have been found and is still alive. I'm not saying should because I'm not sure. It's because I don't know if he's the person you're looking for. The main thing is that you didn't provide much information. According to the information you provided, I found someone who fits the description perfectly. His name is Jing Yang. 3 million years ago, he broke into the Kaoyang area and was caught. He looks like this. Little friend Qin Shao. Can you take a look and see if he's the person you're looking for?" The team leader gave them the information. With one look, they knew that it was indeed Jing Yang. It was really Jing Yang. They had finally found him. Qin Shao couldn't help but feel a little excited. There was finally definite news. "Jing Yang, wait a little longer. I'm coming to save you." Actually, among all of them, Jing Yang was the one who had the deepest feelings for him. After all, without Jing Yang, there wouldn't be the current Qin Shao. Although he was Red Dust Guest's disciple, Red Dust Guest didn't teach Qin Shao much. Moreover, they had only met a few times before. Therefore, their relationship wasn't that deep. Besides, Qin Shao had quite a few masters. After searching for more than 20 million years, they finally had definite news about Jing Yang. It wasn't easy. Thinking about it, it really wasn't easy. What about the bad news? Qin Shao asked. Although there was bad news, Qin Shao wasn't worried. With this good news, the bad news didn't seem so important. The bad news is that the person you're looking for has been captured by the Wager tribe. They forcefully turned him into a slave and locked him up in the Wager tribe's slave field. The old man continued. The bad news is that the person you're looking for has been captured by the Wager tribe. He was later captured by a Wager tribe's young genius. The young genius picked him and took him in as his servant. He has been following the young genius ever since. In terms of the situation, it's still relatively good. At least, it's much better than staying in the slave field. The only troublesome thing is that it will be many times more difficult for you to save him. If you want to save an ordinary slave, it might be possible. But if you want to save a servant from the Wager tribe's young genius, it's almost impossible. Hearing the grandfather's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. How could he not understand this logic? If it was just an ordinary slave, it wouldn't be a loss for the Wager tribe. At most, the other party would ask for some benefits. If it really didn't work, the worst that could happen was to reveal his identity and have Dong show himself. An ancient sage existence in person, in addition to his and Meng Dali's identities as students of the Sacred Institute, should be somewhat intimidating, right? But if they wanted a slave from the Wager tribe, and they would have to pay a huge price, the problem was huge. But now the situation was different. Now that Jing Yang had been chosen by a young genius of the Wager tribe to be his servant, he was that young genius's man. She was one of his people. To rescue her from his hands was a very shameful thing for that young genius. Therefore, if that young genius didn't agree, it would be very troublesome. The situation didn't sound good. After thinking for a moment, Qin Shao still asked, "Senior grandfather, what is the Wager tribe's background? What is the background of that young genius you mentioned?" The grandfather gave Qin Shao a rough explanation. Only then did Qin Shao understand that the situation was really bad. As it turned out, the Wager tribe was one of the three most powerful factions in the Kowloon district. It was ancient and powerful, with several ancient sages. So if Qin Shao and the others wanted to force their way in, it wouldn't work. Even if they wanted to use the ancient sage Adong as a deterrent, it wouldn't work. Of course, the plan of using force was eliminated. Using force in the Wager tribe would be courting death. The young genius the grandfather mentioned was called Gryla. He was one of the representatives of the Wager tribe's young geniuses. He was very arrogant, unruly, and difficult to talk to. It would be very difficult to take Jing Yang away from him. It seemed that the situation was very troublesome. After relaying the news to Qin Shao, the grandfather left. The Wager tribe, Gryla, Qin Shao gently rubbed his temples. This was yet another headache. If they could use force, it would be much easier. But now, they couldn't use force at all. Besides, it was very difficult to use force. After all, Jing Yang was now a slave, and his life was in Gryla's hands. With a thought, Gryla could kill Jing Yang. So, using force wasn't a good choice. Chapter 24:11. But how could he make Gryla release him on his own accord? It would be very difficult. Qin Shao thought for a long time, but could not think of a feasible way. Qin Shao glanced at Meng Dali, who shrugged. Why are you looking at me? You know I'm simple-minded. I can't think of a solution for this. You'll do the brain work. If you're looking for a fight, I'll definitely fight wherever you point. I won't hesitate. Since Meng Dali could not help, he could only think of a solution himself. Qin Shao shook his head. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go to the Wager tribe and find Gera first. The Wager tribe was one of the three strongest tribes in the Kowloon area. Meng Dali's intelligence had a lot of information on the Wager tribe, so it would be easy to find them. However, the Wager tribe was heavily guarded. It was basically impossible for outsiders to sneak in. The entire tribe was protected by a powerful protective formation. Once an outsider broke in, the formation would immediately detect it. The protective formation was everywhere. It was powerful and hidden. No matter how strong you were, it would be difficult to escape the formation's eyes. Of course, unless you were in existence with extremely high attainments in the Tao of formations, then you might be able to slowly evade the detection of the formation and enter inside. However, Qin Shao gave up on this idea after studying it for a while. His attainments in the Tao of formations were far from enough. If he dared to barge in, he would definitely be detected by the formation very quickly. As an outsider, once he was discovered by the Wager tribe, they would definitely come to capture him. In the Kowloon area, the Wager tribe was a tribe that was more interested in capturing outsiders because they needed a lot of slaves. Where would these slaves come from? Naturally, they would come from outside. The natives of the Kowloon area would definitely not become slaves. This seemed to be the bottom line of all the tribes in the Kowloon area. According to Meng Dali's intelligence, the Wager tribe would occasionally send people out of the Kowloon area to capture slaves. There was an army in the Wager tribe that specialized in capturing slaves. It was called the Slave Hunting Army. Brother Qin Shao, outsiders can't enter the Wager tribe. Our strength isn't bad, but it'll be difficult for us to enter the Wager tribe. First of all, we definitely can't force our way in. With the strength of the three of us, I'm afraid we'll only end up being abused. I'm afraid it won't work even if you want to sneak in. I can sense that the protective formation around the Warkle tribe is very powerful. If you're not proficient in the art of formations, you won't be able to sneak in. Also, the Warkle tribe definitely doesn't welcome outsiders. The gate is always closed, so it's impossible to sneak in. Why don't we just reveal our identities and wait for the Wager tribesmen to take us in? Meng Dali analyzed after sizing it up. Qin Shao was also thinking about this, so he also thought of revealing his identity. But Adong shook his head. I'm afraid that won't work. I've heard about the situation in the Kowloon area. It's isolated from the rest of the world and doesn't care about the outside world. The Sacred Institute was only recently established, so they probably don't even know about its existence. Revealing our identities rashly won't do us any good. They don't like outsiders to begin with. If we show off too much, we'll probably be met with a counterattack. We might even make them think that we're outsiders coming directly to their Wager tribe. If the wager tribe comes to cause trouble, it'll be even more troublesome. That's why I think this isn't the best idea. It's better to keep a low profile for now. Otherwise, it might cause a conflict prematurely. Once there's a conflict, it'll be difficult to get more people. Hearing Dong's words, Qin Shao completely dismissed the idea. It seemed that this wouldn't work either. What should they do? The main reason was that the wager tribe was too strong to be attacked by force. Even if Qin Shao went back to the Sacred Institute to get more people, they might not be able to defeat the wager tribe. Moreover, this was the Kalong area. Even if the wager tribe was really at a disadvantage, as long as the wager tribe asked, the other forces in the Kalong area would rush over to help. At that time, they might have to face the entire Kalong area. This area wasn't big, but it wasn't weak at all. Because it was isolated from the rest of the world, there were few enemies and few wars. This ensured the development of the Kalong area. So Qin Shao concluded that no matter what, using force wouldn't work. Even if Qin Shao became stronger in the future or found more powerful helpers to suppress the entire Kalong area, it still wouldn't work. Jingyang was Jirila's slave. They had a contract. If Jirila wanted to kill Jingyang, it would only take a thought. Unless Qin Shao had the ability to kill Jirila's original body and doppelganger in an instant, it could only be done in an instant, an extremely short instant. Gorilla was an extremely powerful fourth-step celestial venerable, especially in the Kalong district, which made him even more powerful. Not to mention Qin Shao, even Dong couldn't do it. Unless a supreme existence like the god of the Yinglong world was willing to help, it might be possible. Then what should we do? This won't work, and that won't work. Doesn't that mean there's no other way? Meng Dali felt a headache coming on. Neither soft nor forceful methods would work. The biggest problem now was that they couldn't even enter the wager tribe's gate. They couldn't even see Jirila's people. They had no idea where to start. This was the most difficult thing. What a headache. If Jingyang wasn't a slave and his life wasn't in the hands of others, it would be much easier. The worst thing they could do was to force their way in. They weren't trying to defeat the wager tribe, nor were they trying to do anything to them. They were just exchanging their strength for one person. For someone like Jingyang, even if Jingyang died and came back to life, it would be useless. He would still be a slave, even if he came back to life. This was the most difficult part of the problem. Qin Shao suddenly said, "Let's think about it carefully. If we want to ask someone for help, our first task is to see him. If we want to see him, we have to enter the wager tribe's land. If we want to enter the wager tribe's land, we can't force our way in or sneak in. The biggest problem for us now is how to enter the wager tribe's gate. We have to solve this problem eventually. We have to do things step by step. We can't be too hasty, and we can't lose our confidence. Since we've found Jingyang, no matter what, no matter how much we have to pay, no matter what method we have to use, we have to save him. We can't leave him here to suffer." Meng Dali nodded. "Yes, Brother Qin Shao, you're right. We spent so much effort to find this place. We can't give up because of the difficulties in front of us. No matter how difficult it is, we have to work hard together. We have to save him. I don't believe that a small tribe like the wager tribe can stop us. Why don't I go and see if there's any good treasure that can allow us to sneak in? I know of a treasure that can teleport us directly through the formation. We can enter the wager tribe in an instant. But I've only heard of that treasure. I've never seen it, but I believe it exists. I'll go look for it with my real body. We should be able to find it soon." Qin Shao waved his hand and smiled. "I don't think we need to use that method. Perhaps I have a way to get in." "A way?" Meng Dali stared at Qin Shao with wide eyes. "What way?" Could it be that Qin Shao had a similar treasure? But that couldn't be right. If he really had a similar treasure, he would have taken it out long ago. Why did he have to frown so miserably? Qin Shao said, "It's indeed difficult for us to get in by ourselves, but we can ask the wager tribe to bring us in." Cough, don't joke around. How can there be such a good thing? How can the wager tribe bring us in? Meng Dali had thought that Qin Shao had a good idea, but when he heard Qin Zhao's idea, he didn't want to complain anymore. Damn it. Lord Qin Shao is right. If we can't get in, we can ask the wager tribe to bring us in. That's the fastest and best way. Dong agreed with Qin Shao. Hearing Dong say the same thing, Meng Dali was stunned. What was going on? There was such a method? Meng Dali immediately understood. He slapped his head. Yes, that's really possible. Haha, I forgot. Doesn't the Wager tribe like to capture outsiders as slaves? We can purposely let them capture us. Then they will definitely bring us back to the Wager tribe. Yes, yes, yes. Not bad, not bad. That's the fastest and most effective way. Then we won't have to trouble my real body. Good idea. It's really a good idea. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's move quickly. No. Qin Xiao shook his head. No? What was wrong? Everything was right. Qin Xiao said to Meng Dali seriously. Dali, it's still us. I'll do it alone. You and Dong don't get involved. Let me do this alone. I alone am enough. What was the meaning of this? Meng Dali was very unhappy. He looked at Qin Xiao and said, You don't treat me as a brother anymore? Qin Xiao said, Dali, listen to me first. Of course I treat you as a brother, but it doesn't matter if there are more people. If we appear in front of the Wager tribe like this, do you think they will capture us as slaves? We are fourth step celestial venerables. Even an idiot knows how to capture fourth step celestial venerables as slaves. That's why I need to hide my aura and disguise myself. You know how I hide my aura? If I disguise myself well, even fourth step celestial venerables won't be able to detect me. You can't do that, right? Well, I don't think I can do that, Meng Dali said awkwardly. He seemed to understand Qin Xiao's meaning now. That's right. That's why you don't need to get involved. I'll do it alone. Dong doesn't need to do it either. He's a saint venerable. How can he do such a lowly thing? Come into my inner world first. If you need to do it, I'll let you out. If you don't need to do it, I'll do it myself. After hearing Qin Xiao's words, Meng Dali was completely relieved. He thought about it and realized that it was true. Dong naturally didn't object. If he was asked to be a slave, Dong naturally wouldn't be so lowly. Chapter 24:12. After the matter was discussed, Qin Xiao also started to take action. Dong and Meng Dali entered his inner world and would only come out if there was any danger. Now, all they had to do was wait for the people from the Wager tribe to come out. Qin Xiao was waiting at the entrance of the Wager tribe. As long as someone came out, he would be able to cause trouble. This wait lasted for 300 years. Qin Xiao finally saw a group of people come out. There were only 6 people in the group. They were all dressed in the same color, with a badge of a strong and powerful person stepping on many slaves. Qin Xiao had heard Meng Dali mention it before, so he recognized the badge. It was the symbol of the Wager tribe's slave hunting corps. In other words, these 6 people were from the slave hunting corps. What a coincidence! The slave hunting corps are the ones who came out. 6 third-step celestial venerables. That's not very strong. They shouldn't have left the Kalong area for a mission. Maybe they're just walking around the Kalong area. Look, they're hunting. Qin Xiao thought to himself. But no matter what the situation was, it was an opportunity for him. Qin Xiao quickly got to work. The 6 slave hunters from the Wager tribe walked through the forest. They looked quite happy and didn't seem to be out on a mission. How did such a miserable job fall on us? How hard is it to find a slave in the Kalong area? Now, there aren't many outsiders who dare to enter our Kalong area, unless we're extremely lucky. How is this a job? It's basically a punishment for us, one of the slave hunters complained. Someone else immediately agreed. Isn't that right? Who told the 6 of us to be lazy and get caught by the captain? Who else should he punish if not us? This punishment is not bad. Captain, we can go back as long as we catch a slave. There's no other way. We can only catch slaves obediently. That's true. The job isn't difficult, but it's a little hard. There are outsiders in the Kalong area. It's not easy to get lucky. Who knows? We might run into each other in the Kaoyang region for tens of thousands of years. It's going to take a long time before we can touch it. Why don't we go outside and catch them? There are many people outside, so there are many opportunities. Outside? I think we shouldn't go out so easily, right? The strength of the 6 of us isn't too strong. If we were to go out and meet a 4th-step Empyrean, then we would be in trouble. We can't keep waiting here, can we? Why don't we take a look first? If it doesn't work, then we'll go outside. The group of 6 grumbled as they walked. It was a very lazy formation. The 6 of them clearly viewed this mission as a chore and were unwilling to do it. As they walked, a man suddenly signaled for everyone to stop and perk up their ears to listen. Soon, a big smile appeared on his face. "Brothers, did you hear the sound of fighting over there? And someone is screaming for help. Maybe it's an outsider." When everyone heard this, they naturally heard it too. However, the person who was screaming for help might not be an outsider. It could also be an aboriginal. Therefore, they couldn't be completely sure for now, but there was some hope. "Let's go take a look first." "Don't be happy too early," said a man. Thus, the 6 of them quickly rushed over. Soon, they saw a handsome young man fighting with a group of tree demons. However, it was obvious that the young man was at a disadvantage. The situation was not good. When the 6 slave hunters saw this, they were all amused. "Ha ha, looks like our luck is really fast. It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance without any effort. I thought that I would have to stay here for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect that the prey would come to me as soon as I came out. No wonder my eyelids were twitching just now. It's a good thing. Not bad, not bad. Hee hee, who wants to be a hero and save someone? Haha, I love to be a hero. Let me do it." One of the slave hunters rushed out and charged towards the other side. The sword in his hand was like the heavenly thunder of the thunder god. Streaks of lightning-like sword energy shot out from his hand. It was sharp and sharp, cutting through everything. It quickly cut off all the branches of the tree demons. In just 2 breaths, all the tree demons were forced to retreat. Then, he grabbed with his hand and rescued the handsome young man. He retreated to a safe place. The handsome young man was still a little shaken. He looked at the 6 slave hunters and said, "Thank you for saving me, Senior. This junior can't thank you enough." The slave hunter who saved the handsome young man looked at him like a beast. This was his prey. That eerie look in his eyes was as if he wanted to eat him. He smiled and said with a playful face, "You want to thank me? Then how do you want to thank me?" Hearing the strange words and feeling the strange gaze, the handsome young man immediately sensed that something bad was going to happen. This caused the handsome young man to become extremely nervous, and a sense of fear rose in his heart. This handsome young man was just a second-step, heavenly, venerable human immortal. His realm was low and his strength was weak. Just now, he was scared by the tree demons. Now, he was trembling with fear. The handsome young man lowered his head and bowed. His voice was trembling as he said, "Senior, I will thank you however you want me to. I will listen to you." "Hee hee, are you sure you will listen to me?" The slave hunter's tone became more playful. The other 5 people were also watching the show with a playful look on their faces. They were toying with a prey that was already in their hands. Playing with prey was a very interesting thing to them. They could find joy in it. They caught their prey as soon as they came out. Naturally, they were in a good mood. Since they were in a good mood, their playful hearts naturally became heavier. They wanted to play with this prey properly. The handsome young man was scared out of his wits. His face turned pale and his body began to tremble. The handsome young man clenched his teeth and nodded. "Yes, Senior, I will listen to you. If you hadn't saved me, I would be dead by now. Therefore, even if Senior wants this junior's life, this junior will not refuse. After all, you saved my life." Interesting, very interesting. It's rare to see an outsider as obedient as you. You're so obedient that I can't bear to do anything to you. What should I do? The slave hunter laughed. However, his beastly face immediately reappeared. "Although you're interesting and obedient, I still can't let you go. This is your destiny. Since you'll listen to everything I say, then come with me. Become a glorious slave of the Wager tribe. This is your final destination." What? Become a slave? This, the handsome young man was so scared that his face turned purple. He immediately resisted in horror. No. I don't want to be a slave. I'd rather die. I don't want to be a slave." The handsome young man broke into a run. But how could he escape? The slave hunter had expected such a situation, so he had already imprisoned the handsome young man. How could he let the handsome young man escape? The handsome young man couldn't move. He looked at the slave hunter with a face full of fear. Kid, didn't you say you were obedient? Why aren't you obedient now? Didn't you just say that your life is mine? You want to listen to my arrangements? I'll arrange for you to become a slave of the Wager tribe. Isn't that great? To be a slave of the Wager tribe is your unparalleled glory. It's something you can't even ask for. Don't resist, kid. You can't. Just come back with me obediently and be a slave. Once you're branded as a slave, you'll be a dog of the Wager tribe. In the future, you'll be a good boy. A dog should have the awareness of being a dog. You haven't fully realized it yet, but don't worry. You'll soon realize it. An immortal rope tied the handsome young man up. As long as he resisted, the immortal rope would punish him with unbearable pain. After struggling desperately for a while, the handsome man finally calmed down and stopped struggling due to exhaustion. Or perhaps he'd given up in despair. Let's go home. How delightful. We finished the mission so quickly. Haha, let's go back and drink more. The 6 slave hunters happily returned home. As for the delicate and pretty young man who was caught by them, a faint smile slid across his face. It was the smile of a successful plan. The handsome young man was naturally none other than Qin Xiao in disguise. Qin Xiao wasn't a good actor, but these people were too blindly arrogant. He didn't need to act very well to deal with them easily. Qin Xiao was very happy that the fish had taken the bait so easily. With the 6 slave hunters leading the way, Qin Xiao easily passed through the layers of checkpoints. Finally, he smoothly entered the Wager tribe's land. The slave hunter who'd captured Qin Xiao carried Qin Xiao to the slave hall, where all the slave affairs of the Wager tribe were managed. All the records of slaves entering and leaving were kept here. As soon as he arrived, he ran into another slave hunter with a dozen slaves. Qin Xiao's gaze fell on the dozen or so slaves. All of them were listless. Their heads were lowered, and their faces were dull. There was not much expression on their faces. They were like walking corpses. They had completely lost the confidence to live. They'd completely become slaves, obedient slaves who would do whatever their master told them to do. After being a slave for a long time, they'd lose their humanity. If a person lost his humanity, he'd be considered a cripple. Looking at the slaves, Qin Xiao felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. He thought of Jingyang. Jingyang had been a slave in the Wager tribe for 3 million years. He didn't know how much he'd been tortured. Physical torture was only secondary. The most important thing was mental torture. Therefore, Qin Xiao was very worried about Jingyang. Jingyang, don't worry. I will get you out of here very soon. Just bear with it for a while longer. Qin Xiao clenched his fists and swore in his heart. He was looking for an opportunity to act. Hey, brother, what are you doing with so many slaves? Asked the slave hunter who'd captured Qin Xiao. Now, what else can I do? His Highness Jarila and Jerdu want to choose slaves. They asked me to bring some of the more intelligent ones for them to choose from. I can only choose these goods. I'm afraid I won't be able to complete the task. Chapter 24:13. I just caught this slave from the outside. She hasn't even reported to the slave palace yet. Before the slave hunter who caught Qin Xiao could finish his words, the other man waved his hand and said, It's fine. Leave this slave to me. I'll take care of it. I'm going to the slave palace to talk to the palace master about this. Anyway, I'm going anyway. Just leave it to me. Okay, that saves me a trip. I'll leave it to you, brother. The slave hunter who caught Qin Xiao wanted to be at ease. He handed Qin Xiao to the other man and left. Qin Xiao was secretly relieved. He thought to himself that his luck was really good. Yes, he didn't expect to encounter such a good thing as soon as he arrived. Originally, Qin Xiao was still thinking about how to get away and how to find Jarila. He didn't expect that the opportunity would come to him so quickly. It was really a coincidence. Since such a good thing happened, Qin Xiao felt that the rescue this time should be relatively smooth. The slave hunter looked at Qin Xiao with a strange gaze and chuckled. Boy, you're quite lucky. You're still alive after entering the Kerrang area. Not only are you alive, but you're also lucky enough to become a slave of our Varga tribe. You're secretly happy. Secretly happy to become a slave? What kind of logic is this? Qin Xiao naturally scoffed at this in his heart. However, it wasn't appropriate for him to do anything at this time. He had to endure it first. After asking for instructions from the slave palace master, the slave hunter left with Qin Xiao and the others. Qin Xiao found that the other slaves lowered their heads, and listened to the orders silently. It was as if they had completely lost their humanity. After being a slave for so long, they forget how to be a human. After kneeling for so long, they forget that they can stand up. Qin Shao shook his head secretly. He couldn't help but feel some pity for these slaves. However, sympathy was sympathy, and that was all he could do. Qin Shao did not have the ability to rescue these slaves and return their freedom. Following the slave hunter, they finally came to a place with a relatively elegant environment. There were fake mountains, ponds, and some exotic flowers and herbs. There was also some divine aura lingering in the air, which made it seem a little lofty. Jingyang. As soon as he arrived, Qin Shao immediately sensed the existence of Jingyang. He was delighted. Jingyang was really here. Jingyang was still alive. This was great news. Master. Jingyang also sensed Qin Shao's presence. She was pleasantly surprised and responded excitedly. Qin Shao could understand Jingyang's feelings at this moment. He was pleasantly surprised, but more than that, he was shocked. Perhaps Jingyang would never have imagined that Qin Shao would come to save him. He even found this place to save him. This was something that he didn't even dare to think about. Of course, what made Jingyang most happy was that Qin Shao was still alive. This was the best news. Jingyang, don't worry. I will find a way to save you. Qin Shao said to Jingyang through their souls. As they got closer, their souls were connected by flesh and blood. Master, be careful. This is not an ordinary place. It's very dangerous. Jingyang was also very worried about Qin Shao's safety. Qin Shao replied, Don't worry, Jingyang. Since I can come here, I naturally have some confidence. Just cooperate with me. After comforting Jingyang, Qin Shao's eyes flashed with a deep sharpness. Since he was here, he would definitely do whatever it took to save him. Even if he had to expose everything, even if his master, Li Sheng, was involved, Qin Shao would not hesitate to do so. Once he decided to do something, he would do it even if it meant risking his life. Qin Shao retracted his gaze and looked not far away. There were two tall men sitting there. The two of them were drinking wine as they looked over with strange gazes. They seemed to be sizing up their prey, their plaything. Slaves were just playthings to them. They could do whatever they wanted with them. Qin Shao secretly sized up these two men. They must be Gorilla and Gary. They should be the leaders of the younger generation of the Wager tribe. Judging from their auras, they were extremely powerful fourth-step celestial venerables. If they were outside, Qin Shao would naturally be very confident that he could control these two men. However, they were in the Kaoyang area. His strength was greatly suppressed here. At most, he could only display about 20% of his strength. His strength was suppressed, but Gorilla and Gary Doo's strength was boosted. One was positive while the other was negative, so the impact was very big. Therefore, when Qin Shao sensed the auras of Gorilla and Gary Doo, he did not dare to say that he could suppress them. If he wanted to save them, he was afraid that this would be difficult. Of course, Qin Shao also had helpers. With Ah Dong around, he was indeed much more at ease. If they just ran away after snatching people, it would be easier to deal with them. Jingyang was a slave. If they could not get rid of him, it would be useless no matter how they ran. This was the real tricky part. Gorilla and Gary Doo glanced at Qin Shao and the others. The others were expressionless, standing there with their heads bowed. Although Qin Shao also lowered his head slightly, he did not lose his humanity like the others. Therefore, Qin Shao stood out from the crowd at this time. He was a special case, so naturally, he attracted a lot of attention. Gorilla and Gary Doo's eyes quickly converged on Qin Shao, sizing up this person who was out of tune with the others. What's the matter with this slave? Gorilla suddenly asked. The slave hunter immediately replied, Your Highness, this slave was just caught. I saw that he was quite clever, so I brought him along. Gorilla was relieved. Oh, so he was just caught. No wonder he is not like the other slaves. However, this slave is very brave. When he saw us, he was not afraid at all. He even dared to look around and size up this place. The slaves who just came in are really lacking in training. Hearing this, the slave hunter's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately said, Your Highness, please punish me for my incompetence. Your Highness, I will take this new slave away immediately. It's your Highness' fault. However, Gorilla waved his hand and said, no, let him stay. I just said he needs to be trained. I didn't say I would drive him away. I've been a little bored recently. You just happened to send me such an untrained slave. Good. Let him stay. The others are all ugly. I'm not interested in choosing. Gary Doo, you choose. Gary Doo drank a glass of wine, looked at Gorilla and said, Gorilla, you're not interested in choosing ugly melons, and you let me choose? Why don't you choose? If you're not interested, then I'm not interested either. Now the overall level of the slaves in our wager tribe is weak. Why can't I choose a decent one? Since you're not interested, take all of them away. Take all of them away? This made the slave hunter a little embarrassed. He was afraid that the two highnesses would blame him, so he carefully looked at Gorilla. Gorilla glared at him and said, Why are you looking at me? Didn't His Highness Gary Doo ask you to take all of them away? How can we choose those goods? We'd rather have none than have substandard goods. Next time, don't bring such goods to us. It's a waste of time. You take all of them away first. Don't let them be an eyesore here. The slave hunter was secretly relieved. He immediately nodded and took the slaves away. Soon, only Qin Shao was left here. Gary Doo and Gary Doo looked at Qin Shao with a playful gaze. This was their plaything. Qin Shao stood there quietly. For the time being, he could only endure and wait for the changes to come. Gary Doo, don't you think this boy is a little bit complicated? Gorilla suddenly asked. Gary Doo sneered and said disapprovingly, Gorilla, aren't you too suspicious? He's just a slave we just caught. What's so complicated about him? He's just a second step celestial venerable. How complicated can he be? No matter how complicated he is, he wasn't caught and reduced to a slave. We can play with him however we want. We can step on him however we want. What can he do? Gorilla frowned slightly. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had a strange feeling. He felt that the person in front of him was a little complicated. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that Gary Doo's words were very reasonable. He was just a second step celestial venerable. His strength was very weak. He was just an ant. Now that he had become a slave of the wager tribe, he couldn't do anything. Hey, Gorilla, didn't you choose a slave that you were satisfied with? My slave has been played to death by me. Now I'm in urgent need of a slave. How about this time you let your brother have this slave? I'll treat you to a drink later. How about it? Gary Doo said. Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He had become a hot commodity. However, this hot commodity wasn't good. It was a hot commodity slave. Gary Doo pursed his lips and smiled. Gary Doo, I saw this slave first. I'll let you choose, but you didn't choose. Now you want to snatch it from me. That's not right, right? You lack slaves? I also lack slaves. I only have one. It's not enough for me. So I can't let you have this slave. A drink is such a cheap thing. I don't want to lose money. I saw him first. I kept him. First come, first served. So you'd better find someone else. Hearing that Gary Doo didn't want to let him have the slave, Gary Doo glared at Gary Doo angrily. What do you mean by first come, first served? We chose the slave together. I also saw the boy at first glance. But you said it first. How can you say that it's yours? It's a fair fight. Don't think that you can eat it all by yourself. You still have one by your side. I don't have one by my side. So if you want it, I won't agree. Gary Doo curled his lips, glanced at Gary Doo, and said, What? From what you're saying, you want to fight with me to determine the winner and the loser to decide who owns this slave. Fight? Gary Doo, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Okay, come on. If you want to fight, then let's fight. It's just right. I haven't fought with you for a long time. My hands are itching. Let's fight. Then it'll be easy to solve the problem. Gary Doo didn't back down. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Qin Shao secretly looked at the two of them. He thought to himself, why don't you fight? Hurry up and fight. If these two young masters were to fight for him, Qin Shao, it would be a very fun thing to do. Chapter 24:14. Gorilla didn't show any signs of weakness. He stood up with a high fighting spirit. The two of them were facing each other with no intention of backing down. It seemed that a big fight was about to break out. Qin Shao, on the other hand, was happy to quietly watch the show. If these two young masters were to fight because of him, it would be a very interesting thing. However, he believed that it would be very difficult for this to happen. Looking at the two of them, Qin Shao knew that it would be all talk and no action. They wouldn't fight. Sure enough, the two of them were just putting up a fight. However, they soon weakened. Forget it. My small place can't stand the torment. If we fight, my place will be destroyed. If there is a chance in the future, I will teach you a lesson. Gridus said fiercely. Gridu also said fiercely, Bah, you need to have the strength to teach me a lesson. You lost every time we fought. Haha, you are talking as if we have fought before. Don't talk about the things that happened when we were young. It doesn't count, Gridu said with a chuckle. The two of them talked back and forth. Their conversation was a little funny. Qin Shao couldn't help but want to laugh. Were they going to fight or not? Gridu, tell me, how do you want to divide this person? There's only one person. We all want one. Don't say things like you said at first. We will fight fairly. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. Tell me how we want to compete. If you want to fight, you can. If you want, I will accompany you to the end. Gridu said. Gridu wasn't as rigid as before. He frowned slightly and said with a serious face, Since we are all playing, why don't we each play for 1,000,000 years? We will take turns. 1,000,000 years each? Gridu thought for a while and nodded. Well, that's fine. It's a good idea. We can each play once. That's about it. Gridu said again. We will play according to the old rules. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. The winner will play for 1,000,000 years first. Then, he will be defeated. But you have to make sure that the winner doesn't kill that kid in 1,000,000 years. Otherwise, there won't be any fun left. How about that? All right, we'll do as you say. Sheridan nodded in agreement. Once again, the two of them were in a state of mutual hostility. Such a scene made Qin Shao a little curious. What are these two up to? Gridu, are you ready? Oomph. I've been prepared for a long time. I was just waiting for you to come and die. Ha ha ha, come here to die. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Why don't you think about your own strength? Bah, didn't I win last time? What? Have you forgotten how you lost to me last time? Scram. I'm angry just thinking about last time. Last time, you tricked me to win. That doesn't count. I won't admit it anyway. Hey. You can't afford to lose? Do you have any shame? If you can't afford to lose, then don't play. Then let's start. This time, I must win against you. I must take revenge for last time. Gerdu, this time, you're dead. Come and accept your death obediently. The two of them looked at each other and stared at each other. A sharp light bloomed from their eyes. Suddenly, the two of them attacked at the same time. Qin Shao also watched the battle with interest. Could it be that the two of them were still going to fight? Fight! Qin Shao was happy to watch them fight. However, Qin Lu's wish obviously didn't come true. Gerdu threw out a fist, and Gerdu threw out a pair of scissors. Their fists and scissors collided with each other. At this moment, time stopped. Fists? Scissors? What the hell was this? Were they playing rock, paper, scissors? Were they serious? Seeing such a scene, Qin Zhao's eyes couldn't help but widen. He almost bit his tongue. Wasn't this too funny? He thought that they were going to have a wonderful and fierce battle. He didn't expect that they were playing rock, paper, scissors, a very low-level game that only ordinary mortal children played. Haha, Gerdu, I said that you were going to lose. With your little strength, you still have the nerve to play with me? Last time you lost, you weren't convinced. This time, you're convinced, right? Gerdu was very happy and proud. He had won against Gerda twice. It was enough for him to show off. Damn it, this damn place is too depressing. I won't come here in the future. Gerdu shouted angrily and left. Qin Shao stood there and couldn't help but laugh. There was actually such a game. It was so childish. However, Qin Shao didn't care about these things. He cared about whose hands he fell into. Fortunately, in the end, it was the best result. He fell into Gerdu's hands without any danger. He didn't need to think about anything and planned to get close to Gerdu. If he fell into Gerdu's hands, it would be a troublesome thing. Fortunately, such a thing didn't happen. Gerdu's eyes quickly fell on Qin Shao. Suddenly, he became incomparably dignified. Why don't you kneel down, offer your soul, and recognize me as your master? His thunderous voice was like raging thunder, pressing down on Qin Shao, wanting to crush him to the ground. Under such heavenly might, Qin Shao still stood there steadily. He even raised his head and looked straight at Gorilla without the slightest bit of fear. Offer his soul and recognize Gerudo as his master? How could this be possible? Therefore, he had no other choice but to expose himself. Gerudo saw that Qin Shao didn't kneel down and didn't even have the slightest fear. It was as if he didn't hear his words at all. This made him very angry. For a lowly outsider, he had quite the guts. He was just a human immortal of the second step celestial master realm. His immortal power couldn't suppress him? You dare to resist? Kneel down, Gerudo shouted again. His immortal power burst out completely, oppressing Qin Shao heavily. He wanted to make Qin Shao kneel down. Gerudo's strength was indeed very strong. However, it was naturally impossible for him to shake Qin Shao with his immortal power. Qin Shao still stood there as steadily as Mount Tai. He even looked at Gerudo with a slight smile, as if he was laughing at Gerudo. Huh? What's going on? Still not working? No. Gerudo also immediately noticed that something was wrong. It wasn't as simple as he thought. You're not a second-step celestial master. Who are you? You hid your strength so well that even I couldn't detect it. You're definitely not simple. Who are you? How dare you sneak into our Wagger tribe? Lua, what are you trying to do? Gerudo stepped forward. His powerful immortal power shrouded the area and sealed it. Since Gerudo had seen through him and Qin Shao intended to reveal his strength, it didn't matter anymore. Qin Shao no longer hid his aura. He revealed his strength and restored the aura of a fourth-step celestial master. Huh? Fourth-step celestial master? What good way to hide your aura? You're only a fourth-step celestial master. I thought you were an ancient sage. Gerudo was secretly relieved when he saw that Qin Shao was only a fourth-step celestial master. He was only a fourth-step heavenly venerate. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to cause any waves in the Wager tribe. There were many fourth-step heavenly venerates in the Wager tribe. There were over 100 of them. Wouldn't it be easy to capture a fourth-step heavenly venerate? Moreover, the Wager tribe had several prime saints overseeing it. How could such a powerful force be trifled with? Therefore, Gerudo was very confident and didn't care about Qin Shao at all. Qin Shao cupped his fist to Gerudo, indicating that he didn't mean any harm. Fellow Taoist Gerudo, please don't misunderstand. My name is Qin Shao. I didn't mean to sneak into your Wager tribe. It's just that one of my brothers was captured by your tribe. Therefore, I just wanted to come in and rescue him. Oh? Jela looked at Qin Shao with a faint look, as if he was examining whether Qin Shao was telling the truth. Any outsider who enters the Wager tribe will become a slave. So, your brother is a slave of my Wager tribe? Qin Shao nodded and said, yes, he was indeed a slave. Moreover, he's a slave of fellow Taoist Gerudo. Therefore, I had no choice but to sneak in. I was lucky that you were choosing slaves, so I was selected. That's why it was so unbelievably smooth for me to see fellow Taoist Gerudo. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Gerudo's eyes became more and more profound. He looked at Qin Shao with a faint light. A cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, and he said, Jing Yang is your brother? Ha, 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 this is interesting. A second-step celestial, venerable, human immortal with no talent actually has a fourth-step celestial venerable as a brother? Furthermore, I can see that you're still quite young. You can also be considered an extraordinary genius. You're shining brightly. No matter how I look at it, you and Jingyang don't fit in at all. How can he be your brother? Qin Shao curled his lips and said, when making friends, it's about the heart and the person, not strength and background. If I acknowledge a brother, it doesn't matter whether you're a celestial venerable or not. Even if you're just an ordinary mortal, you're still my brother, Qin Shao. In terms of strength, talent, and background, it's not about the heart, but about power and status. That will change the meaning. Fellow Taoist Gerudo, since you've said it out loud, let's make it clear. I, Qin Shao, have no intention to be your enemy, and I have no intention to be your enemy. It's my fault to sneak into your tribe. I apologize to you for this. It's really a last resort. My purpose is very simple. I just want to take my brother, Jingyang, away. Therefore, I hope that fellow Taoist Jeridu can fulfill my wish. You can cancel the master-servant contract with him and let me take Jingyang away. Of course, fellow Taoist Jeridu can state your conditions. I'll try my best to satisfy them. A small slave. I believe that the Taoist gorilla, it's nothing much. It's something that you can do without. Fellow Taoist Jeridu, why don't you do me a favor and let my brother go? I, Qin Shao, will be very grateful and won't let fellow Taoist Jeridu suffer a loss. Ha ha ha. Gorilla laughed out loud. He looked at Qin Shao with a playful expression and said, Your favor? Do I need it? Who do you think you are? Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous to talk about favors? You're just a fourth-step celestial venerable. What do I need your favor for? Your favor is worthless in my eyes. It's really ridiculous for you to talk about your favor in front of me. Chapter 24:15. It seemed that the worst-case scenario was about to happen. This gorilla was indeed not an easy person to talk to. It was definitely not an easy thing to make him let go of those people. Qin Zhao's face was worthless in Gorilla's eyes. Just as Ming Dali had said, the Kowloon district was isolated from the rest of the world. News from the outside world could not reach here. Therefore, in this place, no one knew what the Sacred Academy was. No one knew who Qin Shao was either. In Gorilla's eyes, Qin Shao was just an ordinary fourth-step celestial venerable. There was nothing special about him. So why should he give Qin Shao any face? Moreover, this was the Wager tribe. Even an ancient sage would not be able to cause any trouble here, let alone a fourth-step celestial venerable. You want me to state my conditions? Are you willing to pay any price? Gorilla asked in a playful way. Qin Shao knew that he was not hiding anything good, but he could only hold back and say, You can basically say that except for some things that cannot be done. I will try my best to do what I can. But for example, if you want me to die, you will not be able to do it. Gorilla sneered, glanced at Qin Shao from the corner of his eyes, and said, I thought you had a deep brotherly love for Jingyang. You're willing to take such a huge risk for him and break into my Varger clan alone. What a suicidal move. Do you really think you'll be able to leave the Wager tribe if you're lucky enough to come here? Since ancient times, there have only been two outcomes for outsiders who entered our tribe. Either they died in our tribe, or they obediently stayed behind and became slaves. Tell me, which one do you want to choose? You want to save someone from the Wager tribe? That is simply a fool's dream. Since ancient times, such a thing has never happened. No one who enters my tribe can leave. You won't be an exception. You can't break this precedent. So, I think you should just accept your fate. Since you and Jingyang have such a deep brotherly bond, that's perfect. If you acknowledge me as your master, you and Jingyang will serve me together in the future. Won't we be together forever? So there's no room for negotiation? Qin Shao asked in a deep voice. Gorilla nodded affirmatively and said, Of course there's nothing to talk about. Haven't I already given you the path? You only have the chance to choose one out of the two. Which one do you want? As for the rest, don't even think about it. It's absolutely impossible. Hearing Gorilla's words and looking at his ugly face, Qin Shao couldn't wait to tear him apart. But he couldn't do that. Jingyang was still in his hands. As long as he willed it, Jingyang would definitely die. Therefore, for the sake of Jingyang, he couldn't easily fall out with Gorilla. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to save him. But what should he do now? This gorilla was really too difficult to talk to. Qin Shao stared at Gorilla, thinking about how to deal with it and what to do. What should he do? Gorilla smiled complacently. He sat down on a chair, picked up a glass of wine, and drank it very comfortably. He looked at Qin Shao playfully and said, What's wrong? Are you angry? Are you very unhappy? Do you want to fight? Haha, you could try. It just so happens that my hands are a little itchy. I want to hit someone. After entering the land of the Wager tribe, I like to see how arrogant you can still be. Young people are always young. You're too whimsical. It's really funny to want to save someone from the Wager tribe. Wasn't it hilarious for someone to have such a grand dream? Give it a try. Then give it a try. Swish. Qin Shao suddenly moved, turning into a stream of light. In an instant, he arrived in front of Gorilla. As soon as he made his move, he used the heaven-opening sword art and directly slashed down. The sword could be opened, and the sharp edge was 10,000 jong. How fierce and powerful was this? As the sword fell, countless sword chi burst out, and the aura shook the 9 heavens. The power of the principle also fell from the sky, cutting everything. Its destructive power was extremely shocking. Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all when he made his move. He directly used the heaven-opening sword art with his full strength. His purpose was naturally to frighten Jarila. Therefore, the power of this sword was indeed very strong, and it really scared Gorilla. Oh, he actually dares to make a move? How dare he? How dare he? Humph, it seems that I really underestimated him. His strength is really strong. I have to be careful when dealing with him. I originally thought that he was just an ordinary 4th step heavenly sovereign. I didn't expect that I would underestimate him. But it doesn't matter. No matter how strong he is, he can't make any waves in front of me. I can definitely suppress him easily. After Jarila was startled, he immediately calmed down and regained his composure. He was full of confidence. Jarila didn't hesitate and immediately made his move to suppress Qin Shao. The commotion caused by the fight between 2 4th-step Empyreans was naturally huge. Qin Zhao's sword fell, destroying many buildings and even triggering some restrictions, causing some movements in the entire Wager tribe. Other places could feel it. Jingyang ran out of the ruins nervously. He was even more worried when he saw Qin Shao and Jarila fighting from afar. However, at this time, he couldn't do anything to help. He could only stand there and watch silently, praying that Qin Shao was fine. Quite a few people in the Wager tribe were alarmed as well. One by one, they walked out and cast their gazes in this direction. When the people of the Wager tribe saw Qin Shao, they all gathered around. Some were angry, some were interested, and some were curious. How could an outsider sneak into the Wager tribe? Moreover, he even fought with Gorilla. How audacious! Are you tired of living? Yi Zichen thought. Who knows what's going on? Why is there an outsider here? I don't know. I also heard the commotion and came out to see. Among the crowd, Jeridu, who had just left angrily, was also there. When Jeridu saw that the slave that they were fighting over was actually fighting with Jarila, he couldn't help but be shocked. For a moment, he couldn't believe his eyes. Eyes? Wasn't this the slave, just now? How could he have the strength to fight with Jarila? No, that's not right. Just now, I clearly felt that he was just a 2nd-step Celestial Venerable. How did he suddenly become a 4th-step Celestial Venerable? He hid his aura. Soon, Jarila thought of possibility. At the same time, he was surprised that Qin Zhao's technique of hiding his aura was really brilliant. Even he and Jarila couldn't see through it. Jarila felt that something was wrong, but he didn't think of hiding his aura. It seems that this kid deliberately sneaked into our Wager tribe. Jarila must have seen through him. Oomph. How dare he sneak into our Wager tribe like this? He must have some secret that he can't let others know. However, this kid is really naive and stupid to the extreme. With his meager strength, he'll definitely die if he sneaks into our tribe. He won't be able to cause any trouble. If our Wager tribe can let a 4th-step heavenly sovereign kid casually enter, how can we still have the face to be the king of the Kalong district? The number of onlookers quickly increased, and there was no lack of 4th-step heavenly sovereigns among them. However, they just watched, and no one came forward to help Jarila. They believed that Jarila could solve this problem alone. Not only did these people become alarmed, but Qin Shao also felt the aura of several ancient sages sweeping over him. This obviously alarmed the ancient sages of the Wager tribe. This was to be expected. After all, a 4th-step heavenly venerate shouldn't have acted so wantonly in the Wager tribe's territory. It was normal for such a big commotion to alarm ancient sages. However, those ancient sages only checked and didn't have any intention of interfering. Such a small matter wasn't worth the intervention of ancient sages. Jarila's strength was indeed very strong. Qin Zhao's heaven-splitting sword art didn't gain the upper hand against him. Instead, it was suppressed by Jarila's strength. Qin Shao was greatly suppressed in the Kowloon district and could only display about 20% of his strength at most. But even if it was only about 20%, when Qin Shao went all out, it was still very frightening. Heart Force kill. Since the heaven-splitting sword art didn't work, Qin Shao displayed his Heart Force again. The Heart Force burst out with full force, turning into invisible swords and ruthlessly killing Jarila's soul and will. Huh, it's Heart Force. What a powerful Heart Force. Not good, retreat quickly. As soon as Qin Shao's Heart Force was released, Jarila was shocked again. After a while, he also quickly retreated, trying to pull a certain distance away from Qin Shao. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't let him pull away. He had been closely following Jarila. The heaven-splitting sword art was also used with full force, constantly launching powerful attacks on Jarila. As soon as these two powerful methods were used, Jarila's days were very difficult. He was directly suppressed by Qin Shao and only had the strength to resist. Of course, if Qin Shao wanted to defeat Jarila, it would be very difficult for him to do so. If they were not in the Kowloon district but outside, there would be no problem. In the Kowloon district, Qin Shao was still at a disadvantage. But even if he was at a disadvantage, Qin Shao was full of confidence that he could control Jarila. The situation was indeed similar to what he had expected. At most, Jarila should be able to force him to use his Heart Force. Damn it, I still underestimated him. I didn't expect him to be a Heart Force cultivator. He attacked me with two methods at the same time. It's really impossible to guard against. Heart Force is not like other forces. It's very difficult to resist. I tried my best to resist, but it still has a great suppressive effect on my soul and will, so I can't display my full strength. I'll only be at a disadvantage if I'm suppressed like this. Damn it, this boy's strength is actually above mine. How can this be? Such a situation was indeed a big blow to Jarila. Jarila had always been very confident in his own strength. Among the younger generation of the Wajir tribe, there were only a few people who could be compared with him. They could be counted with one hand. As for the others, he really did not care about them at all. Moreover, although there were a few people who could be compared with him, he still felt that he was the most powerful one. He didn't think that anyone could surpass him. But today, someone had indeed suppressed him. Uncomfortable. Too irritating. Chapter 24:16. The strength of an outsider was greatly suppressed in the Kowloon area, while the strength of the natives of the Kowloon area was increased. The difference was at least 10 times greater than the difference between the two. In other words, even with the advantage of 10 times, Gorilla was still being suppressed by the outsider. What kind of strength was this? It was a little scary just thinking about it. Gerudo, Gorilla is about to be defeated. Hurry up and help him. This outsider is too arrogant. He is simply looking down on the Wajir tribe. Everyone, let's kill him together. That's right. How dare he behave so atrociously in the Wajir tribe with just a little bit of strength? Let's let him know that this isn't a place where he can jump around. Attack! When the people of the Wajir tribe saw that Gorilla was no match for Qin Shao, they naturally didn't hesitate to attack Qin Shao one after another. They wanted to join forces to suppress Qin Shao. Several outstanding youths of the Wajir tribe, led by Gerudo, attacked powerfully, their brilliance shocking the sky. The power of laws, the might of the great Tao, immortal techniques, secret techniques, and cultivation techniques were all unleashed at once. The vast and mighty power surged and had the power to destroy everything. Streaks of sharp light and powerful destructive power roared and slapped toward Qin Shao like a raging sea. Qin Shao wasn't afraid of this surging power at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a devilish smile. You've come at the right time. Let's all attack together and knock down the Wajir tribe. Although my strength is greatly suppressed in the Kowloon area, it is still far from what you people can compare to. If we were outside, Qin Shao, would even be able to fight a half-step sage, let alone you people. Your Wajir tribe doesn't have a half-step sage. If I'm just a fourth-step celestial venerate, even if my strength is suppressed, how can you deal with me? Qin Shao was full of confidence. He had many means at his disposal, so he was naturally full of confidence and wasn't afraid of anything. Suddenly, dozens of fourth-step celestial venerates besieged him. This force was really astonishing. Qin Shao waved his hand, and 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers whizzed out. The flying daggers descended, and 9 whistles pierced through the sky. A brilliant radiance immediately illuminated the area. A trace of sage might descended with a rumble, causing the Wager tribe members to panic. What a powerful aura. Holy aura. It's actually holy aura. Sage Li Sheng's flying daggers. What kind of power could resist the sharpness of the sword? The power of Li Sheng's flying knife, the power of his heart force, the power of his inner world, and the power of the Berserker explosion technique were enough to make Qin Shao invincible. At the very least, in front of the Wager tribe, they were incomparably powerful and invincible gods of war. Under the whistling of the flying daggers, they were invincible. Who dared to fight them? What a powerful heart force. What a strange power. It's so unbearable. What kind of power is this? What a domineering flying dagger. It's too terrifying. I can't block it at all. Who on earth is this person? This strength isn't a little too strong? Could he be a half-step sage? But that's impossible. He doesn't look very old. He can't be a half-step sage. Don't worry about that for now. Everyone, hurry up and suppress this kid. More fourth-step celestial venerates from the Wager tribe joined in. There were more than 50 fourth-step celestial venerates joining forces to besiege Qin Shao. So many fourth-step celestial venerates. Logically speaking, how powerful should they be? Who would be able to withstand it? However, Qin Shao had blocked them. Not only had he blocked them, but he hadn't fallen into a disadvantageous position at all. He was still calm and composed, as if he was in control of the situation. His strength really surprised the Wager tribe members. How could they have encountered such a monster? With such strength, if the Wager tribe didn't have a prime sage overseeing it, the entire Wager tribe would probably be turned upside down by him. Everyone, I don't mean any harm by sneaking into the Wager tribe. I have no intention of fighting you. Jarila, as long as you agree to my request, we can still talk things over. What I said before still counts. I'm only here to ask for help, not to fight you. Why are you forcing me with your weapons? Although I'm an outsider, I don't have the slightest hostility toward the Wager tribe. We're all cultivators. There's no need to make the situation so tense, right? Qin Shao said, trying to calm the battle. But how could Jarila, who was already enraged, give up so easily? You're just an outsider. How dare you be so rampant in front of us? Do you think you can come and go as you please on the Wager tribe's land? Since you've already made your move, let's rest and settle this matter. Today you must die here. Jarila wasn't so easy to talk to, and neither were the other members of the Wager tribe. They all seemed to have been greatly humiliated and were incomparably crazy. They had no intention of stopping and wanted to fight Qin Shao to the death. Faced with such a situation, Qin Shao could only sigh and smile bitterly. He was really helpless. It was really difficult to beg Jingyang. But so what if it was difficult? No matter how difficult it was, he still had to do it, and he had to succeed. The number of people who joined the battle continued to increase, and the pressure on Qin Shao increased. But Qin Shao was heroic and powerful. At this time, he was like an invincible war god. No matter how fierce the battle was, he couldn't be shaken in the slightest. Master, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about Jingyang. The Wager tribe is too powerful. They have several ancient saints. Master, you can't beat the Wager tribe. Hurry up and leave. Jingyang also felt very sorry for Qin Shao. He didn't want Qin Shao to risk his life for him. So Jingyang also shouted for Qin Shao to leave him alone. Don't worry, Jingyang. I've always done things appropriately. I won't do things that I'm not confident in. Since I've come in, I must take you away. You know my personality. I won't stop until I achieve my goal. Besides, there's no turning back for me. You can enter the Wager tribe, but it won't be so easy to leave. If I don't turn this place upside down, I won't be able to leave. If I leave, I can definitely take you with me. Qin Shao comforted him. Jingyang was so moved that he wanted to cry. He was just a servant, an insignificant existence. But for him, his master didn't care about his own life and wanted to save him at all costs. Life was like this. He was satisfied. Even if he had to die for Qin Shao, he was willing. In fact, at this time, he was more willing to end this with death, but it was no longer up to him. Some things, once started, had no way out and couldn't be stopped halfway. He could only fight to the end. Ha ha ha. Since he couldn't reason with Jarila, Qin Shao didn't say anything. Instead of getting angry, he laughed. His laughter was filled with the heroic spirit of Ganyun and the heroic spirit of Ganyan. Jarila, I'm not boasting, but I'm afraid that you people are still lacking something if you want to kill me, Qin Shao. Besides, Qin Shao, am no fool. I never fight a battle that I'm not confident in winning. Do you really think that's all I have? I've already said that I have no intention of fighting you, but if you really want me dead, then I'll definitely turn your Varner tribe upside down. I think there will be a time when you'll be willing to sit down and have a good talk with me. If you want to fight, Qin Shao, will accompany you to the end. If you want to talk, just say the word, and Qin Shao, will immediately stop. If you don't want to be aggressive, then Qin Shao, will definitely throw away my life here today. But please think clearly. If I really go all out, what kind of price will your wager tribe have to pay? Is it worth it? I'll say again. I have a favor to ask of your wager tribe, not to fight you. But Qin Zhao's words didn't enter the wager tribe's ears, especially those led by Jarila, who seemed to have gone crazy. No matter how eloquent you are, you won't be able to escape death today. Anyone who dares to barge into the wager tribe will never walk out alive. You want to threaten us? You're not qualified. Far from it. Die. Only death awaits you. Rest, we'll call it quits. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. There really was nothing he could do. He really wanted to kill a few people to establish his authority, but he could only force himself to hold back. If he really did kill the wager tribe's people, then he'd be in even more trouble. There probably wouldn't even be a chance for negotiation. Therefore, Qin Shao had to stand guard and not kill anyone. After all, these people weren't the true rulers of the wager tribe. So Qin Shao was waiting for the ancient saints of the wager tribe to come out and mediate. But only if he didn't kill anyone. Qin Shao really couldn't bear to fight while holding back. The wager tribe's people were all jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. They all wanted to eat Qin Shao alive. No matter how uncomfortable it was, he could only endure it. Fight! How can this person be so strong? We still can't suppress him? Why do I feel like his strength can increase infinitely? Yeah, I felt like I might be able to suppress him, but then I realized that his strength had increased again. We can't do anything to him. Damn it. He's so strong. Is this kid from the 100 schools of thought? No way. If he really is a disciple of the 100 schools of philosophers, then shouldn't we stop? We can't afford to offend the 100 schools of thought. Even if he's not from the 100 schools of thought, he's probably from a big family. He must have a powerful background. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this strong. Yeah, he must have a powerful background. But since we're already fighting, what's there to be afraid of? That's right. This is the Kaoyang district. This is the wager tribe. This kid trespassed on our territory. Who else can we deal with but him? Even if he's from a big family, what are we afraid of? We have to be reasonable. That's right. If he dares to trespass on our territory, he should be prepared to die. Don't let him go. Let's keep killing. I don't believe he's invincible. Get some more people. We have to suppress him. As more and more people from the wager tribe joined the battle, Qin Shao was beginning to feel the pressure. If this continued, he would have to release Meng Dali to help him. However, at this moment, a saint aura descended. It was vast and mighty, suppressing everything. The heavens had to submit to it. Chapter 24:17. Hearing this voice, everyone stopped and respectfully retreated, gazing at the newcomer with reverence and faith. A beam of holy light descended, and an old man wearing strange clothes descended from the sky. His mighty holy aura made many of the tribesmen kneel down. They worshipped this ancient saint as if they were worshipping a god. The arrival of an ancient saint was enough to greatly boost everyone's morale. That ancient saint's gaze had been locked on a Qin Shao all this while. Clearly, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. At this moment, the sharpness of his gaze landed on Qin Shao. His holy aura had already transformed into an invisible cage that enveloped Qin Shao. He had already secretly controlled Qin Shao without batting an eyelid. Seeing this, Qin Shao knew that the ancient saint of the Wager tribe wasn't a nice person. Everyone from top to bottom wasn't easy to talk to. Qin Shao had long been mentally prepared. He hadn't thought that it would be so easy to save people. It was fine as long as he could save them. Qin Shao didn't care if he had to pay a price. The most important thing was that he could save them. Junior Qin Shao greets Senior Holy Master. Qin Shao greeted the Holy Master respectfully. The ancient saint of the Wager tribe didn't pay any attention to Qin Shao. He looked at Qin Shao coldly, as if sizing up his prey. His gaze was enough to make one's heart tremble. After a while, the ancient saint of the Wager tribe finally spoke. "You're so young, but your strength is indeed impressive. Your talent is peerless. Which family are you from?" Qin Shao replied truthfully, "I'm not from any family. Senior, you should be able to tell that I'm an outsider, an ascender. I have no background. However, I was fortunate enough to pass the Sacred Academy selection and become a student there." An outsider? Ascended from a universe? Universe? Where is that? I've never heard of it. Not from the immortal region? What else is there outside the immortal region? How can someone be so strong without any background? That's impossible, right? Qin Zhao's words sparked a discussion among the Wager tribesmen. The prime saint of the Wager tribe continued to stare at Qin Shao. A lowly being who ascended from the universe? At such a young age, you were able to go from such a lowly position to such a high position. This is something that has never happened before. However, this saint has never heard of the Saint Academy you mentioned. I didn't know that there was such a force in Huaxia. I'm afraid it's an extremely small academy. With your exceptional talent, joining a small academy is a bit of a waste of talent. You never heard of Saint Academy? In Qin Zhao's mind, how closed off were the people of the Wager tribe? It was one thing for others not to have heard of it, but it was interesting that even the existence of ancient sages had not heard of the existence of Sacred Academy. That was interesting. The Saint Academy was an academy established by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It was a #1 academy in Huaxia, the entire mortal world, and the entire immortal region. It was the supreme holy land for cultivation. Qin Shao smiled wryly and explained, "Senior holy sage, you might have misunderstood. The Saint Academy was founded not long ago by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It's now the #1 academy in the mortal world." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the prime saint of the Wager tribe frowned. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had established the Saint Academy? It sounded impossible, but he had been observing Qin Shao and found that the kid didn't seem to be lying. Could it be that it was true? Their Wager tribe had always been closed off from the outside world, so they didn't know much about the outside world. When did the Saint Academy appear in the mortal world? Senior holy sage, you might live in seclusion and don't care about worldly affairs. But I think you should have many friends in the outside world. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. There shouldn't be many people in the mortal world who don't know about the Saint Academy. The Saint Academy exists, Qin Shao added. With a wave of his hand, his identity medallion appeared in his hand. The medallion emitted an ancient and powerful holy aura. Although it was only a trace, it was enough to make people feel apprehensive. Ordinary people might not be able to sense it, but prime saints could sense how powerful the person who left their aura on the medallion was. There was an ancient holy character on the medallion that shone with holy light and made people feel reverence. Just looking at the medallion was enough to make people believe half of it. Moreover, the prime saint of the Wager tribe could tell that Qin Shao wasn't lying. The prime saint of the Wager tribe chuckled strangely. "So you really are a student of the Saint Academy, a student of the Sacred Institute." His background is indeed not small. "It's no wonder you dare to barge into my Wager tribe alone and act so rashly. You're simply looking down on us. Do you really think we won't dare to do anything to you? How dare you act so wantonly in our Wargle tribe?" Qin Zhao's brows furrowed deeply at the Wager tribe's holy sage's words. The atmosphere wasn't good. He'd said so much, but it had been completely useless. The Wager tribe's holy sage didn't care about this at all. He didn't care about his identity as a student of the Saint Academy at all. But on account of the fact that you didn't hurt any of my tribesmen and didn't destroy my tribe, I'll spare you this time, since it was an unintentional act. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. The Wager tribe's holy sage ordered Qin Xiao to leave. Qin Xiao's expression darkened. The meaning was clear. He could leave, but he couldn't take Jing Yang with him. So the holy sage still wasn't willing to let Jing Yang go. But how could Qin Xiao leave if he couldn't save Jing Yang? Qin Xiao looked at the prime saint in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Senior Sacred Venerable, I have a good brother who accidentally entered the Kalong region 3 million years ago. He was captured by the Wager tribe and became a slave of the Wager tribe. Now, he's in Gu Ri La's hands. I came here with no other intentions, absolutely no malice. I just want to save my brother, take him away with me, and help him regain his freedom. I talked to Gorilla earlier and asked him to state his conditions, but he didn't agree. So, I'm willing to ask the Holy Sage to grant my wish and let my brother go. A mere slave is nothing to the Wager tribe, but I'm willing to pay a great price to redeem his freedom. I think this should be a pretty good deal. Senior Holy Sage, you can state a condition, and I'll do my best to fulfill it. I hope you'll be merciful. I came here with a heart to save him. If I leave, I'll take my brother with me. On one hand, Qin Xiao was humbling himself in his request and was willing to pay the price. On the other hand, Qin Xiao had expressed his determination. He'd come to save Jing Yang regardless of the cost. If he couldn't save him, he wouldn't leave. However, this made the prime saint of the Wager tribe very unhappy. If you talk big, kid, I'll let you go out of the kindness of my heart, but you don't know what's good for you. How dare you ask me for him? Everything that belongs to the Wager tribe, be it a blade of grass, a tree, a bird, a beast, a servant, they all belong to the Wager tribe. Anyone can take them away. It's your brother's greatest honor to be a slave of the Wager tribe. It's the fortune of 8 lifetimes. You should be happy for him. You want to take him away? Do you think that's possible? Do you really think I won't kill you just because you're a student of the Sacred Academy? Don't ask for a snub. Don't regret it if you don't scram. With that, the ancient saint of the Wager tribe waved his hand, and an irresistible force slammed into Qin Xiao, sending him flying. Fortunately, Qin Xiao was prepared. He resisted with all his might and didn't end up in a sorry state. Of course, this was only a small warning. It wasn't a real attack. If a true ancient saint really did attack, Qin Xiao might not be able to block even one move, even if he went all out. The difference between a 4-step Empyrean and an ancient sage was like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference was far, far too great. Qin Xiao clenched his teeth and shook his head. If this didn't work, then there was nothing else he could do. It seemed he had no choice but to let Adong out. Qin Xiao thought that the ancient saint of the Wager tribe would have some misgivings after he revealed his identity. He didn't want to force Adong to hand him over, but he still couldn't get anything out of him. This hidden and isolated tribe was really strange in their way of doing things. If it were any other family in the outside world, they probably wouldn't be so rude to Qin Xiao, right? But the Wager tribe dared. They didn't care about Qin Xiao at all. In terms of strength, the Wager tribe was one of the strongest in the Kalong district. But in the outside world, they would be annihilated by the masses. They were very common. Any random organization would be able to suppress the Wager tribe, not to mention the major clans and the 100 schools of thought. But the Wager tribe dared to do things that those factions might not dare to do. Perhaps it was because the supreme imperial wine of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors didn't come here that they dared to be so arrogant. Adong, come out. We can only rely on you now. Qin Xiao shouted. Adong flew out of Qin Xiao's inner world. His holy aura gushed out and immediately enveloped the entire area, resisting the ancient saint of the Wager tribe. The moment Adong appeared, everyone in the Wager tribe turned pale with fright. There was actually another ancient saint. That outsider 4th step heavenly venerate brat actually had an ancient saint following him. Moreover, this ancient saint seemed to be very respectful to that 4th step heavenly venerate brat. What was going on? How could a fourth-step heavenly venerate command an ancient saint? Was there such an inconceivable thing? The ancient saint of the Wager tribe also looked at Ah Dong in surprise, his gaze becoming somewhat deep. Obviously, he'd never imagined that there was actually an ancient saint by Qin Zhao's side. It seemed that this matter wouldn't be so easily resolved. Sir, why do you have to be so ruthless? Our Lord Qin Zhao has already been so polite and courteous to you and is willing to pay a great price in exchange. This is a good deal for you. Why do you have to be so forceful? Since our young master has made up his mind to do something, he will do it even if he dies. We've already been courteous. Do you really want to force us to send troops after you? Ah Dong looked at the ancient saint of the Wager tribe and said in a low voice. Chapter 24:18. Rear troops. The prime saint of the Wager tribe chuckled in disdain. Do you really think your rear troops can win against my Wager tribe? Ah Dong shook his head. Of course we can't win, but that doesn't mean we can't take a few bites of your flesh, right? If your Wager tribe is really going to follow our rear troops for a little slave, then we should be able to take a few bites of your tribe, right? I am a follower of my young master. If my young master wants to fight to the death with your Wager tribe, then I can only throw my life away. The final winner will definitely be your Wager tribe, but have you ever thought about the price your tribe will have to pay? The prime saint of the Wager tribe's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, a strange look flashing in the depths of his eyes. If these two outsiders really wanted to fight to the death, then the Wager tribe wouldn't have an easy time. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. But was he going to let the slave go just like that? He was unwilling. His Wager tribe had never suffered such a big loss. How should he decide this matter? The prime saint of the Wager tribe pondered for a while before replying in a deep voice. All right, I can let the slave go. I can show mercy, but the slave belongs to Jarila. You can ask him what he wants. It's absolutely impossible for you to take him away from my Wager tribe so easily. Whether you can take him away or not depends on whether you are willing to pay the price. As he spoke, he also gave Jarila a signal with his eyes, handing over the power of life and death to Jarila. The corners of Jarila's mouth rose, revealing a sinister smile. Qin Zhao looked at Jarila. This guy probably had a belly full of anger towards him. Now that he had fallen into his hands, there would definitely be no good outcome for him. But I have no choice. The power of life and death is in Jarila's hands. I can only beg him. You want me to let him go? How can it be so easy? If it's my slave, then it's my dog. Even if it's nothing, I won't easily give it to others. You want me to release them? That's fine. I'll give you a chance. Jarila looked at Qin Zhao with a ferocious expression. If Jing Yang's life was not in the hands of Jarila, Qin Zhao would have killed Jarila at all costs today. He dared to call Jing Yang a dog? How hateful. He deserved to be killed. However, for the sake of Jing Yang's life, Qin Zhao had no choice but to endure it for the time being. He would remember this debt and would definitely get revenge in the future if he had the chance. What do you want me to do? Qin Zhao asked directly. Jarila smiled sinisterly and looked at Qin Zhao with a playful expression. I like straightforward people. If you want to take away my dog, then let's see if you have the ability to complete the task I give you. I don't need you to pay me any immortal treasures or chaos source stones. I don't care about them. I don't think you can take out many of them. Why don't we play a game? If you can win, then I'll let the dog go. If you lose, then you can get out of here. Qin Zhao clenched his fists secretly. He really wanted to kill Jarila right now. Jarila had touched his reverse scale again and trampled on his bottom line. He deserved to be killed. Qin Zhao. Oh, Qin Zhao, I know you're very unhappy. You want to kill me. You're angry and you hate me. But so what? You don't dare to do anything to me. You can only endure. Is it hard for you to endure? If you can't endure it, you don't have to endure it. You can fall out with me directly. You can kill me directly. Of course, killing me is your ability. If you don't like it, you can have a try. Jarila saw through Qin Zhao's mind and said provocative words. He wanted to provoke Qin Zhao and challenge Qin Zhao's tolerance limit. Qin Zhao was angry, but he could endure it. Of course, he knew that Jarila was trying to provoke him. For Jing Yang, he could endure all the provocations and even humiliations to him. However, this was only temporary. Oh, you're quite good at hiding. I'm humiliating you like this, and you don't dare to do anything? Haha, what kind of student is this? What kind of genius is this? I think you're just SOSO. Aren't you still standing here being humiliated by me? You still don't dare to resist. Genius? Expert? So what? Even if you're a dragon, you still have to lie down here. This is not a place where you can raise your head. Jarilla was very satisfied. His strength was indeed far inferior to Qin Zhao's. The provocation and humiliation that he had suffered just now had all been paid back in double. How could he not be happy? But this was just the beginning. He had Jing Yang, this big chip in his hand. He could play slowly and properly. There was no hurry. Qin Zhao glanced at the ancient saint of the Wager tribe. He obviously had no intention of stopping Jarilla. Obviously, he also supported Jarilla's approach. That meant that he had made up his mind to embarrass him. It seemed that the identity of a student of the Sacred Institute did not make the Wager tribe much afraid. At most, it was because Ah Dong was here that the ancient saint gave Qin Zhao a chance. However, it was only an opportunity, and an uncertain one at that. There was a chance that he might fail. Qin Zhao thought that if he failed, would the Wager tribe really dare to fight to the death with him? Qin Zhao had already made all the preparations. At worst, he would just go on a killing spree. He had a trump card in his hand, a supreme treasure that could kill an ancient saint. In the worst-case scenario, he would risk everything and kill an ancient saint of the Wager tribe. Then, he would pull out Master Li Sheng's banner. He could also buy some time for Wu Qi to bring the 104th-step Heavenly Venerables over. With this force and the life-saving trump card bestowed by Master Li Sheng, he believed that he could fight a tough battle with the Wager tribe. Qin Zhao had already made all these preparations. He had already informed Saint Wu Qi to be ready at any time. Qin Zhao did not believe that he could not deal with the Wager tribe now that he had such power. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Unless the Wager tribe forced him into a corner, he could only go all out. Qin Zhao said, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Just tell me how you want to play. I'm willing to risk my life. Why would I be afraid of playing with you? How do you want to play? I'll play with you until the end. What's wrong with that? I don't like your big mouth, so I'll let you know how to write the word pain. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant." Jarilla sneered. "Haha, my request is simple. Bring me a divine vitality fruit, and I'll give you the freedom of this slave. What do you think? I'm very kind, right? I've given you a chance, haven't I? If Lord Saint hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have given you this chance. Kid, aren't you arrogant? Aren't you arrogant enough? Don't you think you're awesome? You're good. Prove it to me. Bring me a divine vitality fruit, and I'll admit defeat. I'll let you go. It's that simple. Divine vitality fruit?" Hearing this, Ah Dong couldn't help but frown slightly, and a touch of anger flashed in his eyes. Divine vitality fruit? Qin Zhao also frowned, but he frowned because he didn't know what the divine vitality fruit was. However, he could vaguely guess that it should be an extremely rare item. It should be an extremely precious item, but it seemed that it shouldn't be so difficult to find a rare thing, right? At least now he knew a lot of friends, and Xia Dongho should be able to help him. Besides, with Qin Zhao's current status, as long as he was willing to owe someone a favor, there should be a lot of forces willing to help him find things. Qin Zhao's intuition told him that it shouldn't be difficult to find things. Was it really that simple? No, it shouldn't be. Jarilla wasn't so easy to talk to. He should find a way to make things difficult for Qin Zhao. At this time, Ah Dong secretly transmitted a message to Qin Zhao. "Lord Qin Zhao, you have to be careful in agreeing to this. The divine vitality fruit is the sacred fruit of the immortal Tao law. The divine vitality fruit is also called the origin fruit. It's the source of all the immortal Tao law and contains the root of the immortal Tao law. It's naturally formed and extremely rare. In the entire immortal realm, it's hard to find even one in a universe era. Moreover, every force needs the divine vitality fruit. Once they get it, they'll treasure it and never give it to others. A single divine origin fruit has at least a 70% chance of creating an ancient saint. How precious is that? This person wants to borrow your hand to help him become an ancient sage. Lord Qin Shao, a divine vitality fruit is invaluable. It's impossible for a small tribe like the Wargle tribe to get a divine vitality fruit. It's extremely difficult for even the 100 schools of thought to get a divine vitality fruit. The main thing is that it's really rare. Even if one appears, it's very difficult to find. After hearing Ah Dong's words, Qin Shao understood completely. It turned out that this was the Saint Origin fruit. It was indeed a rare and precious item. It would be extremely difficult to obtain such an item. It was definitely more difficult than killing an ancient sage for Qin Shao. Qin Shao could still give it a try if he wanted to kill an ancient sage. However, the chances of finding a divine vitality fruit were slim. Qin Shao, who had always been confident, felt that his chances were bleak. Indeed, Gorilla was ruthless enough in playing this game. The opportunity was indeed given, and it didn't sound too difficult. However, finding a divine vitality fruit was harder than ascending to the sky. Moreover, Gorilla was very ambitious. He wanted to use the divine vitality fruit to become an ancient sage. What a wishful thinking. In this world, who didn't want to become an ancient sage? A divine vitality fruit was enough to make two ancient sages fight to the death. Which of those half-saints who had lived for a very long time didn't want to get a divine vitality fruit and become a holy master? Which of those fourth-step celestial masters didn't want to? Which of those forces didn't want to? Not to mention others. Even Qin Shao himself wanted to get a divine vitality fruit. If there was a divine vitality fruit, he would definitely be willing to fight to get it. Even if he didn't use it, he could give it to others in the future or use it as a bargaining chip for himself. It would be of great use in the future. Now, Gorilla asked him to find a divine vitality fruit and give it to him. Such an excessive request really made Qin Shao want to strangle Gorilla. Could he be more shameless? How could he make such an unreasonable request so openly? Where was his face? Don't look at me like that. I know you're unhappy, but can you hit me? This is my condition. There's no need to talk about anything else. Either you nod and agree, get lost, or hit me. It's up to you. Chapter 24:19. Should he agree or not? Qin Shao really wanted to cut Gorilla with his sword and force him to reorganize his words. But he couldn't do that. Jing Yang's life was in Gorilla's hands. Qin Shao could only keep retreating. What else could he do? Fight? Then the problem would be even more difficult to solve. This was the first time that Qin Shao had such a headache. Even his fists couldn't solve this problem. If his fists could solve it, then it would be much easier. That was why he had such a headache now. Qin Shao secretly clenched his teeth and struggled angrily in his heart. But even though he struggled, Qin Shao knew that he already had an answer. At this time, Ah Dong couldn't give Qin Shao any advice. He could only let Qin Shao make the decision himself. Gorilla looked at Qin Shao with a sinister smile. The other members of the Wager tribe also looked at Qin Shao with a playful expression. Would he agree? Would he be controlled by Gorilla? The answer was soon revealed. Qin Shao looked at Jing Yang in the distance, then looked coldly at Gorilla and said, "Okay, I agree to your conditions." "No, master. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Jing Yang's mission has been completed. Jing Yang is not afraid of death. Jing Yang is already the luckiest thing in his life to be able to find master." Jing Yang's heart was bleeding. He almost cried as he transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. He really didn't want Qin Shao to risk everything for him. It was not worth it. It was not worth it. He, Jing Yang, was already incomparably lowly. He was no longer afraid of death. The meaning of his life was to find the successor of his old master and avenge his old master. He had already completed this mission perfectly. He believed that with Master Qin Zhao's current talent and potential, he would be able to avenge his old master in the future. Therefore, if he were to die now, he would be able to die in peace without any worries. But how could Qin Shao make Jing Yang worry? "Jing Yang, don't worry. Leave everything to me. You don't have to worry about anything. The only thing you need to do now is to live well. Understand? This is my order. You're not allowed to disobey. Everything I've done is for the sake of your survival. If something happens to you, then everything I've done will be in vain. Don't disappoint me. I said that I would save you, so I will definitely do it. You have to believe me. Jingyang really didn't know what to say. He really wanted to commit suicide. However, he also knew that Master Qin Shao wanted him to live. If he died, it would really hurt Master Qin Zhao's heart. What could he do even if he was worried? What could he do? He could only live. This was the greatest comfort for Qin Zhao's master. A dog can be sold at a sky-high price by me. Interesting. Jarilla looked back at Jingyang and laughed happily. He looked at Qin Shao and said, "It's good that you agreed. I was afraid that you wouldn't dare to agree. Since you agreed, then let's have some fun. If you want to prove that you are awesome and have experience, then show me what you're capable of. But I won't give you too much time. I'll only give you 10 million years. If you can't deliver the divine vitality fruit to me in 10 million years, then I can't guarantee the life of that slave. To be able to keep him for 10 million years, I feel that this is already my limit. So, you can grasp the time well. 10 million years is generous enough, right? 10 million years? That was enough. For Qin Shao, 10 million years was a relatively long time. After all, he had only lived for more than 20 million years. But for searching for the divine vitality fruit, 10 million years was indeed extremely short. But there was no other way. The initiative was in the hands of others. What else could Qin Shao do? He didn't have much power to resist. The only thing he could do was obediently agree. His lifeline was in the hands of others. It was so sullen and petty. Okay, 10 million years it is. But I hope you can keep your promise and fulfill it. For 10 million years, you can't hurt my brother in the slightest. Since I agreed to play this deal with you, there should be rules for playing games. At the very least, there should be credibility. I, Qin Shao, will say the ugly words first. If my brother is harmed in the slightest in the next 10 million years, I will never let you, Jarilla, or your wager tribe off. I, Qin Shao, am indeed not strong enough to shake your wager tribe. But don't forget, I have the Sacred Institute and my master behind me. When the time comes, even if I have to thicken my face to beg my master, I will gather enough strength. I will come to settle accounts with you. As I said, I have always been a person of peaceful means before resorting to force. If there is something to talk about, then let's talk about it. Your request is indeed excessive, but it doesn't matter. I can promise you, I can lower my bottom line very, very low to the point of being incomparably humble. If you still want to step on me a few more times, then sorry, I will fight you with my life. Killing you, Jarilla, is just a matter of raising my hand. You have the wager tribe behind you, and I, Qin Shao, also have a sect behind me. If your wager tribe really wants to fight with me, then you will only suffer. So, Jarilla, I hope you won't hurt my brother in the slightest in the next 10 million years. I, Qin Shao, have always been a man of my word. If I say it, I will certainly do it. I'm not threatening you. I'm just telling you my attitude and principles. Jarilla was indeed very unhappy with Qin Zhao's words. He felt a little threatened. However, no matter how unhappy he was, he could only be unhappy. What else could he do? You can go now. Come find me after you get the divine origin fruit. You are not welcome at any other time. Jarilla made a gesture to Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked at Jingyang and clenched his fists secretly. Jingyang, you have to suffer a little more. Wait for me. I will definitely come back to save you within 10 million years. Definitely. Qin Shao was also very sad and distressed. He had clearly seen Jingyang, but he could only temporarily leave him behind. There was no way to take him away. This kind of pain could only be deeply understood if one experienced it personally. But there was no other way. He could only do this temporarily. There was no other way. Qin Shao and Dong quickly left the wager tribe and went straight out of the Kalong area. Only then did they release Meng Dali. What? You actually agreed to such an extremely shameless condition? Upon hearing that Qin Shao had agreed to find the divine origin fruit for Jarilla in exchange for Jingyang's freedom, Meng Dali's eyes widened in shock. He stared at Qin Shao dumbfoundedly with a speechless expression on his face. He is crazy. Are you crazy too? My God, my brother Qin Shao, that is the divine origin fruit. It is the divine origin fruit. First of all, the divine origin fruit is extremely rare and there is no way to find it. Furthermore, even if you do manage to find it, a single one of those rare treasures is enough to create an ancient saint. Its value is not something that we can imagine. Why would you give it to someone else? I feel like I'm going crazy just thinking about it. Why didn't you do it directly? You should have killed this shameless person first. He is really hateful. Qin Shao rolled his eyes at Meng Dali. How could he not know? He had no choice. Although Meng Dali said that, he quickly calmed down. Sigh. He let out a long sigh and looked as if he was in pain. However, Brother Jingyang has signed a master-servant contract with Jarila. If he refuses to break the contract, there is no way he can take Brother Jingyang away. This is the most difficult and fatal part. He has your lifeline. No wonder he dares to ask for such an exorbitant price. This matter is indeed too difficult. However, I have thought of a feasible solution. There was another feasible solution? Qin Shao looked at Meng Dali doubtfully. What other solution did he have? If there was really another feasible solution, he could give it a try. Meng Dali continued. Brother Jingyang is just an ordinary second step celestial venerable. It should be easy to resurrect him. Holy Master Dong should be able to do it easily. Therefore, if we can destroy the entire Wargle tribe and kill all the ancient sages and fourth-step celestial venerables of the Wargle tribe, then we can resurrect Brother Jingyang. If Gurila's original body and doppelganger are both dead, no one can threaten Brother Jingyang. It means that he has regained his freedom. Destroy the Wargle tribe? This idea was a little bold. Qin Shao looked at Adong. Adong said, in theory, this method is feasible. However, there are hidden dangers. Even if we destroy the entire Wargle tribe and kill all of Jarila's doppelgangers, we will still be able to do it. However, Jarila still exists in the long river of history. If someone resurrects Jarila in the future, he can still threaten Jing Yang's life. As long as the master-servant contract is not broken, there will always be hidden dangers. There is another important thing. I just checked and found that the Wargle tribe has 3 ancient sages overseeing it. These 3 ancient sages definitely have their original bodies or doppelgangers that are not in the Kowloon district. Perhaps they are hiding somewhere else. That's why it won't be easy to completely wipe out the Vargel tribe. Furthermore, given our current strength, it is simply impossible to destroy the Wargle tribe, right? Qin Shao smiled bitterly. That was true. Given their current strength, it was obviously impossible to destroy the Wargle tribe. Unless, of course, Qin Shao was thick-skinned enough to find more helpers. Dong and Wu Qi only had the strength of 2 ancient sages, while the Wargle tribe had 3 ancient sages overseeing it. Furthermore, there was also the Great Protective Array. Even if Qin Shao used the trump card given to him by Master Li Sheng, he might not succeed. Destroying the Wargle tribe was too difficult and too risky. Therefore, Qin Shao did not think too much about this method and immediately eliminated it. I'd better think of a way to find the divine origin fruit. It is more reliable. Qin Shao shook his head. Meng Dali pursed his lips. All right, I also think that the divine origin fruit is more reliable. I'm just saying, there's indeed a way. That's not what I was thinking. We don't necessarily have to destroy the Wargle tribe. We can suppress the border with our army and force Jarila and Brother Jingyang to go free. Brother Qin Shao, you can mobilize 2 ancient sages and a 140-step heavenly venerate. Prince Zhongyang can mobilize 1 ancient sage and a 140-step heavenly venerate. Ming Yuexin can also mobilize a 140-step heavenly venerate. Chapter 24:20. Hearing Meng Dali's suggestion, Qin Shao began to ponder. It seemed like there was some possibility. That was true. If that was the case, the force he could gather really wasn't small. If that was the case, he could gather 3 prime sages, 304-step heavenly venerables, and himself, Prince Zhongyang, Ming Ruxin, Princess Ru Xan, Princess Xiaoyu, Wu Fengsheng, and Meng Dali. If he gathered all these forces together, it would indeed be a very terrifying force. The Wager tribe didn't have 304th-step heavenly venerables, 3 prime sages against 3 prime sages of the Wager tribe, and the 4th-step heavenly venerables would completely crush them. On top of that, If they were to join forces, they should be able to stand against an ancient sage for quite some time. If that was the case, it seemed like they still had a slight advantage. They could really pressure the Wager tribe with an army. However, it was a good idea, but there were still many uncertainties. The Wager tribe only had 3 prime sages, but who knew how many of their prime sages were in the tribe? Also, once the Wager tribe's defensive formation is activated, it would give them a huge advantage. Moreover, the Wager tribe was an ancient tribe, so they should have a lot of resources. Therefore, Xiaohai didn't know if they had other methods or treasures. Most importantly, if the Wager tribe really was in trouble, would the other 2 tribes in the Kaoyang district lend a helping hand? The possibility of this happening was extremely high. If the other 2 tribes also joined in, they would be in big trouble. They would be in danger. Therefore, there were still too many things to consider in this plan. This path still didn't work. Forget it. Let's think of a way to find the divine origin fruit. If it really doesn't work, we'll think of something else. I believe that roads are always created by people, and methods are always thought of by people. There must be a way. It's just that we don't have a better one right now. But time will always give us the best way. Qin Xiao shook his head, but said with great determination. Meng Dali nodded his head in agreement. Since that was the case, he would focus all his attention on finding the divine origin fruit. But when he thought of the Saint Essence fruit, Meng Dali had a headache. It's very, very difficult to find the Saint origin fruit. At least, I don't have any way to find it at the moment. Our Meng family wants the divine origin fruit, but we haven't been able to get it. Meng Dali shook his head helplessly. He then looked at Adong and asked, Holy Master Adong, do you have any ideas? Adong shook his head and said, It can't be helped. Who would want a saint treasure like the Saint origin fruit? Once it appears, it will definitely be fought over by all sides. Every force will be jealous of it. How can they keep it? I've lived for so long, but I've only heard of the appearance of the Saint origin fruit once. I've never even seen it once. Meng Dali didn't know what to do. Adong also expressed his admiration and helplessness. This was a huge problem. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only try his best to find the Saint Yuan fruit. Brother Qin Xiao, my main body has already asked the Meng clan's intelligence department to inquire about the location of the Saint origin fruit. That's all I can do. The rest will depend on your luck. But to be honest, Brother Qin Xiao, don't get your hopes up. If the Saint origin fruit is in the hands of some big forces, it's almost impossible to get it from them. If there's a place where the Saint origin fruit might be, there will probably be a lot of people looking for it. It's too dangerous to snatch it from them. Meng Dali patted Qin Xiao's shoulder and said. Qin Xiao smiled at Meng Dali and nodded. Thank you, brother. I know, and I understand. It's okay. Man can do what he wants, but God can't. I know that it's impossible to do this without heaven-defying luck. But I don't have a choice. I can only do this. Prepare for 2 things. One is the method you mentioned just now. That's the worst-case scenario. The other is to find the Saint origin fruit. No matter how difficult it is, as long as you're willing to do it, there will always be a glimmer of hope. What I want is to find the real light from this glimmer of hope. Meng Dali nodded. This was what he admired and appreciated about Qin Xiao. No matter how difficult the situation was, Qin Xiao could always have such a good attitude. It was no wonder that he could create miracles time and time again in desperate situations. It was no wonder that he could reach such heights today. It was all because of his own efforts. Qin Xiao's success was something he deserved. It seemed that he still had to ask Xia Dongho for help. If it didn't work, Qin Xiao had already thought about it. He would ask his master, sagely. He really shouldn't have asked his master, sagely, for such a small matter. But in order to save Jing Yang, he was willing to risk everything and be thick-skinned and risk being scolded by his master. Let's go back to the Saint Institute first. This matter can't be rushed. It's not something that can be done overnight, Qin Xiao said. Meng Dali comforted Qin Xiao. Well, we can't rush it. Let's take it slow. 10 million years isn't a long time, but it's not that urgent. Brother Qin Xiao, relax. It'll be fine. At worst, we'll come over and fight it out with the Wager tribe. We'll force them to release you. What's the big deal? If it really comes to that, I'll drag an ancient saint to help you even if I have to beg. Hearing Meng Dali's words, Qin Xiao smiled. Meng Dali, your words are enough. It's Qin Xiao's fortune to have a brother like you. Huh, it's indeed your fortune to have a brother like me. However, I'm the same. I'm just as fortunate. But it's wrong of you to be so courteous to me as a brother. Back then in the boundless solitary region, you also saved my life. I still owe you a life. If we really have to fight, Wu Yifengqing and I will each bring an ancient saint to help you. It's nothing much. At most, we'll take out the entire Kowloon district. Count it as the strength of 10 ancient saints. I believe that if we brothers work together and thicken our faces a bit, it shouldn't be a big problem. Besides, we just have to intimidate the Wager tribe. We don't really have to destroy them. Qin Xiao nodded. Meng Dali's words made sense. Of course, this was a backup plan. It was the worst-case scenario. It would be best if they didn't take this path. It wasn't easy to owe favors. However, if the Saint Yuan fruit really didn't work, then even if he owed a lot of people a debt of gratitude, Qin Xiao wouldn't hesitate. No matter what, finding Jing Yang and confirming that he was fine was the best news. Now, only the whereabouts of Heavenly Court, Red Dust Guest, and Starry Sky were unknown. He hoped that he could find them as soon as possible, and then everyone would have a big reunion. This was what Qin Xiao looked forward to the most. Hopefully, this day would come soon. Let's not think about this for now. I believe this day will come. Aha, interesting. Really interesting. Meng Dali suddenly laughed. Seeing that Meng Dali was laughing so happily, Qin Xiao asked, "What are you laughing about? What's making you laugh so happily?" Meng Dali smiled at Qin Xiao and said, "It's fun. It's really fun. This matter has something to do with you, Brother Qin Xiao. I just received an interesting piece of news. Do you want to hear it?" Qin Xiao rolled his eyes at Meng Dali. "How dare you keep me in suspense? Isn't that low? If you have something to say, just say it. What's with all this nonsense?" "Ahem, all right. I'll get straight to the point. It's like this. Someone is impersonating you in Hemung City of the Baimeng territory," Meng Dali said. "Someone is impersonating me? This is something new." However, Qin Xiao was not interested in this matter. He waved his hand and said, "So be it. Someone will see through it eventually. There's nothing funny about it, right? This kind of thing is very normal. There are probably people impersonating you outside. It's just that you don't know. The person impersonating me is just playing around. He will definitely be seen through very quickly. It's not worth mentioning." Meng Dali said, "That's true. However, the impersonator seems to have put on a good act this time. At least the news has reached my ears. This means that it's big news. Anyway, we'll have to pass through the Baimeng territory. Why don't we go to Heming City to take a look? Let's go check out the impersonator." An image appeared in my mind just now. What would it be like if you stood in front of the impersonator? Thinking about it, it's quite interesting. Brother Qin Xiao, you are now famous in the immortal territory. Someone who dares to impersonate you must have some skills. If the news has reached my ears, it means that many people will be fooled. That's why it's worth taking a look. I'm not going. I'm not interested. Let him be." Qin Xiao did not care. He was not interested. However, Meng Dali's interest had been piqued. Therefore, Meng Dali said, "Don't be like this, brother. I know you're not in a good mood. But it's precisely because I'm in a bad mood that I need to relax. Listen to me, brother. Just take it as a distraction. It's not like we're going around in circles. There's no need to rush things in Jingyang. There's no point in rushing things. It's better to relax. Who knows? Maybe the results will be better. It's just a trip to Heming City. It won't take up much of our time. After that, we'll go straight back to the Saint Institute. Haven't I already sent people to investigate? Even if you go back to the Saint Institute, you won't be able to do anything. We won't be able to do anything for the time being. Don't think too much about it." Qin Xiao could not do anything by himself. He could only rely on the Meng clan and Xiat Dongho to investigate. Since Meng Dali wanted to go, Qin Xiao could only let him do as he pleased. He would just take it as a distraction. His mood was indeed a little heavy. The three of them quickly arrived at Heming City. Adong also concealed his aura and disguised himself as a fourth-step heavenly venerate. Of course, in order to prevent others from recognizing them, the three of them changed their appearances. Meng Dali was very famous in the White Mist territory. Many people recognized him. Now that he had become a student of the Same Institute, he was even more famous. Qin Xiao was even more famous. He was famous in the entire immortal domain. His portrait had probably spread far and wide. Many people recognized his face. Therefore, Qin Xiao naturally had to change his appearance. Otherwise, he would be recognized the moment he appeared. Chapter 24-21. Himeng City was just a small city at the border of Meng territory. Their news was rather outdated. That was why they allowed an imposter to run amok in Himeng City. As expected, as soon as Qin Xiao and the other two entered Himeng City, they heard people talking about Qin Xiao everywhere. Among them, there was no lack of admirers. Qin Xiao won first place in the Holy Institute's student competition. His name shook the entire immortal region. Naturally, countless people were filled with admiration and respect for this legendary figure. Although Prince Zhongyang was the biggest winner on the surface, Prince Zhongyang was still from the 100 schools of Thoughts Who clan. Later on, he became a disciple of an expert and was the successor of an ancient sage. Therefore, Prince Zhongyang's talent was very high. It was still relatively high. As for the prodigies, it was needless to say. He was a reincarnator, so he had a natural advantage. Only Qin Xiao had climbed up from an incomparably low level to where he was today. How heaven-defying was this? He was also the first on the holy rankings. His name shook the entire immortal region. What kind of monster was he? Yo, Nana, you're dressed so seductively today. Look at what you're wearing. What, did you get cold yesterday? Are you planning to use your body to seduce Lord Qin Xiao today? A woman's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Xiao and the other two looked over. Two seductively dressed women were walking over. These two women were only second-step heavenly venerables. Their realms weren't high. It seemed like they were just women from ordinary families. TSK, you still have a nerve to talk about me? Look at you. Aren't you all exposed? You're just short of tearing off all your clothes. You want to compare your figures with me? Are your figures better than mine? Lord Qin Xiao is a Peerless expert. Naturally, his standards are too high. But it's because he's high that we sisters have chance. Stop arguing. The three of us sisters should work together to deal with outsiders. There are many foxes who covet the Lord Qin Xiao in Himeng City. We need to work together to deal with those foxes and try our best to win the Lord Qin Xiao's heart. That's right. Today, we must do everything we can to win the heart of the Lord Qin Xiao. The happiness of this life depends on today. Qin Xiao couldn't help but shudder when he saw the three women's infatuated expressions and heard that they wanted to use their bodies to seduce him. Although their target was not him, they were targeting him because of his reputation as Qin Xiao. However, the imposter would benefit from it. Only then did Qin Xiao realize what the imposter had done in Himeng City. He was really trying to ruin his reputation. At first, Qin Xiao did not think it was a big deal. If anyone wanted to impersonate him, he could just let him be. After all, he would be seen through sooner or later. If one often walked by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet? However, Qin Xiao had never imagined that the person who had impersonated him would actually do such a shameless thing. That was completely ruining Qin Xiao's reputation. If he allowed this to happen, his reputation would be ruined by the imposter very quickly. Therefore, Qin Xiao had no choice but to take this seriously. He had to find the imposter and clear his name. Is that Lord Qin Xiao really that good? Why are the three ladies so crazy about him? I don't think he's as handsome as me, Meng Dali said jokingly to the three ladies. His words immediately angered the crowd. The three ladies glared at Meng Dali angrily. One of them looked at Meng Dali with disdain and said, Phew, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Are you worthy of being compared to the Lord Qin Xiao? The Lord Qin Xiao is a peerlessly handsome man. He's the Prince Charming in our hearts. How can you compare yourself to him? Look at your shifty-eyed face. Get lost. If you say another word about the Lord Qin Xiao, we won't let you off. That's right. I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. You're so ugly. You can't even compare to being handsome. You must be tired of living, right? How dare you compare yourself to the Lord Qin Xiao? Who gave you such courage? Don't bother with this kind of person. He's just jealous. There are many men like him. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, it'll be hard to get in line again. After the three women scolded Mengdali, they quickly left, leaving behind Mengdali, who wanted to cry but had no tears. He even had the thought of killing himself. Evil woman, Mengdali cursed. His face turned green. Qin Xiao couldn't help but smile. She patted Mengdali's shoulder and said, "Look, the eyes of the crowd are clear. Don't compare yourself to me in terms of handsomeness in the future. How can you win?" Mengdali was even more agitated. How could he lose? Forget it. He'd better keep a low profile. He didn't want to anger the crowd again. Jokes aside, Mengdali quickly said seriously, "I say, is this imposter playing around with women in Herman City? If that's the case, it's purely ruining your reputation. See, I told you to come over and take a look. If you didn't come, I reckon that you, Qin Xiao, would soon be known by the world as a wandering young master. If you were to owe a debt of romance everywhere, then your reputation would be ruined." Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Let's take a look at the situation first. Since we're here, we naturally won't let such a thing happen. But I say, this imposter is really deceitful. He's playing around like this." Mengdali nodded. Phoenix Restaurant, the largest restaurant in Herman City. At this moment, thousands of orioles and swallows were gathered on the empty ground in front of Phoenix Restaurant. All of them were dressed to the nines and looked enchanting and beautiful. Many of them were dressed very skimpily. There wasn't much cloth on their bodies, which formed an extremely beautiful scene. This pleasing scene naturally attracted many men who stopped to watch. It was a feast for the eyes. When there were more women, there would be more quarrels. Thousands of orioles and swallows gathered on the empty ground. Naturally, they were chattering nonstop. They attacked each other, trying to suppress each other's aura. They attacked each other in groups of 3 to 5. Such a lively scene had almost never appeared in the history of Herman City. Qin Zhao's arrival brought light to the entire Himeng city, and everyone was in an uproar. It was unknown where the news came from, but it said that Qin Xiao intended to choose some maidservants and even cultivation companions. Instantly, the entire Herman City went crazy. Those pretty ladies all ran out enthusiastically, wanting nothing more than to throw themselves into Qin Zhao's arms. Some of them admired him, and some of them had other motives. Those who stood at a high position would naturally be enthusiastically sought after wherever they went. Such treatment was something that the young masters of Herman City could only envy. At this moment, the thousands of ladies on the empty ground were like blooming flowers. They bloomed only for Qin Xiao. Such blooming was extremely enchanting. And in the private room, at the top of the Phoenix Restaurant, the view was the best. From there, one could see the entire open space in one's eyes and step on everything in the surrounding area. In the private room, Qin Xiao was sitting on a wide chair. The table in front of him was filled with all kinds of delicacies and fine wine. A few young masters stood respectfully by his side, and all of them were like little attendants that served Qin Xiao respectfully and reverently. As for Qin Xiao, he sat there comfortably, enjoying the fine wine and delicious food while staring at the various beauties in the open space below. From time to time, a lustful and greedy look could be seen in his eyes. After taking a sip of the fine wine, Qin Zhao's lips curled into a faint evil smile. Qin Xiao, your name is really useful. I'm also considered a genius and very powerful. However, outside of my territory, not many people know of my name. You Qin Xiao are different. You entered the Saint Academy and took first place on the Saint rankings. You're famous in the entire Immortal region. Everyone in the world knows about you. That's why this young master decided to borrow your name. It's really useful. Helling City is just a small border city. A bunch of idiots who haven't seen the world. How would they know that I'm just a fake, and they're still fawning over me? Especially those girls. They're all crazy about Qin Xiao. They want to become Qin Zhao's woman. However, you, Qin Xiao, definitely won't be able to enjoy such a good thing. It's fine. If you can't enjoy it, I'll enjoy it for you. Although Herman City is a small city by the border, the ladies here are quite pretty. Indeed, there are quite a few that can move this young master's heart. This is a bit difficult. How should this young master choose? Qin Xiao and the other two weren't in a hurry. They listened as they walked and heard all kinds of news about Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had been in Helong City for thousands of years. He was incomparably carefree here. He could get whatever he wanted. The young masters of Helong City were all around Qin Xiao. Those young ladies were also crazy about Qin Xiao. They took the initiative to throw themselves at him, wanting to win his heart. Therefore, Qin Xiao had become a licentious young master who only knew how to eat, drink, and play all day in Helong City. He was a complete playboy, taking in underlings and playing with women. Weren't these the things that hedonistic young masters did every day? Although everyone in Helong City was crazy about Qin Xiao, it was because the impact that Qin Xiao had on everyone had yet to dissipate. Once this impact dissipated, the situation would definitely take a turn for the worse. At that time, wouldn't he be labeled as a hedonistic young master? This impostor was purely ruining his reputation. This made Qin Xiao very unhappy. His great reputation was ruined just like that. Qin Xiao hated this kind of thing. When it came to reputation, he still cherished it very much. Therefore, he definitely couldn't let this impostor continue to fool around like this. It was simply outrageous. Run away? Where do you think you're going? You still want to run away from the woman that I've taken a fancy to? At that moment, a piercing voice interrupted Qin Xiao's thoughts. Qin Xiao looked over and saw 5 men surrounding a woman. The woman was dressed very ordinarily. She was just an ordinary first-step heavenly venerate. It was obvious that she didn't have any status or background. She looked quite delicate and pretty, especially her eyes. They were very big and clear, without any impurities. One look, and one could tell that she was a relatively simple young lady. However, this young lady was so scared that her face was pale. She curled up in a corner and shouted for help. She wanted to resist with all her might, but she was too weak. How could she resist? The leader of the 5 men surrounding her was a 3rd-step heavenly venerate. The other 4 were 2nd-step heavenly venerates. They should be the 3rd-step heavenly venerates underlings or something. Although such a force was not strong, dealing with a weak woman was like an eagle catching a chick. It would be very easy for them to capture her. Chapter 24-22. Oh my, has Helong City's culture deteriorated to this extent? How can there be such a thing as kidnapping women in broad daylight? Meng Dali joked when he saw this scene. Qin Xiao said, "It seems that the world's morals are deteriorating. Is your Bai Meng Hill so chaotic?" Don't say that. Our Bai Meng Hill will definitely not take the blame for this. When the forest is big, how can there not be a few bad birds? These guys, I think they're the type to take advantage of a burning house. They're using this as an excuse to act tyrannically, Meng Dali said. Qin Xiao nodded. Judging from a situation, that should be the case. Ordinary hedonistic young masters would not be so stupid as to act like this on the streets. It was indeed beneath his dignity to kidnap a civilian girl in broad daylight. You can't stand it? Then do something about it. Meng Dali made an inviting gesture to Qin Xiao. However, Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "I've never liked to attack trash. It'll dirty my hands. It's disgusting." That's unfortunate. I don't like to attack trash either. I hate being dirty. What should we do? Are we just going to look at these trash like this? Won't that be too unethical? Meng Dali laughed. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and said, "I don't think so. Just because we don't attack them, it doesn't mean that they won't attack us. After all, they're trash. They'll definitely pollute the area. If we just stand here, these trash will definitely think of polluting us." That's true. Then should we move closer? Give them a chance to pollute us? Meng Dali said. The two of them echoed each other and finally attracted the attention of the other men. At first, the men did not seem to realize that Qin Xiao and Meng Dali were talking about them. After listening for a while, they finally understood. One of the men pointed at Qin Xiao and Meng Dali and said to the leader, "Big brother, those two seem to be calling us trash." Slap! The leader slapped the man's head hard and scolded. "What do you mean by seems to be? They were calling us trash. Mother of asterisk her, how dare they call us trash? Brothers, let's go and kill them." As soon as the leader gave the order, The others immediately surrounded Qin Shao and the other two people. The man in the lead glared at Qin Shao with a ferocious look on his face. However, such a posture naturally could not scare Qin Shao and the others at all. Brother, did I hear wrong? Trash actually knows how to scold people? Meng Dali picked his ear and said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao said, "Of course Trash knows how to scold people. Otherwise, why would they be called trash? I don't want to touch rubbish. I'll leave this rubbish to you. Don't be like this. We're all brothers. Do you have the heart to give me trash? Why don't we do it this way? Let's do it together. We'll share our blessings and hardships. We'll also share our trash. That's what good brothers are like." Meng Dali treated the five of them as his brothers. Let's divide the cake. The two of them were singing the same tune. It was as if they were pointing at the five people's noses and scolding them. Kill them. The man in the lead was completely enraged and roared. After his anger subsided, he took the lead to attack. The other four people did not hesitate and attacked one after another. They wanted to kill Qin Shao and Meng Dali on the spot. However, the five of them were too weak. Although the man in the lead was a third-step Heavenly Venerable Realm Great Immortal, he was only an ordinary third-step Heavenly Venerable Realm Great Immortal. In fact, his four followers were only second-step Heavenly Venerables Human Immortals. Of course, this kind of strength was still very strong for ordinary people. In Himeng City, they could basically do whatever they wanted. As long as they did not provoke a fourth-step Heavenly Venerable, they would be fine. However, unfortunately, they really did provoke a fourth-step Heavenly Venerable this time. The five of them wanted to attack Qin Shao and Meng Dali. Naturally, they were asking for trouble. Meng Dali easily beat the five of them to the ground. All of them vomited blood, and their immortal bodies were greatly damaged. This was because Meng Dali was merciful. He only taught the five of them a lesson and did not really want to kill them. Otherwise, killing them would be no different from killing 5 ants. However, the man in the lead was very stubborn. He did not give in at all. Instead, he dared to shout, "Fourth step, Heavenly Venerable Realm? No wonder you dare to meddle in my business. It turns out that you too are exalted immortals. Looking at your faces, I don't think you are from Himeng City. You must be foreign exalted immortals, right? No wonder you dared to hit yours truly. Do you know who yours truly is? Oh, you have a background?" Qin Shao and Meng Dali pretended to look at each other and laughed. Could it be that they had kicked a hard board? But how hard could it be? Herman City was just a small border city, and its strength was very weak. The entire Herman City only had one prime saint in charge, so how could it have any power? The City Lord Mansion usually did not care about trivial matters. Moreover, these 5 people did not look like young masters of the City Lord Mansion. So what kind of background could they have? Yes, we just came to Himeng City. What's wrong? Is there a problem? You're just a piece of trash. Why should we know about you? We don't associate ourselves with trash. Meng Dali pursed his lips. The man in the lead gritted his teeth fiercely. His eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. Humph, since you just came to Himeng City, I can forgive you for your ignorance. All of you better listen carefully. Do you know who my big boss is? He is a peerless existence whose name has shaken the entire immortal realm. He is someone you can't afford to offend. Have you heard of the Holy Academy? Have you heard of the Holy Ranking? Have you heard of Lord Qin Zhao's great name? At the mention of Lord Qin Zhao, the man in the lead suddenly became very spirited. He stood straighter, his chest puffed out, and his spirit became more energetic. He was very confident, as if he had suddenly become much stronger. Lord Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao could not help but twitch his mouth when he heard his name. Meng Dali, on the other hand, laughed happily and winked at Qin Zhao. They had already guessed that this would happen. In Himeng City, other than the City Lord Mansion, the only person who could make a third-step Heavenly Venerable dare to look down on 2 fourth-step Heavenly Venerables was probably the fake Lord Qin Zhao. After eliminating the former, there was only the latter possibility. What? Lord Qin Zhao? Meng Dali pretended to be very shocked. You mean the Lord Qin Zhao who just took first place on the Holy Ranking, whose name has shaken the entire immortal realm? He is even known as the #1 genius in the immortal realm. The man in the lead became even more spirited. He glanced at Meng Dali and said, Nonsense. Other than this Lord Qin Shao, who else could there be? How is it? Now you know who I am, right? Are you scared now? Cough, that's not it. Meng Dali's mischievous nature became serious. Well, as far as I know, young Master Qin Shao isn't from Hermit City. He should be at Saint Academy now. Why is he here? Also, how are you related to Lord Qin Shao? You're not trying to pull strings, are you? You don't look like it. Don't lie to us. The man in the lead said confidently, Lord Qin Shao is indeed not from Hemeng City. However, who says that the Lord Qin Shao has to stay in the Holy Academy? Can't he come out to travel the world and cultivate? What's more, how can an existence like young Master Qin Shao have any thoughts that we can take away? Also, doesn't the Lord Qin Shao have a good brother who is a young talent from the Meng clan? Isn't the Meng clan also under by Meng? Perhaps the Lord Qin Shao wanted to go to the Meng clan and happened to pass by Hemeng City. He found it interesting and stopped in his tracks. He stopped here. Anyway, you don't need to know these things. What you need to know is that the Lord Qin Shao is in Hemeng City. You should have heard about this when you entered the city, right? What? He even mentioned Meng Dali? Interesting. This was getting more and more interesting. Meng Dali decided to continue acting. He nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. I heard about it the moment I entered the city. At first, I thought it was fake and was just a rumor. Now that you mention it, it must be true. The Lord Qin Shao is really in Hemeng City? The man in the lead glared at Meng Dali and said, Are you deaf? Didn't I just say that the Lord Qin Shao is in Hemeng City? He's my big brother. How can I not be sure? I just saw the Lord Qin Shao. You don't believe me? All right, then open your eyes wide and take a good look. Take a good look at what yours truly is. As he spoke, the man in the lead moved his hand and took out an item. It was a token with the words Qin Shao written on it. Do you see this? This is the token that the Lord Qin Shao gave to me. Now you should believe that I'm one of the Lord Qin Shao's men, right? Then you should know that you're in big trouble now that you've offended me, right? Did you guys have fun beating up yours truly and yours truly slackies just now? Then how do you think we should settle this debt? Puffed. Meng Dali couldn't help but laugh when he saw the token. Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. Why did he have an identity token? He didn't even know he had one. Moreover, it was so ugly. It wasn't his style at all. These people actually dared to use the Lord Qin Shao's name to commit such atrocious acts. They were simply ruining his reputation. Thinking about it, Qin Shao was a little angry. It was one thing for this impostor to impersonate him, and it was one thing for him to swindle others, but he had actually caused so much trouble and ruined Qin Zhao's reputation in this way. If he allowed this impostor to continue, wouldn't he be misunderstood by the world? Matters that concerned one's reputation were no small matter. It was worth taking seriously. Therefore, Qin Shao also took it seriously and didn't dare to be as indifferent as before. Oh, settling the debt? Then how do you plan to settle the debt with us? Meng Dali held back his laughter and asked the leader. The leader thought that his words had intimidated Qin Shao and Meng Dali, making them afraid to show weakness. With this misconception, the leader said arrogantly, Humph, you guys beat me up. It's impossible for me to let this matter go so easily. Since you've dampened my mood and made me very unhappy, I'll definitely make you very unhappy as well. I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Give me and my underlings a solemn apology. Also, compensate me with 1,000,000 chaos source stones, and I won't be calculated with you this time. If you don't want to get into trouble, then agree to these conditions. Otherwise, humph, if this young master were to ask my big brother to take action, I believe you can imagine how miserable your fates will be. Chapter 24-23. Yo, brother, are you scared? Meng Dali pretended to be nervous as he asked Qin Shao. Qin Shao also spat out a word very cooperatively. Scared. I'm scared too. What should we do? Let them get lost. That way we won't be scared. Good idea. Meng Dali thought for a while and came up with a good idea. Then, he waved his hand to the 5 people, telling them to get lost. The leader thought that he had intimidated Qin Shao and Meng Dali, but he didn't expect that they would still dare to tell them to get lost. Did they not respect Lord Qin Zhao's authority at all? The leader still wanted to say something, But Meng Dali's expression changed and became fierce. He shouted, "Get lost!" With this shout, the leader of the group almost fell down. He looked at Meng Dali in horror. At that moment, he even felt that he was going to die. It was like when he was weak and faced with a demon. He was so scared that his soul trembled. He knew that if he said another word, he would lose his life. So, he didn't dare to say another word. He could only take a deep look at Meng Dali and Qin Shao, then wave his hand and left with his people. However, the resentment in his heart didn't dissipate. "Brother Qin Shao, you're pretty awesome now. Even your underlings are so reckless." "Ha ha," Meng Dali joked. Qin Shao shook his head speechlessly and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's go find that imposter. If I continue to let him fool around like this, my lifetime of wisdom will be destroyed in a single day." "Yes, it's time to find that imposter." Meng Dali nodded. Qin Shao and the other two quickly arrived at the Phoenix restaurant. Before they even got close, they could feel how lively and bustling the Phoenix restaurant was. The noise was so loud that it reached the sky. Moreover, the noise was mostly women's voices. Just listening to it made people feel that it was a beautiful pleasure. Women chattered. Their voices were like silver bells and like orioles, seductive. It wasn't easy for the three of them to find a high ground where they could see everything. "TSK, TSK, TSK. This is crazy. Don't tell me all the pretty women in Herman City are here." Meng Dali looked at the scene with envy. This guy was a little lustful. Back then, he wanted to become the holy prince for the Jade Lake Saints. Therefore, when he saw hundreds of thousands of women of all kinds gathered here, his eyes immediately lit up, and he was dazzled by them. "Still looking? Be careful not to drool." Qin Shao rolled her eyes at Meng Dali. "TSK, I can still handle such a small matter. After all, I'm someone who's been through hundreds of flowers and never been stained by a single leaf. How could such a small scene make me drool? Unless all of them took off their clothes, that would be impossible. That's a little bit. That was wishful thinking. Very wishful thinking." The women in the open space were crazy. Many of them were shouting things like, "Qin Shao, I love you. Qin Shao, I want to marry you. Lord Qin Shao, I want to be your concubine. Qin Shao, I want to give birth to your children. Choose me, choose me, choose me. I live well." Meng Dali's face was filled with envy when he heard such crazy and blatant words. "Sigh, it's really infuriating to compare with others. I, Meng Dali, am also a handsome young man in the prime of his life, right? A man like the wind, a male god in the hearts of countless girls. But there aren't so many girls who are so crazy about me. TSK. Listen to what those girls are saying. Listen to how explicit they are. It's too perverted, too dirty, too shameless. Those are girls. How can they say such things? They're so shameless. I just want to say, don't target Qin Shao. Just target me." Meng Dali's righteous words made Qin Shao give him a sidelong glance. Meng Dali patted Qin Zhao's shoulder proudly and said, "We're all brothers. This is what I should do. I know you don't like these crazy women. It's okay. I'm here. I'll block them for you. If those girls are impulsive, they can target me. I'm not afraid. My waist and kidneys are fine. That's how willful I am." Qin Shao didn't want to say anything. This guy was a little too flirtatious and suave. Of course, Qin Shao knew that Meng Dali was joking. Under everyone's attention, the fake Lord Qin Shao finally walked out of the highest private room in the Phoenix restaurant. He showed his face and appeared in front of everyone. When he saw the fake Lord Qin Shao felt like he was looking into a mirror. He had to admit that their appearances were indeed the same. Even their essence, energy, and spirit were somewhat lifelike. Even their auras seemed to be a little similar. Therefore, if someone had only seen Qin Shao once, it would be difficult to be 100% sure that the person in front of them was a fake. Only those who were close to Qin Shao would be able to tell that he was a fake. Wow, this fake is quite skilled. He looks so much like you and is so lifelike. Amazing. What a good trick. It's really a good trick. His appearance is so similar to yours. If he imitated an ordinary person, I'm afraid it would be difficult to tell the difference. That's strange. There's actually such a disguise in this world. It's really brilliant. It's no wonder that the entire Himeng Hill is surrounding that fake. Judging from his aura, he should be a very experienced fourth-step heavenly venerable. He's not old either. He's about the same age as you. He can impersonate you in all aspects. Ordinary people won't be able to tell the difference at all, Meng Dali said in surprise after taking a few glances. Qin Xiao was also very surprised. He didn't expect the fake to look so real. It was at least 30% real. People who weren't very familiar with Qin Xiao wouldn't be able to tell the difference. This method of disguise was indeed very clever. Meng Dali pointed at the handsome young masters behind the fake Qin Xiao and said, "Qin Xiao, look at those people. They're all reputable young masters in Hemeng Hill. Now, they're all following behind that fake. They're little followers. Your rallying power is really not ordinary. If you hadn't come this time, I think you would have quickly ruined your reputation. By then, you Qin Xiao would have been labeled as a dissolute and licentious person by many people. But I'd like to know where this imposter came from. Where did such a person pop out from? His own strength is already very good. Why would he use such a method to slander you? I'm thinking, does he have a grudge against you? Is that why he's deliberately trying to harm you and ruin you?" Qin Xiao frowned slightly. He was also thinking about this matter. However, Qin Xiao didn't have any clues for now. It's possible. If we're talking about the number of enemies I've offended, I guess it's not a small number. During the Sacred Academy selection, many people were eliminated by me. I guess there are indeed many people who hate me. Using such a method to ruin me is also very possible. Or maybe it's just a coincidence. He's purely using my name to swindle people, eat, drink, and have fun. So far, the fake seems to have done nothing out of the ordinary except eating, drinking, and having fun. So, the possibility of the latter is also very high. Meng Dali nodded. Yes, that's true. If he's really trying to ruin you, he should have done something evil. If it's just eating, drinking, and having fun, it's indeed possible that he's purely using your name to swindle people. Ha! Your name is very useful now. TSK, TSK, TSK. Go to first place and see your rallying power. If I can't make it in the future, I'll use your name to go there and have a look. Good wine and good food are delivered to my door, and a lot of beautiful women are sent to my door, fighting to be with me. Life is like this. What more can I ask for? Just thinking about it makes me happy. Qin Xiao didn't want to talk to Meng Dali anymore. The moment the fake Qin Xiao appeared, there was a wave of screams from below. Those ladies were incomparably crazy. Each and every one of them looked like they wanted to snatch Qin Xiao away. The fake Qin Xiao was obviously enjoying all this. His face was full of pride, and there was a hint of lasciviousness in his smile. After a while, he waved his hand to the people below, indicating for them to be quiet. As soon as he made his move, everyone quieted down. They all looked at the fake Qin Xiao as if they were infatuated. Seeing such a scene, even Qin Xiao felt a little envious. He touched his nose and laughed self-mockingly. Am I so handsome and manly? Why didn't I know? His limelight had been stolen by an imposter. This feeling was a little strange. I'm Qin Xiao. Ladies, nice to meet you. The fake Qin Xiao even bowed to the girls below like a gentleman, pretending to be very elegant. This act of hers made the girls below go crazy again. Is it that exaggerated? There are really a lot of infatuated girls these days. They're not selling their looks, they're selling their popularity. Sigh, I have to admit that Qin Xiao's popularity is like the sun. It's off the charts, and your name is known throughout the immortal region. You're the real one. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. People are afraid of fame, and pigs are afraid of being fat. When a person becomes famous, there will be a lot of trouble. Meng Dali, should just be a quiet, handsome man. Meng Dali shook his head and said with an envious look. In fact, Qin Xiao also wanted to be a quiet, handsome man. However, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. He wanted to be the moon, but the moon shone on the ditch. I was traveling the 9 regions and passed by Hemeng City. I was immediately attracted by the beautiful girls in Hemeng City. As the saying goes, fair and graceful girls are easy to find. I'm a person who loves beauty. When I'm not cultivating, I like to discuss life and cultivation with beautiful girls. This time, I will choose 10 like-minded girls to come out and discuss life with me. We will appreciate the years and talk about the path of cultivation. I wonder which young lady is willing to be with me? Me. Choose me. Qin Xiao is mine. No one is to fight with me for him. I'll definitely be one of the 10 spots. No one is to fight with me. Lord Qin Xiao, I want him. I want him. As soon as the fake Qin Xiao finished speaking, the hundreds of thousands of girls below all became lustful and clamored for a spot. As they fought and quarreled, the scene immediately became lively. Those who didn't know better would think that they were fighting for some peerless treasure. In order to have a chance to enjoy the scenery with Qin Xiao, they actually fought to such an extent. It really made the surrounding men very envious. Chapter 24:24. The fake Qin Xiao waved his hand, and 10 jade plates appeared. He held them in the air and said to those crazy girls, I have 10 jade plates here. Whoever gets a jade plate will get a place. You can share time with me and talk about life together. We can talk about cultivation together. But I think everyone is really too fond of this humble one. They are too enthusiastic. Now there are too many monks and too little gruel. I don't know how to divide the 10 places among you. If I directly assign them, it will be unfair. If I throw them down and let you fight for them, I'm afraid it will be a mess. It might even lead to a big bloody incident. So, I'm a little hesitant. Do you have any way to solve this problem that satisfies both sides? Hearing the fake Qin Zhao's words, Meng Dali couldn't help but scold. You're shameless. How can you play with women to such a high level? I'm not going to believe you. I'm going to give in to you. However, his appeal surged once again, and those girls went crazy for him once again. Easy. Let's have a martial arts competition. Whoever is stronger will get the place. Let's talk with our fists. Everyone will be convinced. That's not right. If we really talk with our fists, then fists and kicks have no eyes. If we really fight, then I'm afraid there will be casualties. Besides, there's so many people. How long do you plan to have a competition? That's right. I think it's better to have a simple competition. Let's bid. The highest bidder gets the place. Isn't this also a competition of strength? And it's smokeless and bloodless. Isn't that great? Yes, the highest bidder gets the place. Let's have a competition of wealth. I support it. I don't support it. I'm poor. I won't compete with you. If you know you're poor, then get lost. I think you're not only poor, but also ugly. Don't join in the fun. That's right. If you can't afford it, then quit. If you can, then stay and bid. I agree. I agree too. I agree. Shameless. Isn't he too shameless? How can he be so shameless? How can he be so shameless? Meng Dali stood up for the injustice. Qin Xiao also wanted to curse. He sounded sanctimonious, but in fact, he was just cashing in. This time, you might be able to collect a lot of chaos source stones. Qin Xiao was really shameless to use his name to do such shameless things. Meng Dali became angrier. I'll be damned if I believe him. I met an expert today. While ruining your reputation, he's also cashing in. He's cheating for food, drinks, sex, and money. I'm impressed. This method. But those girls are so crazy. On the other side, the girls were already competing with each other to bid. The scene was like a raging inferno. At this moment, Meng Dali suddenly flew towards the fake Qin Xiao and shouted, Stop fighting. I want all of those jade tokens. This loud roar was very powerful. It immediately stunned everyone and caused the entire place to become silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Meng Dali. Meng Dali quickly stood in front of Qin Zhao's imposter. This action caused several young masters behind Qin Zhao's imposter to step forward and be on guard against him. The girls looked at Meng Dali in surprise. What was the meaning of this? He wanted all the jade tokens? How shameless can you be? You're a man. Why are you fighting with us girls? That's right. Don't think that you can just rely on your strength. Even if you're an immortal, you can't disobey the rules. The Lord Qin Xiao is looking for girls. Are you a girl? Don't cause trouble here. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Where did this ugly guy come from? Ugly people always cause trouble. Is there something wrong with his brain? Ahem. Is there something wrong with his sexual orientation? I've heard that some men like to mess around on Brokeback Mountain. Look at this guy's delicate features, red lips, and white teeth. It really is possible that he has some sexual orientation problems. The girls were unhappy. They stood up and scolded him. The men who supported Qin Shao were also angry. They all started cursing. Fellow Taoist, this isn't a place for you to cause trouble. You'd better leave quickly. Immortal, this is not a place for you to behave atrociously. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being impolite. Humph. Do you think the Lord Qin Shao is someone you can offend? Leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The people who threatened him didn't intimidate Meng Dali. He just rolled his eyes at them and turned a deaf ear. He completely ignored them. Meng Dali's gaze fell on the imposter. He seemed to be in a bad mood. What are you doing? What's the meaning of this? Your sexual orientation is abnormal, but mine is very normal. I can understand your admiration for me. However, I definitely can't give you my jade pendant. Seeing Meng Dali's actions, the imposter grew shocked, and he regarded Meng Dali warily before saying, "Fellow cultivator, don't cause trouble here. No matter how you cut it, you are an ascendant immortal. If you continue playing around, it will be pointless. Just leave." Meng Dali shook his head. No. You have to give me the jade pendant. You have to give it all to me. Don't misunderstand. My sexual orientation is very normal. I'm not interested in you at all. I'm just more interested in the jade pendant in your hand. What a big tone. Meng Dali's words instantly angered the crowd. A fourth-step heavenly venerate young master pointed at Meng Dali angrily. How dare you behave atrociously here? Are you tired of living? Do you know who this person before you is? Meng Dali nodded. I know. Of course I know. I don't know why I'm here to ask for his jade pendant. Since you know, how dare you act so presumptuously? Are you really courting death? The young master shouted again. He pointed at Meng Dali and gave a final warning. If you know what's good for you, disappear immediately. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The supreme immortal power of the Lord Qin Shao is not something you can offend. That's right. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, you'll die a very slow death. If you don't get lost, you'll know how to write the word regret. Those who followed the imposter Qin Shao also pressured Meng Dali in unison. They wanted to make him leave. If it weren't for the fact that Meng Dali was a fourth-step heavenly venerate exalted immortal, they wouldn't have been so polite. They would have attacked him directly. Meng Dali pursed his lips and said, I'm very respectful to Qin Shao. How could I offend Qin Shao? You're thinking too much. Hearing Meng Dali's words, those who were ready to fight heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Meng Dali had given in. The fake Qin Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile. Sure enough, Qin Zhao's name was more useful. It was able to intimidate people. So what if you're a fourth-step heavenly venerate exalted immortal? Do you dare to offend Qin Shao? Do you dare to offend Qin Shao? Not to mention a fourth-step heavenly venerate. Even an ancient sage existence would have to be apprehensive. Just when everyone thought that Meng Dali would obediently leave, Meng Dali pointed at the imposter Qin Shao and said, But you're not Qin Shao. Why should I be polite to you? Who do you think you are? What do you have? Face? What? He dared to say that the Lord Qin Shao wasn't Qin Shao? Meng Dali's words shocked everyone. Countless people stared at Meng Dali with strange looks. But soon, those gazes turned into anger. Qin Zhao's imposter, on the other hand, was quite shocked. His expression changed slightly, and he could not help but panic in his heart. On the other hand, those young masters who followed him all shouted angrily. How dare you? Are you crazy? How dare you spout nonsense here? I think you're here to pick a fight, right? Crazy. This guy must be crazy. He's spouting nonsense. Everyone, ignore him. Yes, I think he's here to pick a fight. Oomph. Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he's a fourth-step heavenly venerate? If we don't teach him a lesson, he won't know who he is. Young Master Mo, let's do it. Do it. Naturally, no one believed Meng Dali's words. They all pointed at him. Several fourth-step heavenly venerate young masters were about to attack Meng Dali. Meng Dali shouted, Stop! The person involved didn't even refute. Why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you listen to what the person involved has to say first? It won't be too late to do it later, right? Why are you in such a hurry? Do you have a guilty conscience? Or are you trying to cover it up? As he spoke, Meng Dali's gaze was fixed on the imposter. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes. That sharp glint was deliberately released to pressure the imposter. He wanted to suppress him mentally and subdue him. Nonsense, nonsense. The imposter naturally refused to admit it. He immediately denied it. If I'm not Qin Shao, who am I? How many Qin Shao are there in this world? Of course I'm the real Qin Shao. How can anyone impersonate me? Don't try to mislead the crowd with your lies. Don't try to sow discord between us. I think you're here to cause trouble on purpose. You have ulterior motives and are up to no good. Looks like you have a lot of enmity against me. Qin Shao, haven't offended you, have I? Why do you want to provoke me? Meng Dali picked his ear and chuckled. You're pretending to be Qin Shao and trying to swindle people here. You're ruining Qin Zhao's reputation. What are you trying to do? Ha ha ha. The imposter was not angry. Instead, he laughed. You say I'm a fake. What evidence do you have to prove that I'm a fake? This is interesting. I'm the real person here. How can someone say that I'm a fake? Everyone's eyes are sharp. Everyone can see that I'm the real person. You're the only one who says that I'm a fake. Fine. I, Qin Shao, am a reasonable person. Since you say that I'm a fake, then show me evidence to prove that I'm a fake. Isn't that enough? If you can't show me evidence, then you're just talking nonsense and slandering me. Qin Shao. Although I, Qin Shao, am easy to talk to, I won't forgive you easily for such a thing. So, you'd better think it over. I can give you another chance. The other young masters followed suit and called out. That's right. Why don't you show some evidence? If you can't, then I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here in one piece today. If you can't show me evidence, the Lord Qin Shao will let you go. But we won't let you go. The Lord Qin Shao is benevolent and righteous. I'll give you another chance to speak. Speak. Chapter 24-25. You want evidence, right? Meng Dali's voice wasn't loud, but everyone had quietened down. The silence was oppressive. Everyone's eyes were on Meng Dali, waiting to hear what evidence he had. It wasn't that many people were starting to suspect Qin Shao, but it was a primitive curiosity. Didn't you say that Qin Shao was a fake? Then why don't you take out the evidence to prove it? The imposter's eyes turned strange as he stared at Meng Dali. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Could it be that this person really had evidence? It didn't seem possible. How would he prove it? Anyone could say it. It just depended on how he said it. Of course, there was another crucial point, and that was to see who everyone believed. Most importantly, the imposter was very confident. He had been in Herman City for almost 10,000 years, and everyone had a high degree of recognition for him. Therefore, his words should still be believed by everyone. Plus, he had the support of the young masters in Herman City. There was nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, the imposter relaxed. Meng Dali continued. All right, since you want evidence, I'll give you evidence. You said you're Qin Shao. I have a few questions for you. Qin Shao has a brother in Baimeng Hill. Do you know who he is? Hearing this question, the imposter chuckled and said, I'm sure many people know about this. It's Meng Dali from the Meng family. Meng Dali is my brother. How could I not know? I'm one of the Meng family to find Meng Dali. Do you think I don't know? Is this the evidence you're talking about? Are you messing with us? Don't worry, don't worry. Meng Dali pursed his lips and laughed. Why are you in such a hurry? The best part is always yet to come. I said I'll give you evidence. Naturally, I'll give you convincing evidence. All right, since you know that Qin Shao has a brother in Baimeng Hill called Meng Dali, what if I tell you that I'm Meng Dali? You're Meng Dali? The imposter was stunned. His eyes widened slightly as he sized up Meng Dali. He couldn't help but panic. Could there be such a coincidence? Whether it was a coincidence or not was another matter. However, he had stayed in Herman City for 10,000 years. It was possible that the news had reached Meng Dali's ears. After all, the Meng clan's territory wasn't too far from here. Furthermore, it had been so long, so it was indeed possible. But that shouldn't be the case, right? The others also started to size up Meng Dali. After all, Hemming City was a small border city. Meng Dali had never been here before, so naturally, no one had seen him before and could not recognize him. Impossible, you're lying. One of the young masters finally spoke. He pointed at Meng Dali and said, although I've never seen Meng Dali in person, Meng Dali is a peerless genius of our white Meng territory, an outstanding young talent. His fame has long since shaken our white Ming territory. I admire young Master Meng Dali a lot, so I collected a lot of information about him. I also know what he looks like. He's not like you at all. Meng Dali rolled his eyes at that young master and said angrily, "Are you an idiot? No matter what, you're a fourth-step heavenly venerable realm exalted immortal. Are you living like a dog? Everyone knows that heavenly venerables can change their appearance at will. Do you think I don't know the simplest method? Come, come, come. I'll show you my true appearance." After saying that, Meng Dali's mind moved, and he immediately returned to his original appearance. He returned to his original appearance as young Master Meng Dali. That young master widened his eyes. After sizing up Meng Dali, he became even angrier. "Audacious, audacious. You really have a lot of guts. You rashly said the Lord Qin Shao and spoke rudely to mislead others. Now, you actually dare to transform into young Master Meng Dali's appearance. How dare you? You also said that heavenly venerables can change their appearance at will. Do you think that by transforming into young Master Meng Dali's appearance, you can prove that you're young Master Meng Dali? You said that I can also transform into young Master Meng Dali's appearance. Doesn't that prove that I'm also young Master Meng Dali?" Meng Dali shook his head speechlessly. He shrugged and said, Look, I've returned to my original appearance, and you say that I'm an illusion. I've changed my appearance, and you say that I don't look like Meng Dali. You don't believe the fake one, and you don't believe the real one. What do you want? Ignorance will only blind your eyes and make you see only darkness. I bring you light, but you say that I'm the embodiment of darkness and would rather stay close to it. Foolish, truly foolish to the extreme. You. Qin Zhao's words instantly angered those young masters. They were prejudiced by first impressions and had completely believed in the impostor. Naturally, they found it difficult to believe Meng Dali now. No one had really seen Meng Dali. Naturally, they wouldn't easily believe that this was the real Meng Dali. Moreover, who was Meng Dali? He was the outstanding young master of the Meng family. He was a high and mighty existence. Now, he was a student of the Sacred Institute and Lord Qin Zhao's sworn brother. How could an ordinary person meet such an existence? Why would he come to a small border city like Herman City so easily? What about me? Forget it. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Didn't you suspect that I'm not Meng Dali? I can't prove that Qin Shao is Qin Shao, but can I prove that I, Meng Dali, am Meng Dali? If I can't even do this, then I, Meng Dali, have lived for so long in vain? If you want proof, then I'll give you two proof. With that, Meng Dali waved his hand. Suddenly, a ball of light gushed out from his body and transformed into a huge behemoth behind him. The behemoth, which was 10,000 feet tall, stood behind Meng Dali. This scene frightened many people. What's that? It's so scary. What the hell is that? Back off. Back off. What a powerful aura. What an ancient aura. It feels like an ancient object. What is it? Who the hell is this person? He feels so powerful. Is he really young Master Meng Dali? That's the behemoth, the guardian spirit of the Meng clan. It's also a bloodline ability of the Meng clan. Only the direct descendants of the Meng clan can awaken it. Yes, that's right. It's the manifestation of the behemoth. He's definitely a descendant of the Meng clan. In the entire immortal realm, only a descendant of the Meng clan can use such a technique. Oh my God, does that mean he's really young Master Meng Dali? If he's really young Master Meng Dali, doesn't that mean what he said just now is true? That means this Lord Qin Shao is really an imposter? Many people were shocked. However, they didn't dare to believe it for a moment. They were still looking around doubtfully and debating in their hearts. The young master who wanted to attack Meng Dali was stunned for a while. Then, he slowly regained his senses. He looked at Meng Dali in a daze and said, You're really young Master Meng Dali? The other young masters were completely dumbfounded. Was he really young Master Meng Dali? But seeing the behemoth's manifestation, they should be able to confirm that he was indeed a descendant of the Meng clan. Since he was really a descendant of the Meng clan, he shouldn't be lying. If he said he was Meng Dali, then it must be true. If this Meng Dali was real, then did it mean that the Lord Qin Shao was an imposter? Was he really an imposter? It couldn't be. right? Meng Dali flipped his palm, and the identity token of the Sacred Institute flew out. It emitted an unparalleled holy light and a holy aura. The word sacred on the token emitted an unparalleled light. Once the unparalleled holy aura was released, countless people couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship. Intuition told everyone that this identity token was real. It was definitely real. The identity token of the Sacred Institute. It's really young Master Meng Dali. Young Master Meng Dali. I offended you just now. I really didn't know you were young Master Meng Dali. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't know it was you. Young Master Meng Dali, you're my idol. I've always admired and worshipped you. I really didn't know it was you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to speak to you like that, even if I was beaten to death. You're a magnanimous person. Please don't lower yourself to my level. It's my bad mouth. Those young masters were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Those who were shouting about killing Meng Dali all trembled and apologized to Meng Dali. Since he was able to manifest a behemoth giant and had the identity token of the Academy of Saint, he was 100% sure that the person in front of him was young Master Meng Dali. There was no doubt about it. Those young masters were cursing and shouting at Meng Dali. They even wanted to beat and kill him. Naturally, they were scared out of their wits. Wow, young Master Meng Dali, you're really handsome. Young Master Meng Dali, do you still need a maid? I'm willing to follow and serve you. Young Master Meng Dali, you're my idol too. Many of those young ladies also looked at Meng Dali with infatuated expressions, expressing their passionate love for him. Hearing these admiring voices, Meng Dali felt much better. He thought to himself, it seems that Qin Xiao isn't the only one who's popular. I, Meng Dali, am also quite popular now. My appeal is still not bad. After feeling happy for a while, Meng Dali waved his hand at those young masters and said, forget it. As the saying goes, those who don't know are innocent. I won't lower myself to your level. However, I don't feel any of your boot-licking skills from other people. All right, I don't want you to flatter me. I don't like this. You all step aside first. I still have important matters to attend to. Meng Dali didn't wait for those people to speak and immediately said this. Those young masters naturally knew that the person they were chasing after wasn't Lord Qin Xiao at all. It turned out that he was a fake. He actually deceived them for so long and made them run in circles. He was really despicable. Therefore, these young masters naturally surrounded the fake without batting an eyelid. They didn't give him any chance to escape. Moreover, each of them stared fiercely at the fake. They were all very unhappy and couldn't wait to kill the fake. They bowed and bent their knees, serving him carefully. They prepared all kinds of good wine, good food, and beautiful women. They didn't expect to be cheated so badly. Those ladies were also very angry, and all of them looked at the imposter with ugly expressions. At this moment, the fake had angered everyone and made many enemies. The situation was not good. Countless gazes were as sharp as knives as they stared at the imposter. If looks could kill, then the imposter would have died 1,000,000 times over. Chapter 24-26. Meng Dali's stare sent shivers down the imposter's spine. It was like the eye of death, the stare of the devil. Now that he was sure that the person in front of him was the real young Master Meng Dali, all his lies would be exposed. What should he do? Now, he felt that everyone was hostile to him, and it was very strong. Imposter, do you need me to prove that you're a fake? You're my brother. I know him, right? You even dare to impersonate my brother, Qin Xiao. How dare you? Tell me, who are you? Which power are you from? Meng Dali shouted coldly. Naturally, the imposter was feeling very guilty right now. If he was exposed by others, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of anything. No matter what, he was very confident in his own strength. Even if he could not do anything he wanted in Meng City, he should not have any problems. However, the person in front of him was Meng Dali. No matter how confident he was, he did not think that he was a match for Meng Dali. Facing Meng Dali, he naturally felt guilty. However, he still braced himself and said, yes, that's right. I'm not Qin Xiao. I'm impersonating him. Actually, I'm Qin Xiao's friend. When I met Qin Xiao, you did not know him yet. Now that he's famous in the immortal domain, I came out on a whim and borrowed his name. Originally, I was just playing around and joking. However, I did not expect the people of Emang City to be so passionate and crazy. So, in a moment of greed, I told him the truth. I was wrong, but I did not mean any harm. We're all Qin Zhao's friends. Young Master Meng Dali, you don't have to make things so tense, right? Why don't I go back to St. College with you? I'll ask Qin Zhao to talk to you personally. Qin Zhao's friend? The imposter's words stunned many people. You're Qin Zhao's friend? Meng Dali wanted to laugh, but he held it in. The imposter nodded affirmatively and said, That's right. Of course I'm Qin Zhao's friend. If I wasn't his friend, how could I know him so well? How could I impersonate him so well? No one in Meng City can recognize me. Qin Zhao and I have known each other for a long time in Huling, and we have a deep friendship. I don't need to lie to you about this, do I? Maybe he didn't mention me in front of you, but you can ask him. Verify? I don't think that's necessary, right? I'm right here. At that moment, a voice sounded. Hearing this voice, many people were startled. Whose voice was this? From the sound of it, the person who spoke was Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao is also here. Since young Master Meng Dali had shown up, it was only normal for Lord Qin Zhao to be here as well. Everyone quickly looked over and saw a figure flying towards them. Who else could it be but Qin Zhao? Qin Zhao had also restored his appearance, so he showed his true face as soon as he appeared. It's Qin Zhao. It's the real Qin Zhao. Lord Qin Zhao is really here? Is it really him? Could it be another imposter? No, definitely not. It must be the real Qin Zhao. Young Master Meng Dali has already proven that he is the real young Master Meng Dali. If he can be with young Master Meng Dali, then he must be the real Lord Qin Zhao. That's right. Then he must be the real Lord Qin Zhao. Wow, he's so handsome. What should I do? The imposter was completely flustered. His eyes flickered as he looked at Qin Zhao, but he didn't dare to look directly at him. This was a typical case of having a guilty conscience. Qin Zhao came up to the imposter, looked at him, and said, You said that you're my friend, but why don't I remember having a friend like you? I'm sure this is the first time I've seen you, right? Are you sure you know me well? Smack! Qin Zhao's words were like an invisible slap that landed heavily on the imposter's face. The slap was loud, and it felt like it was burning. It was a slap in the face. It was a simple slap, but it was a heavy slap to the imposter's face. The imposter's facial muscles twitched violently. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. How could the imposter say anything else? He was speechless and couldn't find any excuse. Qin Zhao was here. Whatever he said would be a lie and would be exposed immediately. He would be slapped hard in the face. Go! After a moment of silence, Qin Zhao moved closer to the imposter. Huh? Let him go. Let him go just like that. The imposter thought he had misheard. He looked at Qin Zhao in shock and didn't dare to speak. He had done such a thing and ruined Qin Zhao's reputation. How could he let him go just like that? Seeing the imposter in a daze, Qin Zhao chuckled and said, What's wrong? You don't want to go? No. The imposter immediately shivered. He looked at Qin Zhao and said solemnly, Thank you, Lord Qin Zhao. In fact, I respect you very much. Your conduct is even more admirable. Thank you for not fussing with me. Thank you for not holding me responsible. In the past, I more or less thought that your success was accidental and that it was due to luck. But now I understand that your success is inevitable. Meng Dali waved at the imposter impatiently. Stop flattering me and get out of here. I'm annoyed when I see you. If you don't get out of here, I won't be able to stop myself from hitting you. My brother Qin Zhao is magnanimous, but I'm not like him. He's so magnanimous. So, get out of my sight before I lose my temper. The imposter didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately ran away. If he didn't run now, when would he? It was already a great fortune for him to be able to leave safely. After getting rid of the imposter, he could be considered to have cleared his name. But the whole place was still very quiet. Qin Zhao looked at the playboys and said jokingly, Why are you all looking at me with such strange eyes? Do you need me to prove to you that I'm the real Qin Zhao? No, we believe you. We believe you. No, you're definitely the real Lord Qin Zhao. We believe you. Lord Qin Zhao, you've misunderstood. We believe you very much. Qin Shao smirked and waved his hand. All right, I'm just joking with you. But your attitude isn't good. I, Qin Shao, don't like people who flatter and curry favor with those in power. That imposter tried to defame me in Herman City, and you actually believe him? Your eyes aren't bright enough, so you should be more careful in the future. I, Qin Shao, am not a romantic person who is greedy for women and money. A gentleman loves money and beauty. He should obtain it in a proper way. He shouldn't use such methods to obtain it. That's the behavior of a despicable person. He's shameless. That's enough. I've only come here for the sake of this imposter. Since this matter has been resolved, I'll take my leave. When Qin Shao said that she wanted to leave, everyone was reluctant to part with her. Many gazes were looking at Qin Shao with anticipation. Many people also opened their mouths to urge them to stay. There were even some bold women who said some very straightforward and explicit words. However, Qin Shao didn't fall for it. Not only did he not fall for it, but he also didn't like it. Therefore, Qin Shao ran away with Meng Dali. They came to Herman City only to resolve the matter of the imposter. Nothing else mattered to them. Of course, this matter was just a small interlude. After resolving it, the three of them continued their journey back to the Saint Institute. The imposter ran all the way out of Herman City. After walking for a long distance, he stopped in front of a valley. His face was ferocious, his expression twisted, and his face was green. The fire of anger filled his chest, so much so that it felt like it was going to explode. He was angry, he hated, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. Therefore, he stood there and looked at the gloomy valley. His eyes grew colder and colder. Crack! He clenched his fists tightly, accumulating his anger. Qin Shao, you Meng Dali. My great plan has been ruined by you. Ruined. Despicable. Despicable. Qin Shao, you humiliated me in front of everyone. You slapped my face and put me in such a sorry state. I've lost all my dignity. What a great humiliation. How can I let you off after treating me like this? I'll return today's humiliation tenfold to you in the future. Qin Shao, I'll never let you off. Never. Just you wait. Just you wait for your father. One day, I'll trample you under my feet and humiliate you. I'll return it tenfold, no, 100-fold. Just you wait. I believe that day won't be long. The imposter was venting the boundless anger in his heart, the raging flames of fury that reached the heavens. However, it wasn't enough. It was far from enough. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. It seems that I was too merciful. I actually let you go and didn't bother with you. I didn't even punish you. I just thought that you were just fooling around. You didn't commit any major crimes for the time being. That's why I gave you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Now, it seems that I've misjudged you. How could I be merciful to someone like you? That's simply cruel to me. Fortunately, there's still a chance to make up for it. It's not too late. Since you want to take revenge on me, I'll give you a hand. I think your hatred for me isn't deep enough. Let me make it even deeper. Hearing this voice, the imposter's face instantly turned extremely cold, so cold that it penetrated the bones. Hearing this voice, he naturally knew who it was. If it wasn't Qin Shao, who else could it be? The imposter turned around in shock. Sure enough, he saw Qin Shao walking towards him step by step. He was like the god of death, bringing death step by step. This made the imposter feel an inexplicable sense of fear. Dang, dang, dang. Seeing Qin Shao, the imposter looked as if he had seen a ghost. He retreated with a face full of horror. He was terrified. No. I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. Lord Qin Shao, it was my bad mouth just now. I deserve to be beaten. I deserve to die. I was just talking nonsense. I really didn't dare to do that. I didn't really want to do that, and I don't have the ability to do that. Lord Qin Shao, please forgive me and let me off. Please give me another chance to turn over a new leaf. I really will change. I really will change. The imposter begged for mercy in a low voice. How could he still have any dignity left? But if he had known this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? Qin Shao continued walking towards him as if he hadn't heard the imposter's words. He was full of murderous intent. His gaze was as cold as a knife and as sharp as a sword. Thump. Chapter 24-27. Seeing the impostor kneel down, Qin Shao was shocked. He looked at the impostor strangely. No matter what, the impostor was still a fourth-step exalted immortal. He could be considered a cultivator who stood at a high position. Why would such an existence kneel down to others? A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. But this impostor actually knelt down in front of him. Meng Dali walked over and couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, what are you doing? Are you still an exalted immortal? Do you still have the guts of a man? Kneeling down and begging for mercy? What's the big deal? How are we going to kill you now? Where's the viciousness you showed just now? From the way you spoke just now, you were pretty vicious. I even respected you as a man. Now that you're doing this, what are we going to do? If we kill you now, won't it seem like we're bullying you? You're making things very difficult for us. Why don't we discuss this? Get up and continue to be vicious to us, okay? Be as vicious as you want. Show us the guts of a man. That's right. To show us the guts you showed just now. Don't be like this. Be a man. You're an exalted immortal, right? Don't make us look down on you." It was rare for an exalted immortal to be so humble. Even if he wanted to beg for mercy, it was rare for him to kneel down and beg for mercy. How would the impostor dare to stand up? He kept begging, "No, no, no. I know my mistake. I really know my mistake. I was just trying to win with my words. How would I dare to do that?" "Lord Qin Shao, young Master Meng Dali, you guys are magnanimous people. Please don't lower yourself to the level of a lowly person like me. Please spare my life." This was really depressing. The impostor didn't even attack. He just knelt down and begged for mercy. What was going on? Qin Shao wanted to kill this impostor. But if the impostor begged for mercy and didn't fight back, wouldn't it be too much of a bully? This was something that he didn't want to do. "Brother, what should we do?" Meng Dali was also depressed. This impostor still dares to attack. If we attack and kill him, won't it make us seem too petty? Furthermore, from what I can see, this fellow doesn't seem to be able to cause any waves. I reckon that he was really just boasting just now. What kind of storm can you stir up with just this bit of courage? How about we be magnanimous and let him go? Qin Shao was also considering this problem. Should he release it or not? Qin Shao didn't like killing. If he could avoid killing, Qin Shao would try his best not to kill. The impostor was kneeling and begging for mercy, and he didn't seem to be doing anything. It seemed like killing him was a bit harsh. Release him? Qin Zhao's heart was indeed a little soft-hearted. Where it was possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. That's not right. However, Qin Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity, and he immediately attacked. Seeing that Qin Shao had actually attacked, Meng Dali was slightly stunned. He looked at Qin Shao with some surprise. He thought that Qin Shao would release the impostor. Qin Shao didn't like to kill. However, he didn't expect that Qin Shao wouldn't let the impostor go even though he wanted to. However, since Qin Shao had decided to kill the impostor, of course he would support him. To be honest, this kind of person deserved to die. Previously, he had let him go, but he didn't even know how to be grateful and reflect on himself. He even wanted to take revenge. Wasn't he just courting death? To be honest, Meng Dali was very angry with this kind of person who was courting death. He also wanted to kill him. However, when the impostor knelt down, it made him want to do something else. Since Qin Shao attacked, the impostor could only fight with all his might. However, his strength was far from enough in front of Qin Shao. Therefore, he soon died in Qin Zhao's hands. There were no surprises. After killing the impostor, Qin Shao checked the impostor's belongings and found a blood-red token. There is indeed a problem holding the blood-red token. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. What is this? Meng Dali looked at the token in Qin Zhao's hand with some confusion. The situation seemed to be a little complicated. Qin Shao said, "Have you heard of the Bloodbath Alliance?" Bloodbath Alliance? Meng Dali was slightly stunned. He frowned and thought for a while. Then, he shook his head and said, "I don't think I've heard of it. What is the Bloodbath Alliance?" Qin Shao continued, "Then have you heard of the Blood Alliance, Blood Hall, Blood Sect, and other strange forces that have a word blood in their names? They haven't been around for long, but they are extremely powerful and mysterious." Meng Dali thought for a while and said, I think I've heard of this before. Our by Meng, Li has a strange and mysterious force that people call the Blood Soul Pavilion. The Blood Soul Pavilion is indeed very mysterious. The way they do things is also very strange and evil. However, I don't know much about the Blood Soul Pavilion. I've only heard a thing or two, but I haven't tried to understand it. Why? Is there a direct connection between the Blood Soul Pavilion and the Bloodbath Alliance? Qin Shao nodded and said yes. It is said that those mysterious and powerful forces with blood-red words in their names are all ruled by the Bloodbath Alliance. However, they're scattered all over the Great Thousand World and have many new names. It doesn't seem like there is any connection, but in fact, there is an internal connection. I've met a few groups of people from the Bloodbath Alliance and killed a few of them. I've also learned a lot about the situation and asked the ancient saints. That's all I know for now. I don't recognize the others, but I recognize this blood-red token. This is the identification of a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. I've seen it a few times before. Therefore, this person must be a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. At the mention of the Bloodbath Alliance, Qin Shao couldn't help but think of what had happened previously. He thought of Holy Sage Galen, who had captured Yao Shuilian. He thought of ancient Saint Yu Luo Sha, who had captured baby Mo. He thought of all kinds of grudges and the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Yu Luo Sha. Qin Shao had always kept this deep hatred in his heart. He was waiting for the day when he would find Holy Sage Galen and ancient Saint Yu Luo Sha, kill them, and rescue Yao Shuilian and baby Mo. Qin Shao hated the Bloodbath Alliance to the core. However, the Bloodbath Alliance was too mysterious and powerful. Qin Shao was also very clear that with his current strength, he was far from being able to contend with the Bloodbath Alliance, let alone rescue them. Therefore, he had to become stronger and wait. He had to wait until he was strong enough to rescue them. Oh, I see. No wonder you wanted to kill him. I was wondering why your temperament had changed. That imposter had already knelt down and begged for mercy, but you still wanted to kill him. Meng Dali now understood why Qin Shao had refused to let the imposter go. It turned out that Qin Shao had already sensed something. Qin Shao nodded and said, "However, I did not expect him to be a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. I killed him purely because I felt that he was not simple and that he had disguised himself well. Moreover, I felt that he was not a coward. He was not the kind of person who did not care about his reputation. Logically speaking, a normal person would not kneel down and beg for mercy without attacking. However, he did so. Then I think there are only two possibilities. The first is that this is his original body, and he does not want his original body to die. However, I feel that this possibility is not high. He was able to swindle people in Herman City for so long. It should not be something his original body would do. If we eliminate this possibility, then the second possibility is that he has some unspeakable secret, so he wants to keep it a secret. He cannot die, so he would rather kneel and beg for mercy. Moreover, I did not believe the impostor's words at all, so I decided to kill him first. The truth is that he is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. The members of the Bloodbath Alliance are very well hidden. Usually, they come out to do evil things or carry out secret missions. I think this person must have come out with a mission. However, I have not discovered anything at the moment, so I do not know what mission he is on." Meng Dali thought for a while and suddenly said, "Qin Shao, could his mission be to impersonate you and ruin your reputation?" Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I don't think so. The possibility of this is extremely small. He probably impersonated me in Herman City on a whim. Of course, it is also possible that he is using my identity to do something in Herman City. However, I don't think he is deliberately trying to ruin my reputation. Perhaps he just wants to use my identity to do something." This kind of possibility was also plausible. However, Qin Shao and Meng Dali could not figure it out. The imposter did not leave any clues on him. It was just an identity token. They did not know his name or where he was from, so they could not investigate. Now that he was dead, it was even more impossible to get anything out of him. This matter was related to the Bloodbath Alliance, so it was very complicated. It was not something that Qin Shao and Meng Dali had the ability to investigate. Therefore, Qin Shao could only give up. Forget it. Let's not care about this for now. Let's go. Not long after the two of them left, two figures descended from the sky and landed at the place where the impostor died. One of them was dressed in a black robe and looked very sinister, like an evil demon. The other person was dressed in a gray robe and did not care about his appearance. He was expressionless and looked very serious. He did not talk or smile, and he looked very dignified. He made people respect and fear him. However, this person's aura was so strong that it could make the whole world submit to him. Even the void was trembling. His body even exuded a bit of saintly might, as if a saint had descended upon the world. If Qin Shao was here, he would definitely recognize the black-robed man. It was the Lord Blackhawk that he helped a sloppy man kill when he first entered the 9 provinces of Huaxia. The black-robed man checked the dead impostor and said to the gray-robed man, "Senior brother, the impostor of Qin Shao is dead." He was also a 4th-step celestial master. From the looks of it, he was killed by Qin Shao himself. It has only been a few million years, but Qin Shao's strength has already grown to such a level. It seems that they did not go far. Senior brother, let's go after them quickly. We can't let Qin Shao run back to the Saint Academy. Otherwise, we will not be able to do anything. The gray-robed senior brother glared at the Lord Blackhawk and said coldly, "Still going after them? Not going after them?" The Lord Blackhawk looked at his senior brother in confusion. Why not? They had not gone far. It was still possible to catch up with them now. If it did not go after them, wouldn't there be no chance? The gray-robed senior brother snorted and said, "A student of the Saint Academy, a top genius who took the 1st place on the Saint list. His strength is beyond your imagination. You have underestimated him. If we go after them now, do you want me to die?" Chapter 24-28. What do you know? The gray-robed senior brother scolded. He looked into the distance and said, "As far as I know, the top 5 geniuses in the Saint Emperor rankings will be assigned ancient sages as servants. Qin Shao is number 1 on the Saint rankings. He should have been assigned 2 ancient sages as servants. He should have brought 1 ancient sage with him this time. I can already smell a strong residual saint aura. It's left behind by an ancient sage. I'm strong enough to kill Qin Shao, but there's an ancient sage. Do you want me to die?" "What?" Hearing the gray-robed senior brother's words, Lord Blackhawk was shocked. He was in disbelief for a moment and said, "That can't be, senior brother. How high is an ancient sage? Why would such a supreme being be a servant of a 4th-step celestial venerable? That's not possible, is it? That's an ancient sage, an existence that transcends the river of time. It's a true eternal existence. Everyone below the ancient sage is an ant. No matter how talented Qin Shao is, he's just a slightly stronger ant in front of an ancient sage. An ancient sage is actually willing to serve as Qin Shao's servant? The gray-robed senior brother glanced at Lord Blackhawk and said, "You have to believe it. It's the truth. In theory, it's indeed impossible. But that's the Saint Academy, an academy jointly established by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Those ancient sages will naturally respond to the call of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Some of them are willing to be servants of Qin Shao. The power of the Saint Academy is far from what you can imagine. If I knew you were going to deal with Qin Shao, I wouldn't have agreed to get involved in this mess." Hearing the gray-clothed senior brother's words, Overlord Blackhawk immediately shivered and said, "Senior brother, you can't just ignore it. If you don't, then I won't be able to avenge my junior brother. Senior brother, you promised me that you would kill Qin Shao for me. You can't go back on your word. But Master also asked you to, okay, don't you Shu, being accused by Yi Li and Pai Ji Wei, the broken fence? Shu, Ing Shu, Zai Wu Wu Chu Chu Chu, Gong Suo Chu, Song, I Chu Chu Chu, 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 Chu 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 Chu. It's just that now we can't do things blindly. It's not difficult to kill Qin Shao. The difficult part is finding a good opportunity to do it. If Chu 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 Chu, Senior Chu, if he were to bring an ancient sage with him whenever he goes out, we would have no chance at all. Chu Chu, Chu Chu, you have Chu Chu Chu, Choo 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 choo, choo choo. Choo you choo 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 choo. The Black Hawk tribal lord gritted his teeth. It had only been a few million years. How did he, Qin Shao, become so strong? Choo 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 had reached such a high position that he could only look up to. Damn it, damn it. He still remembered the battle with Qin Shao millions of years ago. At that time, Qin Shao wasn't as strong as he was now. Choo 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 had changed so much in just a few million years. Choo 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 had grown to such a terrifying level. What kind of monster was he? Was he the #1 genius in the immortal region? Choo 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 didn't want to admit it, but he had to admit that Qin Shao was a monster. Now, he could only wait for an opportunity. Qin Shao and the other two returned to the Sacred Institute. As soon as they arrived, Qin Shao went to visit Xia Dongho. Meng Dali would also help Qin Shao find information about the Divine Vitality fruit and its possible whereabouts. However, it was extremely difficult to find any information about the Divine Origin fruit. Encountering such a difficult problem, the first person Qin Shao thought of was Xia Dongho. He was a man who knew everything. It was hard to owe him a favor. However, Qin Shao didn't have a better solution for the time being. He could only go to Xia Dongho. Xia Dongho was busy cultivating. However, when Qin Shao came, he put down his cultivation and rushed to see Qin Shao. I'm sorry to disturb your cultivation. I really don't visit you without a reason. Qin Shao said apologetically. Xia Dongho welcomed Qin Shao into the guest hall and sat down. He said, Brother Qin Shao, you don't have to be so polite with me. If you have something to say, just say it. Oh, by the way, the thing you asked me to do has some progress. I think there will be definite news soon. Can you bear to wait a little longer? There was progress so soon. This was indeed great news. Hearing this, Qin Shao felt a burst of excitement in his heart. However, Qin Shao didn't ask much about it since it wasn't completely confirmed yet. Xia Dongho was a steady person. He would definitely not tell Qin Shao anything until he was completely sure. Since he didn't say anything now, it meant that he wasn't completely sure. He had waited for more than 20 million years. He didn't mind waiting a little longer. At least there was good news. Qin Shao put this matter aside and said, Brother Dongho, I recently encountered another problem. This time I want to save my brother, Jing Yang. Then, Qin Shao told him about Jing Yang's situation and Gu Rila's excessive request. After listening, Xia Dongho's face darkened. He nodded and said, In such a situation, it's not suitable to use force if you want to save him in one piece. Unless you are strong enough to ensure that you can kill all those people and leave no traces behind. It's best to erase them so deeply that it's difficult to even resurrect them. Otherwise, there will be hidden dangers. Otherwise, you have to have enough power to capture all the people of the Wager tribe and force them to release the people. But obviously, these two methods are not feasible for the time being. The best way now is to agree to Gu Rila's request and find the Divine Vitality fruit to exchange with him. But I'll tell you the truth. The Divine Vitality fruit is a real treasure. A single Saint Origin fruit is enough to create an ancient saint. Therefore, the Divine Vitality fruit is an absolute treasure for any force. It's something that can only be found by chance. It's absolutely impossible to give it to an outsider or sell it. To tell you the truth, the Xia family does have the Divine Vitality fruit, but I'm far from qualified to use it. Of course, if I have to bite the bullet and beg the ancestor of the Xia family, I might be able to get it. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Thank you, Brother Dongho. I'm very touched and grateful for your kindness. But I naturally can't make things difficult for you. I know it's almost impossible to get a ready-made Divine Vitality fruit. I'm not looking for you to help me find a ready-made Divine Vitality fruit. I, Qin Shao, know that I don't have enough power to exchange for a Divine Vitality fruit. Xia Dongho looked at Qin Shao and thought for a while before saying, What do you want me to help you with? Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, Help me find out where the Divine Vitality fruit has appeared, or where the Divine Vitality fruit might appear. There's no other way now. It's obviously unrealistic to rely on others for a treasure like the Divine Vitality fruit. So, I can only rely on myself and try my luck. It's best if I can find it, but if I can't, then we'll talk about it. It's not like this is the only way. Things will be solved eventually. It's just a matter of time. What I'm pursuing now is to solve the problem as soon as possible. There will always be a way, no matter what price I'm willing to pay. If I can do it the lowest price, then it's naturally the best. So, I'm trying now. But I also need your help, Brother Dongho. I already owe you a big favor anyway. Qin Xiao, will remember it. Xia Dongho nodded and said, well, if it's just this, then there's no problem. It's not a big deal for me. Just leave it to me. As for the other things, if you need them, then we'll talk about it. Qin Xiao smiled. He naturally understood Xia Dongho's meaning. If he really thickened his skin and begged Xia Dongho, then Xia Dongho might bite the bullet and beg the ancestor of the Xia clan for a divine vitality fruit for him. The Xia clan was indeed the Xia clan. They actually had a treasure like the divine vitality fruit. However, it was impossible for Qin Xiao to beg Xia Dongho for this kind of thing. In fact, it was also a difficult thing to do. Xia Dongho was also unwilling to do this kind of thing, even if he was beaten to death. However, Xia Dongho was willing to make such preparations for Qin Xiao. This friendship was enough to explain everything. Naturally, Qin Xiao was touched. Thank you, but there's really no need. It's enough for you to help me. I can handle the rest. Qin Xiao nodded solemnly to Xia Dongho. Xia Dongho did not say anything more. He had already agreed to this matter. After chatting with Xia Dongho for a while, Qin Xiao got up and left. He did not want to disturb Xia Dongho's cultivation. After bidding farewell to Xia Dongho, Qin Xiao was preparing to return to his own cultivation place. However, Meng Dali sent a message to Qin Xiao, asking him to go to Prince Zhang Yang's cultivation place. Speaking of Zhang Yang, after the student tournament, Zhang Yang had not been seen. Zhang Yang was now the most popular person in the Sacred Academy. He was known as the biggest beneficiary. Although he was only ranked 4th on the sacred ranking, he was accepted as a personal disciple by Emperor Xinyuan. This made everyone jealous. Arriving at Prince Zhang Yang's cultivation place, it was really lively. Everyone is here. Qin Xiao was also a little surprised. He thought that only Ming Dali was here. He did not expect everyone to be here. Wufeng City Ming, Xin, Princess Xiaoyu, and Princess Ru Xin were all here. As if they had already made an appointment, they all gathered here. It was very lively. On the other hand, Master Zhang Yang seemed to be very proud of himself. His face was filled with smiles. Ha! Didn't I just come out from Master's place? So, naturally, I called everyone here for a gathering. You and Ming Dali are really carefree. Did you have fun outside? What are you happy about? Tell us, so that we can all be happy. Prince Zhang Yang walked over and put his arm around Qin Xiao's shoulder. Qin Xiao smiled and did not say anything. By the way, I just heard from Ming Dali that you went to see Xia Dongho. What is it? If you have something to say, just tell us. We will definitely do our best to help you. Prince Zhang Yang said again. This time he was serious. Qin Xiao did not want to let Zhang Yang and the others worry about him, so he did not plan to say anything. Just as he was about to speak, Ming Dali spoke first. It's troublesome. It's about the sacred vitality fruit. I'm afraid you can't help. Dali. Qin Xiao immediately shouted at Ming Dali. He gave him a look, indicating that he should not say anything more. Only then did Ming Dali come to his senses. He quickly shut his mouth and did not continue speaking. But he had already said half of what he wanted to say. Everyone heard him. Chapter 24-29. Saint Origin Fruit? Wu Feng Chung frowned and shook his head. Our Wu clan doesn't have this kind of rare sacred object. In the historical records of the Wu clan, there were only 2 occasions where a Saint Origin Fruit was obtained and 2 ancient sages were created for our Wu clan. Saint Origin Fruit is a rare treasure that is priceless. It is enough to make 2 forces fight for it. This is not something that can be obtained by paying a price. What's the matter with Qin Xiao? Princess Xiaoyu and the others also looked at Qin Xiao with concern. It was obvious that the matter was not small. Facing everyone's concern, Qin Xiao felt warm in his heart. Qin Xiao naturally knew everyone's thoughts. Those who could sit here were all worthy of being trusted. It could be said that they were all brothers and sisters who had gone through life and death together. Qin Xiao smiled and spread out his hands in a relaxed manner. It's okay. It's a small matter. I can solve it. You don't have to worry about me. It's rare for everyone to gather here. Let's congratulate Zhang Yang together and drink to celebrate. Come on, let's drink. Today, there's only a light breeze and not a serious matter. Drinking and chatting is the theme of today. Qin Xiao picked up the wine, but no one responded to him. They all looked at him with concern and did not do anything else. In this matter, Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali could not help much. They could only check where the Saint Origin fruit could be found. Other than that, they could not help. Princess Xiaoyu and the others could not help at all. Prince Zhongyang gritted his teeth and suddenly said, Qin Xiao, wait for me. I'm going to find my master now. I think a Saint Origin fruit should be nothing to him. After saying that, Prince Zhongyang really wanted to go to his master, Emperor Xinyuan. Qin Xiao immediately stopped Prince Zhongyang. No, you can't. Why are you going to find Emperor Xinyuan for such a small matter? This is not something a new disciple like you should be doing. If you're my brother, then listen to me. If you're blamed by Emperor Xinyuan because of me, then I'll be guilty. If it really comes down to that, I don't need you to do it. I can find someone to ask. We're still far from that stage. What's the point of going to Emperor Xinyuan? In that case, not only will Emperor Xinyuan look down on you, his direct disciple, I'm afraid he will also see through me, Qin Xiao. Although I, Qin Xiao, failed to enter the eyes of Emperor Xinyuan, I still have some pride. You're not only harming yourself, you're also trapping me in injustice. So listen to me. Don't say anything to Emperor Xinyuan about this. You don't have to do anything. I've already asked Xia Dongho to investigate. If I really need your help in the future, I won't be polite to you. You know how I am. Prince Zhongyang still wanted to go. But Qin Xiao interrupted Prince Zhongyang. No buts. We still have 10 million years. There's no need to rush. We have plenty of time. Think of a way. I believe there's always a way. As long as you think about it, you'll find a way. Do something. The more anxious we are, the more chaotic it will be. The more anxious we are, the more we can't lose our sense of propriety. We have to do it step by step. Only then can we calmly resolve this matter. Don't you know what kind of person I, Qin Xiao, am? No matter how difficult it is, I'll definitely do what I decide to do. Jingyang is my brother. His life is my life. If anyone dares to take Jingyang's life, I'll take his life. There will always be a solution. Finding the saintly fruit is just the best option. If this option doesn't work, I naturally have other ways. And there's more than one. I've already planned everything out and decided. So don't worry about me. Okay? Prince Zhongyang looked deeply at Qin Xiao. Everyone else looked at Qin Xiao and analyzed Qin Xiao's words. But it was true that Qin Xiao's words were always very trustworthy. If he said he had a way, then he definitely had a way. Since Qin Xiao said so, they shouldn't say anything more. Besides, the most important thing was that they really couldn't be of much help. Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali could help a little. They could ask the Wu clan and Meng clan to find out where the saintly fruit might be. There was still some hope. Prince Zhongyang could help, but Qin Xiao wasn't the only one who disagreed with his idea. Everyone else disagreed. If such a small matter shocked Emperor Xinyuan, wouldn't it show that they were too incompetent? Of course, Prince Zhongyang was indeed anxious just now. That was why he wanted to find his master, Emperor Xinyuan. Now that he calmed down, he knew that it wasn't appropriate. Other than this, he had no other way to help Qin Xiao. Saintly fruit? I think I heard my father say that my family seems to have. Yuan suddenly muttered. Although her voice was very low, Ming Xen, who was beside her, heard it. Xin still heard it. What? Yuan, you said your family has saintly fruit? Xin asked Yuan. Hearing Ming Xin? Hearing Xin's words, everyone looked at Yuan in unison. Yuan was a little panicked. She immediately shook her head and hands like a rattle drum. No, I said that I heard my father say that my family seems to have been looking for saintly fruit before. We didn't find it. Ming Xin, who originally had a little hope, thought Xin. Xin immediately gave up on the idea. No one thought too much about it. Even 100 schools of philosophers couldn't take out saintly fruit. As far as they knew, the only thing they were sure of was that the Xia clan had saintly fruit. but it was impossible for them to get a saintly fruit from the Xia clan. There really wasn't a good way to deal with this. For the time being, they could only wait for news. After drinking for a while and celebrating for young Master Zhang Yang, everyone was ready to leave and go on with their own cultivation. Cultivation was the most important thing for everyone. It was something they couldn't neglect. It was okay to drink and chat occasionally to relax, but they couldn't waste too much time and energy on it. His main focus was still on cultivation, especially for Wu Fengcheng, Meng Dali, and Princess Ru Xian. They were in danger of being eliminated. Meng Dali didn't dare to be careless. He had wasted some time with Qin Shao this time, so he had to immediately immerse himself in cultivation. Prince Zhang Yang's task was even more important. With Emperor Xianyuan as his master, how could he slack off on his cultivation? Princess Xiaoyu, on the other hand, seemed more relaxed. She had never liked cultivation, so she didn't put too much effort into it. She didn't have too big of a goal. Becoming an ancient saint was enough for her. With her peach blossom body's immortal king physique, as long as nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be too big of a problem for her to reach the ancient saint realm. It was just a matter of time. Relatively speaking, Little Jade County was the one with the least pressure. Even if they were eliminated, they wouldn't go so far. After all, there weren't many immortal king physiques in this batch of students. They could be counted on one hand. As long as they didn't have too many goals and ambitions, they could be more relaxed. Yuan and Ming? Yuan? They didn't seem to be that focused on cultivation. The two of them definitely had great talent and potential. They were also geniuses who easily entered the top 100 of the saint rankings. Therefore, they weren't in a hurry to cultivate. Would you like to take a walk with me? Princess Xiaoyu suddenly asked Qin Shao. Well, Qin Shao suddenly hesitated. She didn't know why, but she always had a strange feeling. Princess Xiaoyu smiled faintly and looked at Qin Shao. Her eyes seemed to be able to hook her soul. The peach blossom aura on her was enough to hook people's souls and make them fall head over heels for her. Fortunately, Qin Shao was now somewhat immune to it. Otherwise, in front of Princess Xiaoyu, who had a peach blossom body, it would be really uncomfortable. What's wrong? Are you afraid of me now? I just asked you to take a walk with me, not to go to my cultivation place. What are you afraid of? Are you really afraid that I, your elder sister, will do anything to you in broad daylight? How about this? Let's call Yuan and Ming. Let's call Xian as well. I don't think they want to cultivate. Let's just take a walk together. Qin Shao suddenly blushed with embarrassment. Sister Xiaoyu, I didn't mean that. But Qin Shao really couldn't find the right words to say. Ming? Xian glanced at Qin Shao and Princess Xiaoyu, saying, we don't want to join in the fun. You go ahead, Yuan, and I will go back first. Princess Xiaoyu pulled the two of them, saying, don't go. You make it sound like there's something between Qin Shao and me. Qin Shao and I are just siblings. You think too much. Let's go. Let's walk around there. The scenery there is good. It should be able to let us relax. Ming, Xian, and Yuan looked at each other. Yuan followed the crowd. She didn't express any opinions. Let's hear everything clearly. Xian. Princess Xiaoyu stopped Ming again. Xian. Ming. Xian wanted to leave, but now she couldn't, so she could only nod. Since everyone had nodded, Qin Shao could only nod as well. But there was Ming. With Xian and Yuan here, Qin Shao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and didn't seem to be so awkward. In fact, Qin Shao didn't know why, but as long as he was alone with Princess Xiaoyu, he would have a very strange feeling. He always felt that it was too ambiguous, and this kind of ambiguity was something he tried his best to get rid of. He only had Gu Lingyue in his heart, and there was no room for other women. He knew that the master of Princess Xiaoyu was very good and treated him well, but he couldn't do this. So sometimes, Qin Shao did hide from Princess Xiaoyu. Princess Xiaoyu was a little different from Yao Xuelian. Qin Shao actually didn't feel that way about Yao Xuelian. It was hard to say whether he understood or not. 3 women and 1 man. This was a very enviable combination. The 4 of them soon came to a place with pleasant scenery. This place was like a realm beyond the heavens. It was so beautiful that it made people want to live here and not want to leave. Especially for women, the beauty here was simply suffocating. This place was particularly suitable for strolling and relaxing, and it was also particularly suitable for lovers to come here and have a romantic time. If a man and a woman were here, it would be easy to create an ambiguous atmosphere. Beautiful scenery always seemed so romantic, and the romantic feeling would easily create an ambiguous atmosphere. Although Qin Xiao wasn't in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery here, being in such a beautiful environment would make people feel relaxed and happy, both physically and mentally. There were beauties around him and beautiful scenery in front of him, but Qin Xiao was thinking about cultivation. He hadn't even studied the cultivation method of the flying knife that his master, Sage Li, taught him. He hadn't been to many places of cultivation in the Saint Academy, and he didn't even know how to find out about them. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2430. A gust of wind blew, and Countess Xiaoyu's hair fluttered in the air. Her fine black hair twirled up and down, illuminating her face. It created a different kind of beauty, an indescribable feeling. Countess Xiaoyu gazed into the distance, and her eyes became more and more serene. There seemed to be a hint of sadness in that deep and serene gaze. But where did the sadness come from? All of a sudden, Countess Xiaoyu laughed again. Her laughter was silent, but it was as brilliant, beautiful, and moving as a peach blossom in full bloom. She only cared about her sadness, but she also cared about her smile. Qin Xiao looked at Countess Xiaoyu strangely. They didn't say anything along the way, as if they had a tacit understanding to keep silent. Ming, Xin, and Yuan whispered to each other from time to time. Their voices were very soft, as if they didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. Qin Xiao. Countess Xiaoyu suddenly turned her head and looked at Qin Xiao with a smile as bright as a summer flower, but her eyes were full of seriousness. Qin Xiao was stunned by Countess Xiaoyu's sudden action. He looked at Countess Xiaoyu and listened to her. Tell me, why do we live? Why do we live? Hearing this question, Qin Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect Countess Xiaoyu to ask such a profound question. About this question, 10,000 people would have 10,000 answers. Who could say for sure that it was a subjective question? This was really a question about life. But since Countess Xiaoyu talked about this question, Qin Xiao could only think about it carefully and see how he could understand this question. Why do we live? What do we live for? It was a profound and broad question. After thinking for a while, Qin Xiao said, "In the beginning, I lived for my parents and my family. For them, I practiced desperately. I didn't admit defeat. I didn't accept my fate. I unswervingly embarked on a path against the natural order. Later, I lived for the entire human tribe. I lived for my family, my friends, and the woman I loved. I want to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I protect them. Now, I'm living for my hometown. I'm also avenging my master, Elder Lu Ha. I want to save Yao Shiwilian and Baby Mo. There are many things I need to do. Perhaps, other than these, I have the heart of an expert in my bones. I want to become stronger. I want to stand at the peak of the mountain, and I want to explore this vast and boundless world. I want to stand at the top so that I won't be bullied by others. This is also a challenge in life. If you ask me specifically why I live, there are many reasons, so I can't really explain it clearly." Princess Xiaoyu asked again, "Then have you ever thought of living for yourself? Live for himself?" Qin Xiao was slightly taken aback. She thought for a moment and said, "Aren't I living for myself?" Princess Xiaoyu shook her head and said, "No, you're only living for others, not for yourself. You said that you live for your hometown, for your family, and for your friends. You want to become stronger. Although you want to become stronger for yourself, your purpose is still to protect your hometown and your family. If that's the case, you're still living for others. You're not living for yourself at all." Hearing this, Qin Xiao was stunned again. She pondered over Princess Xiaoyu's words. It sounded like there was some truth to it, but she still felt that something was wrong. Was that really the case? To truly live for yourself, I don't think you should consider other factors. In the past, I was also puzzled by this question. I've been thinking about it. Now, I finally know my answer. I used to be like you. I lived for the Xinhua clan. I wanted to become stronger because I wanted to protect the Xinhua clan and make it prosperous. Later, I lived for my master. Whatever he wanted me to do, I worked hard to achieve what he wanted. But now I have thought it through. I want to live for myself. I don't want to live for others. I don't want to deliberately live for the Xinhua clan, and I don't want to live for my master. I want to live for myself. Only in this way can I truly live a relaxed and happy life. I could do what I want to do. That is the life I yearn for, the life I want. The Xinhua clan has the fortune of the Xinhua clan. Now, the Xinhua clan is relatively strong. I don't need to worry too much. I will still protect the Xinhua clan, but I won't cultivate desperately just to strengthen the Xinhua clan. In fact, I have never liked cultivation. I also don't care what my master wants me to achieve. Cultivation is my own business. I don't want to be suppressed by others. So now, I feel very relaxed. After hearing Princess Xiaoyu's words, Qin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. She nodded and said, "Yes, if you feel happy, then it is good, it is right." As the saying goes, everyone has their own aspirations. Everyone has their own way of thinking and their own understanding of life. Maybe your understanding is right. At least, it is right for you. That is enough. But maybe my understanding is not the same as yours. But I don't think my understanding is wrong. At least, I think it is right for me. No matter what your understanding is, as long as it is the path you have decided to walk, the path you think is right, then it is good. In this world, there is no right or wrong. Since it is a subjective question, then everyone's subjective understanding is the correct answer. It doesn't matter if it's for yourself or for others. As long as you approve of it, it's good. At least, I agree with my thinking now. Princess Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Maybe." Princess Xiaoyu looked at Ming and Yuan Xian. "Ming? Xin and Yuan Yuan?" Ming shook her head directly and said, "This question is too profound. You could discuss it. I won't get involved. I don't know what I'm living for. I just want to live a happy life. I haven't thought about anything else." Yuan Yuan shook her head and blinked her eyes. She looked very cute as she spoke. Princess Xiaoyu nodded at them. Then she looked at Qin Xiao. Suddenly, her eyes were fixed on Qin Xiao, as if she was looking at him affectionately. Being stared at by Princess Xiaoyu like this, Qin Xiao suddenly felt a little embarrassed and uncomfortable. But if she avoided it, she felt that she would hurt Princess Xiaoyu. If she didn't avoid it, she felt very strange. She always felt that this aura was not right. Qin Xiao. After a while, Princess Xiaoyu suddenly spoke again, which almost startled Qin Xiao. I just found out that I don't like you." What?" Qin Xiao was slightly taken aback. What kind of move was this? Ming, Xin, and Miss Yuan Yuan were also stunned. They looked at Princess Xiaoyu in a daze and didn't know what Princess Xiaoyu was doing. In fact, they had always thought that Princess Xiaoyu should like Qin Xiao. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. "What? Are you very surprised? Or you don't believe me?" Seeing Qin Xiao's stunned look, Princess Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing again and asked, I that." Qin Xiao coughed awkwardly and didn't know what to say for a moment. In fact, he was a little surprised. He also thought that Princess Xiaoyu should like him. They had a lot of ambiguous moments before. But now Princess Xiaoyu said that she didn't like him directly. He was a little surprised. Maybe it was different from what he thought, which caused a huge contrast. Princess Xiaoyu continued, "No wonder you are surprised. In fact, I also thought that I should like you. I also tried to get close to you, and even pursued you. But because you only have Gu Lingwe in your heart, I couldn't get your heart. So my actions have been suppressed, and I didn't take any practical actions. At most, I've only occasionally created a little ambiguous atmosphere with you. For a long time, I really thought that I liked you and wanted to pursue you and get you. But now, I finally understand that I don't like you. It's just another form of liking you. My feelings for you are like my younger brother, Xiao Dao. In fact, from the beginning, I treated you as my family. I still remember that day when Xiao Dao and I went out to save you, and then you saved us and helped us. I lost my family when I was young. Xiao Dao and I depended on each other, so I was lonely and lacked love. Your life was saved by me and Xiao Dao. It was like something I picked up, so I naturally regarded it as mine. So, in fact, from the beginning, I treated you as my family. It's just that in terms of changing roles, I fell into a wrong consciousness and thought that I like you. But this kind of like is not the kind between a man and a woman, but the kind between family members. It's not love. There are still many things missing. Recently, I've been thinking about why I am living. When I figured it out, I suddenly saw the light. My love for you is only the kind between family members, not the love between a man and a woman. Because I thought about whether I could live for you, but the answer was no. Just like how I don't want to live for the Exanwell clan, I can't live for you. So at that moment, I understood that I have always treated you as my younger brother. Now, facing you, my heart is very relaxed and calm. The problem that has been troubling me for a long time, I finally understand. Qin Shao looked at Princess Xiaoyu. He couldn't help but think, is it really like this? Was what Princess Xiaoyu had said true? But looking at her, it doesn't seem like she is lying. Then it should be true? In his heart, Qin Shao naturally hoped that it was true. However, he was worried that Princess Xiaoyu made it up to not make him feel pressured and embarrassed. Right? Xian and Yuan blinked their eyes. They seemed to be analyzing this matter. Is Sister Xiaoyu telling the truth? Silly brother, what are you thinking about? Princess Xiaoyu suddenly patted Qin Shao and sneered. Her smile was so happy, so calm, so pure. From this smile, one could feel that Princess Xiaoyu was not lying. Ha, what are you thinking? I'm telling the truth. Don't you believe me? What, brother Qin Shao? Do you not want me to be telling the truth? Could it be that you have fallen in love with your sister Xiaoyu? It can't be. You have always been afraid of me and avoided me. Don't be so dramatic. It was not easy for me to understand this matter. Don't be confused. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. No. How could it be? I have always thought it through. Sister Xiaoyu, it's good that you have thought it through. From now on, I'm your younger brother. Haven't you always been my younger brother? Chapter 24:31. No matter what I live for, I just need to be firm in my path. What I need to do is to become stronger. This direction of my efforts will never change. I've wasted so much time. I have to hurry up and cultivate. After returning to the place of cultivation, Qin Shao immediately calmed down and devoted himself to cultivation. He told Ah Dong that he was going to cultivate in seclusion. If there was nothing important, he should not be disturbed. Qin Shao turned over his palm, and the fan of flying knives flew out and fell into his palm. As soon as the fan of flying knives came out, its light immediately illuminated the entire secret room. The wind rose. This was the knife qi caused by the flying knives, which was sharp and sharp. In the fan of flying knives, there were many cultivation methods of flying knives. There was even Sage Li's cultivation comprehension, which was the guide of flying knives. It could be said that it was a sacred object of Sage Li, and only a personal disciple like Qin Shao was qualified to have the fan of flying knives. After getting the fan of flying knives, Qin Shao did not have the time to study it. At this time, when he opened the fan of flying knives, the brilliant light suddenly enveloped Qin Shao, as if the door of a new world had opened, and Qin Shao was sucked in. Flying knives was broad, profound, and boundless. Among the side paths, the Tao of flying daggers could be considered to be very powerful. Moreover, there was a living Saint Li in the flying dagger Tao, making it even brighter and brighter than before. Soon, Qin Zhao's mind was completely attracted by the fan of flying knives, and he entered the world of flying knives. As soon as he entered the world of flying knives, Qin Shao was deeply shocked by the brilliance, magnificence, and profoundness of the world of flying knives. Flying knives is really as vast as the ocean. What I have mastered is just the tip of the iceberg. The real ocean is here. It's so exquisite, so exquisite. So that's how it is. My previous understanding of many aspects of flying knives was wrong. No wonder the more I practice, the more difficult it is. It turns out that it is the opposite. Master is truly great to be able to create such an exquisite flying dagger Tao. Qin Shao was immersed in the world of the fan of flying knives, greedily comprehending the flying knives. She discovered many misunderstandings in her previous cultivation. Many of them were suddenly enlightened. The effect of comprehending and cultivating in the fan of flying knives was really too good. It was 100 times faster with half the effort. If he had the fan of flying daggers, then his cultivation of the flying daggers would have reached the great accomplishment realm. In terms of the flying dagger Tao, the total realms could be divided into novice, small success, great success, peak, and control. It had to be classified as the same as many immortal arts and secret arts. The only difference was that it was on a different level. At this time, Qin Zhao's flying knife Dao had reached the great accomplishment realm. The great accomplishment realm of the flying dagger Dao meant that his strength was close to that of a semi-sage. He was considered to be at the peak of the fourth step celestial venerable realm. In other words, if the Dao of flying dagger were to take another step forward and reach the pinnacle, it would be equivalent to the level of an ancient sage. It was more than enough to pose a huge threat to an ancient sage. Qin Xiao didn't know what level of control he had, but there must be a higher level above the control level. As for Li Shang's level, it was definitely something that no one could reach. That was a supreme level, a creator. The gap between creation and cultivation was naturally very big. No matter how profound one's flying dagger Dao was, he was only a cultivator. In front of the creator, he was still vulnerable. It was obviously extremely difficult to break through from the great accomplishment realm to the peak realm of the flying dagger Dao. Such a breakthrough required one to first step on the ancient path and find the ancient road. Only then could one make a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Previously, Qin Xiao had also asked his master, Li Sheng, how to set foot on the ancient road. There were thousands of different ways to set foot on the ancient road. But no matter which way it was, in fact, in the final analysis, the things to be done were more or less the same. To cultivate, one had to make a breakthrough and set foot on the ancient road. There were other ways, such as taking the divine vitality fruit and directly using the divine vitality fruit's saint power to help one open up an ancient road. In other words, a world god like the Yinglong world god was willing to help one and forcibly open up an ancient road for one. In other words, one could create a Dao and use the Dao that one created to help one open up an ancient road. To put it bluntly, no matter which way it was, the ultimate goal was to open up an ancient road in one sea of consciousness. The ancient road led to a secluded place, seeking eternity and exploring the most primitive power of Tao, seeking the root, seeking the origin of everything. And this was the true essence of cultivation. All power had its origin, its place of birth. Setting foot on the ancient road was to set foot on the road to find the origin, the road to eternity. So it was called the ancient road. Only by using one's Tao or one's own strength would one be able to open an ancient path. Only then would one be able to break free from the river of time and break free from the cycle of time, becoming truly undying and indestructible. One's true deity heart would not be obliterated by the passage of time. The ancient road was difficult as ascending to heaven. In a blue sea, a setting sun, a touch of morning glow, and a cluster of flowers, two beautiful figures sat on a rock at the edge of a cliff. The warm wind gently blew their fine black hair, making them look elegant and charming. A cute girl was chasing butterflies in the flowering shrubs by the side. She was playing happily, just like a child full of innocence. From time to time, there was a burst of bell-like laughter, which came from the bottom of her heart and was truly happy. It was somewhat enviable. It was said that the more one grew up, the more one would lose something, such as innocence and happiness. When one grew up, there would be more things to think about, and naturally, there would be more worries. However, Yuan could still be like a child, carefree and heartless. She was still filled with that pure, childlike innocence. When she was happy, she would laugh. When she was unhappy, she would cry. Everything was so real and so natural. Her expression could express everything in her heart without any concealment. This sincerity was very infectious and enviable. Seeing Yuan, Princess Xiaoyu, and Ming Long, there was a feeling in her heart that they would never be able to go back. Yuan rarely focused on cultivation either. She would only cultivate when she was in the mood. She would play whenever she wanted to. It was just that there was no one to play with her most of the time. However, with no one to play with her, she would find her own entertainment. Fortunately, Princess Xiaoyu and Ming Long had plenty of time. The two of them took turns playing with Yuan Yuan. Coupled with the fact that Princess Ru Xin would keep Yuan Yuan company from time to time, Yuan Yuan was no longer lonely. Sometimes, I really envy Yuan Yuan. She can live so happily. If we want to be happy like that, just how extravagant is that? Princess Xiaoyu suddenly said. Ming Long? Ming Long nodded in agreement. Yeah, it really is an extremely extravagant thing. We all have our own troubles, our own thoughts, and we will never be able to find that innocence again. We've already walked so far, so we can't go back anymore, so there's nothing to envy. This reminds me of what you asked Qin Xiao before. Why do we live? That really is a profound subject. Sister Xiaoyu, to be honest, are you really sure you don't like Qin Xiao? Princess Xiaoyu looked at Ming Long smiled and said, perhaps I did like him in the past, but perhaps I really only liked him as a younger brother. Actually, to be honest, I still haven't figured out what it means to like someone and what it means to love someone. Love is far too profound and difficult to understand. Perhaps I really have to love and be hurt once before I can understand it more deeply and thoroughly. Anyway, I still don't really understand it, but I've thought it through. At the very least, I'm extremely clear right now. I only treat Qin Xiao as a younger brother. Perhaps I thought about it in the past and tried my best, but it all failed. I did try it, but he backed away. He only has Gu Lingyue in his heart. There's no room for anyone else. Even if it's just my own wishful thinking, nothing good will come out of it. If that's the case, why don't I just let it go and withdraw? And I might not have loved him in the past. I really do feel like I treat him more like family, like a younger brother. Isn't it good now? He's relaxed, and so am I. And our relationship hasn't been affected at all. In the future, I'll be his elder sister, and he'll be my younger brother. We're still a family. It's good, really good. This is also what I want, isn't it? Ming Long? Ming Long nodded and said, well, if that's what you really think, then it's really good. I don't know what love is, so I can't help you analyze this profound problem. But I think it's a good thing that you've thought it through and said it clearly. Everyone's relaxed. No matter what, it's good for you and Qin Xiao. Yes, it's good. Princess Xiaoyu smiled. She was relaxed, and she had never been so relaxed before. This made her even more certain that what she was thinking was right. It was good that she had thought it through. She was right once she made up her mind. There was no right or wrong in this world. Right or wrong only depended on people. If you think it's right, it's right. If you think it's wrong, it's wrong. There was no boundary between right and wrong. Cultivation was also cultivation. Everything depended on the heart. Ming Long? Ming Long, what about you? Princess Xiaoyu suddenly looked at Ming Long seriously. Ming Long asked, me? Ming Long? Ming Long was slightly stunned and looked at Princess Xiaoyu in surprise. She was puzzled for a moment. What about me? I'm the same as you. Now I'm living for myself, not for others. It's too tiring to live for others. I'd better live for myself. It's easier, more comfortable, and happier. Princess Xiaoyu shook her head and said, you know what I'm asking. There are only two of us here. You don't have to feel embarrassed, do you? Ming Long? Ming Long was slightly stunned and fell silent. After a while, Ming Long said, Sister Xiaoyu, to be honest, I also have a good impression of Qin Xiao. But if I really like her, I don't know if it counts. I'm the same as you. I have no experience in love, and I don't know what love is. I haven't figured it out myself, so I naturally don't know if it's true. But just as big sister Xiaoyu said, now that you've thought it through, I've also thought it through. Some things can't be forced. When it's time to give up, we should give up. Besides, I don't really like him. It's just that I haven't developed a good impression of him yet. Now that I've figured it out, I feel relieved and let it go. In life, it's not bad to have more sincere friends, more confidants, or more beautiful women. Why do you have to insist on so much? And it's something that can't be obtained. It's too tiring to ask for it, so I've figured it out. Princess Xiaoyu nodded. She agreed with Ming Long. Ming Long agreed with her. Well, I'm relieved that you think so. But I have another question. What's your background? Is it important? It's not important. I just treat you as a sister and want to know more. Haha, I don't want to tell you now. When the time is right, I'll tell you. Chapter 2432. Qin Shao had been cultivating in seclusion for 100,000 years. When he came out of the world of the fan of flying daggers, Qin Shao still felt unsatisfied. The Tao of flying daggers is a natural Tao, broad and profound. A complete Tao is simply too profound. It's far too difficult to fully grasp this Tao. What I have now is just the tip of the iceberg. Although I've improved a lot after cultivating in the fan of flying daggers for 100,000 years, I'm still far from peaking at the whole iceberg. I still have a long way to go if I want to break through and open the ancient road with the Tao of the flying dagger. It's too difficult. I can't always immerse myself in the world of the fan of flying daggers. Even if I can slowly accumulate, it's more difficult to find the ancient road with the Tao of flying daggers. Because of this, Qin Shao decided to come out after the speed of comprehension slowed down. To make a breakthrough, in addition to the accumulation of comprehension, it was more important to have a great epiphany. If he wanted to slowly accumulate and then naturally break through, it would be too difficult. The difficulty now was to open up the ancient road. This was a big hurdle, so it was even more difficult. Because of this, Qin Shao couldn't always stay in the world of the fan of flying daggers to comprehend and cultivate the Tao of flying daggers. If he wanted to open up the ancient road, perhaps Qin Zhao's accumulations in various aspects were still insufficient. After all, the Tao of flying daggers is a side Tao. If I want to make a breakthrough, I need to cultivate the great Tao. Master also mentioned this to me. The realm is everything. Everything else is illusory. Some methods may only make you strong for a while, but if you don't have the realm, it's useless. Take a half-saint, for example. Even if your strength is comparable to an ancient sage, if you don't step on the ancient road, it's all in vain. For the rest of your life, you have to fight against the river of time. One day, you will be annihilated and die. The realm is always the most important thing. There would be disadvantages if you pursued the means too much. For example, a half-saint pursued the means too much, so he pursued some things to the extreme. Such an action made it difficult for him to open up the ancient road. He walked the subtle Tao to the extreme and lost himself. Qin Shao still didn't understand why a half-saint couldn't open up the ancient road and become a saint. But since his master said so, it must be right. To open up the ancient road, one couldn't be stubborn. To the extreme, one had to know how to be flexible. There are many places for cultivation in the Saint Institute. I haven't studied them before, but I can take a look now. Tao lecture grounds, Tao discussion chambers, and Tao discussion halls. These are all places where ancient sages will be lecturing on the Tao lecture grounds. It's worth a visit. The ancient sages' Tao lectures are also about the great Tao of the immortal Tao laws, about how to open up the ancient path. In the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, you can choose immortal arts, secret arts, and even saint arts. Moreover, the cultivation methods that can enter the 10,000 Laws Pavilion should be extremely powerful and profound. According to the information on the token, I can choose 5 cultivation methods at will. After that, if I want to choose a cultivation method, I need to get a reward or get saint points. The way to get saint points is similar to other forces. You need to pass tests and complete missions to get them. But I don't need too many cultivation methods. Being able to choose 5 should be enough for my cultivation for the time being. I can choose 5, but the others can only choose 2 or 3. I still have to go to the Saint College, but I'm not in a hurry to go there. In addition, there was the Azura battlefield. The Azura battlefield attracted Qin Zhao's interest, so he took a look. The Azura battlefield was an ancient battlefield left behind by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It was sealed by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors with great magic. Now, only the supreme forces could enter the Azura battlefield. The students of the Saint College could enter the Azura battlefield once. Of course, an extremely dangerous place like the Azura battlefield was naturally not easy to enter. Even the students of the Saint College would have a slim chance of survival if they entered. However, if they could experience the Azura battlefield and come back alive, they would definitely gain a lot. As the first on the Saint ranking, Qin Shao also had special treatment and could enter the Azura battlefield twice. If he wanted to enter the Azura battlefield a 3rd time, he would need to exchange saint points. 2 times, he believed, would be enough. After entering that kind of place once, he probably wouldn't want to go in a second time. The battlefield left behind from the ancient times, the existence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It seems that there are many ancient ruins inside. It's worth going to experience. But I definitely can't go to the Azura battlefield alone. It's too dangerous. Well, I don't have much interest in it for the time being. I'll go with Zhang Yang and the others when I have the chance in the future. The Land of the Beginning was also called the Land of the Beginning of Chaos. It was said to be the place where the immortal realm was formed at the beginning, the place where everything originated. Of course, that was just a rumor. It was hard to say whether it was true or not. However, this Land of the Beginning was described in the token's information to be very magical. It was a place that people yearned for. Qin Shao only had one chance to go to this Land of the Beginning of Chaos. The Land of the Beginning was worth a visit. It was a good place to comprehend the way of immortality. However, it was enough to go to such a place once. If he could comprehend it, he would comprehend it. If he didn't, it would be very difficult to comprehend it again. Other than the Land of the Beginning, there were 2 other mysterious places for cultivation. One was the Land of Mysteries, and the other was the Land of Endless Battles. The Land of Mysteries was extremely strange and strange. It was also filled with many unknown dangers. It was a place of adventure. However, this Land of Mysteries would also allow people to comprehend many ways of immortality. The Land of Endless Battles was actually similar. It was just that the form might be different. The Land of Endless Battles combined some of the characteristics of the Azura battlefield and the Land of Mysteries. However, they were not as strong as the characteristics of both. It could be considered a more balanced place. Lecture Hall, Discussion House, Discussion Hall, Azura Battlefield, Land of the Beginning, Land of Mysteries, Land of Endless Laws, and Land of Endless Battles. These 8 places are the cultivation places of the Sacred Academy. Each of them should be very extraordinary. Otherwise, the Sacred Academy would not have listed them as cultivation places for students. Each place is worth a visit. However, I am not interested in experiencing battles recently. I have to wait for news from Xia Dongho and Meng Dali. I will not leave the Sacred Academy for the time being. Well, I should go to the lecture hall first. I have just finished cultivating in seclusion in the Fan of Flying Daggers. It is time to relax. As for the Land of Endless Laws, it is not too late to go there later. In terms of cultivation methods, I do not lack anything for the time being. There is no need to rush. However, the cultivation methods in the Sacred Academy are still worth looking forward to. After deciding to go to the lecture hall, Qin Shao set off. The Dao Lecture Hall, the Dao Debate Residence, and the Dao Discussion Hall were all in the same area. Soon, Qin Shao arrived at the lecture hall. It was bustling with noise and excitement. There were many students here. This was a large open space. It was not like an ordinary school where there were seats. There were no fixed seats here. Everyone could stand or sit as they pleased. The lecture hall was not big. However, it was filled with the aura of Dao. The laws of the immortal Dao were everywhere. The power of the great Dao could be seen everywhere. Some of them were even presented in a very intuitive manner, allowing people to see them directly and comprehend some things from them. The aura here was very good. It was a very suitable place for cultivation. Comprehending and cultivating the immortal Dao here was twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, just staying here to cultivate was already very beneficial. As soon as Qin Shao arrived, he was attracted. Every flower, stone, grass, tree, landscape, and some runes here seemed to be written with the laws of the immortal Dao. They could present the foundation of the laws in a very intuitive and special way. People could comprehend the foundation of the laws. However, Qin Shao did not have time to carefully appreciate these things. He attracted everyone's attention as soon as he arrived. Everyone's eyes quickly gathered on Qin Shao. Oh, what a rare guest. What a rare guest. Our young master Qin Shao is here. Huh, isn't that right? Since the student competition, I have not seen Qin Shao show his face. The existence of the first on the saint rankings is indeed different. He is not with us. I thought he would be like Fu Zhongshuan, who is also elusive and rarely shows his face. Don't say that. Qin Xiao is very amiable. Isn't he here? Qin Xiao, come here. Qin Xiao was very popular as soon as he arrived, but this popularity was probably mostly because of his strength and status. The existence of the first on the Saint rankings. Who could compare with such talent and potential? However, there were also many people who sympathized with Qin Xiao. Although he was the first on the Saint rankings and was known as the #1 genius in the immortal realm, he did not achieve his goal. The biggest winner of the student competition was Prince Zhongyang. Xia Donghe was lucky enough to be the disciple of the god of Yinglong world. However, Qin Xiao did not get anything. Feeling everyone's enthusiasm, no matter what the reason was, Qin Xiao smiled and cupped his fist to everyone. Thank you for your concern. I was delayed by some matters, so I haven't shown my face yet. I came here to listen to the Lord's preaching. We are all students of the same sect, so please take care of me in the future. If you have anything to say, you can tell me directly. If there is anything that Qin Xiao can help you with, don't hesitate to tell me directly. Qin Xiao's easygoing and approachable nature was indeed beyond many people's expectations. This was completely different from Fu Zhongshuan. Fu Zhongshuan was incomparably cold. First, he did not show his face, and second, he did not say a word to others. Some people even greeted Fu Zhongshuan, but Fu Zhongshuan just glanced at them coldly and did not pay much attention to them. Although Xia Donghe was not as cold as Fu Zhongshuan, he also rarely showed his face. It was rare to see him. Moreover, Xia Donghe was born with a very strong aura, unlike Qin Xiao, who was easygoing. This easygoing made Qin Xiao feel that he was not the existence of the first on the Saint rankings. He did not have any arrogance, nor was he arrogant. He was not superior to others. An easygoing person naturally made people want to get close to him. Therefore, everyone was very enthusiastic to talk to Qin Xiao. They either simply greeted him or chatted casually. Chapter 2433. Qin Xiao also saw a lot of familiar faces here, including a few who had lost to him in the student competition. The most typical example was Li Yuanji, who was directly kicked out of the top 100 after the battle with Qin Xiao. Originally, with Li Yuanji's strength, there should be no problem for him to be in the top 10. In fact, the top 5 should be a very strong contender. Although Li Yuanji was indeed eliminated from the Saint rankings, no one dared to doubt Li Yuanji's strength and his innate divine body. Li Yuanji walked over to Qin Xiao. Seeing Li Yuanji's action, many people couldn't help but look sideways, wondering if there would be a good show. Some people were afraid of Li Yuanji and consciously made way, not daring to provoke Li Yuanji. There were also a few people who were still standing beside Qin Xiao and didn't retreat for a while. Li Yuanji, we are all students of the same sect. Let bygones be bygones. Don't make trouble, a man said. Yes, Li Yuanji. The student competition is originally a competition. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. You don't have to be like this, right? Another man said. These two people spoke up for Qin Xiao, trying to persuade Li Yuanji not to cause trouble here. Qin Xiao looked at Li Yuanji and didn't say anything. Li Yuanji also looked at Qin Xiao. The two of them met as if they had met on a narrow path. Their sharp eyes flashed with a sharp light, as if swords and sabers had met, and some sparks were going to fly. The atmosphere was indeed a little tense, which made many people a little worried. Li Yuanji was eliminated by Qin Xiao before, and he was so miserable that he couldn't even enter the Saint rankings. For him, it was a great loss of face. Therefore, it was very normal for Li Yuanji to bear a grudge against Qin Xiao. Now that the two of them met, it naturally made people a little worried. The two of you, please give me some face. This is a lecture hall. Don't cause any trouble here. How bad would it be? Besides, we're all classmates. We're all a family. We should love each other. Why don't you all give me some face and bury the hatchet? Wouldn't that be better? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this familiar voice, Qin Xiao couldn't help laughing. She knew who it was without looking. Zhao's real name was unknown. In any case, everyone liked to call him Zhao. No one cared what his real name was. Some people even thought that Zhao was his name. It was just that this name was very unique and very confusing. Of course, Zhao himself had never responded to these discussions. He had never acknowledged them, nor had he ever objected to them. It seemed that he was very used to it, or rather, liked it when people called him Mr. Zhao. This guy was someone who loved to poke his nose into other people's business. Wherever there was a problem, he would always be there. Most importantly, he was someone who dared to meddle in everything. He even dared to touch Li Yuanji's dragon fury. Qin Xiao still had a good impression of Zhao. She felt that this person was very interesting and had a sense of justice. Although sometimes he was funny, sometimes he couldn't do anything to the end. More often than not, it seemed like he was just playing a joke. Just like the first time they met, Zhao stood up, but later he couldn't do anything to the end. At first, Qin Xiao thought that Zhao didn't have the strength to do anything, but later she found that Zhao actually had the strength to do so. Zhao was able to pass the selection of Saint Academy and become a student of Saint Academy. This was something that surprised Qin Xiao. This guy was also a person who didn't show off and hid his strength deeply. The key was that he was easygoing and liked to meddle in other people's business. He didn't offend or provoke anyone, even those who were much weaker than him. Therefore, the feeling he gave people was really not so good. They all felt that he shouldn't have any strength. How was Zhao's strength? Perhaps no one could say clearly because he didn't offend anyone and didn't fight with anyone. He hid his strength too deeply. Even if he fought, he didn't necessarily use much strength. But people didn't dislike Zhao, who was more amusing and liked to tease him. Zhao, you're really everywhere. But you really came at the right time. Ha ha. Just now I was wondering if Zhao would suddenly jump out. Sure enough, you jumped out. Where there are people, there is Jianghu. Where there is Jianghu, there is Zhao. What the hell? I didn't see you just now. Where the hell did you jump out from? Zhao, come on, don't be a coward. At some point, Zhao had stood between Qin Xiao and Li Yuanji, looking like he was going to be a peacemaker. He looked at Qin Xiao and then at Li Yuanji with an embarrassed smile. This simple and honest look was very infectious. Li Yuanji twisted his neck, and a ghostly, evil smile slipped from the corner of his mouth. He spat out a few words. Itchy for a beating? Ahem, it's not itchy. I just came out to adjust the atmosphere for you. If you really want to fight, then pretend that I didn't come out. You can continue. Zhao Zhenren immediately cowered and nodded timidly. Then, he quickly retreated to the side. This was a world of difference from the high-spirited image he had just now, when he asked people to give him face. It was as if he was a different person. Such a move also caused many people to cast disdainful gazes at him. They thought that Zhao could really stop something, but they didn't expect him to go soft all of a sudden. Sure enough, Zhao was still unreliable. F*CK. I thought it would be a king this time, but I didn't expect it to be a scum. What a coward. He's scared after just one sentence? I despise him. I seriously despise him. Zhao has never lost in pretentiousness, and Zhao has never succeeded in peacemaking. I'm also convinced. It's a miracle that he's still alive today. I don't even support the wall. I'm convinced. Zhao turned a deaf ear to everyone's ridicule and contempt. He was really thick-skinned. However, if he wasn't thick-skinned, it wouldn't do. He would have been scolded to death long ago. In Zhao's own words, it was, a man who knows shame can't do great things. I, Zhao, am determined to be a great person and do great things. Therefore, I can't have shame. After shouting at Zhao to leave, Li Yuanji glanced at the two men who had just persuaded him and said, Why aren't you leaving? Do you want me to send you off? The two men suddenly hesitated. If they didn't leave, they were far from being Li Yuanji's opponent. If they left, it didn't seem appropriate. Just now, they wanted to persuade Li Yuanji to let it go. If they left now, wouldn't it be a little awkward? However, just as the two of them were in a dilemma, Qin Xiao curled her lips and laughed. She said to the two of them, It's okay, you guys move aside. Li Yuanji isn't looking for trouble with me, let alone fighting with me. Besides, if we really fight, he's not my opponent. What are you worried about? That's right. Li Yuanji was defeated by Qin Xiao. However, that was in a mountain river map, not in the real world. Of course, in the real world, Li Yuanji was definitely not Qin Xiao's opponent. After all, even Fu Zhongshuan lost to Qin Xiao. Thinking of this, the two men were slightly relieved and retreated to the side. Many people looked over, wanting to see what the situation was and what Li Yuanji wanted to do. Li Yuanji glared at Qin Shao and said with a depressed look, "Didn't I just lose to you once? Is there a need to talk about it? Although I admit that your current strength is indeed above mine, if it weren't for the mountain river map at that time, you might not be my opponent." Haha, Tian Jiao Xiaodong Ho and Fu Zhongshuan should have thought so at that time. Qin Shao curled her lips and smiled. An invisible slap in the face made Li Yuanji speechless for a moment. Alas, even if it was a real battle, Li Yuanji should still have a higher chance of losing. Qin Shao was able to create a miracle in a hopeless situation. In the end, even Fu Zhongshuan was defeated by him. Li Yuanji waved his hand and said, "Well, this matter is over. Then let's not talk about the victory and defeat. Since we met, let's go over there and have a drink and chat. The lecture hasn't started yet, so we should still have some time." What everyone was worried about did not happen. Li Yuanji did not come to find trouble with Qin Shao. He just wanted to have a few drinks with Qin Shao. Qin Shao also believed that Li Yuanji was a broad-minded person, so he was not worried that Li Yuanji would find trouble with him from the beginning. Besides, even if Li Yuanji wanted to find trouble with him, he would not be stupid enough to do it in a place like the lecture hall, especially in front of so many students. If there is wine to drink, it would be impolite to refuse. Qin Shao smiled and agreed. The two of them sat on the side. The two of them wanted to drink and chat alone, so the others naturally knew not to disturb them. Li Yuanji took out some good wine and toasted Qin Shao first. After drinking, Li Yuanji said again, "Qin Shao, are you not afraid that I will find trouble with you?" Hearing this question, Qin Shao laughed. "Have you ever seen a winner afraid of a loser looking for trouble? Anyway, you're not my opponent, so why should I be afraid of you?" Li Yuanji shook his head and said, "That's not necessarily true, although normally, I should be no match for you. But don't forget, the student tournament rules forbid the use of innate magical powers. My innate magical powers are my strongest means and my trump card. If I use my innate magical powers, coupled with my immortal king battle body, then you may not be my match, right?" Indeed, if Li Yuanji used his innate magical powers, then Qin Shao would not have much confidence in winning. However, Qin Shao did not say this. Instead, he said, "You say it as if we don't have some powerful trump cards. You have your innate magical powers, and I have my own means. We'll only know who's going to win after we really fight. Besides, it is definitely different from fighting with your life on the line. So, there's no need to worry about this matter, right? We are not enemies, so there shouldn't be a day when we have to fight with our lives on the line, right? Unless you, Li Yuanji, want to take revenge for your previous loss to me." Li Yuanji rolled his eyes at Qin Shao speechlessly and said, "Do I look like someone who will take revenge for the smallest grievance?" Qin Shao looked at Li Yuanji seriously, then shook his head and said, "Well, you don't look like it." "That's right. How can I be that kind of person?" You really don't look like it because you are that kind of person." "Haha, I'm just joking with you. I believe you're not." Qin Shao laughed and said. Li Yuanji also laughed and raised his wine glass. "For your trust, I propose another toast to you." "Well, a toast sincerely offered by a loser I still have to drink." Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2434. Qin Shao and Li Yuanji were chatting happily, drinking and laughing nonstop. It was as if 1,000 cups of wine were not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. In many people's impression, Li Yuanji was not a person who was easy to get close to, but he was also somewhat arrogant. Moreover, his personality was actually quite unyielding and domineering, so no one dared to offend him. However, from the looks of it, Li Yuanji and Qin Shao were chatting very well. At this moment, a powerful sage aura descended. Soon, a figure landed on a high platform and sat down cross-legged. Everyone immediately perked up and sat upright. Those who had wine put it away, and their eyes fell on the figure on the high platform. Obviously, the teacher of the Saint Institute had arrived and was about to start his lecture. Everyone came to the training hall to listen to the teacher of the St. Institute's lecture. Naturally, they were very serious. Even Li Yuanji was very serious. With a wave of his hand, he put away the wine and sat upright, looking at the teacher. Qin Shao also looked at the high platform. Sitting on the high platform, the teacher of the St. Institute, Qin Shao found the introduction in the token. Dao Wuzi, fourth step ancient saint. Profound Dao, proficient in many minor Daos, especially sword Dao. Although the introduction was very little, it was enough to show how powerful Dao Wuzi was. A fourth-step ancient saint, how powerful was that? Not to mention a fourth-step ancient saint. Even a first-step ancient saint was incomparably powerful in front of Qin Shao. It was an insurmountable sky. A fourth-step ancient saint had long exceeded Qin Zhao's imagination. It was no exaggeration to say that a fourth-step ancient saint's gaze was enough to easily turn Qin Shao into ashes. In front of Dao Wuzi, Qin Shao naturally felt endless respect and admiration. His preaching had to be listened to with all their heart and soul. After Dao Wuzi's gaze swept across the crowd, he began his lecture. What is Dao? Such a topic was too broad, too big, and too deep. Even the old man might not be able to explain clearly what Dao was. After all, the old man's Dao isn't that profound. He hasn't reached the realm of true mastery. Therefore, the topic of the old man's lecture this time is different from that of the previous teachers. They all talked about the Tao from a broad point of view and analyzed it for you. The old man won't talk about these things. The old man will talk about what you care about the most, what you want to hear the most right now. He will talk about the ancient road and how to step onto it. As soon as Dao Wuzi opened his mouth, it made everyone happy. Instantly, they became more spirited and full of enthusiasm. Right now, the biggest problem that was placed before everyone was how to step onto the ancient road. This was something that everyone was incomparably concerned about. Therefore, when Dao Wuzi talked about how to step onto the ancient road, it was naturally very popular with everyone. Brother Qin Shao, it seems that we came at the right time. This is the first time I've come to listen to a sermon on the Tao, and I've actually met someone who's talking about the ancient path, Li Yuanji said with a smile. It was also the first time he came to listen to a lecture. It was also the first time Qin Shao came. Ha! It seems that great minds think alike. We came at the right time. Qin Shao laughed. After laughing, he focused his attention and threw himself wholeheartedly into the lecture. His gaze was firmly fixed on Dao Wuzi. He didn't miss a single word. He wanted to memorize it and comprehend the meaning within it. He wanted to explore the profound mysteries within it. Regarding the ancient road, his master Li Sheng had told him a little before. However, he didn't talk about it in detail. He only talked about some things casually. Those things were too little. Although he talked about the key points, just the key points alone weren't enough for Qin Shao to quickly step onto the ancient road and open up his own ancient road. First, I'll talk about the most basic things. First, what is the ancient road? This is a possibility that everyone should know. The so-called ancient road is the road that leads to the ancient times. The road that leads to the origin of everything is called the ancient road. Of course, this is only the meaning expressed in the simplest language. The true meaning of the ancient road is obviously not something that can be completely expressed in just a few short sentences. The true ancient road, listening to Dao Wuzi's lecture, Qin Shao was intoxicated. He indeed understood a lot of principles and comprehended a lot of new things. About the ancient road, teacher Dao Wuzi talked a lot about it. He also talked about it in a very detailed manner, so that Qin Shao could understand more about the ancient road. Indeed, there was no way to completely express the truly profound things with simple words. Therefore, if one wanted to have a deeper understanding, then they needed a teacher to explain it. They also use words, but he could organize a lot of words to express it. He could understand it on a deeper level. Of course, the ability of language to express itself was limited after all. Many things could only be understood but not explained in words. Preaching was one thing, but to really do it, one still needed to rely on Qin Shao and the others to comprehend and cultivate themselves to truly comprehend the Tao. However, the The guidance of teacher Dao Wuzi's lecture was also very useful. With this guidance, it would also make it easier for Qin Shao and the others to open up their own ancient road. Cultivation relied on comprehending and understanding the foundation of the Tao. But to comprehend the foundation of the Tao, you first had to know what the Tao was. You had to know what the Tao was and what you had to comprehend in depth. The purpose of a teacher's lecture lay in this. Once you have a solid foundation, the rest will be up to you to understand and comprehend. No one will be able to help you then. But the foundation in front of you could help you lay down. This was the so-called the teacher leads the way, but cultivation depends on the individual. But whether one could enter this door or not, the impact was also very big. If one could enter this door, then they could take fewer detours and reduce a lot of cultivation time. It was precisely because of this that a good teacher was also very necessary. Teacher Dao Wuzi's preaching of the Tao was very exciting. Everyone who heard it was intoxicated. They were completely immersed in it, greedily absorbing the knowledge. Exciting times always seem to be a little short. Teacher Dao Wuzi's lecture also came to an end, and he stopped. Everyone was still not satisfied, but they all felt that they had gained a lot. At the very least, they had a lot of ideas and understanding about how to open up their own ancient road. They believed that this would be of great help to their own cultivation. Teacher Dao Wuzi is indeed an existence of the fourth step ancient sage. His understanding of the Tao is really deep to the extreme. The ancient road is like this. Now that I have a very clear understanding of the ancient road, I know how to open up my own ancient road. There are indeed many ways to open up the ancient road. It's just that I have to see which one is most suitable for me. Or rather, I have to see which one I have the most confidence in and can do it the fastest. But for now, I still have a long way to go before I can open up the ancient road. I'm still very far away, so there's no hurry. The road of cultivation is long, and the road has to be walked one step at a time. Every step has to be taken steadily and steadily. The most important thing is that now that I know how to walk the ancient road, I have a clear direction. I can work hard to cultivate in this direction and avoid taking many detours. Listening to teacher's lecture is indeed very helpful to my cultivation. However, teacher Dao Wuzi's lecture is mainly about the ancient road. It doesn't touch on the immortal Tao, nor does it touch on other side Taos. This is a little regrettable. Tao lectures are only held once every 90,000 years. I'll have to wait another 90,000 years for the next lecture. But it's worth it. Listening to a lecture is really beneficial. It's really worth it. Qin Shao smiled at his heart. With so many benefits, his mood was naturally very good. The conditions of being able to cultivate in the Sacred Academy were indeed incomparable to other places. Tao lectures were all supreme existences of the fourth step ancient sage realm. This was something that was impossible in other forces. Even in the 100 schools of thought, it was very unlikely that a supreme existence of the fourth step ancient sage realm would come out to personally give a lecture. All right, students, this old man's lecture will end here. The next time you want to listen to the old man's lecture, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a few million years before it's the old man's turn again. Your identity medallions will inform you of the information regarding the Tao lectures. Before we end this lecture, this old man has a question to ask all of you. Consider it a small interaction with all of you. Everyone pricked up their ears and waited for teacher Dao Wuzi's question. After a pause, teacher Dao Wuzi continued. Tell me, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Hearing this question, many people couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of question was this? What did this question have to do with the lecture? This was a rather paradoxical question in itself, right? Only some mortals would discuss this question, right? Regarding this question, perhaps many people felt that it was very boring and not worth discussing and answering. Hearing this question, Qin Shao and Li Yuanji couldn't help but look at each other. Both of them were slightly surprised. They really didn't expect teacher Dao Wuzi to ask such a strange question. However, they also knew that since teacher Dao Wuzi asked this question, he must have a purpose, and it must be a great purpose. Qin Shao seriously thought about it. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Regarding this question, Qin Shao vaguely remembered that when he was still in the Qin family, he had heard about it. At that time, for this question, there was a fierce debate. Some said that there was the chicken first. Without the chicken, how could the egg be laid? Some said that there was no egg. Without the egg, how could the chicken be hatched? Some said that they didn't know, and some said that it was possible. This question, how should it be answered? How to understand it? How to analyze it? Chicken first? That shouldn't be right. Egg first? That also shouldn't be right. Don't know? This was obviously not the answer that teacher Dao Wuzi wanted. Both were possible. This was definitely not the answer that teacher Dao Wuzi wanted. This question shouldn't be that simple. Teacher Dao Wuzi should want to express something on a deeper level. This was a paradoxical question, but in fact, if one thought about it carefully, one would feel that this question was very profound. It was a question that no one could explain clearly, but there was a very profound principle hidden in it. And the principle was the Tao. Therefore, it was related to the immortal Tao. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, many thoughts appeared in his mind. Integrating these thoughts, Qin Shao had a new understanding of this problem. He understood it from a new perspective. Teacher Dao Wuzi seemed to know that Qin Shao had some understanding. His gaze suddenly looked at Qin Shao. He said, "Qin Shao, stand up and tell me your understanding of this question." Chapter 2435. Qin Shao stood up. After organizing his words, he began to preach the Tao. The Tao can be Tao, but it is not the Tao. The name can be named, but it is not the name. Nameless, the beginning of all things. Named, the mother of all things. Therefore, there is often no desire to see the wonder. There is often desire to see the desire. These two come from the same origin, but have different names. They are both called mysteries, mysteries within mysteries. Mysteries. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? This question is the Tao brother. The Tao is not the Tao. It is a mystery within a mystery. In fact, we don't really need to figure out whether the chicken or the egg came first. The Tao follows nature. Everything exists because of the Tao. The Tao gives birth to all things. All things are born of the Tao. Whether it is the chicken or the egg, they're all born of the Tao. Therefore, it is not the chicken or the egg that came first. It is the Tao that came first. After the Tao, there will be the chicken and the egg. The Tao of cultivation must be traced to the root. Don't be bound by some things and limit your thoughts. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? If you think deeply about this question, your thoughts will be limited by this question. You will be trapped in a vortex, and it will be difficult to walk out. The deeper you sink into this question, the more you will not be able to walk out of it. You will only walk further and further on the wrong path of thought and gradually lose yourself. The same is true for comprehending the Tao and cultivating the Tao. A small question can also be derived from a big principle. The Tao of cultivation is often like this. Start from the small, peek at the big, and explore the true meaning of the Tao step by step. The Tao can be peeked at the big with small, but it cannot be small to the extreme. Otherwise, it is possible to lose yourself. The Tao is the law of nature. Everything should be the law of nature. This is my temporary understanding of this question. Please correct me, teacher Dao Wuzi. This enlightenment also made Qin Shao somewhat understand what Master Li Sheng had told him before. He did not want him to walk to the extreme of the immortal Tao and not think about becoming a half-saint. Qin Zhao's understanding also received the praise and recognition of many people. Quite a few people were also deeply moved and secretly admired Qin Shao. His understanding was indeed deep. To be able to have such a deep understanding, it was really amazing. Dao Wuzi also nodded slightly to Qin Shao, indicating for Qin Shao to sit down. Then he said, Qin Shao, your understanding is quite good. It's also quite deep. Although I don't really understand it thoroughly, there's still a few areas that I don't understand properly. Cultivation still depends more on your own comprehension and understanding. When I preach the Tao to you, I can only guide you through the door. Getting started is important, but subsequent cultivation is even more important. As for the rest, I can't help you too much. You can only rely on yourselves. All right, this lesson will end here. Everyone can cultivate on their own. Dao Wuzi stood up and left. Everyone stood up and respectfully sent him off. Teacher Dao Wuzi left, and the atmosphere here immediately livened up. Qin Shao, I can see that you have a very unique understanding of Dao. Why don't we go to the Dao discussion square and discuss Dao together and compare our understanding of Dao? Who knows, we might even gain something new. Ideas also need to collide to be able to create new sparks. Li Yuanji suggested. Qin Shao smiled faintly, but shook his head and refused. Thanks, but no thanks. I still have other things to do. If there's a chance in the future, we could discuss Dao together. All right, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Qin Shao stood up and left. After leaving the Dao discussion square, Qin Shao went straight to the 10,000 Laws Pavilion to choose a cultivation technique to take a look. For the time being, Qin Shao didn't have a strong desire to go to other places. In fact, Qin Shao still wanted to go to the Azure battlefield. It was a place that had just opened. However, it would definitely take a long time to go to those two places. Qin Shao wasn't in a good mood to spend a lot of time going there. So, for the time being, he put it aside. It wouldn't be too late to go there in the future. The cultivation of Dao couldn't be rushed. It was just like tasting wine. Only by slowly tasting it could you taste a good wine. Soon, Qin Shao arrived at the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. This was the most important place of the Saint Academy. So, there were many restrictions placed here. Perhaps even a fourth-step ancient saint wouldn't dare to act wildly here. As soon as he entered, Qin Shao could clearly feel the majesty of the atmosphere here. It made people involuntarily feel respect. This was a sacred place, and no one should act recklessly. Qin Shao was surprised to see the teacher in charge of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. It was Envoy Zue Wu. Speaking of which, Qin Shao and Envoy Zue Wu were indeed quite fated. The first time they met, Qin Shao received good karma. It also opened the path of Saint Academy for Qin Shao. Of course, even if it wasn't for that good karma, Qin Shao should still be able to reach where he is today. He should still be able to get the token and the opportunity to participate in the selection of Saint Academy. Although the result should be the same, the process was different. However, this was a different process, and it might have a certain impact. So in his heart, Qin Shao was still grateful to Envoy Zue Wu. A good karma was also a kindness. Qin Shao had always engraved this in his heart. Greetings, teacher Envoy Zue Wu. Qin Shao respectfully stepped forward and bowed. Envoy Zue Wu, who was drinking wine, raised his eyes and looked over. His eyes fell on Qin Shao, and a faint smile appeared on his face. This old man has given out a lot of good karma. Basically, they're all relatively good. But as for you, you're the most outstanding one. You're also the one that this old man likes the most and is more comfortable with. You're very kind and easygoing. You don't put on any airs and don't have any arrogance. This is very rare and precious. Envoy Zue Wu was not stingy with his praise. He praised Qin Shao as soon as he arrived. Qin Shao said embarrassedly, "Teacher Envoy Zue Wu is too kind. This student came from a humble background. I was born in an extremely humble background. I have long been used to it. Everyone is human. No one is born superior to another. I've always felt that people are divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes. But there should not be a difference between high and low. If you want to talk about low, my background is low enough. So, let your mentality be calm. That will be enough. It is fate that brought everyone together. It is the fortune of life to be able to walk together. There's nothing to feel sorry for if we can't walk together. Whether we are friends or foes does not depend on ourselves. It depends on others. If others see you as a friend, then you should treat them with respect. If others see you as an enemy, why should you be polite to them? No one owes anyone anything. No one has a reason to be bullied by others. I just did what I thought should be done. There is nothing much. It is not worthy of such praise from teacher Envoy Zue Wu." Envoy Zue Wu nodded and smiled again. The praise and admiration he had for Qin Shao grew stronger. Not bad, not bad. I admire you for having such thoughts. I am very happy for you. Your success is not a coincidence. It is inevitable. For a young man like you to be able to do it, Even if it's not rare, I reckon it's close. Cultivation is about the cultivation of the mind. Many people actually understand this simple principle. But it is precisely because this principle is the most obvious that not many people can really do it or really understand it thoroughly. And in this aspect, your understanding is very good. It is a pity. At the end, Envoy Zue Wu could not help but shake his head and sigh. It is a pity that you were not favored by Emperor Xian Yuan and the god of Ing Long World to be taken in as a personal disciple. I feel that you are not inferior to them. Maybe it is just that your luck this time was a little bad. In fact, at the beginning, Qin Shao also felt that it was a pity. But later, after he became the disciple of Master Li Sheng, Qin Shao was completely relieved. His luck was not inferior to Zhang Yang's at all. In fact, it was even better. Therefore, at this time, when he heard that Envoy Zue Wu felt sorry for him, Qin Shao smiled and said calmly, "Thank you for your concern, teacher Envoy Zue Wu. Actually, I don't feel that it is a pity. Zhang Yang and Xia Donghe are very outstanding young geniuses. They are qualified to be chosen by Emperor Xian Yuan and the god of Ing Long World to be taken in as personal disciples. There are only so many places. There will always be people who will be disappointed, but it's not a big deal. Having a good master will save you a lot of detours. But I believe that I can also catch up. It will just take a little more time. This is not a big deal to me. Once I calm down, I feel that it is nothing." Okay. Envoy Zue Wu nodded and did not say anything more. This matter was already in the past. In fact, there was no need to talk about it anymore. But in his heart, he really felt sorry for Qin Shao. If he had to choose, he would definitely choose Qin Shao first. Or maybe it was because his expectations for Qin Shao were too high. Naturally, he hoped that Qin Shao could have the best, the most enviable thing. Perhaps he did not realize that he was a little selfish towards Qin Shao. This was not something that should be done. Teacher Envoy Zue Wu, then I will go in to choose a cultivation method first. Qin Shao said. Envoy Zue Wu nodded and said, "Okay, go ahead." After bowing to Envoy Zue Wu, Qin Shao entered the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion was a small independent space. There were many small pavilions inside. In each pavilion, there was a cultivation method. As far as the eye could see, there were actually tens of thousands of pavilions here. They were densely packed together like stars in the sky. It was quite a spectacular sight. There are tens of thousands of cultivation methods, as expected of the Sacred Academy. This style is indeed too extraordinary. Qin Shao was also secretly sighing in his heart. One must know that the cultivation methods that could enter the 10,000 Laws Pavilion of the Sacred Academy were definitely the best. Moreover, there are many saint techniques here. As for the immortal techniques and secret techniques, they were definitely the best. Every one of them was enough to be the most precious treasure of any force. But in here, it was as if they were worthless. They were everywhere. At a glance, it was a little dazzling. This was the wealth of the Sacred Academy. This was the strong foundation of the Sacred Academy. He, Qin Shao, could choose any 5 cultivation techniques here. This was a pretty good treatment. However, compared to the tens of thousands of cultivation methods, 5 cultivation methods seemed very insignificant. This made Qin Shao feel that 5 cultivation methods were too few. Of course, this was just a small thought under this kind of visual impact. Qin Shao understood that the quality of cultivation methods was not the quantity. What was the use of cultivating more? It was enough to have 1 or 2 cultivation methods that could really improve one's strength. The most suitable ones were the best. It did not matter how many of them were. Chapter 2436. Qin Shao flew toward the pavilion. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the pavilion, he saw a figure coming out of the pavilion. The two of them almost bumped into each other. When they saw each other, they stopped and looked at each other. Tianjiao. Qin Shao narrowed his eyes slightly. The person standing in front of him was none other than Tianjiao. What a coincidence. He actually bumped into Tianjiao when he came to the convention pavilion. Qin Shao hadn't seen Tianjiao since the end of the student competition. Previously, he had defeated a prodigy and shattered his arrogant aura. Qin Zhao's revenge could be considered to have been avenged. Now that they met again, Qin Shao didn't have any grudges against Tian Jiao. However, Qin Shao didn't like Tian Jiao very much. Tian Jiao looked at Qin Shao as if he was meeting an enemy. He had a deep hatred for Qin Shao. Although Tian Jiao lost to Qin Shao last time, he was obviously not convinced. Now that he met Qin Shao again, he looked at him coldly. Anger came from his heart. Qin Shao. Humph. Tian Jiao looked at Qin Shao viciously and sneered. You'd better cultivate faster. Faster. If you don't improve fast enough, you'll be trampled under my feet very soon. I'll be able to open my own ancient road and step into the Saint Realm very soon. At that time, I could do whatever I want to you. When the time comes, you can only be trampled under my feet. When I step into the Saint Realm, I'll trample you, Qin Shao, and I believe that day will come very soon. A threat, a blatant threat. It was such a straightforward threat. Hearing such a threat, Qin Shao smiled faintly and didn't care. Instead, he replied casually, Okay, I'll wait for you. I hope you can open your ancient road and step into the Saint Realm soon. Yes, I'll wait for that day to come. Let's see if you can trample me under your feet. No one knows what will happen in the future, but one thing I can be sure of is that you're just a loser now. What's the saying again? How can a loser be brave? Only the weak would threaten others in such a way, but it's actually not very useful. To me, your threat is nothing more than a smile. Work hard. I'll wait for you to surpass me. That last sentence was simply the finishing touch of the brush. It seemed like a casual encouragement, but it was the most offensive and sarcastic remark. No matter how arrogant and domineering you are, no matter how much you threaten me, Qin Shao, you will always be defeated by me, Qin Shao. This is an ironclad fact that can never be changed. When the weak challenged the strong, it was always the reverse of the natural order. Therefore, Qin Shao used his provocation to strike back at the Heaven's Pride, which made his face turn ugly. The anger in his heart surged. He gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Qin Shao, saying, Good, Qin Shao. Good, very good. Let's wait and see. Soon, there will be a day when you admit defeat. Why don't we make a bet to see who will open their own ancient road and step into the Saint Realm? Do you dare? Qin Shao glanced at the Heaven's Pride disdainfully, curled his lips, and said, You have the nerve to compete with me in this. How many years have I lived? How many years have you lived? Besides, you're a reincarnator with the memory of 2 lives and the cultivation of 2 lives. Only you are so thick-skinned. How dare you compete with me? Can you be more shameless? But it's okay. If you want to compete with me, then I'll compete with you. It doesn't matter if we compete in realms. It's normal for you to step into the Saint Realm before me. If you can't step into the Saint Realm before me, it will be a shame. It doesn't matter if we are in realms. Let's compete in strength. When you become a Saint Realm, you can come and settle accounts with me. I, Qin Shao, will accompany you at any time. Even if you become a Saint Realm expert, and I, Qin Shao, am still in the 4th step Celestial Master Realm, I will not be afraid of you. Let's fight. You are defeated by me now, and you will be defeated by me in the future. This is your destiny. You can't change it. Arrogant. Then I, Qin Shao, will be more arrogant than you. In front of the Heaven's Pride, how could Qin Zhao's momentum be weaker? How could Qin Zhao's arrogance be reduced? Qin Shao was absolutely confident that he could fight the Heaven's Pride head-on. When he was in the Fu Tu Immortal Palace, he was weak and could not compete with the Heaven's Pride. He could only endure the Heaven's Pride's bullying and humiliation. But now it was different. Qin Shao had trampled the Heaven's Pride under his feet. He could suppress the Heaven's Pride now. If he could suppress the Heaven's Pride now, he could suppress the Heaven's Pride in the future. Qin Shao did not believe that he could let the Heaven's Pride bully him again. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Qin Shao would never allow such a thing to happen. Humph, let's wait and see. The Heaven's Pride snorted coldly, took a deep look at Qin Shao, and left. After sending the Heaven's Pride away, Qin Zhao's face became colder, and his eyes flashed with sharpness. Heaven's Pride. Humph, if you want to play with me, I, Qin Shao, will definitely accompany you to the end. Even if you have a better chance of opening up the ancient road first, I, Qin Shao, am not afraid of you. Well, with the pressure you put on me, I believe it will give me a lot of motivation. It seems that I have to feel a sense of crisis now. I have to seize the time to cultivate. There was more motivation when there was pressure. Qin Xiao was never afraid of any pressure or threats. For him, this was the driving force to move forward. Qin Xiao had long expected the grudge with the Heaven's Pride. It would not be over so easily. The Heaven's Pride was too proud. He had always been too brilliant. Moreover, he was a reincarnated person. He was very strong and confident in his bones. Originally, the Heaven's Pride was determined to be in the top 3 of the Holy List. Unfortunately, he was first defeated by Qin Xiao, then by Prince Zhongyang, and fell to 5th place on the Holy List. He missed the chance to become the god of Ying Long World and even the personal disciple of Emperor Xinyuan. He had always thought that if he could fight his way into the top 3, Emperor Xinyuan might choose him as his personal disciple instead of Prince Zhongyang. But all this was because of Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had ruined it. Prince Zhongyang was now the personal disciple of Emperor Xinyuan. Naturally, he did not dare to provoke Prince Zhongyang. Therefore, all the hatred was put on Chun Zhao's head. The Heaven's Pride is so confident. It seems that it is indeed possible for him to open up his own ancient road soon. He is a reincarnated person. With the experience of his previous life and the hard work of this life, his accumulation is strong enough. It just depends on whether he can make a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Time is tight, but it doesn't matter. Things like cultivation can't be rushed. I just need to know that there is this pressure in my heart. The Heaven's Pride has his confidence. I also have my confidence. I believe that I will not be trampled by the Heaven's Pride again. I have many means. If I continue to improve myself, I may not be inferior to an ancient sage, right? Is it possible for a 4th-step celestial venerable to fight against an ancient sage? Qin Xiao curled his lips. He could not help but think of this question on a whim. However, it seemed that according to the current situation, it was not possible for a 4th-step celestial venerable to fight against an ancient sage. At least, he had not heard of any specific examples. The existence of a semi-sage, who was probably an extremely ancient semi-sage with many means, could fight against an ancient sage. However, he should still be defeated. It seemed that he had never heard of a 4th-step celestial venerable who could fight against an ancient sage. He just did not know if he could reach such a level with the help of some means and magic treasures. It should be possible. For example, he had some heaven-defying innate magical skills, a heaven-defying immortal king physique, a sacred weapon, and so on. For example, if Qin Xiao could cultivate the flying dagger to the peak level, his power would be enough to fight against an ancient sage. Of course, if Qin Xiao could really cultivate the flying dagger to the peak level, he should be able to open up his own ancient road. Let's not think about this first. Even if he can open up his own ancient road, it is estimated that it is not something that can be done in 10 million years. I don't need to think about this for the time being. I'd better focus on choosing cultivation methods. Qin Xiao shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. His mind returned to the cultivation methods in the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Qin Xiao continued to walk into the pavilion. This place was incomparably illusory, and it was very magical. As soon as he entered, some rune patterns and jade slips and the like were spinning in the air, emitting a sacred light. A message directly flowed into Qin Xiao's mind. A Ming divine art, created by the Dark North Emperor. There is a fish in the Dark North named Kuan. Kuan spits heaven and earth on Ming divine art. Integrate the law of space into the immortal Tao. When this divine art is mastered, it can swallow the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. After reading the introduction of this cultivation method, Qin Xiao could not help but be shocked. Ming divine art. What a powerful Ming divine art. It is a divine art created by the Dark North Emperor. It is really extraordinary. If this cultivation method is mastered, its power will definitely not be below my true word of Lin. This cultivation method should be in the ranks of the saint arts, right? Moreover, it seems that to integrate the law of space, one must master the law of space to be able to cultivate this cultivation method. The law of space. Qin Xiao shook his head. He had not mastered the law of space yet. Therefore, if he wanted to cultivate this divine art, it would not be an easy task. Any random cultivation method that he picked seemed to be very difficult to cultivate. But after thinking about it, Qin Xiao felt relieved. After all, it was a cultivation method of the Saint Academy. Naturally, it could not be compared to the outside world and could not be measured with ordinary thinking. Like the immortal arts and secret arts, to Qin Xiao were not very useful. What he needed to cultivate now was only the top secret arts like the true word of Lin or direct saint arts. Only then would it be of great use to his strength and be of great help to his cultivation. As for the others, they were all very ordinary. There was no point in cultivating them. Even if he succeeded in cultivating them, he probably would not be able to use them in battle. If there was no cultivation method that was stronger than the true word of Lin, then what was the point of cultivating it? In battle, Qin Xiao had the heart force technique, the true word of Lin, and Li Sheng's flying dagger. These three were all extremely powerful techniques. If the cultivation method that he chose was not even as good as one of the three techniques, then there was no need to waste his time. Thinking about it this way, he naturally understood. It seemed that the cultivation methods in this 10,000 laws chamber were all of this level. No rush. Let's take a look first and choose the one that suits me the most. Anyway, this little bit of time is not a problem. I can look through all the cultivation methods here carefully and analyze them to decide which one is the best. I can choose 5 cultivation methods, but the selection should be quite high. Chapter 2437. The Dharma Myriad Face Technique was created by an unknown master in ancient times. It is called the Myriad Face Sacred Technique. It is ever-changing and unpredictable. This technique was really magical. It was ever-changing. One could turn into a stone, a cloud, a fly, a person, or even a demon. This was not the most magical part about it. Ordinary celestial venerables could do it. However, ordinary celestial venerables could only change the form. They could not change the meaning. To put it simply, the things that ordinary people changed could be seen at a glance by people with a little eyesight. However, the Dharma Myriad Face Technique was different. Whatever it would really become that. The form was also intentional. If one turned into a stone, one would really turn into a stone. Unless one's realm was much higher, one would not be able to detect it at all. If one turned into another person, even the aura would be like that person's, making it impossible for others to detect it. If one's realm was not much higher, there was no way to detect it at all. Moreover, not only could one's aura be the same, but even the method could be copied. It was very strange. Such a method did not seem to be very useful. However, if it was practical and ingenious, it could still play a very big role. For example, one could disguise oneself and then launch a sneak attack. It was enough to kill people without them noticing. Another example was to disguise oneself as someone else. One could confuse others and do a lot of things. Whether it was in a battle or in other things, it could play a very important role. It just depended on whether one could use this method well enough. This was definitely an extremely useful auxiliary method. The threshold to cultivate this technique was lower than the Ming power. Therefore, many people would have no threshold to cultivate it. Of course, although the threshold was lower, it was still very, very difficult for one to succeed in cultivation. Qin Xiao felt that this technique was not bad. It was a very unique technique. However, he was not too tempted. He put it aside for the time being and continued to read. The virtual shadow technique allows one to walk comfortably in the virtual realm and teleport through space. Its speed is even much faster than a high-grade celestial artifact. I've seen something similar on Adam before. It's a technique that only ancient sages can use. However, it requires a certain level of mastery over the laws of space in order to be able to cultivate it successfully. Heaven and Earth Shift, a pure spatial leaping cultivation technique. It's good for escaping, but it also requires spatial laws. Golden Thread Annihilation, the law of time. Using silk as a thread, it divides time into countless threads, using the threads of time to kill without leaving a trace. Marvelous, Truly marvelous. Inconceivable. He can actually use the law of time in such a way, turning it into an invisible killing weapon. Amazing. To be able to cultivate this technique, killing people is really too much. After killing the other party wouldn't even know how he died. What a good cultivation technique. It's really a good cultivation technique. Sure enough, every cultivation method here had its own uniqueness. Basically, they were all equivalent to saint arts, and most of them were real saint arts. Qin Zhao's heart palpitated with excitement when he saw many cultivation techniques. They were very attractive to him. At first, Qin Zhao thought that it was enough for her to choose 5. But now, he realized that he was wrong, and very wrong. Not to mention 5, even 50 would be far from enough. Along the way, there was basically no cultivation technique that could not attract him. All of them were full of temptation to him, and he wanted to use them to cultivate. If this continued, Qin Zhao felt that he would become greedy. Qin Zhao was also trying hard to restrain his thoughts in this regard. If he kept thinking like this, it would be difficult for him to choose 5 cultivation techniques that were the most suitable for him. Once he worried about gains and losses, the situation would not be good. It was not a good thing to have too many cultivation techniques. The selection was enough to dazzle people. It even made people wonder if this was a hidden test of the Academy of Sacred Arts. With so many top-notch cultivation techniques here for everyone to choose from, who would not be dazzled when they came in? Even Fu Zhongshuan in the Fuxi clan did not receive such treatment. Qin Zhao had never been one to have difficulty making choices, but this time he was really stumped. However, in the end, there was still a cultivation method that deeply attracted Qin Zhao. After Qin Zhao saw it, he had a feeling that he had to pick it, that he was the one. Heartless Art, a cultivation technique of the heart path. Its origins are unknown, but it is a supreme cultivation technique that leads to the path of the heart saint. What Qin Zhao did not expect was that there was actually a cultivation technique of the heart path here. It seemed to have been specially prepared for him. After all, according to what he knew, he was the only one who cultivated heart force among the students of the Academy of Sacred Arts. There shouldn't be anyone else who cultivated heart force. Even if there were, they shouldn't be of much standard. At the very least, no one else had used heart force in battle. This heartless art was a supreme cultivation technique that led to the path of the heart saint. It was enough to allow Qin Zhao to continue advancing on the path of heart force, and even break through to become a saint and reach the level of a saint. Heart force cultivation had always been a headache for Qin Zhao because there was no cultivation technique at all. There was no guidance at all. He could only rely on himself to understand and cultivate. However, this kind of cultivation was obviously very, very strenuous. Qin Zhao's path of heart force cultivation seemed to have been very smooth, unlike the path of the true meaning of strength. However, only Qin Zhao himself knew that this seemingly smooth journey was in exchange for how much effort he'd put in. He'd broken through several desperate situations to achieve this. If there was a cultivation technique and guidance, it would obviously be much easier to cultivate. It wouldn't be as difficult as it had been before. Furthermore, the higher one went, the harder it was to cultivate. The higher one went, the less guidance one had, and the harder it would be to cultivate. Qin Zhao had walked the path from the first level to the 9th level of heart force. But what about the next level? How should he proceed? Qin Zhao's mind was completely blank. She had no idea what to do next. If there was the heartless art, then the situation would be different. There would be guidance and direction, and he would know how to continue cultivating. The heartless art moved Qin Zhao greatly. He was determined to obtain it. That's it. Let's choose one first. We can still choose 4. There should be plenty of room for improvement. Let's continue looking for other cultivation techniques. Qin Zhao nodded. He had made up his mind. Just as he was about to leave the building, he turned around and saw a figure standing behind him. It was none other than Envoy Zue Wu. Master Zue Wu. Qin Zhao bowed respectfully. He didn't expect Envoy Zue Wu to come and see him choose a cultivation technique. Envoy Zue Wu nodded slightly at Qin Zhao. This heartless art is indeed very suitable for you. You're the only one in this batch of students who has cultivated the Tao of heart force. Moreover, you have cultivated it to the 9th level. In the entire immortal realm, I'm afraid you won't be able to find a second person who can do so. I had already predicted that you would choose the heartless art from the start. It turned out to be the case. Hearing Envoy Zue Wu's words, Qin Shao felt somewhat flattered. He didn't expect Envoy Zue Wu to be so concerned about him. Qin Shao smiled and nodded. Yes, my cultivation of heart force has always been by my own exploration. I have to cross the river by feeling the stones. Therefore, not having a cultivation technique to guide me has always been my regret and also my shortcoming. When I saw the heartless art, a voice in my heart said, "This is it, this is it." Therefore, I have already decided on the heartless art. Envoy Zue Wu smiled faintly and took a sip of wine before continuing. I think you must be dazzled. You don't even know which cultivation technique to choose? Hearing Envoy Zue Wu's question, Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. He looked at Envoy Zue Wu, as if sensing something. Qin Shao naturally didn't hesitate. He nodded and said, "Yes, Master Zue Wu. My eyes are indeed dazzled. I feel that each cultivation technique has its own unique and strong points. They're all very good cultivation techniques. No matter which one I cultivate, I feel that it can become one of my strongest techniques. I want all of them, but I can't choose all of them. Therefore, I am indeed a little conflicted. Fortunately, I have the heartless art. This is the cultivation technique I really want. I can decide on it directly. If I choose another one, I will probably have a headache. I wonder if Master Zue Wu has any good suggestions for students." Qin Shao naturally understood the meaning behind Envoy Zue Wu's question. Envoy Zue Wu probably wanted to give Qin Shao some advice. With Envoy Zue Wu's advice, Qin Shao naturally couldn't ask for anything more. This kind of existence must have very good foresight. The advice he gave would also be very good and very suitable for him. When people are confused, what they need the most is someone to give them some advice. And Envoy Zue Wu gave Qin Shao a ray of light when he needed advice the most. Envoy Zue Wu nodded slightly and said, "When choosing a cultivation technique, you don't have to choose the best or the strongest. You have to choose the most suitable one. That is the best. If it is not suitable for you, no matter how strong it is, it will not be of much use. Even if it is given to you, you may not be able to cultivate it. Therefore, choosing a cultivation technique is definitely a technical job. It involves all aspects. You have to consider all the points carefully before you can choose the most suitable cultivation technique. And this so-called most suitable cultivation technique is not only suitable for your cultivation, but also suitable for all aspects of your cultivation. If you practice this cultivation method, it will be of great help to you. It will be able to greatly increase your strength. Only such a cultivation technique is the most suitable for you." Qin Shao agreed with this statement. It was indeed so. He had always felt that the most suitable cultivation technique was the best. For example, this heartless art. Others would definitely not take a second look at it, but it was the most suitable cultivation technique for Qin Shao. Although the cultivation technique was not very strong, it was the most suitable cultivation technique for Qin Shao. Therefore, the heartless art was naturally one of the cultivation techniques he could choose. But what about the others? To be honest, Qin Shao hadn't found any that were particularly suitable for him at the moment, so he didn't have a strong desire to choose one. He felt that all of them were not bad and could be cultivated. Although they were not particularly suitable, they were all okay. There were no obvious advantages, nor were there obvious shortcomings. This was more of a headache for Qin Shao. This was also the reason why it was so difficult for him to choose. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. You can choose by yourself. If you see too much, your eyes will be blurred and you will unconsciously fall into a dilemma. This is a very normal thing. Envoy Zue Wu added. Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. Author, Cruel Death. Chapter 2438. Do you understand the 5 fundamental laws? Envoy Zue Wu asked again. The 5 fundamental laws? Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, "Do you mean the law of space, the law of time, the law of darkness, the law of light, and the law of all things?" Envoy Zue Wu nodded and said, Yes, it's these 5 fundamental laws. They are the 5 fundamental laws of the great wide world. In addition to these 5 fundamental laws, you should also know that there are 8 major cultivation paths, called the 8 great paths, and these 8 great paths correspond to the 8 great paths. In addition to the 5 fundamental laws, there are a total of 13 laws. These 13 laws constitute the operation of all things in the great wide world. All power originates from these 13 laws, and the cultivation path is to master these laws. Now, you are working hard to improve your understanding of the immortal path and open up your own ancient path. After stepping on the ancient path, what you have to cultivate is the laws. The laws that constitute the operation of all things in the great wide world are the real laws. They are powerful forces, the real, fundamental forces of the great wide world. The 5 fundamental laws have been there since the birth of the great wide world. They have always been there. The 5 great fundamental laws are also the most powerful and supreme. However, the threshold for cultivation is a little higher. Wanting to cultivate the 5 great fundamental laws is also a very difficult task. It is precisely because of this that you should only know a little about the 5 fundamental laws and don't know much about them. You have read so many cultivation methods just now. Now, you should know the importance of the 5 fundamental laws. Many powerful cultivation methods require the assistance of the 5 fundamental laws. Only by mastering the 5 fundamental laws can one cultivate successfully. Their power will become stronger. The 8 fundamental cultivation paths are actually created by people. They are not inherent in the great wide world. Therefore, in terms of level, the 8 fundamental laws are slightly lower than the 5 fundamental laws. The 8 fundamental cultivation paths were created by people. Qin Shao had heard of this before. Just like Shakyamuni's Buddhist path and Sage Li's Flying Dagger path, they were both close to becoming a real cultivation path, but they were also a little lacking. Buddhism was the closest, and it was also the most promising to become the 9th cultivation path. Qin Shao really did not know that the 5 fundamental laws were higher than the 8 fundamental laws. This was the first time he had heard of it. Listening to Envoy Drunken Nothingness's explanation, Qin Shao had indeed gained a deeper understanding of the situation. It was very necessary to understand these things. It would have a huge impact and help on his future cultivation. Envoy Drunken Nothingness continued. Actually, there are many internal relationships between the laws. For example, your heart force path and your immortal path. Do you find that it is difficult to fuse them? Qin Shao nodded. That was true. It was indeed very difficult for 2 different types of power to merge. Although they were not incompatible like fire and water, when the 2 were together, they could not have a superposition effect. There is no such thing as 1 + 1 = 2, or perhaps it was greater than 2. Zue Envoy Zue Wuz Zue Zhe Zhe Wuz Zue Zhe. However, the 5 fundamental laws can easily fuse with any one of the 8 fundamental laws. Moreover, they can fuse perfectly. The more they fuse, the stronger the power will be. You have also read a lot of cultivation methods. I believe you have noticed this point. Envoy Zue Wu said again. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, Master Zue Wu. I found that some are the fusion of one of the 5 fundamental laws and the immortal path. Some are the fusion of 2 or even 3 of the 5 fundamental laws and the immortal path. Those cultivation methods require the fusion of 2 types of laws. In fact, only 3 or 4 types of laws can be successfully cultivated. However, I did not find the fusion of 2 types of the 8 fundamental laws. Yes. Envoy Zue Wu nodded and said, Yes, there are many reasons for this. First of all, the 8 great paths are paths created by humans. They are laws formed after birth and are not innate. Therefore, they are not completely integrated with the great wide world. Although the 8 fundamental laws are also the laws that make up the world and the power that supports the operation of the great wide world, they are basically independent. Because the 8 fundamental laws were created by 8 different people. Since they were created by different people, they are naturally different. From the inside to the outside, They are completely different. When two completely different things are put together, it is naturally impossible to completely integrate them. But why are they different from the 5 fundamental laws? Because the 5 fundamental laws are born in the great wide world. They are born with the same root and origin, so it is naturally easy for them to integrate. The 8 fundamental laws were created with the 5 fundamental laws as the foundation, and they were created under the power of the 5 fundamental laws. Therefore, the 8 fundamental laws and the 5 fundamental laws can naturally integrate very well. There is another reason. It is because the 8 sacred regions are scattered in the great wide world and almost cut off from each other. At least for ordinary people, there is no way to easily walk among several sacred regions. Different sacred regions are enveloped and multiplied by different 8 fundamental laws. This will cause the 8 fundamental laws to be incompatible with each other, so no one will study the integration of the 8 fundamental laws. Gradually, it is fixed. Most cultivation geniuses only cultivate one of the 8 fundamental laws. For example, when you reach your realm, you can actually focus on cultivating the immortal path, and then you can cultivate the 5 fundamental laws. For example, if you choose the spatial law among the 5 fundamental laws to cultivate, then you can walk the path of space in the future, the path of the integration of the laws and the immortal path. Once the 2 laws are perfectly integrated, it is not something that you can compare to even if you cultivate the immortal path, the heart path, and the great path. There are countless misconceptions in cultivation. The specifics depend on how you choose. Hearing Envoy Zue Wu's words, Qin Shao could not help but fall silent. He carefully thought about these words and digested them. Qin Shao agreed with many points of view, and he also benefited a lot and was enlightened. However, Qin Shao did not know whether some were right or wrong for the time being, such as the last words of Envoy Zue Wu. In fact, he had told Qin Shao not to focus on the heart path and the great path. He could completely focus on cultivating the immortal path, and then cultivate the 5 fundamental laws. However, if Qin Shao was asked to give up the heart path and the great path now, Qin Shao felt that he could not do it. If it was the path of the true meaning of strength, then it did not matter. If it was the path of Buddhism, Qin Shao had long planned to give up and would not cultivate the path of Buddhism. If it was the path of the flying dagger, then it was naturally impossible to give up. He had already become Saint Li's disciple, so he definitely had to cultivate the path of the flying dagger. Of course, the path of the flying dagger was only a side path and could not be called a law. Therefore, cultivating the path of the flying dagger would not have any impact. The most important thing was still the heart path and the great path. How could Qin Shao give up on these 2? The great path was the path that Qin Shao had cultivated from the beginning. It was the path that Qin Shao had grown up with, and it was the path of Qin Zhao's hometown. If it were not for the fact that there was no way to directly reach the great path sacred realm, Qin Shao would not have chosen to come to the immortal domain at all. Then, he would not have taken the path of the law of the immortal path at all. Now that he had taken the path of the law of the immortal path, Qin Shao was still thinking about the great path in his heart. It was too difficult for Qin Shao to give up. Qin Shao didn't want to give up on the Tao of the heart either. He had already reached the 9th tier of the Tao of the heart, and he had also obtained the heart-rending technique. With such a powerful guiding force, Qin Shao was filled with confidence for his future cultivation. How cruel would it be to ask him to give up now? Moreover, the heart path was now Qin Zhao's most dangerous path. The heart path, the great path, and the immortal path. Qin Shao did not want to give up these 3 paths of cultivation. He wanted to cultivate them all. Even if the 3 of them could not be integrated and the power of the 3 could not be superimposed to become more powerful, it did not matter. Qin Shao did not care too much about these things. He would not give up easily on a path that he had set his mind on. Since he had set his mind on it, he should go all the way. As for the 5 great fundamental laws, they naturally had to be cultivated. They had to be cultivated. How to walk this path was indeed a very important question. He had to think carefully about it. However, Qin Shao knew very well that no matter how carefully he thought about it, it was impossible for him to give up on the heart path and the great path. In life, there were always times when one had to give up some things. Since he had decided, he would not regret it. Of course, you don't have to worry about anything. I'm just giving you a suggestion and my opinion. The path I'm talking about may not necessarily be suitable for you. Speaking of which, it might be a faster route. However, a faster path may not necessarily be able to let you go so successfully. You have to walk your own path. Only you know best what kind of path you want to walk. The opinions of others can only be used as a reference. They cannot decide anything for you. You have to understand this point. You have to think carefully. Envoy Zhe Wu said seriously. Qin Xiao nodded, indicating that he understood. He would definitely think carefully and would not make a decision casually. All right, I've finished talking about the 5 great fundamental laws. I believe you have a general understanding of the situation. Perhaps this will be of some help to you in your choice. It will give you some inspiration. The choice of cultivation technique depends on which of the 5 great fundamental laws you are most suited to cultivate. It is possible for you to choose 2 or 3 of them. Ordinary people should not divide so much energy to cultivate multiple laws. However, you are different. You can still challenge yourself. True geniuses naturally do not take the ordinary path. It can even be said that some people cultivate the 5 great fundamental laws at the same time. Of course, the more you cultivate, the more your energy will be spread out. You should also be able to imagine the drawbacks. As for the benefits, you will only be able to obtain them when you cultivate to a certain level. If you do not succeed in cultivating, that will only be a disadvantage. Therefore, making a choice will always be a test for you. It will become a key point in your life. Envoy Zue Wu said again, which was considered a small conclusion. Qin Xiao repeated Envoy Zue Wu's words over and over again in his heart. Indeed, they left a deep impression on one's mind, one that was worthy of deep contemplation. These were all words of experience, but they were all great principles. If he could digest and absorb them, it would definitely be of great help to him. Space law, time law, darkness law, light law, and all things law. Which of the 5 great fundamental laws is suitable for me to cultivate? I guess they are all about the same for me. To me, they're all starting from scratch. I have to start from scratch. Chapter 2439. For Envoy Zue Wu to be able to explain so much to him, Qin Xiao had benefited greatly and understood many things. Qin Xiao was truly grateful. Thank you for your guidance. Qin Xiao will remember your kindness. Qin Xiao said. Envoy Zue Wu smiled and waved his hand. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. I'm not done yet. Not done yet? That's a good thing. Looks like I'll gain more than this today. Qin Xiao was naturally very happy to listen and continued to listen to Envoy Zue Wu's teachings and guidance. Aren't you thinking about how to choose a cultivation method? I can give you some advice, but of course it depends on whether you're willing or not. Envoy Zue Wu said. Qin Xiao was overjoyed. He nodded immediately. I'm willing. I'm willing. I'm willing. This student is indeed very conflicted. I'm a little worried. If Master Zue Wu can give me some advice, I'm more than happy to oblige. How could this junior be unwilling to accept such a good thing? Zue Wu Envoy smiled and nodded his head in satisfaction. He really did like Qin Xiao a lot. There were many people who didn't know what was good for them. There were also a lot of arrogant people. It was rare for the number 1 on the saint ranking to be so humble. That was why he, Zue Wu Envoy, was willing to chat with Qin Xiao and share some of his experiences. Even if there was more help, he would definitely not be able to help. If you decided to continue cultivating the Tao of Heart, then Heart Murder Technique is a good choice. You're number 1 on the saint ranking. You have the privilege to choose 5 cultivation methods. This is a huge advantage for you. You have to make good use of it. Other than the Heartless skill, I think there are 2 other good choices, the 9 esotericas. What? 9 secrets? Qin Xiao was taken aback by Envoy Zue Wu's words. He stared at Envoy Zue Wu in a daze before exclaiming in pleasant surprise, There are actually 9 secrets here? Envoy Zue Wu nodded. Of course there are. Since it's the Saint Academy, the best cultivation methods in the entire immortal domain will be here. The purpose of Sacred Academy is to give you the best and most powerful things so that you can cultivate and nurture you with all your might. Otherwise, do you think the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would join hands to create the Saint Academy? 9 secrets, 9 cultivation methods, all of them are here. Crazy, this is really too crazy. 9 secrets, 9 cultivation methods, all of them were here. Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. Qin Shao had always been eager to learn the 9 esoteric secrets. If it was the 9 secrets, then it would be a supreme secret art. Its value was comparable to a saint art. And this was because it was much rarer and more precious than saint spells. After all, there were only 9 secrets in the 9 esotericas. Moreover, the 9 esoteric secrets were extremely rare. Any power that possessed it would treat it like a treasure and wouldn't easily pass it down to others. In the entire southern wilderness, Qin Shao knew that only the Lord of Heaven Mountain City had the Lin secret art. As for the other 8, Qin Shao had never heard of it. He didn't even know which faction had the 9 secrets. It was said that when the 9 secrets were combined, it would be a supreme saint art. The value of any one of the 9 secrets was immeasurable. If a faction could have one of the 9 secrets, it would be something to brag about. But he didn't expect the Sacred Academy to be so generous. They actually collected all the 9 secrets cultivation methods and placed them all in the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. It was no wonder that Qin Shao was deeply shocked after hearing this news. With the 9 secrets, what was there to consider? Just choose the 9 secrets for the remaining 4, and think of other ways to choose the other 9 in the future. If he could cultivate the complete 9 secrets, how strong would he be? The 9 secrets combined into one was a supreme saint technique that led directly to the infinity level. Qin Shao had heard a lot about the legends of the 9 secrets. The power of the 9 secrets in one was deeply imprinted in Qin Zhao's mind. Envoy Zue Wu smiled. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking of choosing the 9 secrets for the other 4, or even all 5. That is a very good idea. If possible, I would actually like you to choose all 9 secrets, plus your own secret character Lin. Then you would have 6 secrets out of the 9. If you think of other ways in the future, there's a high chance you'll be able to gather all 9. 9 secrets in one, that's invincible. It'll definitely help you stand at the top of the immortal realm. However, the idea is good, but the reality is cruel. Of course, I won't give you such a good thing. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't expect such a good thing to happen. It seemed like there were still some conditions involved. As expected, Envoy Zue Wu continued. According to the Academy's rules, normal students can only choose one of the 9 secrets. But you're an exception, you can choose 2. That's why you can only choose 2 from the 9 secrets. Only 2? This made Qin Shao feel a little disappointed. After all, he had high hopes for the 9 esotericas. But since it was the Academy's rule, he had no choice but to accept it. But Qin Shao didn't quite understand. Master Zue Wu, why is there such a rule? Since the 9 secrets are so powerful, why restrict others from choosing? To be honest, I really want to choose the 9 secrets for all 5 of them. But I'm only allowed to choose 2. This really makes me feel a bit conflicted. Haha, young man, don't be greedy. Envoy Zue Wu laughed. Was this called being greedy? Maybe it was. But regarding this matter, Qin Shao really wanted to be greedy for once. But the Sacred Academy wouldn't give him the chance to be greedy. Actually, there's a reason why the Sacred Academy made such a rule. It was based on many considerations, and in the end, it was decided to treat everyone equally. The 9 esotericas are indeed more attractive than other cultivation methods. However, the difficulty of cultivating the 9 esoteric secrets is actually more difficult than most cultivation methods. You have cultivated the 9 esoteric arts. You should know this very well. Qin Shao nodded. He was clear about this, and he had to admit that it was a fact. The 9 secrets were too hard to cultivate. Without absolute talent and comprehension, there was no way to cultivate them. Although it said that those who can enter the Sacred Academy are all top geniuses, outstanding people who are carefully selected from the entire human world, Yi Zichen said. But it's still the 9 secrets. Not everyone can cultivate it. If everyone is greedy and chooses the 9 secrets, then there's a possibility that they won't be able to cultivate it. If that's the case, then they won't be able to choose other arts and can only choose the 9 secrets. Isn't that a bad thing? Plus, the 9 secrets aren't necessarily for everyone. There are more than 10,000 arts here. All of them are extremely powerful. So, there's no need to focus on the 9 secrets. You can still choose other arts. That's why the final rule is that everyone can only choose one of the 9 secrets, then the other arts. You, on the other hand, are special. You have the right to choose 2 arts. You should be satisfied. You can't bite off more than you could chew. 2 is already not bad. Qin Xiao smiled and nodded. Yes, you're right. Teacher Zhewu. Me being able to choose 2 is already better than others. I should be satisfied. I'm very satisfied. But I have another question, Master Zhuewu. For example, I've chosen 2 of the 9 esoteric 9 this time. If I want to cultivate the other 9 esoteric 9 in the future, is there any way to obtain them? For example, I'll only choose 3 arts this time and leave the other 2 for now. Is there a way for me to choose the next time I want to choose the 9 esotericas? Zue Wu Envoy shook his head and said, Of course not, but you can only choose 2 of the 9 secrets. It doesn't matter if you choose or not. It's all the same. It won't change. Doesn't that mean I won't have the chance to get the other arts from the pavilion? If that's the case, then it's such a pity. If that's the case, then Qin Xiao didn't understand. Sacred Institute clearly gave out 9 arts, but why didn't they let people cultivate more? For example, if he chose 2 techniques and succeeded in cultivating them, would he not be allowed to cultivate the other 2 techniques if he wanted to cultivate them again? Wouldn't that be very inhumane? Sacred Institute was established to cultivate peerless geniuses, to nurture peerless geniuses of the mortal world into true masters. Since it was meant to nurture young geniuses, then they shouldn't be so stingy. There's no need to set such a high threshold for arts, right? But it's not like there's no way. Envoy Zue Wu suddenly said. This made Qin Zhao's heart skip a beat. There's a way? As long as there's a way, then it's a good thing. No matter how difficult it is, there's always a way. I'm just afraid there's no way. I'm just saying that you can only choose 2 arts out of 5. But you can also complete missions, get rankings, get rewards, and so on to get more chances to choose arts. If you have more chances to choose arts, then you won't be limited to the 9 arts. Of course, in theory, you'll have to make some achievements in the arts you've chosen before you can continue to choose. At least, you'll have to reach the initial level. So, if you want to choose more arts in the future, then you'll have to fulfill these 2 conditions. You can choose 2 arts now. That's enough for you to cultivate for now. You can talk about the future later. There's always a way. Qin Xiao nodded, completely relieved. His mouth twitched. If that's the case, then that's for the best. For the time being, choosing 2 of the 9 secrets is indeed enough for me. Then I've decided on 3 arts for now, Heartless Art and 2 arts. No, 2 of the 9 secrets. I haven't decided which 2 of the 9 secrets to pick. Master Zue Wu, since I've already troubled you, then I'll have to be thick-skinned and give me some suggestions. Envoy Zue Wu said, Lin Bingdo zhe jie zhen lai qian xing. You already have the Lin secret. The remaining 8 are more or less the same. The 9 arts each have their own strengths and complement each other. Together, they're extremely powerful. So, no matter which one you choose, it won't make much of a difference. You can choose yourself. It depends on which aspect you're more focused on. The Bing and Do secret characters are more focused on battle and have a lot of destructive power. As for the others, they all have their own strengths and specialties. You can try to see which combination will be better for you in battle. You can think about it from this point of view and decide which 2 secrets to choose in the end. Chapter 2440. The Heartless Technique and the 2 9 Secrets books meant that he had already chosen 3 cultivation techniques. Actually, Qin Xiao already felt that the choice of 2 cultivation techniques did not matter much to him. It was enough to have these 3 cultivation techniques for the time being. Moreover, he still had the Tao-seeking flying dagger to cultivate. In terms of cultivation techniques, the heaven-splitting sword art was also a sane art. The heaven-splitting sword art was indeed not inferior to the cultivation techniques here. After choosing these 3 cultivation techniques, Qin Zhao's cultivation techniques were basically good enough. If he were to choose again, Qin Zhao really didn't know how to choose. He felt that they were all right, but it was precisely because he felt that they were all right that it was difficult to pick out a cultivation method that truly moved him and made him decide to take it. Now Qin Zhao understood that the heaven-splitting sword art was actually integrated with the law of space. Therefore, if he wanted to break through, he had to cultivate the law of space. Humans have 5 senses, hands have 5 fingers, and Dharma has 5 elements. 9 is the extreme, 5 is the supreme, and 9 and 5 are the supreme. To you, the 5 great fundamental laws are currently starting from 0. You have to start from the beginning. Therefore, you don't know which law is more suitable for you to cultivate. As for other cultivation techniques, you more or less need to cultivate 1 or 2 of the 5 fundamental laws. As for other cultivation techniques, I can't really say if you want me to give you some suggestions. They're all okay and not bad, but they're not very tempting. Specifically, it depends on how you're going in the direction of the 5 fundamental laws. Therefore, I'll give you a suggestion for reference. I recommend that you choose the 5 laws record. It's not a cultivation technique, but it can also be considered a cultivation technique. The 5 laws record is mainly to guide you to cultivate the 5 fundamental laws. It's a guiding cultivation technique. Through cultivating the 5 laws record, you can find a suitable cultivation technique for yourself. As for the other cultivation technique, you're not in a hurry. You can choose it later. Perhaps it'll be easier to choose. Of course, this is just a suggestion. You can think about it yourself before you make a choice. Qin Zhao also carefully analyzed Envoy Zue Wu's suggestion. Thinking about it, he felt that it made a lot of sense. Indeed, he had seen so many cultivation techniques, and basically all of them required the fusion of the 5 great basic laws. After all, the cultivation methods here were all top-notch cultivation methods. All of the cultivation methods had to be integrated with the 5 fundamental laws in order to make the power of the cultivation method extremely powerful. There was no need to talk about ordinary cultivation methods. Qin Zhao disdained to cultivate those cultivation methods. Now that he was standing in a high position, he naturally had to set his sights further. The 5 great fundamental laws were something that had to be cultivated. Qin Zhao didn't know which one was suitable for him to cultivate. After all, Qin Zhao was born in a humble family. He didn't have any master to guide him, nor did he have any power to cultivate him. Therefore, Qin Zhao had not come into contact with the 5 great fundamental laws before. To him, everything had to start from scratch. Unlike the disciples of the other great clans, the disciples of the 100 schools of thought would come into contact with the 5 fundamental laws early on. They would be able to understand what path they should take in the future. Therefore, they did it early. In this aspect, they would let the disciples know which of the 5 great fundamental laws were suitable for them to cultivate, and whether they should cultivate 1, 2, or 3. Of course, there were also peerless geniuses who dared to cultivate all 5 of the 5 great fundamental laws at the same time. However, these people were either peerless geniuses or greedy fellows. Greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It wasn't necessarily a good thing. Envoy Zue Wu had said that there were only a handful of people in the entire immortal domain who could cultivate all 5 of the great fundamental laws at the same time. A person's energy was limited, and so was his talent. The 5 great fundamental laws had different daos and different paths. Very, very few people were able to cultivate in all aspects. Yes, thank you for your suggestion, Master Zue Wu. I also think that your suggestion is very good. Originally, I didn't think too much about the other cultivation methods. I think that the Heartless technique and 2 of the 9 secrets are enough for me to cultivate for the time being. However, in the long run, I will definitely cultivate the 5 great fundamental laws. Therefore, I will choose the 5 laws record. As for the remaining chance, I will leave it for the future. There is indeed no rush now, Qin Zhao said. Envoy Zue Wu nodded slightly. All right, leave the rest to you. The 5 laws record and the 9 secrets are over there. You can go over and choose. Come find me after you've made your choice, Envoy Zue Wu said, and prepare to leave. At this time, Qin Xiao stopped Envoy Zue Wu and said, Master Zue Wu, this student has a question that I have some doubts about. I wonder if Master Zue Wu can answer as well. Envoy Zue Wu stopped and looked at Qin Xiao. He nodded slightly and said, All right, since I've already told you so much today, I won't be stingy with telling you more. Qin Xiao immediately said, Master Zue Wu, you have been talking about the 5 great fundamental laws just now and have been emphasizing the power and importance of the 5 great fundamental laws. The 5 great fundamental laws were born in the great wide world. They're the most primitive and most basic laws of the great wide world. The 5 great fundamental laws are stronger than the 8 great fundamental laws. The 8 great fundamental laws were only created by later generations. But why does it seem that not many people know about the 5 great fundamental laws, and it is not widely spread? Although I knew a little before, I did not know the specific situation. It was only after listening to Master Zue Wu's explanation today that I learned a lot. The 8 great cultivation paths are something that everyone is familiar with. As for our cultivation, we basically walk the 8 major paths of cultivation to improve our own realms. Logically speaking, the 5 great fundamental laws should also be able to improve one's realm through cultivation. Moreover, it should be the cultivation path that can improve one's realm the most, right? But why has no one ever heard that one can improve one's realm through cultivating the 5 great fundamental laws? Ha! Envoy Zue Wu laughed when he heard Qin Xiao's question. After laughing for a while, Envoy Zue Wu patiently explained. Qin Xiao, you don't know about this. If you want to talk about it, it's really a long story. Then I'll briefly explain to you why there is such a situation. Actually, this is also a problem left behind by history. I've told you before that the 8 great fundamental laws were created by later generations. At the beginning of the great wide world, there were only the 5 great fundamental laws and no 8 great fundamental laws. But at that time, the great wide world was very unstable and did not operate smoothly. Therefore, at that time, someone created new laws by cultivating the 5 great fundamental laws. With the addition of new laws, the great wide world gradually stabilized and began to prosper and develop. Later generations created new laws, so naturally, they also created many cultivation methods. Humans are more or less selfish. Or rather, it can't be called selfish. It can be said that it's for the better growth and development of the later generations, so they vigorously promote the Tao that they created. After all, the new laws have their creators, so it's naturally much easier to spread them. Then, the creators of the 8 great fundamental laws each set up their own camps and established the 8 great sacred realms. With the 8 great sacred realms as the center, they each developed and spread their own Tao. Naturally, the 8 great Taos were vigorously promoted and multiplied in this way. All life began to cultivate the 8 great fundamental laws. Countless geniuses appeared frequently, and more cultivation methods were created. After endless years of development, the 8 great fundamental laws were naturally multiplied to the peak. Therefore, there was the prosperous situation that you see now. The proliferation and prosperity of the 8 great fundamental laws naturally greatly reduced the space for the spread of the 5 great fundamental laws. Therefore, fewer and fewer people know about the 5 great fundamental laws. Moreover, the 5 great fundamental laws do have a fatal flaw, and that is, people with low realms have no way to comprehend and cultivate them. You should be clear about this. Generally speaking, one needs to be at least a 4th-step celestial venerable and a genius to begin to comprehend and cultivate the 5 great fundamental laws and slowly enter the threshold. In most cases, one needs to be in the ancient sage realm to comprehend the 5 great fundamental laws. Therefore, very few people in the saint realm know about the 5 great fundamental laws. Moreover, there are not many cultivation methods for the 5 great fundamental laws, and there is a serious lack of guidance. This also constitutes the reason why the 5 great fundamental laws are spread very little. It is precisely because of this that cultivation is still mainly based on the 8 great fundamental laws. But in fact, the 5 great fundamental laws are the real most primitive laws. Naturally, they can be cultivated and can be improved. But as for the difficulty, you should be able to imagine it is definitely much more difficult than the 8 great fundamental laws. Therefore, most people mainly use the 8 great fundamental laws to improve their realms. Just like you're now cultivating the 5 great fundamental laws, it is only for your strength and means. This is because many top-level saint techniques are integrated into the 5 great fundamental laws, which makes their power extremely strong. So that's how it is. After listening to Envoy Zue Wu's words, Qin Xiao was relieved. So that's how it is. No wonder it was said to be a long story. It was indeed a long story. Knowing this was enough to solve the doubts in his heart. But thinking about it, it didn't seem to be important. No matter which law was cultivated, as long as it could improve one's realm's strength, it was enough. Did he need to care so much about the rest? In fact, there was no need. Whether it was the 5 great fundamental laws or the 8 great fundamental laws, it didn't matter. The most important thing was still his own cultivation. Qin Xiao, this old man is in a good mood today. It's rare for someone to listen to this old man's nagging for so long. Do you have anything else to ask? Envoy Zue Wu said with a smile. After asking so many questions, Qin Xiao naturally didn't want to continue asking, and there was nothing else in particular that he wanted to ask. Therefore, Qin Xiao smiled and said, "Not for the time being. Teacher Zue Wu is not nagging at all. Every word is priceless advice. I have benefited a lot from listening to it, and am deeply moved. I'm extremely grateful to you, Teacher Zue Wu. If I still have any questions in the future, I might have to be thick-skinned and ask you for advice." Envoy Zue Wu smiled faintly and said, "Well, if you have any questions in the future, you can come and ask me at any time. It's quite interesting to talk to you, kid. You make this old man happy too. Well, you choose well. I'll take my leave first." Qin Xiao nodded and respectfully sent Envoy Zue Wu away. After sending Envoy Zue Wu away, Qin Xiao smiled and was in a good mood. To be able to meet such a senior expert was really a blessing in life. Chapter 2441. The 9 Esotericas, Lin Bing, Dou, Zhejie, Zhen Lai, Qian Xing. Each of them had their own strengths, their own characteristics, and their own subtleties. However, anyone the 9 Esotericas was extremely powerful and was close to his saint art. Most importantly, any one of the Esotericas was close to a saint art, but the threshold for cultivation was not as high as a saint art. As long as one had enough talent and comprehension, even a first or second celestial venerable could cultivate the 9 Esotericas. When Qin Xiao cultivated the 9 Esotericas, he was only a 3rd celestial venerable. However, a saint art was very difficult to cultivate unless one was a saint. As for the 9 Esotericas, Qin Xiao did not do much research. He only knew a little about his own Lin mantra and knew very little about the other 8 Esotericas. The 9 Esotericas were extremely mysterious and powerful existences, and very few people in the world could come into contact with them. Therefore, people in the world knew very little about the 9 Esotericas. Qin Xiao began to study the 9 Esotericas carefully, one by one. Bing mantra, representing energy. It can stabilize the true deity's heart and increase the vitality of life. Moving as fast as a dart, descending 3 worlds karma assembly, great Vajra chakra seal, fighting mantra, the resonance of the universe. It is brave and courageous. It is the manifestation of fighting spirit in the face of difficulties. It unifies all difficulties and interests. Outer lion seal, Jamantra, the restoration of power. It is the manifestation of the power to freely control one's own body and the bodies of others. The spiritual energy of all things allows me to access one seal. Inner lion seal, all mantra, the power to sense danger. It is the manifestation of the ability to understand and manipulate people's minds. Unravel all troubles. 4 seals assembly. Outer binding seal, formation mantra, the power to sense telepathy and invisibility. It is the manifestation of wealth, respect, and love. Clairvoyance, the ability to see through the enemy's mind. Inner binding seal, array mantra, the power to control time and space. It is the manifestation of the heart to save others, splitting all obstacles in your way. Minute assembly, wisdom, fist seal. Chin mantra, the power to control the 5 elements. It is the manifestation of the ability to use superpowers freely, making all things equal. Samaya assembly. Sun will seal, mantra, Xing, the power of light, is the power of the Buddha realm. My heart is Zen, myriad transformations, nether fusion, body formation, Aquarius seal, or invisible seal. Qin Shao carefully digested the basic knowledge of the 8 esoteric secrets. He also had a basic understanding of the 9 esoteric secrets, including the power that each esoteric secret represented. What surprised Qin Shao was that the attainment mantra actually had the power of the Buddha's heart, the transcendent Buddha realm. Could this Buddha be related to Buddhism? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be, right? After all, the 9 esotericas had existed for a very long time, even before the birth of Buddhism. The 9 esotericas were the 9 words mantra of the great Tao, something closely related to the immortal Tao and not something derived from Buddhism. In other words, Buddhism also absorbed some things from the 9 esoteric truths and integrated them into Buddhism. This was also possible. It should be impossible for the word Xing to be related to Buddhism, so he didn't have to worry about it. Just as Envoy Zue Wu had said, the 9 esotericas were almost the same, each with their own strengths. Choosing any one of them would be a good choice. In the outside world, the 9 esotericas were enough to make countless people fight to the death. But here, Qin Shao could choose any one of them, which naturally made him feel conflicted. He wanted all of them, but he could only choose 2 of them, which was a cruel thing to do. Fortunately, Qin Shao wasn't a greedy person. Others could only choose 1, but he could choose 2, so he should be content. How should he choose between the 2? After thinking for a while, Qin Shao came to a decision. I'll choose the battle mantra and the swordsman mantra. The battle mantra has the power of the universe and is best for fighting. It should be helpful for my practice. Among the 9 esotericas, the battle mantra has the strongest fighting power. The swordsman mantra can control the power of the spirits of all things. It can help me recover quickly and keep me in a state of full strength at all times. Such a method will be extremely useful in battle. It will allow me to maintain my fighting strength at its peak. After making up his mind, he didn't hesitate anymore. He had already chosen the 4 cultivation techniques: Heartless Art, 5 Laws Record, Soldier Mantra, and Swordsman Mantra. After choosing, Qin Shao didn't stay here any longer and walked out to meet Zue Wu Envoy. Qin Shao told drunken nothingness emissary the 4 cultivation techniques he had chosen. Seeing the 4 cultivation techniques Qin Shao had chosen, drunken nothingness emissary nodded and smiled. It's about the same as I guessed. You felt that you had a high chance of choosing the soldier and person mantras. You can't take these 4 cultivation techniques with you. You can only cultivate in here. As long as you understand the cultivation technique, it doesn't matter where you cultivate. You have more than enough time. You have 100,000 years to comprehend each of the 4 cultivation techniques. Of course, this is your only chance. Saying this, Zue Wu Envoy waved his hand, and 4 keys appeared in Qin Shao's hand. Each key had the name of the cultivation technique, and it should be for each pavilion. Find the pavilion corresponding to your cultivation technique, and use the corresponding key to open the cultivation space. You can enter the cultivation space to cultivate, and after 100,000 years, you'll be automatically sent out. Of course, you can come out earlier if you want. Okay, go. Qin Shao didn't hesitate, and after nodding, he went to cultivate. On a mountain peak in a house, a gray-robed man was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. Not far from him, a black-robed man was drinking wine. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness from time to time, showing that he wasn't in a good mood. Drinking wine, he felt that it was tasteless. The more he drank, the more annoyed he became. Really annoyed, the black-robed man suddenly slammed the wine cup on the table, walked over to the gray-robed man, and said, "Senior brother, We have waited here for hundreds of thousands of years. Are we still going to wait aimlessly like this? It's too difficult to wait for Qin Shao to come out. And even if he comes out, he might bring the ancient sages with him. We have no chance. I don't think we should wait like this. If there's no chance, we should create one. Isn't that kid very loyal? We can make a fuss about this. I don't believe we can't force him out. The gray-robed man glared at the black-robed man and said in a bad mood, "Black Eagle, you are getting more and more impetuous. What's the use of being anxious? You're anxious, but I'm even more anxious. I came to avenge you, and my time has been wasted. I didn't complain, but you're complaining? If you think I'm not capable enough, then you should go and ask Master for help. I can't be bothered to care about your damn business." When the Black Eagle tribal lord heard this, he immediately changed his tone and said with a fawning face, Don't, senior brother. My good senior brother, you're my brother. I'm wrong. I'm too anxious. If I don't get my revenge, I won't be in the mood. I'm really annoyed. Waiting is really a kind of torture. Junior brother, I'm thinking that we can create an opportunity. It's better than waiting here, right? The gray-robed man snorted and said, Sometimes it's better to wait. Creating an opportunity is often more risky. You can't wait anymore after waiting for hundreds of thousands of years. If you want to take revenge, then you have to be prepared for a long time. Millions of years is nothing. There's no need to be so anxious. Since I promised you and come out, I'll naturally kill this person for you. Otherwise, I'll lose face, won't I? Creating an opportunity is filled with many uncertain factors. It might not necessarily have a good effect. Moreover, he'll definitely bring a prime saint follower with him. That won't be easy to deal with. The best thing for us now is to wait for an opportunity. Wait for a good opportunity. The Black Eagle tribal lord said, But senior brother, I think that even if Qin Shao comes out, he'll probably bring a prime saint follower with him. So, even if we wait for him to come out, I'm afraid there won't be much of a chance. That's different. He'll only come out because he has something to do. Even if he brings a prime saint follower, we can still think of a way to send him away. There are always people who come up with a way. If there's a way, there'll definitely be a way. If we create an opportunity to force him out, do you think he'll send his prime saint follower away? The gray-robed man shook his head. The Black Eagle tribal lord thought about it carefully. It seemed to be the case. However, it was hard to wait for an opportunity. Waiting was indeed the most torturous thing, but there was no other way. Since his senior brother said to wait, he could only wait. Look, isn't the opportunity here? The gray-robed man suddenly laughed. The opportunity is here? Hearing this, the Black Eagle tribal lord suddenly cheered up. He looked around, but didn't find anything. Senior brother, what opportunity is here? Qin Shao left the Sacred Academy? The Black Eagle tribal lord asked with a puzzled look. The gray-robed man stood up and looked in a direction. The smile on his face became deep and serene. He hasn't left the Sacred Academy yet, but he should be leaving soon. Let's go. We should also prepare in advance. We don't need to create an opportunity, but if we want to kill him, we need to make careful arrangements. This way, the success rate will be higher. The Black Eagle tribal lord looked in the direction the gray-robed man was looking and became even more puzzled. The Southern Wasteland? The Black Eagle tribal lord looked at the gray-robed man in puzzlement and said, Senior brother, are we going to the Southern Wasteland? Yes, the Southern Wasteland. The gray-robed man said. The Black Eagle tribal lord was puzzled and said, Why are we suddenly going to the Southern Wasteland? Although I know Qin Shao came from the Southern Wasteland, but he shouldn't go back to the Southern Wasteland, right? He isn't a person from the Southern Wasteland. He shouldn't have any feelings for the Southern Wasteland. If we go to the Southern Wasteland, can we really wait for Qin Shao? The gray-robed man chuckled and said, Don't talk nonsense, just follow me. Don't you believe your senior brother's words? Since I said that the opportunity is here, then I naturally have some confidence. According to my understanding of Qin Shao, he will definitely go, and he will go to the Southern Wasteland very soon. This is an opportunity given to us by the heavens. Do you really think that your senior brother is just sitting here and waiting? I've already spread my spies everywhere, and there's always news coming back. Your senior brother is just waiting for a good news, a suitable opportunity. Now, this opportunity has come, and it's a very good opportunity. It's certain that Qin Shao will show up. Chapter 2442. 400,000 years was not a long time for a fourth-step celestial venerable realm cultivator. It was just a short period of time. After 400,000 years of comprehension and cultivation in the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, Qin Shao had memorized the names of the Heartless Skill, the Weapon Mantra, the Swordsman Mantra, and the 5 Laws Record. After that, he could cultivate on his own. Although the effects of cultivation in the 10,000 Laws Pavilion were naturally much better due to the baptism and inheritance of cultivation methods, there was no other way. The Sacred Academy would not let him occupy the 10,000 Laws Pavilion forever. Among the 4 cultivation methods, the Heartless Skill was a guiding cultivation method. Its purpose was to guide Qin Zhao's cultivation of the heart force. 100,000 years of comprehension and cultivation had indeed improved Qin Zhao's heart force, but it was still far from breakthrough. Heart force laws. Stepping through the threshold of the laws was not an easy matter. The Weapon Mantra and the Swordsman Mantra had some gains. They had both successfully broken through to the initial level. Although it was only the first level, it was considered very good. It was a good start. He believed that the cultivation in the future would be much easier. Qin Shao was quite satisfied with the cultivation of the Weapon Mantra and the Swordsman Mantra. It was relatively smooth. Qin Shao had more confidence in the cultivation of the 9 esotericas. As for the 5 Laws Record, it was to guide the cultivation of the 5 fundamental laws. Qin Shao felt that any one of the 5 fundamental laws was the same. He did not feel that there were too many obstacles. Of course, it was impossible for Qin Shao to have a breakthrough in the realm in a short period of time. He only had a deeper understanding of the 5 fundamental laws, which laid a foundation for entry. He believed that the cultivation in the future would be much easier. After coming out of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, Qin Shao went straight to his cultivation place. Earlier, he had received a message from Ah Dong in the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, saying that something had happened. Young master, Princess Xiaoyu came to see you twice. The earliest was 10,000 years ago. She came again not long ago. It seemed that something had happened, but Princess Xiaoyu did not say much, said Ah Dong. Princess Xiaoyu came to see him twice? What was the matter? They had made things clear last time. They would call each other brother and sister in the future. It should not be a private matter. Qin Shao did not hesitate and immediately transmitted a message to Princess Xiaoyu. Soon, Princess Xiaoyu came to Qin Zhao's cultivation place. As soon as she arrived, she said, Princess Xiaoyu, Qin Shao, you have come back, or you would have missed. Missed a miss? Your good brother, Fatty Kai, is about to get married. If you hurry back now, you should be able to make it in time. Hearing this news, Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. Fatty Kai is actually getting married? Or did he get into a romantic debt? Princess Xiaoyu shook her head and said, I don't know. I am not in the Fuda Immortal Palace, so I don't know the situation there. If Master didn't transmit a message to me, I wouldn't know about it. Oh, Qin Shao nodded and asked again, did Fatty Kai invite us to his wedding? Princess Xiaoyu shook her head again and said, no. How could Fatty Kai contact us? Even if he could, I don't think Fatty Kai would dare to invite you. You are now the number 1 in the Sane Academy. Fatty Kai must feel inferior in front of you. He will definitely not invite you. Master told me this because he wants me to go back to the Fuda Immortal Palace. After all, I have not returned to the Fuda Immortal Palace since I entered the Sane Academy. Also, I miss Xiao Dao and the others. I want to take this opportunity to go back and see them. I have been waiting for you and asked if you want to go back. You have left the Fuda Immortal Palace for a long time. It is okay if you don't want to go back. I will not go back for the time being. If you want to go back, I will go with you. Go back? Of course I will go back. Qin Shao said affirmatively. Fatty Kai is my brother. How can I not go and congratulate my brother on his wedding? It is such a big event. No matter who I am now, what strength I have, what realm I am in, a brother is a brother. Now that we are brothers, we will be brothers for life. Fatty Kai is my brother. He used to be, he is now, and he will be in the future. He is getting married. I should be there. then there is no time to lose. Let's go back to the Fuda Immortal Palace immediately. I hope we can make it in time. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Princess Xiaoyu smiled. If she was alone, she would not want to go back to the Fuda Immortal Palace. But if Qin Xiao was with her, she was very willing. The two did not hesitate. Qin Xiao took Ah Dong and went to the Fuda Immortal Palace. With Ah Dong, a saint venerable, leading the way, the speed was very fast. Thinking of Fatty Kai, Qin Xiao could not help but be happy. He still clearly remembered the first time he met Fatty Kai. The first time he met Fatty Kai, he was a rich and arrogant man. He was as fat as a meatball. He was too unique. Moreover, Fatty Kai thought that being fat was beautiful and was proud of it. This meatball was going to get married. He did not know which girl was so charming that he could marry her. In the Fuda Immortal Palace, only Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao made Qin Xiao miss. The others did not matter. Although the Fuda Immortal Palace was not a place where Qin Xiao was sad, Qin Xiao did not plan to go back to that place. But if Fatty Kai was going to get married, he had to make an exception. On the way, Qin Xiao chatted with Princess Xiaoyu. Qin Xiao noticed a problem. He asked Princess Xiaoyu doubtfully, "By the way, Sister Xiaoyu, you don't have a doppelganger?" Princess Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Yes, you just found out that I don't have a doppelganger? It turns out that you don't care about me." Cough. How could I know if you have a doppelganger in the Fuda Immortal Palace? Later, when I left, I thought it should be your doppelganger. But after hearing it from you, I realized that you don't have a doppelganger. Qin Xiao said. Princess Xiaoyu shook her head and said, "Yes, I don't have a doppelganger. It can't be helped. People with the immortal king physique are favored by the heavens. When they are favored by the heavens, they will lose something. That's why my master told me that all people with the immortal king physique can't cultivate doppelganger. They can only have one body. In fact, it's very easy to understand, because my original body is the peach blossom physique. This physique was given to me. If I cultivate another doppelganger, it can't be the peach blossom physique anymore. What's the point of a doppelganger if it's not the peach blossom physique? Moreover, my soul can't be cut. This is the special part of the immortal king physique." After hearing this, Qin Xiao was relieved. So that's how it is. But thinking about it, it had seemed to make sense. It was indeed difficult for people with special physiques to cultivate doppelganger. The heavens were fair. It was impossible to give all the good things to one person. When the heavens favored a person, they would also take away some things. Therefore, people with special physiques couldn't cultivate doppelganger. Princess Xiaoyu said again, "By the way, Qin Xiao, I heard from my master that it's better for cultivators not to cultivate doppelganger." It's better not to cultivate doppelganger? Why? This was the first time Qin Xiao had heard such a saying. He had never heard of it before. Shouldn't it be very necessary to cultivate doppelganger? If one didn't cultivate doppelganger, they would die. If one cultivated doppelganger, as long as the original body was still there, it didn't matter even if the doppelganger died. One could continue to cultivate doppelganger. 9 was the extreme number. At most, one could cultivate 8 doppelganger. In addition, the original body had reached the extreme number of 9. Of course, it was probably rare to find someone who could cultivate 8 doppelganger. After all, the further one cultivated doppelganger, the more difficult it would be. Every time, one had to cut the soul. Cutting one's soul was very dangerous. The further it went, the more dangerous it would be. Once it was not done well, one's life would be in danger. Moreover, cutting all the souls was also a kind of great harm to one's body. It would weaken one's cultivation ability. It was fine to cultivate one doppelganger, but if one cultivated another doppelganger, the impact would be great. The further it went, the greater the impact. After a few times, one's cultivation path would be completely cut off. Qin Xiao certainly knew that one couldn't cultivate doppelganger too much. However, Qin Xiao found it hard to understand if one didn't cultivate doppelganger. After all, he had cultivated doppelganger a long time ago. He still felt that it was a very good thing to have a doppelganger. His original body could guard the primordial universe, and his doppelganger could roam the immortal realm to cultivate and improve his strength. It was indeed a good thing to have both. Princess Xiaoyu shook her head and said, I'm not very clear about the specific situation. Master only mentioned it to me once. Originally, I was a little sad that I couldn't cultivate doppelganger. Then, Master comforted me and mentioned that if a cultivator has ambition, it's best not to cultivate doppelganger. When you reach a certain level, you'll find that doppelganger is a burden to you and will hinder your progress. People with a mortal king physique are favored by the heavens. Although it's a pity that you don't have the ability to cultivate doppelganger, it's actually a great gift from the heavens. It's just that this great gift can't be manifested before your strength reaches a certain level. You won't understand it. But when you really stand at that level, you'll understand that it's a good thing that you don't cultivate doppelganger. Otherwise, your cultivation path might be cut off. It could only be manifested after reaching a certain level. If one cultivated doppelganger, their cultivation path might be cut off. What did it mean? Qin Xiao still didn't understand. The only thing he could tell was that it had nothing to do with his current level. His current cultivation level was still too low, so he could not come into contact with such a level. What level did he need to reach such a level? The ancient sage level? But most of the ancient sages had doppelganger, right? The master of the Fumu Immortal Palace had doppelganger. He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. Why? Qin Xiao asked. Princess Xiaoyu shook her head and said, I don't know. I also asked my master, but he refused to say. He just said that my level is too low for now, and there's no need to consider these things. Chapter 2443. The timing of Qin Xiao and Princess Xiaoyu's return was very coincidental. It happened to be the time when Fatty Kai's wedding ceremony was being held. Moreover, it was just the beginning. Qin Xiao and Princess Xiaoyu did not return to Fuyao City first. Instead, they went directly to Fatty Kai's house. Wealth Immortal City was where Fatty Kai's house was located. The Immortal City of Wealth was built by the House of Wealth. It was named the Immortal of Wealth because of the House of Wealth and Immortal Qi. It was built into the trade center of the Fu Wei mountain range. When it came to doing business, the Kai family was definitely second to none in Fuyao mountain range. The business of the Kai family's business alliance reached the surrounding dozens of mountain ranges. They had a huge business network that covered dozens of mountain ranges. Therefore, the Wealth Immortal City was naturally built to be very grand and magnificent. If it were not for the fact that the Wealth Immortal City was not big and only occupied an area of 100 miles, its grandeur would probably surpass that of Fuyao City. Although the Wealth Immortal City was a city, it was not big. It was mainly the residence of the Kai family and some business dealings. It did not accept other people to live in the city. Although the Wealth Immortal City did not accept other people to live in the city, because of the existence of the Wealth Immortal City, many people had moved to live in the city. For the time being, the scale was not big. However, if it continued to grow at this speed, it was possible to grow into a big city in the future. Fatty Kai's wedding. The entire Wealth Immortal City was naturally decorated with quite a festive atmosphere. There were big red lanterns and big red she characters everywhere. Everywhere was also filled with cheerful voices. Countless servants were blindly greeting the guests. The queue to enter the Wealth Immortal City was never cut off. It was full of people. The Kai family's business was very good. On the day of Fatty Kai's wedding, there were naturally many people who came to congratulate him. Old Master Kai was also known as the God of Wealth. At this time, the God of Wealth was standing in front of the mansion's gate to personally greet the guests. In the Wealth Immortal City, the sound of gongs and drums was also incessant. The cheerful voices were like a boiling cauldron, making it seem incomparably lively. Qin Xiao wanted to give Fatty Kai a surprise, so he did not inform Fatty Kai and did not directly come to the Wealth Immortal City. Instead, he found a quiet place outside the city and stopped. Princess Xiaoyu had already sent a voice transmission to Xiao Dao, asking Xiao Dao to come out of the city and find them. Soon, Xiao Dao found them. Xiao Dao had already broken through to the third step Heavenly Venerate realm. Although it looked like he had just broken through, the fact that he could break through to the third step Heavenly Venerate realm was enough to show Xiao Dao's hard work and innate comprehension ability. It was indeed not bad. Seeing that Xiao Dao was a third-step celestial venerable, Qin Xiao was very happy for him. It had been more than 10 million years since then. After not seeing it for over 10 million years, Xiao Dao had indeed changed a lot. He also felt that he had matured a lot. His realm had also increased. He had changed a lot in all aspects. Big brother Qin Xiao. Lil Dao saw Qin Xiao and was stunned on the spot. Princess Xiaoyu did not tell him that Qin Xiao had also come, so Xiao Dao did not expect that Qin Xiao would come with Princess Xiaoyu. Seeing Qin Xiao, Xiao Dao was very excited. After being stunned for a while, he rushed in front of Qin Xiao as if he was meeting a family member who had not seen each other for a long time. Big brother Qin Xiao, you actually came. Haha, this is really great. Fatty Kai will be so happy that he will cry. Looking at Xiao Dao's excited appearance, Qin Xiao also laughed happily. He patted Xiao Dao's shoulder and said, I thought that you had matured a lot, but now it seems that you are still the same. Fatty Kai's wedding is such a happy occasion. How can I not come? Isn't it normal for me to come back? Do you need to be so surprised? What? Are you afraid that I will not treat you as brothers? Xiao Dao scratched his head with a silly smile. No, big brother Qin Xiao, that's not what I meant. It's just that you are at St. College, so we can't contact you. We haven't contacted you for more than 10 million years. So, Fatty Kai certainly did not expect that you would come back to attend his wedding. I also didn't expect that big brother Qin Xiao would come back, so I am very surprised. Of course, I know that big brother Qin Xiao won't forget us. Silly. Qin Xiao smiled and said, Of course I won't forget you. I won't forget the years that we have spent together. The brothers that I, Qin Xiao, regard as my brothers are for life. No matter how I am now or how I will be in the future, this will not change. Our brotherhood will always exist. Xiao Dao smiled again. His smile was very happy, very bright, and also very silly. In fact, Qin Xiao still regarded him as a brother. For him, this was indeed a very extravagant and dreamy thing. The gap between him and Qin Xiao was too big. It was not enough to describe it as the gap between heaven and earth. If Qin Xiao was a giant dragon, then he, Xiao Dao, was merely a tiny ant. Could a dragon and an ant be brothers? The huge gap between their status and strength naturally made Xiao Dao feel inferior. Naturally, he did not expect that Qin Xiao would still regard him as a brother. But now that Qin Xiao had returned and said something that made his eyes brim with tears, how could he not be excited? How could he not be moved? Being able to call Qin Xiao big brother was the luckiest thing in Xiao Dao's life. Xiao Dao's eyes involuntarily became a little red. Seeing this, Qin Xiao patted him again and said, Well, don't be jealous. We still have to give Fatty Kai a surprise. The wedding ceremony hasn't started yet, right? When it starts, we'll go there and directly parachute into the ceremony. Xiao Dao nodded. Well, it hasn't started yet. The guests haven't arrived yet. It'll take a long time just to welcome the guests. I guess it will take some time before it starts. There will be a gun salute later. When a gun salute is fired, the ceremony will start. Since it hadn't started yet, there was no hurry. They would wait until it started. Well, Xiao Dao, why did you come here in your original body? Where's your doppelganger? Didn't I tell you to leave Fu De Immortal Palace with your doppelganger? Your original body can't leave Fu De Immortal Palace at will. Princess Xiaoyu suddenly frowned slightly. Qin Xiao also noticed that Xiao Dao was in his original body. He didn't realize this problem before, but after hearing Princess Xiaoyu's words, he realized it. Hearing Princess Xiaoyu's question, Xiao Dao was a little flustered, but he immediately covered it up. Xiao Dao said, It's nothing, sister. My doppelganger just happened to have something to do in the clan, so I'll let my original body come. It's okay. This place is not too far from Fuda Mountain. After the wedding ceremony, I'll go back to Fuda Immortal Palace. Princess Xiaoyu could see that Xiao Dao was not telling the truth. Her expression became a little serious, and she asked again, Don't lie to me. Your doppelganger is not in the clan. Where did it go? Tell me quickly. Where are you hiding from me? You even want to hide it from your sister? Qin Xiao also said, Yes, Xiao Dao. If there's anything, just say it directly. Your sister and I are both back. If there's anything, we'll definitely be able to uphold justice for you. Xiao Dao shook his head and said, Sister Xiaoyu, Brother Qin Xiao, there's really nothing wrong. Well, then I'll tell you. Actually, my doppelganger is in a little trouble. A few days ago, Fatty Kai and I went to explore a secret realm. As a result, we were accidentally trapped. We're still trapped there now. It just so happens that Fatty Kai is getting married, so we didn't care about the doppelganger for the time being. For the time being, my doppelganger is not in any danger. It's just trapped. Fatty Kai plans to wait until after the wedding ceremony to tell his father about it and ask his father to save us. It's good that you're fine. Princess Xiaoyu was secretly relieved. It was just an adventure and was trapped. It was fine as long as his life was not in danger. This was a small matter. However, Princess Xiaoyu quickly glared at Xiao Dao and said somewhat angrily, You and Fatty Kai are too much. You're simply fooling around. You know that you're about to get married, but you still ran out carelessly. Fortunately, we're just trapped. There's no danger. If something happened, what should we do? Xiao Dao also knew that he was wrong and said, Sister, don't say it now. We didn't want things to be like this. I thought nothing would happen, and I planned to come back immediately. I didn't expect that there would be an accident. We didn't want this to happen. Princess Xiaoyu also knew that it was useless to say anything more, so she could only give up. Forget it. Once bitten, twice shy. Don't be so muddle-headed in the future. Well, after the wedding ceremony, there's no need to trouble Fatty Kai's father. Qin Xiao and I will accompany you to save your doppelganger. Okay. Xiao Dao nodded. Qin Xiao said, Don't delay anymore. It will take some time for the wedding ceremony to end. Although there's no danger for the time being, Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai are not weak now. I'm afraid that the place that can trap them is not simple. How about this? Let Ah Dong take the trouble to bring them out. It won't take long for Ah Dong to go. After that, Qin Xiao looked at Ah Dong and asked, Ah Dong, I'll trouble you. Is that okay? Ah Dong nodded and said, It's a small matter. Leave it to me. Qin Xiao didn't stand on ceremony with Ah Dong, so he said to Xiao Dao, tell Ah Dong the location. He will bring you back. Only then did Xiao Dao notice Ah Dong behind Qin Xiao. Ah Dong had concealed his aura, so in Xiao Dao's eyes, Ah Dong was just a fourth-step heavenly venerable. He didn't know that Ah Dong was actually an ancient saint. However, when Xiao Dao glanced at Ah Dong, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. His intuition told him that this person was unfathomable and extremely terrifying. Xiao Dao didn't look at him for long and immediately told Ah Dong the location. After getting the location, Ah Dong got up and went to save them. With Ah Dong's help, it shouldn't take long. Not long after Ah Dong left, a thunderous cannon salute rang out in the finance department. Numerous cannon salutes were fired into the sky, blooming into a dazzling display of fireworks. Furthermore, the fireworks were arranged in all kinds of shapes. It was simply a feast for the eyes. It was a beautiful enjoyment. The fireworks lasted for a long time, and beautiful patterns were put together by the fireworks. Princess Xiaoyu was also infatuated with the fireworks. It was too beautiful, simply too beautiful. Sister Xiaoyu, we should go. Qin Xiao pulled Princess Xiaoyu back, and the latter came back to her senses and nodded. Ha! If Fatty Kai knew that Brother Qin Xiao and my sister came to his wedding, I wonder how happy he would be. In the finance mansion, I'm afraid that your presence brings light to its humble dwelling. The God of Fortune must be overjoyed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.